Yo, yo, Carol, this G Block in there. G Block in this bitch. Carol, Atheists Montreal, day 6. My Saturday cool. Mad thing. Charges must be big. Big boy charges on Saturday. Yeah. Carol, we up in this bitch. Jeez. Alright. So, yeah, man, do you get me? Not play around with fire. Rap with the Jeep like you're gonna get wire. We run the road, I say they can't tire, child. We run the road, I say they can't tire. Now play around with fire. Rap with the Jeep like you're gonna get wire. We run the road, I say they can't tire. We run the road, I say they can't tire. You know, but, gee. Yeah, man. Yeah, big up man like Funky in the building. Big up yourself, broski. Yeah, you got work today, bro. Yeah, man. Work mode, man. Yeah. One sec. Un momento, por favor. Yo. All right. Yeah, man. So pick up man like Funky in the building. Yeah, outside all the rest of the G Block team. Outside youngest in charge, man, like James Jones, aka James Christ. Yay. Jeez. Yeah, man. It's been a clean week. We got the ADL. You get me? ADL. You hear me? Big Nasty's got the BDL. We got the ADL. Atheist Defense League. Yay. Coward. Yeah, big up, man. Like online grow. Come on, thanks for days. Yeah. Listen, real quick. Yeah, big up online grow, man. Come on, tag mode. We run the road. I said they can't. Yeah, boss. Can I get Philippines Joe Suking? Yeah, the Joe ones, though, yeah. Yeah, yeah, man. Jeez. Yeah. All right, yeah, man. Just in the shop still. Cheers. All right, man. Yeah, man. You got me. Champions League over here. The winning side. Guys up. Hey, boy. Let me tell you about real my dog. Trust me. Yeah. So let's go. Yeah, man. Yeah. We don't even believe in Satan. Jeez. Man. I believe in a blood clot devil. Yeah, me. Yeah, cause nothing no oath is frightening. You get me? Nothing no oath is frightening. Trust me, nothing no oath is frightening. Nothing no oath is frightening. The granny said, nothing no oath is frightening. The granny said, nothing no oath is frightening. Never talk, but them can't do it nothing. Never talk, but them can't do it nothing. Jeez. Ew. Yeah, man. So big up nines. Boy, your show's looking peppery. Still. Yeah, like blood. Jeez. Yo. Yeah, man. Someone need to listen to Drake because no new friends, no new friends, no new friends, no new. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yo. I tell you what, yeah. A couple of local dons are starting to holler at me about these shows, you know. Yo, blood clot. Yo. Yeah, man. Big up Lady D. Big up yourself. Trust me. Mm. Yeah, man. Come on, cause up here now. Oh, been frightening. Make them try. Trust me, Jungle Jesus. Strike them with lightning. If you have a problem, stop direct me. Jeez. Yeah, man. Team, man. With the block freezer. Let's get it, man. The money team. Yeah, we get that dough. Get that dough. Come on. We be like the RSGs out here, yeah? Jeez. Bad. Ah, she's mad around here. Still. So who's the first one to come and give us some questions, G? I was like, man, like observing stuff, yeah? Big up yourself. Love is the law. Big up yourself, bro. Karen. Yeah, man. We doing bits around here, you get me? Like, smart still. Just having fun, cruising. Yeah, we're asking questions. Yeah, I tell you what, yeah. I got to speak to a few people, man, but next week should be spicy. Still. But before we deal with next week, we need to try and see if we can make it a clean sweep for this week. You see it? You see it? Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Everyone's waiting for Rob, yeah? Just me. Yo. Mm. Yeah, man. I ain't like, Rob's got some man in the chat feeling like Marmite, cuz. Love or hate. Yeah. Yo. I'll go on man for true, man like true for Ebo. My G. Karen. After in the building, telling me. I was like, Mr. P. Yeah, super white, big up yourself. Is that it? John Doe. Yeah, big up John Doe. Observing, yeah, big up observing. Come, man. We need some questions. Okie dokie. Yeah. How you can have that, and that's not what I'm even mad at. uh, bro, just do that, man. Mad thing. Mad mode. oh, oh, shit. Oh, mate. Fucking stalled it, man. Yeah. So is someone going to come on and give us some smoke or what? Or what? The smoke detector at B. Ping. Yeah, me, old time man, like, cool. You got yourself. Yeah. We need some smoke. We don't need feelings. We need smoke. We need questions that put us in compromising positions. Yeah, where we have to say, oh, religion's better than atheism. No one ever asked us no questions like that yet. Where we have to say, do you know what, actually? The religious way of life is better than the atheist way of life.
You notice that? Just so I hope you noticed that anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Not knowing the answer, yeah, to a question. It's like, oh, you just say you don't know me, and then you research it. If you try and guess and you fuck up, then that's an L. Mm. Or no, not even if you guess and you fuck up, that's an L, yeah. If you guess fronting like you know it, that's an L. That's an L. Get me, King L. Mm. Way before Slim Rizzlers. You remember King L's? Yeah, way before the Slim Rizzlers. Yeah, man. Yes, yeah, big up man like we, man. Big up yourself. Yeah, so big up everyone in the chat so far. So come on, mate. Come test us, mate. We want to be tested. But what you gotta be careful right there though, yeah? The ADO will pop up on you. You get me? Like the Atheist Defense League's out here, B. We out here, B. Yay. ADO. Yeah, but trust me. Boom. So what's been happening through the week though, man? I've been falling asleep. I ain't caught no other shows on that, man. It's like 15-hour streams are killing my social life. I can't lie. Yeah, can't lie. Yeah, man. Yeah. The ADLP. That's what it is, man. ADLP. All it is K, yo. Big up K. Well, go on, G. What you telling me? I didn't even know you clicked it, man.
Can you hear me, Bill?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Let me just put it back to Bluetooth.
You.
Yeah, I thought I'd come and get some smoke before that fire runs out.
Come on, man. Get me.
Yeah.
Sounds my bad.
Yes,
The fire ain't even been lit round here yet.
Woo.
We're cold. Like, we need some smoke to warm up, man. You get me? Like, it's all cold. It's cold over here. It's cold
Yeah,
outside.
but I mean, 50 and 50, I think you've had enough smoke, man.
Nah, man, we ain't had no smoke, man. So give us some smoke then, K, man.
You've been disingenuous, man. That's disingenuous right there.
Nah, man, the only thing we've had here is feeling gay shit and moist men. So,
yeah, I feel
wet blanket
really,
can't start a fire. You know what I mean? Can't start a fire with a wet blanket.
Yeah. Listen, man, like I was saying, like, first of all, like, I'm just wondering, like, the lot argument's been debunked, so we can move on in life from that, I think. And second of all, I would say this in regards to atheism. Really, atheism in a whole, when you look at it, hasn't really. It has a lot of fancy words. It has a lot of arguments on relativity and all these sort of things, but it truly hasn't proven that there's no God.
Hey, that's
so
science, man.
Because you haven't proven,
that's
one second.
That's not atheism. That's science.
Well, What do you mean?
Like what you're saying about the proof of there still hasn't been no proof of a god or whatever. That's more down to the scientific experiments, isn't it? Rather than
Yeah,
atheism.
yeah, I
I
feel
don't
that.
I don't think like as an atheist or as atheists, most atheists are doing work trying to disprove God. You know what I'm saying? Like most just don't believe it, and then whatever in it, like the people that's involved in the technical science and all that sort of stuff, yeah, they're on different stuff. You know what I mean? Like, so they'll be doing their scientific research, this, that, and the other, and then we can talk about their results and the things that they find. But yeah, again, that's not really atheism. Atheism is just I don't believe in God, and then everything else after that is a different category.
Okay, so you keep everything, but you don't believe God is the cause of any morality or any laws or any. You put that down to, but that's kind of like the same thing, really, because science is science. There's
I
a lot
don't think
of
morality
science.
came from science, yeah. I think morality came from human interaction with other humans, did it?
Okay, so what you're saying is, then, if I asked you this question, would you say there was a point in time, and you'd have to say yes because where we are at the moment, this moment in time, are you saying at one point humans were just like couldn't speak, were really running around in caves? Is that what you're kind of like saying? And then we just realized that, you know what, things got to change around here. Let's start speaking English and treating each other well.
No, I don't think it was that simple, but I do think that it was developed over time. I don't think everyone was born like the first anatomically correct man had all the morals and
Okay.
thoughts that the
Okay.
man of
Okay. Okay.
2020 has.
Yeah. Okay. Then explain that process. Then explain
But
how
like
we
I
went
said,
from.
I tell you what, yeah. Okay, hold on for a sec, yeah. I'm literally just about to go through a tunnel, so it's gonna cut out, yeah. So hold it up. You can bun two fire on the block, and then when I jump back in, I'll explain what I was talking about, yeah.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, man. Just haven't been a while since I've been on the block, but yeah, they take those hours definitely. So big up everybody. Just come in for a conversation. Because someone's going to get that smoke. Uh, yeah, man. But it's all good. It's all love out here. You know, it's good that we can have a conversation and then just carry on. Like, yeah. It's had some good shows on. I've been listening to some good shows on here, though. Yeah, so big up to the chat. And big up to, yeah, everything else. Yeah, man. So jump on the panel and, yeah, just warming up here. So, yeah, man. I'm just gonna try and attempt to make a like a hot drink and stuff. So yeah, man. I just like to say God bless to everyone out there. You know, when life gets you down and due to the coronavirus epidemic, just like to say, you know, have a bit of faith, have a bit of love. You know, believe in the one that you know has the power over death. Oh. Yeah, so all right, 1 second. I'm just gonna make me like a hot drink. So yeah, big up anyway. So, yeah, big up to that.
Yo, walk on. Back in the building, man. Yeah, what's popping?
Really, hear me?
Yeah, so remember we were talking about how did humans develop
Yo, bro,
morals
yo,
or
yo,
rules?
can you give me 1 second? I'm gonna stay on, but can you give me 1 second?
Alright,
I'm
bro.
just gonna stay on, but just give me 1 second. Thanks, man. Cheers.
Alright, I'm gonna keep talking, yeah? And then when you come in, you jump back in, yeah? So like pardon me, sorry. Like I was saying about morals and laws and stuff like that have changed and evolved, updated or whatever over time. There's no way, yeah. And you can actually tell right now, yeah. Think about this, yeah, as a recent update, yeah. In the time that we've been alive, or in the time that your parents and your grandparents was alive, yeah, from till now, in schools in the UK, yeah, you was allowed to beat children. That's illegal now. So that's like a law and a moral something that's updated. In in um, in England again, they used to send kids up chimneys to sweep chimneys. Used to send children up chimneys to sweep chimneys, and now it's illegal. So
Yeah,
again, that's like
but
another moral
but Valley,
law
but
update.
you're going off the original argument though. You're only
No,
going
no,
back 100 years. I'm going.
yeah, but that's what it was. I only went back that. I only done that here just to show you
An
that
example.
you don't have to go. Yeah, so you don't have to go that far back to see the
No,
laws
you do. You do.
evolving
You
and
have to
even
go. No, because I understand that you're giving the example, but that's going away from the original question that I asked you, though. The original question was, how did these morals develop without a God and without the, let's say, the history which was written in the Bible, like in the beginning and so on. Take all that away, and can you explain to me how we developed the laws from? Sorry, not the laws.
I did
How
explain
we
that to you.
developed,
Yeah.
like how we developed these morals when we were immoral. So, can you explain that?
Okay. I listen. Like I was saying, yeah. The way that laws, morals, rules and stuff like that were developed were more likely developed over time. There was no one was born with the Bible, the Ten Commandments, and so and so. Yeah, before Moses had the Ten Commandments, yeah, there was laws against killing people because he had to run away from Egypt because he killed an Egyptian. So that means
One
they already
second.
had a
One
law. Wait,
second.
wait, wait. Hold
No,
on,
you're
hold
doing
on,
it again,
hold
bro.
on,
You're
hold on,
doing
hold
it
on,
again.
hold on, hold on. You're cutting in. Let me go. Let me finish. Let me finish. Without there being an actual law, why would he have run away? Even eventually, there was no laws against anything. Like if everything was just okay until we got laws from the Bible, there wouldn't have been no laws in the land or no rules against anything before anyone interacted with Moses or whatnot. But that's not the case. As if you do yourself a favor and do a Google search and find out when when was the first laws created in the world or whatever, yeah, you might find out that it was long before the creation of the Bible.
Okay, so now I can see you leaning into the Egyptology side of things, but you
Not
still
Egypt,
haven't
bro.
answered. No,
Way
wait.
before Egypt.
No, wait. A lot of people have this argument. Oh, it started in Egypt, and they took it from Egypt and Sumer and all this sort of stuff. But I'm not going down that road. I'm simply asking you. I feel like you're deflecting from the original question. Now, it's fine to go back to the Ten Commandments, but that's not the basis of my argument. The basis of the argument, which you still haven't answered, was from the beginning, man was created, and I don't know, you could say from your guys' point of view was a fish and then turned into a human. Okay, let's go the first 100 years after that. How did we develop our morality and how did it advance?
Yeah. The development in human evolution, when they started to build like societies, yeah, where there's modern, where there's like families coming together, unions and stuff like that, interactions with others, they would have started to build their own moral systems, their own law codes, and their own different ways of life.
Okay.
All these morals, yeah, all these morals, all these morals, laws, and codes that they have, yeah, you might find them immoral to yourself today, yeah, because all these morals are subjective in it to the people whose time that they were at, yeah. Like, there's no in my history, yeah, the real history of the world, there's no time that anyone has been sent down morals, laws, rules from an all-knowing being, yeah, that knows everything that's going to happen. Yeah, so this is just normal people, yeah, average people, normal people that was creating laws based on the societies that they lived in. So in around the interaction that they had with other people.
Okay. So let me ask you this question then, because that was a simple answer, but that's not getting to the heart of the question. I'll say it in another way. I'll say it in another way. Pick up, Beefy. Go on, brother. I'll say it in another way. Another way I'll say it is, if you say that when the first man and the first woman, basically, if they were without the morals and then all of a sudden they decided to have morals and change the society that they live in, how could they recognize those morals if they didn't have them in the first place? It's basically, it just don't make sense. That's just like saying that, okay, when a fly is developed, now that a fly flies around and lands on a curtain, now that fly can decide not to be a fly, because it just decided one day that it wanted to change what it was.
How does that even make sense for what you're talking about? What we're talking about?
Well, because
let me give my your question anyway. Let me just give my question anyway. Yeah. Let me give my answer to your question anyway. Yeah. Because that was a bit weird anyway. Yeah. Because like, if you're so the way that the people, I'm going to just repeat what I said. Yeah. The way that the people developed. You think, yeah, there was a law not to kill before anyone was killed?
Say that again, Billy. Sorry.
Do you think that there was a law, thou shalt not kill, or people shouldn't kill each other? Yeah. Do you think that there was a law not to be killed before anyone was killed?
That's still really that's still deflecting. I'm not actually talking about the actual law. I'm talking about what. But by you, like, what I'm saying is, by you saying that they've developed over time, or that's something that they when they come in contact, or when they and that's another thing that don't make sense. You said when they come in contact, they were always in contact with each other. Man, woman had kids. Those kids, well, the kids didn't breed with anyone else, so they. What are you saying? It just took a bit of time. Like, what I'm saying is, it don't make sense
I'm saying that it does. It makes perfect sense. That their morals, their rules, their laws will change over time, come with different interactions of different people. They'll start to see things differently. So that's just how things work. That's how this laws work.
Yeah, but,
you know what I'm saying that?
Yeah, but
like I explained to you. Wait, let me finish, man. Let me finish, bro. I'm not finished though. Okay, let me finish. Yeah. So before, like I was saying, yeah, before the people, before anyone, or there was any law, yeah, not to kill anyone, yeah, or not to hurt anyone, not to steal anyone, not to take, or not to smash up other people's stuff, yeah. So, things like that would have been happening. You know what I'm saying? That so someone would have had to stolen from someone for them to realise, right? For both sides to realise we're not going to get no good if we just steal from each other. We need to work together and join together to make our little society better. Do you know what I'm saying? That, and then if before there was a law not to kill people, yeah, they might have been hunter gatherers or whatever, yeah, trying to catch food or whatever, and then they tried to catch an animal that was bigger than them. Yeah, one up or something. I might have got killed by it. Yeah. Then the rest of the family, they're like, right, it's gonna be better if we go with two people. Yeah. So then they went with two people to try and catch the thing, or three people, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like they might have been more successful because they had more people. Then they're realizing, right, if we work together, if we join together, if we, you know what I'm saying? That if we do shit like that, right, I'm trying to help me, yeah, to help you, while you're trying to help you, that's gonna help me, yeah, all sort of stuff like that. Like I won't steal from you, I won't try to kill you, I won't injure you, I won't like, I don't know, try to take your fucking wife, your house, your I don't know, like all sort of shit like that. How do you think that sort of developed? How do you? I've answered my way how I think. This might not be right, innit? Yeah? But listen, wait, hold on.
Me no carry feelings.
Yeah. Yeah, but hold on. Hold on, yeah. Because I'll give my way for K, yeah. But I just want to hear how K thinks morals would develop.
No, K is not on trial. You are. That's why I'm here, bro.
I'm on trial. But I'm allowed to ask another. I'm allowed to ask a question.
No, you're not asking questions. You're answering questions. No, you're answering questions.
Yeah. I answered the question.
Yeah, but now the next question is coming. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I want to hear.
The next question is coming.
Yeah, I want to hear. But I want to hear his point of view on how he thinks morals will develop.
Okay, don't answer. You don't have to. You're not obliged to. Yeah, but okay now, Veli. Do you know about Big Bang? Yeah? I'm coming for you today. Today's Janaza for you guys. You Rob Janaza today, bruv. If I were you, yeah, I'm gonna get your funeral prayers done. You need to arrange your priests. You should be arranging your funeral song, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we get man.
Yo,
who's echoing?
I don't know. I'm saying today, you better get your funeral song on. You better get everything prepared. Today is Janaza, bro. Veli, first question.
Right.
Is theoretical physics, is it?
What physics?
Is it physical or mathematical?
What's that? Theoretical physics.
You talk about quantum physics. You talk about Big Bang. You talk about all these things.
Yeah.
Is it physical
I don't know about
or
that, bro.
mathematical?
My answer is I don't know.
You don't know? Wow.
No, I don't know.
But you believe in the Big Bang?
That there's more evidence for the Big Bang than there is for anything else. Yeah.
You don't know, but you believe in the Big Bang?
Yeah.
So if I were you, if you say you trust the scientific method, really, I'm gonna give you a chance to go back, research what theoretical science really is, and come back to me and tell me what you say after that. Don't forget what they say in the Bumbo Jumbo.
What was that?
Find out
what was that supposed to be?
what theoretical physics is, especially. They talk about quantum fields.
I think Kay was doing better than you, man.
No. Okay, let I ask you. I must ask you simple question you can answer. I said, is theoretical science physical? Is it physical or mathematical?
If I don't know something, I just say I don't know.
Okay, I'm telling you. So the reason why, okay, let me tell you why. The reason why theoretical science, physics is only mathematical. There's no practical equation, there's no practical experiments you can do with it. It's all mathematical. It's all hypotheses, maybes and maybes upon maybes. That's the fact.
Listen.
Yeah, go on.
If they give me a mathematical equation, to it, what do you do with a mathematical equation?
But okay, Veli, I'm getting to that. Don't worry, I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that very, very well. You know that
so what do they do with the mathematical equation? I don't know, innit? I'm just trying to ask. You sound like you know, innit?
Can I answer you? Then maybe since you believe but you don't know, so I'm gonna tell you why you believe in a fairy tale. Yeah. First of all, yeah. Things like photons and all these things. These are all fairy tales, pseudonyms which theoretical scientists come up with to try solve math equations which they can't solve. End of.
math equations that you can't
they cannot
solve.
solve. So they change things around to try to solve the problem. But I've got a video which I'm gonna send you, which explains in physics they call the ultimate equation. Now this equation, yeah, it says what holds everything, what is life is basically, but no one can figure out this equation. It's so hard. Yeah. So what these theoretical scientists do, they take this equation, the mumble is about, and try to figure it out. And still today, they cannot figure out this fundamental equation. This is facts. Did you know that, Veli?
But what's wrong if they can't figure it out yet?
So if you can't figure out this equation, Veli,
that's a big point.
Veli, if you can't get the right answer, how are you saying you get the right answer if you can't figure out the equation? Can you tell me? Is that science?
Yeah, the right answer is they don't know. That is the right answer. Until they
But
figure
then
it out,
you're saying
they'll give the answer to the equation.
So now, when they add, now
listen, it's simple, yeah, but complicated, isn't it? Yeah, if they can't figure out the equation yet, then they can't figure it out. Do you know what I'm saying? That. But once they do figure it out, then it's answered.
So the next point I want to make to you. So now, when they come in, they come in with the okay. Did you know about protons and all these things? Or you're a layman like me?
Yeah, I'm a layman like you.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get ready to that. I'm going to come back. I'm going to play a video by a scientist, not from me.
No, now innit?
Wait, Veli. I'm going to play. I'm going to bring a scientist. I'm not a scientist. I'm going to bring a scientist debunking the theoretical scientists. How about that? Someone who knows.
I don't even know what the theoretical sciences are.
Hey, bro, can I just say it? Bro, first of all, yeah, when you ask someone, are they a physicist? Are they not a physicist? Are they aware? Are they not aware? Yeah, I don't see why at that point there's anything left to say. You're asking someone. If you say you don't know when people ask you, then you're coming. You're saying, "Hey, Benny, do you know about something?" He says, "No."
I accept this answer. I said it's okay for him not to know.
Alright, cool. And then as far as you're concerned with mathematics, theoretical physics, if you cannot perform the equation, if you cannot test the validity of the equation, then learn how to do that.
No one can. The top physicists, the top mathematicians cannot do it. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah, don't rely on another scientist. On another scientist telling
There's
you,
no scientist.
hold on, listen.
Oh,
don't rely on another scientist telling you it's okay to be stupid.
James,
don't
you come in with another.
Don't rely on.
I'm not saying none of that.
Don't rely on the scientist.
That's wrong. That's wrong. What he's saying.
Can I just say what I'm saying? Don't rely on another scientist saying because your tiny brain can't understand how complicated this is.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't rely on that.
Did I say that? James Jones, when did I say that?
You're relying on
wait. This guy's very good at this. The last statement you made, James Jones, when did I say that?
Please. Don't use skeptics as a crutch.
When they say that,
because you can learn. If you can learn, you can be anything you want to be.
What's the argument? What's your point?
I'm just saying, your logic is this. This is what your argument is in a nutshell, yeah? Because it's so complicated.
I never said that.
Attempting to understand it myself using the methodology that those mathematicians and physicists use. Yeah, I YouTube the video of someone telling me I'm actually right, and because it's so complicated, it's probably a lie. Because it's so hard. Probably just a lie.
Where you get your information from?
Hey, Billy, I've got a YouTube video of someone saying science.
Listen to fallacy. James Jones, yesterday, when you didn't know nothing, yesterday, when you told Isa, you didn't know nothing, he said, oh, let me Google it quickly. You do that yesterday. Wait. Yesterday, when Isa corrected you on your own field, when you talk about nuclear fields, blah, 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 nothing you knew about, Isa actually told you the truth. You had to go on Google straight away and say, oh, sorry, I'm wrong. I didn't know what I was talking about. Yes or no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yesterday, you and Isa.
Okay, all right.
Huh?
Okay, what happened? Talk to me.
When you're talking about nuclear fuels and everything, you're totally wrong, and Isa corrected you, and you kept saying, I'm right or wrong. Then you actually said, let me Google it to prove you wrong, but you were wrong. Yes or no?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
So what are you saying about me going on YouTube watching a video? What's the difference with what you done yesterday when you on Google? Is you're still wrong?
Am I still wrong? So I was right or I was wrong?
You were wrong.
So then I was right. Was Isa right?
Yeah.
You said I said I agreed with him.
Yes.
So then I was right the second time, innit?
No. You're playing dumb. You were saying something else. You were saying you were right, and Isa was saying you were wrong. But Isa was actually correct. You insisted that he was wrong. You didn't know what he was talking about. You know these things very well. Then you
I don't
actually
know.
went on
Oh,
Google
listen,
yesterday.
this
Listen,
is
you
my
said,
field of
let me Google it.
expertise.
Let me Google it. You Google
This,
it.
yeah, this isn't my field of expertise. That's the difference between me and you.
Let me
Hold on. That's the difference between me and you. Because someone could explain gravity to you, and you'll deny it because you believe
But you're
in
not making
Game of Thrones
sense.
Ice Wall.
I'm not
Because
denying
you
it. You're not
believe.
making
Hold
sense.
on, man.
Difference.
Hold on. You said your
No,
piece.
you don't say you're holding to me, but when I take hold,
All right, go on. You speak.
fuck's sakes.
Go on,
What I'm
speak.
saying, yesterday, you were saying, Beefy, go on Google, you go on YouTube. Yesterday, you went live. You can play back a thing. You were on live, talking to Issa, saying, Issa, you don't know what you're talking about. It's quantum fields, it's everything, blah, 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 blah. Then Issa said, no, you're wrong. You're like, yeah. Let me Google it right now and show you. You Googled it, and you were wrong. That's what I'm saying. That was a fact. Argument. Yesterday.
You know. What were we talking about yesterday? Tell me what it was about. What was I wrong about?
Remember, how much your memory?
I say you're lying then. I say you're lying.
You're lying. Okay. I'll come back with the evidence, innit? I'll come back with the evidence and see who the liar is. But there's a problem. You confuse yourself when you try to explain things. You don't even know.
Nah, to be honest with you, I don't mind. If you could tell me exactly where it was, I have no problem admitting it. But you're just out here chatting. This is your listen to your argument. Listen to your logic.
So wait. So you don't know what you said yesterday.
Oh man, all right. Can you shut up then for a minute?
See how dumb you are.
You just said your point. Yeah, you're done your point. And I was saying something prior to that. You literally ended in the red herring.
You see, you came. I was talking to Veli. You came undefeated.
Nothing. All right. So you're saying I was wrong yesterday.
Can I finish with Veli? Can I finish with Veli first?
Yeah, cool. I'm not. Yeah, cool.
Have some manners, bro. Let me finish with Veli. Sit down.
Oh my God, you're incorrigible, man. Like you said you wanted to talk to me just to tell me that I was wrong yesterday. No problem.
I'm saying chill out. I'm talking to Veli.
Yeah.
Chill out.
All right. Can I say? I know you spoke. Can I just speak and then you can go back to Veli? You don't have to respond to anything I'm saying. Yeah. Thank you. What I said to you, which you didn't address, is you as opposed to learning the mathematics behind it. It's not impossible. Even someone of I don't know how old you are, but you could learn anything you want. You can be anybody you want to be. Yeah. You could learn these and disprove these with mathematics. Disprove a lot of these simulations. Say based on the math that this is impossible or this theory would be impossible, and you could potentially come up with other theories. And you could be you could work for you could get a job at NASA and prove that it's fake, as opposed to watching a video of a skeptical scientist saying, you're right, Beefy. The fact that you haven't achieved anything and the fact that you don't know it, so not in life, but like in mathematics, the fact you haven't achieved anything in mathematics and science and physics is okay because they're all liars. It's a very easy way of pretending that you know better than someone rather than doing the hard work and actually proving them wrong. Maybe you're right, but we'll never know because you have zero qualifications in that field. So we'll never.
Just like you, yeah. Like you
exactly like me, but I'm not. I don't think I'm smarter than everyone, though. I don't think I'm smarter than them.
Listen to your own logic, bro. Please listen to yourself. You are saying I'm not expert, so I cannot make a decision if they're right or wrong. But you have no expertise, but you can tell me it's right. Come on, get the fuck out of here, bro. Fuck off.
Bro, you asked someone what's gravity.
But that's what you're doing as well, though,
you're talking shit, bro. Waffling.
But that's what you're doing as well, though.
Waffle.
So if you're saying he's doing that, you're doing that same thing as well. Because I'm not saying
I can answer that.
I'm not saying no scientists, but you're saying that the scientists are wrong in gravity and all them sort of shits.
And
listen, Veli. I said, I'm not qualified, but you got qualified physicists.
But the scientists are wrong
in this field. You are saying it's wrong. What's wrong with me saying that? They say
because you're not qualified.
But
they're qualified physicists.
Then you listen to
someone with their job.
Because they need a humanistic registration.
You said I'm not qualified, but they're wrong. And then how can you say
what I'm saying? Listen to what I said.
In the same sentence?
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. I said I'm not qualified or you're not qualified. James are not qualified, but I can bring an actual physicist, someone who's qualified, to tell you why this theoretical science is wrong. Is that what I said?
Now, so you're trusting another scientist to tell another science that this other scientist is wrong.
I said they can explain why it's wrong.
And you're trusting one
guy. Because you're trusting he's right though, because you don't know how to solve the equation.
But it's explaining why the things are wrong. Are you listening to me? You're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm saying that you're trusting that he's right. Like
Sounds
like
But
you're saying,
sounds like
because you're saying,
their
wait,
belief.
just like
listen,
you
listen,
trust
listen, listen. Yeah, but listen, listen. What? Because your complaint to me was that, right, you're just trusting what the scientists say, yeah, because you have
no,
not done
no,
tests
no,
or whatever
no,
yourself,
no,
yeah,
no, no. I
or
never
you're
said
just
that.
following whatever
I never
scientists say,
said that.
yeah,
I
because
never
they
said
don't.
that. I never said
What did
that.
you say?
I never said that. I never said that. You see, that's why you listen to answer. I never said
So
none
what
of
did you
that.
say then? What did you say then?
I said me or you, we're not experts, are we, Valley? Fact.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not an expert. I don't
So
claim to be one though.
listen, that's say you claim to be. I don't claim to be one either. So I said, but what about if I can bring another qualified person like the one you believe in, who says it's right? If I can bring someone to explain why it's wrong, does that mean, am I wrong in saying that?
Says that what's wrong? That the Big Bang's wrong.
Yes, everything. Why? And then explain
Says
why.
that what?
Everything.
Wait, hold on a second. Have you got a scientist that is saying that the Big Bang never happened?
No, wait, one second.
Oh my days.
Of course, that Veli though.
Look at it.
The consensus. Hold on. The consensus among the people in the field who are qualified to a certain degree is the best standard because that means, let's say, a large amount of people try to.
No.
One second,
So,
Kate.
so people believe
I
religion
know.
are more than people don't believe religion. So religion
One
is
more.
right.
Yo,
Let's
can I
go.
finish briefing?
Stop
Can I finish?
telling bullshit, bro.
Can I finish? Can I finish what I'm saying? Yeah. Can I
Sit
finish?
down.
There may be one quack. Like that's why people always say the consensus because if one like what's his name? Richard Sheldrake is a qualified scientist. He's a biologist or whatever, and he's someone that actually believes in telepathy. He believes in morphic resonance, all type of lunatic shit. He can't prove none of it, but he is qualified. So if someone says, all right, all you need is a qualification, I can appeal to your authority, that's not really a good. What you need to do is say these tests have been falsified in these ways, or people that are equally good at with mathematics and particle physicists, all types of physicists have attempted to falsify certain theories, and the consensus is X. That is what
Can
you
I
should
answer your question
do.
now?
That's
Can
what
I answer your question?
that's what when you say it's a theory, but is a theory peer reviewed and stuff. That's what you look for. You don't look for one quack on the internet who doesn't have an equal amount of literature and cite him as the reason why you believe or disbelieve. That's just believing in a man. Still, that guy, whoever that guy to you is Jesus Christ. Basically, he's
Okay,
got a
cool.
message that no one else knows.
All right. Okay. Well done. Very well done. But all I want to know, yeah, was I was talking to Veli, but I was asking him, first of all, is theoretical science physics? No, physics is physical things, yeah? Physical things, not physics is, yeah? Or is just mathematical?
Physics is
No,
the experimentation with mathematics. So
bruv, please let me bruv. What is physical?
so physics is
Is
the experiment. So physics
listen.
experiment are based on mathematics.
Physical things about physical things, yes or no?
Yeah, physics. So, like I said, physics is experimentation. Is using mathematics to experiment on the physical universe. So, yeah,
Okay,
it has
now
physical. It has physical in
okay.
it. The name implies it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Now, what is a photon?
A photon is a light particle.
Something with no mass that can be measured. That's
There's
physical.
arguments, but generally speaking, that's what they say. Yeah.
No, answer the question. Answer the question.
No, I mean, I heard an experiment. I read an experiment one time where you put if you trap light in
You
a box.
read? No, I'm asking you. You're experts, remember? You read. You go. So you're gonna believe some quack. You're gonna believe some one little experiment on the internet, which goes
Yes,
against
I
the laws
said.
of
So I said,
physics.
I'll go with, bro. Why are you? What the fuck are you doing right now?
I'm doing what you're doing.
I don't know. It's like
Yeah, can I
the line of coke and you're just fucking up on.
can I ask you a theological question?
I'll sniff a line of coke
The
and come and
question,
swing at
We
me.
can
I'll
have a
fuck
line.
you. Get
We
fucked
can
by
have
my
a
line of coke.
conversation. I'm trying to answer your question, but it has
You
no
do the
matter.
same, but when you object, you can cut people up, and when someone asks you object, see how dumb that is.
No, I answered your question and you asked it like 3 times fast. I was like, whoa, what's going on?
Fast. Yeah.
And your mic's low as well, so maybe I'm talking over you. I can't hear you all the time.
so what I would say is this, James, maybe you can answer this question. Okay, so Mike Tyson, in his prime state, would you say that he was the greatest boxer of all time? Like, let's take Muhammad Ali, let's take some of the greatest fighters of all time. A lot of people would say, well, Muhammad Ali was the greatest. Well, Mike Tyson was the greatest. Well, they were the greatest in their field, in the boxing arena. So how many boxers were around, let's say, in the Mike Tyson era at that level? You're probably looking at about a handful of people. So you're probably looking at about 15 to 20 people tops that were elite in their field. So if you look at people that go for their car licenses, if you look at people that can drive big machineries that they need licenses for, that necessarily doesn't mean that they're the best at what they do. It's just that it's been certified on paper. So there's 3 point something billion, I don't know, people, or maybe even more on the planet. So you couldn't say that someone was the best at what they were, because there would have been people, there could have quite easily been people that don't have things on paper that could have got in the ring with Tyson or those great fighters at the time and cleaned them up. So just because something is on paper, and just because you go to uni to get that paper from the institutions that are around, doesn't necessarily make you the best, and it doesn't necessarily make you right. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess you're basically saying, you're just saying that people with degrees aren't necessarily.
No. I'm not saying degrees are wrong. I'm not saying that education is wrong. I'm just saying just because you have something.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no problem. But I just don't understand why people are so hell bent on equating physicalism or naturalism, materialism to theism. I just don't get why people are so insistent.
Yeah, well, that's between you and Beefy, but I'll get back to Valley. You still there, Valley?
Yeah,
Yo, Valley.
Morning, Valley. Morning, James.
Witness.
I heard boxing, and I came on. I thought they were having a discussion about boxers, but I guess I was
just
wrong.
giving an example.
I heard Mike Tyson. I was like,
Hey, listen, yeah. Basically, yeah. Kay's trying to say, yeah, that I don't know. Without God, you can't have morals, or without believing in God.
No. That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question, because I feel like atheists always go back to the moral argument as a kind of like a defense mechanism. So a lot of arguments that I've watched in debates, you guys always tend to go back to the moral argument, only because there was a lack of moral thereof back then. It's which you couldn't really debunk or recycle that yourself, because if you're going back saying, well, there was no moral, well, that will cover your ground. That's not the question I'm asking. The question that I am asking,
what it is about that point, yeah, is that if you're trying to say something came from someone that knows everything of all time, you can judge the moral system of that book of that time with today's standards, and it should be able to match up.
yeah, 100%. But like you said, it's
so when it doesn't,
but that wasn't the original question.
Yeah, but anyway, go on, carry on.
So yeah, the like two questions was that same question as where, like obviously you had your point of view on how morality started, and eventually somewhere along the line humanity clicked and started treating each other better ways and all that. My question is, actually, first let me get back to that question. Another quick question I wanted to ask you, Valley, was in regards to the Big Bang Theory or any other theory that so if when it says in the Bible, it says God created a creature, every creature, like created man, male, a woman, and man. I mean, when did the theories of the existence of us decide to say, well, okay, I'm going to create this being, but I'm also going to create a partner for this being? For every bird, for every insect, there's a partner. Like, how did tell me how the theory of atheism or you people or the scientists explain how did that Big Bang Theory decide to make male and female? Because in the Bible it explains specifically that it created man and woman out of man, and it has a story that makes sense. But how do you explain your theory of, because I can understand it creating a human being, but when did it decide, okay, I'm going to create this human being, but a partner for that to breed and to multiply the earth and that? Like, how did that come along?
Yeah, atheists don't believe in intelligent design like that. Yeah, anyway, so it's not like.
Well, so how did that intelligent design create man and woman?
That's what I'm trying to say. So it's not a creator that created things like that. Yeah, it's just evolution in it. Yeah. So
You
the
know
Big
what's
Big Bang. Yeah, Big Bang is is way before evolution in it. Like so.
Do you know what's nuts though? Yeah? Your universe, from your perspective, is one of one. Yeah. So a theist. So you don't know any other reality. There is no. You don't believe in no multiverse theory or anything like that. And then anything. So the sort of the randomness of the universe that you're comparing and contrasting this supposed intelligent design against is all information from the science that you reject.
So wait. You just
It's
said.
bad, isn't it?
Hang on. Did you just say, James? Wait.
Like all
Did you just say?
but
Did you
hold on,
just call that?
can I put it in one short sentence? If you reject science, the only understanding you have of this universe is one and one. There is nothing to compare it to.
Not really.
There are no other galaxies, and there are no other thing.
It has to.
Wait.
That's what I'm trying to say. It has to.
Wait, you just said, can I just say one thing, James? James, you just called it. Wait, you just called it an intelligent designer.
Obviously,
Did you not?
No, he said he
So
don't.
you just called it.
He said he don't.
Did you say intelligent designer? Is that what you said?
He said he don't believe in that.
I said we don't believe in
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. You've only got two options.
So,
Because if you
so
agree,
what you're saying
if
is,
you agree, with
one second. You said we have an intelligent designer,
No,
but you refuse to call that intelligent designer.
no, he never said that. He
You
never
want to
said
call it some sort of black man or?
I said
No,
we
it
don't
doesn't make sense.
believe in intelligent design. We don't. So there's not no one there.
That don't make sense either. Well, hang on. But if you say you can't call it,
fucking big muscles, I'm gonna make this
So-
man with fucking small feet. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. So if you're saying that there's no intelligent designer, but then the most intelligent thing on the planet is the human being, then that don't make sense, because why are we intelligent, but yet the thing that designed us isn't intelligent?
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to this simply, yeah. If you agree with most cosmologists, then they will tell you that it doesn't appear that there is an intelligent design, that this concept or this argument for fine-tuning of the universe is an exclusively theistic one, right? So if you agree with them on the origins of the universe, of what transpires within the universe, then you don't share their opinion. And if you disagree with them and think most of it's lying, you're either a flat earther or you're young earth creationist, or whatever, then it's even more reason to not believe that the universe, or to not use their arguments to say that this is random and that it's been intelligently designed, because you only believe in a universe that's one and one. So then you'd have to rely on some kind of argument.
So let me get this right. So let me get this right. Are you saying that the human race taught itself to be intelligent, but didn't come from an intelligent source?
Define your intelligence.
Well, basically where we are today compared to where we were 15,000 years ago.
Are you saying a conscious source? Because we're conscious, we're aware. Yeah? We can infer things. Are you saying that what we came from has exactly the same consciousness as us? Because then I would say no.
Well, it's pretty much like you're saying that we come from an unintelligent source.
No, but
to being intelligent being.
Exactly.
That's a broad term. Intelligent meaning
That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
So conscious, we are conscious. So don't worry about, because there's look at Walter. He's on the panel. He's not intelligent, and he's a human.
It's like
And let's say
fluke.
conscious.
It's all fluke. Okay. Stop believing in creators and
Let's
believe
say
in
we're
flukism.
conscious. Yeah, let's say we can say
We're
we're
part of
conscious.
flukism.
Now, did we come from a
That's right.
consciousness? Did we come from a
That's
consciousness? No. No. Is a
No,
cloud
we came from
conscious?
fluke. We came from flukism.
Is a cloud conscious?
Is James conscious?
No.
Exactly.
So like it's not no. If you want to use a broad term for intelligent, as in any kind of cause and effect is an example of intelligence,
right.
then you can pigeonhole, or you can force that argument. You can shoehorn in that argument. But if you're saying did we come from something that is like us, i.e. something conscious, there's no evidence or proof of that.
Well, God forbid. We
But
came
so what
from flukism. I yes, you've told us 3 times we're not deaf. We heard you. Can you spell
but I'm trying.
flukism?
I'm not trying.
Can
I'm
you
trying
spell
to tell.
flukism? Crickets.
Understand. Stop believing in this nonsense of intelligence. We came from nowhere, nothing, and flukism. It totally makes sense. That's all I'm trying. He disappeared. I'm trying to get to him. So I'm sorry, guys.
You know the only.
Are you on your laptop, Witness? Witness, are you on your laptop?
Yes, I am.
Would you be able to
crazy
find out when the first law?
Believe in flukism.
When the first law was created.
Which law? When you say you mean secular law?
Or just
the first law of
the law. First law.
Like
first
Samaria,
law
like Samaria or somewhere.
Oh, that we're going all the way back to like James just said. You're going back to Mesopotamia. You'd be going back to Samaria.
Somebody tripped, killed somebody, and said
that's like thousands of years ago.
Is that like the first written law?
Yeah, they would have had it on their not their tablets, their Sumerian tablets.
So what about the societies that was before
they had
that?
iPads.
They wouldn't have written down any laws, or they would. Or if they did,
now the only other civilization you could then look at is probably Kemet or Egypt, but then you'd have to try and understand the hieroglyphs. So we're going back thousands of years, man. So back to the ancient Egyptians, Kemetans. So that's when you'd start talking about law, or you'd be talking like what James said, Sumerian, Mesopotamia, that part of the world.
I don't know, like the first sort of societies, like groupings of like when people were starting to group into families and sort of stuff like that.
Man, that's even further back. You're talking like hunter-gatherers coming together.
That's what I'm trying to say, and they would have had like their own sort of laws or regulation, morals, codes, or whatever in their time.
Yeah, the problem is they wouldn't have written stuff down though.
Right. But this is what I was trying to explain to Kay earlier, when I was saying about the way that people develop their moral system, innit? Like when they first started to group together rather than living by like just ones and twos or whatever, when they started to live in societies or groups of hunter-gatherers or whatever, that's sort of when they would have started to have a moral code.
But the problem is that would have happened. Your argument would have happened between one group of people who developed the system. The reason why the Bible makes sense. The reason why the Bible makes sense is great because don't forget, I don't even believe the Sumerian, like what Witness was saying. I don't believe the Sumerian argument about the it's gonna coincide with each other. I don't believe the Sumerian Egypt argument. There's a lot of people out there saying that the laws came from Egypt and via Sumer, and therefore you put the story together and Moses stole it out of there and then he started up something.
Nobody said that. That's what you're saying, King. Nobody said that.
That's a big front. I don't believe that.
Nobody said that, Kay. Nobody said that. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I didn't say that the Sumerians and the Egyptians created the laws that everyone copied. I simply said in their civilizations, they had codes, they had laws. Whether people copied them afterwards, that's a whole different argument. But I didn't say that. I didn't say what you're saying.
All right, peace. So Valley, so the difference is the two sets of people. So if you look at the Bible, you look at Cain went his direction, and Abel went his direction, and then later on God chose a people and a line of people. If you look at the split, that kind of makes sense. But
it doesn't make no sense at all. If you look at it kind of makes sense.
But if you're talking about one group of people, then that wouldn't make sense in itself.
No, the way that
sorry, Verily, I want to ask Kay something. Kay, do you know what the first murder was in the Bible?
The first murder is I would say, obviously a lot of people would say Cain and Abel.
Yeah,
but I would say
and what happened when Cain killed Abel? Was he punished?
Cain, yeah, definitely Cain was his sacrifice wasn't feasible to God. And also
Was he punished
he
though?
just went into the land of Nod.
Yeah, exactly. He went
But
to the land.
actually,
He went to the land
the
of Nod.
punishment,
He found a woman who gave him a son called Enoch, and he lived the rest of his days. He wasn't.
yeah,
There was no form of capital punishment. He wasn't whipped. That was it. So I'm trying to understand the. But later on, God then said, "Thou shalt not kill." But I'm trying to understand this whole thing about morality and the consistency of it. If you want to go down that road, I don't want to go down that road because I think it gets really messy.
yeah.
Because
Yeah,
if you start telling me that you believe something is wrong because your God said it's wrong, then I'm going to ask you, but why does your God think it's wrong? You now have to explain. The same way James or Veli would have to explain why something is wrong, you would now have to explain to me why something is wrong. You can't just say, yeah, because my God said it's wrong. Yeah. Okay. So
100%. Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yo.
Yeah, so did you want to ask a question then, Kate? Because I need to go and do a job quickly.
Yeah, ask away.
No, I'm saying, did you want to ask a question? Obviously, we're on trial.
Nah, that was it. I really just
anyway,
wanted
but before we say anything, I just wanted to say George Foreman in his youth would have knocked out Mike Tyson at Mike Tyson's best. That's all. I thought it was a boxing debate. George Foreman would have done it. He would have knocked out Mike Tyson in his youth.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know.
I guess I would agree with that. I guess when we're talking about George Foreman, like if George Foreman, if the hype surrounding Mike Tyson didn't affect George Foreman in the way that Muhammad Ali affected George Foreman, then I'd argue, yeah.
But you know what Muhammad Ali did? Became outlawed after that fight. Rope-a-dope. You can't just lay on the rope and let someone hit you. You can't do that anymore. They stopped it afterwards.
No, but if you no. People always say the rope-a-dope. If you watch that fight, not only did he, but that he controlled him from the ropes. Because George Foreman wasn't landing up top, and I mean, if anything, maybe the holding like in some referees now wouldn't have allowed Muhammad Ali to hold him on the ropes like that. And George Foreman, if he was intelligent, would have complained more. Like if he was a bit more crafty, he would have complained a lot more about all the holding.
Yo, listen, I need to jump off still, man. So yeah, big up Shax, big up James, I'll take Witness, I'll take K. Yeah, man, like yeah, big up man. I'll be back in a bit though still.
Big up.
Alright, cool fam.
Shekara's here. I think you and Shekara were having a discussion yesterday about spirit, James. You guys were talking about spirit.
No, I wasn't. No, that's the other James.
Oh, sorry, that was the okay. Sorry, because yeah, Issa was there. They were talking about it, and I'm thinking, it's like to me, if I want to talk to you about a ghost, and if someone says define a soul or define a spirit, I kind of get irritated because then I think we're playing games with etymology, with words. It's like I know what I want to talk about. You know what I'm talking about, ghost, but then you're saying soul, spirit. Where does it end? Then you've got entity. Then you've got apparition. Then you've got supernatural being.
Yeah, Finn calls it the woo, innit, Rob?
Yeah, and I understand why he calls it the woo, because to him it's simple. Just give him evidence, then he'll accept it. If you don't give him evidence, if you just give him words, he won't accept it. But you know the funny thing about that though, if you showed Rob footage of somebody sitting in their house experiencing poltergeist activity, Rob would start behaving like a flat earther. Rob would say, no, well, that footage is probably just special effects, just CGI.
Wait. What are you saying? You're saying if you had shown Rob, if you show Rob an image of what?
Because you said Rob says it's who. If you show Rob footage of somebody sitting in their house, they put a camcorder there, and poltergeist activity takes place. Forks start moving about, glasses start exploding, furniture starts moving, cupboards door starts opening and closing. If you show that footage to Rob or to you,
Yeah.
I suspect both of you would probably think it's special effects.
As opposed to what? Taking it at face value that there was a ghost in the house.
Yeah. And I find that interesting because that argument's the same thing flat earthers say when we start talking about NASA, space stations, astronauts. If you show them the footage, they'll say, yeah, well, that's just CGI, special effects. So it's interesting that, in a way, people from these two different
can I say it? Isn't that why the maths is so important? I use this example. It's a really poor example, but I imagine, Witness, at some stage you watched Top Gear.
Yes, I used to watch.
You remember? So you know how they've got like a plan. So Clarkson comes up with the ridiculous idea, and James May has to do the sort of physics or the calculation behind it, right? And then he says, and then they ask him, "Is it possible?" And then he's always like, pen with a pen in his mouth. Theoretically, it's possible, right?
Yeah.
So we get a measure of our physical reality from other things that are consistent with the physical reality, such as mathematics or whatever ways of methods of.
I can't argue against that. You brought in the kryptonite, mathematics. I can't.
When someone like a flat earther defies every sort of logical proposition to have their belief, fair enough. But when you're talking about something like poltergeist and that, what is more likely in that instance for it to be a truly supernatural occurrence and phenomena, which given all the data that's actually testable, so not like the Bible and shit, no magic books, but all of the data that's testable is a statistical impossibility, or CGI, which is very likely. It's like I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to compare that to someone who believes in an ice wall.
But we do have ice walls, though.
No, but the game.
Yeah, I know one that's surrounding the whole planet. Yeah. I know.
And then can I also when it comes to the flat earther, and this is the most compelling piece of evidence that I feel like no one takes too seriously because they like their tinfoil hats. Yeah. Do you understand how difficult it would be to maintain this conspiracy? Like, assuming there are people that are in the know and that are invested in keeping this illusion alive, yeah? Do you know how difficult it would be to influence so many different sort of elements, or so many different, all of these sort of doctored numbers and these fake maps, and how hard it would be?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. With me, I don't even entertain that. I'm like, just give me evidence. If you can't give me evidence for this international conspiracy, then it is what it is. A very interesting fairy tale to watch, because I watch lots of videos on it on YouTube. People have all of this stuff: Illuminati, Freemasonry. They're controlling the society. Yeah, read up on that stuff. But it's like they even talk about musicians doing all kinds of poses, symbolizing the one eye and all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, just give the evidence. It's fine. Until you give the evidence, it's a very good story, like Harry Potter, but there's no proof for it.
And like,
sorry,
go on, okay.
I saw an interesting. I wanted to ask Shakara. Are you there, Shakara?
Yeah.
Shakara. In the ancient languages that because I saw this interesting documentary. It blew my mind, actually. There's two ways to look at this. Language, to me, I don't think language was actually a spoken word. If you have a look at, do you believe that a lot of people believe, well, I believe that language came out of symbology. So it came from sound. Sound was interpreted as symbols, and symbols were put into language. Would you agree with that?
Yes and no. I think that the first stage, however, is more concepts were given symbols before sounds were given symbols.
Okay, because the reason why I say that is a lady done this experiment. What she did is she grabbed a long pipe, and she got a jar, and she filled that jar with some really light dust, and she put like a Glad wrap filming over the jar. And what she did is she put this tone measure next to a sound measurement machine. I don't know what kind of machine it was. And she blew into the jar with the dust, sprinkling dust on the wrapping. Nothing happened. But when she hit certain tones or certain sound, that dust turned into a symbol, an actual
Yeah. They call that semiotics.
Yeah,
Where
and
you measure
I'm thinking
the wave frequencies of sounds.
the wave frequencies of sound and these actually things turned into symbols,
Yeah.
and so they take those symbols and interpret that into the English language. Like if you go back to Phoenicia is being told to have started or set the English language in motion. I'm saying that it's deeper than that. I'm saying that maybe the language that is interpreted these days was actually the original language. Why are so many people around the world learning English? If you know what I'm saying, like remember how it said in the Tower of Babel,
You're saying that the English language might have been the original language.
might have been the original language from the Tower of Babel. So God confused the languages. The original language they lost, they tried to bring the world together as one, and they found that lost language through the sound of that kind of mechanism and through symbolism.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
man can't agree though, especially because English is not a tonal language. It would make more sense if English was a tonal language, but it's not. In that sense, that there are languages that would match that more because they're tonal. So even like with the same phonetics, the tone of the word, which relates to the music and the sound frequency, would change the meaning of the word, if that makes sense. Those languages would factor more into what you're saying, in my humble opinion.
Okay. But overall, you would say that, like you said before, that before symbolism, before hieroglyphs, before people put the interpretations on the walls, and thousands of years before that was, or from your point of view, the original beings or the original people. I don't know if you can go back, but were they talking in tones or were they talking in a language?
Languages have existed for tens of thousands of years.
Because there's an African tribe, the tribe that speaks with sound.
Yeah.
Makes those funny clicking noises and
all of that. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm saying that from my understanding, like a sound would have being symbolized by an image or a symbol being symbolized would have come later. Before that, you would have got concepts being symbolized, if that makes sense, in images, which is what kind of we could say hieroglyphic begins as. It's symbolic representations of your environment, your reality, and then at a later point, sounds are applied to these images and to these symbols and so on.
But those sounds, those symbols would eventually have to be broken down into an understanding of language.
Yeah,
could
definitely.
It be that? Yeah. So could it be that the language that they interpreted them in could be wrong? So could it be that the language that we've learned, or that whoever's learned to say, well, okay, this means this and this means that, could it actually not be the actual language that it was meant to be? So could we be speaking language that don't make sense, but we understand?
If you're talking about like hieroglyphics and so on, there's enough evidence of their relationship to the languages that surround them, for us to trace back where they come from, if that makes sense. When you study linguistics to any level, you understand that the concept of a proto-language, which is like the kind of building blocks or where the language comes from, the parent languages and them kind of things there. So if you trace them back, so it's possible to misinterpret a language in general, but yeah. One second, I've got to do something. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, so that's interesting. What's your thoughts on that, Witness?
The language thing, I don't know. I always thought the sound first existed. Man made sound to communicate with another man, and then they used hand signals, and then eventually they tried to write it down. But I think it was the sound that came out first. And like you mentioned, some people claim it was people down in the southwest of Africa, the San, the Khoi, with their clicking sounds, and maybe even the Xhosa people as well with their clicking sounds. So who knows? I don't know. I don't really know, to be sure. James, are you there? Okay, James, I was going to ask you both something I was talking about earlier before it switched. It was in regards to consciousness. I've just been doing some research, just came across some details about some scientists trying to create a mathematical model for consciousness. And I've got the names and the institutes they're based in, which I thought is interesting because I didn't know scientists were like trying to mathematically prove.
Yeah, it's a big thing. But post the links in the back chat, please, witness. But yeah,
Sure.
they've been that field is mad, like right, like it's a quite a big thing. I'm looking forward to more.
But this, you know what it is? It's linked to artificial intelligence, right? So obviously the more we become reliant upon artificial intelligence, the more necessary, it is to develop intelligence more similar to our own. It's ultimately arresting the decision-making ability of the artificial intelligence. Like the third gen artificial intelligence is, I think, it's active inference.
I still don't understand that though, because they're creating algorithms, they're creating programs, and then eventually the subject is going to then start innovating and improvising on its own outside of the algorithms or the code. I'm like, wow, how does that work? I don't get that.
So I remember. So one model is the current. So third gen AI is something called active inference, which is, so I think from memory previously it was previously it's decision making based on the data at hand, whereas active inference would create the ability of the artificial intelligence to decide what information it needs to source, or what data it itself needs to source. So it has much broader decision making powers because it's actively sourcing more information and more data. So
if they were then, sorry, I was just going to say, so if they were then eventually successfully able to create mathematical models of consciousness, that could lead down the realm of creating a mathematical model for spirit, soul. Do you think?
That's exactly. Do you know that's funny? Because someone said that to me recently when I was having a discussion with them, and they were like, they're an atheist, right? And they were saying that as a response to some claims by the theists, when they were like, wait till AI is fully conscious, and then they'll start claiming they have a soul too. You know what I mean? It's true. You're not going to be able to tell them. You're not going to be able to tell them otherwise. But I remember hearing, so an argument against that is it's from he's a physicist turned philosopher, and his argument, he's speaking about the category errors in idealism and physicalism, yeah, or materialism, however you want to describe it. And he was saying that a computer program can simulate all of the functions of a kidney, right? But it can't piss on my table, which was the analogy he used, yeah, or the, I don't know, aphorism, or I don't know how you describe it, right? But so what he was describing is a category error in which you can never truly say that human artificial intelligence consciousness is the same as human consciousness. But I feel that's an unfair. I feel like that's an unfair requirement, because if for all intents,
I just feel like
this thing is thinking for itself, and it can decide that it itself has a soul, then arguably you have achieved a similar level of consciousness to human beings. The only difference is it may not be biological in the same way.
You know, when God said, when Moses went up to that mountain, whatever the hell you want to call it, and he was in the burning bush that didn't burn, and Moses asked him, and he said, I am that I am. But I find it funny, James, before you said that, you basically said that us as a race are more intelligent than your so-called conscious outlook in the universe, that we don't come from an intelligent design, even though we came from something, but we're more intelligent. But then when
No, I didn't-
God say,
I think
one second,
you're
1 second.
mischaracterizing that. But all right, I'll let you go on. But I think you're mischaracterizing.
I might have went a bit. I might not have explained it properly, but it was somewhat in that
Go on,
sort
anyway.
of thing. You see, I feel like that scientists are looking for a man. They're looking for evidence of this substance, mass, or whatever way you want to call it, chemical reaction or whatever. But I feel like they're never going to find an actual man or person up there that's going to tell them, okay, yes, I did this. Because when God says, I am that I am, tell them that I am sent you. For I am as I am everything. I am the thing that you think that I am, but I'm not a man. Because in the Bible it says, God is spirit and man is flesh. So obviously, in looking and searching the universe for this man that sits on a throne or something that they really want God to communicate with them and say, look, yes, I am this, but I am a man. Well, he's not a man. And I know that scientists try and break it down to, well, it's a source, it's this and that. I think in that conscious, in that that thing that we don't know, God can still communicate, even by language, sound, or whatever, to his creation. And we can interpret it the wrong way by being some sort of chemical Big Bang theory, theatrical sort of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't mean to break from this, but witness, you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes. You sound like a fucking a 1940s.
Hope you're not off.
And you sound like a recruiter for the Allies. No, so integrating information is one of the major consciousness models, but there's one from Sir Roger Penrose, which is he works with like this anesthetist or anesthesiologist. I'm not sure which the American or the English version works best, but he works with an anesthetist who and they've I think they published some either a book or some kind of works on it, so that he's got a model for consciousness or a proposed model for consciousness, and there's another model called, I think it's either projective geometry or just projective consciousness or something. One of those projective minutes.
Hold on a minute. Thanks for that. I've just seen him, and I'm thinking about something you said in regards to using mathematics to prove things. Now, historically, we know that in regards to the knowledge we have outside of the Earth in the universe, a lot of it, the bulk of it, is based on mathematics. NASA, they have all these mathematicians.
Correct.
So if they're using the mathematics to prove these things or to come up with scientific theories, which is different from a theory, can people really then start rejecting the mathematical results? Because, like, say, for instance, they always used to talk about black holes, but they never had any footage of a black hole or a picture. And then I think it was last year or 2 years ago, they finally captured the picture of a black hole through one of their telescopes. I think, was it Hubble or some other telescope? Okay. So now we can see the black hole. But they were talking about the black hole originally from mathematical equations, from what little I remember. It was
Hawking and Penrose.
Yeah,
you're correct. Which, by the way, what your basic argument there is exactly what I was saying yesterday. But continue.
Okay. Yeah.
Who witnesses Shaka?
Yeah, his basic argument here is exactly what I was trying to communicate yesterday. But go ahead.
Say it. Can you say it quickly? Sorry, because I don't know what I missed.
I'll come back and we'll talk about it in a sec.
Cool.
So I'm saying, so since
can you say it, witness? Do you know what he's talking about?
No, I missed it. I saw him when he was there, but I wasn't listening. It was a good discussion though, but I missed a lot. Issa was there as well. Issa, the black.
Issa, the black select.
Yeah. If the mathematical equations talks about dark matter, talked about the black hole. Then years later, they finally got a picture of the black hole. Can people really then start? I mean, if you're going to disagree with the things that they're saying out there in space, surely you should be able to do that from a mathematical perspective then, and just prove that mathematically they're wrong.
That's right, Bob. That's what. So what Ziria brought an article one time, or an argument, and then I had to go find an article, and it was basically people that disproved or people that decided that dark matter was a poor sort of explanation, or was an ad hoc response to what arguably was a gap, or not a gap. What's the word, man? A failure in an equation, for example, and they basically found that so a simulation of a specific galaxy or a specific cluster within a galaxy, apparently apparently like the calculations weren't consistent, right, with I guess the mass attributed to this dark matter, apparently, and the speed of the rotation of the cluster. Something basically was out of place, and they managed to I guess stabilize it. I don't know how you describe it, with by basically reworking gravity, an equation for gravity. So, or sorry, for reworking Einstein's relativity, right? So modifying Einstein's relativity, they managed to find some kind of consistency in their equation with the speed of the how the cluster was moving, or something like that.
Well, you know what this proves? All this discussion about atheism and whether the Christian God or the Israelite God or the Muslim God or the Hindu God exists, all of it becomes pointless if you can't prove it mathematically. What you say mathematically, whether you're an atheist or a theist, you have to use mathematics one way or the other to try and prove or disprove something. Simply just talking about it is just.
Well, I agree to the
No, but
point
that's why
atheists can't
atheists.
prove there's
That's
no
why.
God.
But can I just say, Kay, that's why theists will always fail. Yeah, because if ever you use this argument for intelligent design, the only intelligence is the consistency. But one of the main sort of reasons for your belief in a God is miracles.
Yeah,
Well, hang on.
the funny thing is, the funny thing.
Hold on. The aberration.
Hang on. That sounds nice and fancy.
Hold on.
That sounds nice and fancy, and that's great.
You wait for 1 second. The aberration or anomaly is literally a refutation of this intelligent or this intelligence or consistent design. So you have these are mutually exclusive beliefs. Like, you can't believe it's an intelligent designer and then on the same time believe that it's a random design.
Fair enough, but okay, I feel where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, atheists still haven't proven there's no God. I mean, we danced around this like a circus show, but I'm asking you to show me the evidence that there's no God. Can you do that at least?
All right, I'll do that when you show me that there's no.
Well, here's the difference.
There's no clone of Mike Tyson. There's no clone of Mike Tyson belly dancing in some faraway.
Can I make a point? Yeah, very quick linguistic point. Yeah, on the concept of intelligent design. Yeah, if quote unquote God, if an attribute of God is omniscience, which is all knowing, then by implication, God cannot be intelligent.
Like, as in, he can't be compared. Like, you
whoa, please.
Literally speaking, the concept of omniscience trumps the concept of intelligence. Yeah, I'm doing something, but just Google the meaning. Look up the meaning of the word intelligence, and you get what I mean.
All right, cool, fair enough.
Yeah, but in saying that, James's argument, like, I know what Shakara is saying. I'd have to agree with him 90% of that. But with you, James, I would say that you don't believe the concept. Your concept is that us as humans are more intelligent than the actual intelligence that created us.
Yeah, because I don't believe there was quote unquote intelligence that created us.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, how can we like?
No, but that's just right. So if I could reduce your argument is you don't believe what I believe, which is I think that's been established.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
There's no point in saying.
I don't believe. I believe that you're very clever and you know a lot. I'll give you that. You probably know more than me in terms of this kind of stuff.
Probably not.
But I'm just saying that when there's two things that don't make sense here. Is the first thing I said was the two main things is you believe that humans are more clever than the actual substance they came from, and the second thing is you can't prove there's no God.
But clever
That's the
is clever is subjective though. Like, so humans have a higher level of consciousness? Do humans have a higher level of consciousness than anything else we've observed? Yes.
Wow.
But
I'm done. Pick up everybody.
I don't. So tell me what's more. Talking fucking hell. So, I don't know. Witness, maybe you know. Can you tell me?
Left. Okay. Wow.
Can you tell me something that has a more complex consciousness than us?
No, not on this planet that I know of. No, I don't know of anything. Absolutely not.
There may be, but I just don't know it. I haven't seen it or I haven't observed it.
Yeah, true. But to me, it just comes down to that whole thing with the mathematics. Everything else is just people wasting time, gassing, talking. I mean, if you need to prove or disprove something, you have to be pretty good at the mathematics.
Something to beefy. Like, rather than watch a YouTube video debunking something and more importantly, something you don't understand. Because there's no point in like, I accept Veli, I don't understand it. I accept that you don't understand it, but you're wrong, Veli. Like, what kind of a dumbass argument is that? How about you learn and then you literally disprove the it's fucking possible, you know. You just have to dedicate your time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I just find nothing's wrong with questioning things. Nothing's wrong with being cynical or skeptical. That's all part of human life. That's even a part of a Greek school of thought, cynicism and skepticism. It's all part of a rational mind thinking. But then you have to find a way to prove your point. And I just stumbled onto this thing with you guys, you and Shakara this morning, with the discussion of mathematics and how a lot of them, all these scientists are using mathematics to prove certain things, because that's the backbone behind a lot of these claims which are made about the universe. You can't ignore the mathematics.
Mathematics are predicated on logic, yeah, and mathematics essentially underpin all science relies on equation, and most equation are formalized within mathematics, and mathematics is formalized based upon logic. Right.
All right. On that point, then, yeah. So let me explain the argument, and maybe this is not going to be the last time I explain this argument, but I'll do it for the sake. In fact, Veli, if you're about, it'll be better if I could share my screen with this one.
Did you listen to me and Easter talking yesterday? Because he said something. I don't know if he mischaracterized you, but he said you said something like, if I get it wrong, correct me. The soul is maybe he said soul is consciousness and something spirit is life or something. Something is life.
I didn't quite say that. I didn't.
Belly, if you're listening, Belly. Sorry, James. Sorry, Shakara. Belly, if you're listening, could you please help Shakara? He wants to share his screen.
But he basically said something that no one disagreed with. That everyone, whoever was on the panel, was like, "Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But that doesn't sound too outlandish." So I'm not sure I disagree with you. Just going forward, but go on, continue.
That's cool. But yeah, what it was is that so there was a conversation taking place around consciousness, and somebody mentioned something to do with spirit. And Rob kind of dismissed it, yeah. So it came to my mind that, well, what if we wouldn't? There was a time before when we didn't understand what consciousness was, or we didn't understand its function in the brain and how it came about. And we're closer to understanding that now based upon certain, neurological research and them kind of things there. But the fact that we're not close to discovering kind of what spirit is, like if we look at what spirit is, yeah, as like the vital force in it that animates life and them kind of things there, we're not as close to looking at or understanding what that is, yeah. Why would we dismiss the concept? This is where I was going. Yeah.
Okay, so spirit, but you saying like spirit as because this is what I got wrapped up with yesterday. I said strong nuclear force instead of electromagnetic force, but are we saying outside of the constant forces in the universe?
No, this is the point I'm trying to make. People keep trying to impose that on the thing, but when you look at when you look at the concept of spirit, yeah, in most quote unquote religions on the planet, they don't consider it to be something that exists outside of the universe necessarily. You see what I'm saying? It's a part of it, yeah, or it's the vital force, the underpinning vital force within it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But I say, can it be one of the main forces?
Once again, some may consider it to be to have existence beyond our realm or beyond
Sorry, Shakara. Veli's left a message saying no screen. I don't know what that means.
Oh yeah, it means I'm not sharing my screen yet. That's all. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna share it now. Application win. And the problem is I
How
can't
the fuck did you get your picture so big?
I'm on a real bad man outer road.
No, for real though, I did it.
Play with your green screen feature.
What does that mean?
So when you click on your settings, it's sharing in your on your StreamYard. You got settings in it. Yeah. So so check out your settings.
Have you signed up? Have you signed up?
Oh yeah, because I got Kush. Yeah.
Oh,
But
that's why.
I'm relatively sure Brad don't. Maybe you're right. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because Veli gets it. Veli has it as well, and he's signed up. That's probably why.
Oh.
My thing says log in or sign up for free.
Okay. Veli, I'm sharing, yeah. So when you're ready, Veli Dreadlocks. Russ Bigger. Yeah. By the way, Rob, if you're listening, feel free to come through for this conversation.
Oh yeah, before I forget, there was a while ago, you, me, Tarahaka, a couple of other people having this discussion about the music industry, Black Brits and everything, and you guys are talking a lot about drill and grime. I've been doing a lot of research since then, and there's a whole bunch of talented Black men, women making music in this country, and it ain't drill and it ain't grime.
Most def.
But I notice in a lot of these discussions in this like secluded parts of like StreamYard, every time they talk about Black artists, it's always drill and grime.
I agree.
But you've got like major artists in the charts like FKA Twigs. She's like, but no one.
Oh, she's still about, yeah.
Yeah, she's talking about, fam. Lil Sims is bad, yeah, like BAD bad.
Hey, you know the two young artists that are hard, yeah, that make like alternative kind of music. You know that girl IMDb or IMDb or some shit.
Yeah, I know of her, but I haven't got into her like that yet. So
no, she's on a little waving thing, and what's my man's name, bro? He makes that big tune. He made a tune with Skepta as well. Like he's some. When I remember his name, I can't. He had a tune on FIFA as well. That's
you did it again, Shak. Sorry, James. You did it again, Shakara. I just checked out Little Sims. Little Sims is like rapping. That's almost like going into like
Okay, well, she's not a grime artist though, bro. You know
yeah.
What are you asking for? Singers?
Yeah, so like Mahalia.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mahalia. I mentioned FKA Twigs.
Well, I know one who kind of raps, but he's not just a rapper. Is Koji Radical. Get me. Check out Koji Radical.
Hey, you know to look up as well. I just remembered his name because you forced me into remembering it. Octavian.
Yeah. Man,
he's hard, he's them. You know what it is? Them little youths are on the wave still. Like their things just moving. They're like proper musicians, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for real.
Sniper Brown. Doing it again. You and Shakira are doing it again, James. Every time you keep on coming up with British artists, they're always like the same thing. It's like rapping.
No, check out the Octavian. You ain't rapping.
And witness.
Really?
Seriously, you might.
Let me say, I'll post your tune. Hold on.
You might not understand what I'm saying properly, yeah, but Koji Radical, like, he's a good artist in it. That's what I'm saying in it. Like, don't watch.
Oh, I'm just sorry. I'm just checking him out now. Sorry, I take it back. Koji Radicals. I'm just literally watching his video now. Sorry, he's not. Yeah, it's different. Because I've been doing loads of research on these like Black British artists for like a couple of years, and I've seen a whole spectrum. And I always notice that discussion always concentrates on like the grime and but there's like a whole bunch. I tend to gravitate to like black artists who, okay, they do the traditional stuff, the jazz, the blues, the neo soul, and what. But I'm also really interested in the black artists that are like completely different. They don't stick to like the stereotype. Like you'll get a rapper in America like Tyler the Creator. It's like, what the hell is he doing? What is he about? It's like, okay, because he's not like yes, exactly. He's not typical. So like,
that's what I'm saying. Koji Radical is in that realm. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I say Sniper Brown, I said it, and I want to affirm, rest in peace to the great, the one and only Baba, Tony Allen, who was the original drummer in Fela and Nicola Fokuti's Africa 70 band. He made an indelible contribution to the original Afro beat. No, I'm telling you, this is a musical genius. Yeah, let's not get it twisted. One of the best drummers ever to live in creation.
Really? No, better than the drummers who worked with James Brown.
I'm saying as good and better than.
I don't know if it's any of this is true, but I'm gonna trust Shakara and tell you and agree.
I'm telling you, I do not exaggerate.
You played it. Listen, you played the drums. I'm gonna trust you.
Think about it. Yeah. I'm gonna say it like this, right? Fela Kuti invented a style of music. Yeah, the style of music that he invented would not have been what it is if it was not for the drumming of Tony Allen. That's all I'm gonna say in it.
Yeah, I don't dispute that, but we need to.
A witness. You see what I'm doing?
I would play it for you. Yeah, but obviously Vinny's gonna get a strike in it. So what I'm gonna say is, listen to anything Fela Kuti from like 1967, 68, right up until maybe I think like 1980, 1981. Tony Allen. Yeah, we're talking about songs like the Zombie, Echo Ile, classic songs for classic Fela songs. What's it called? Everything Scatter. Yeah, all of them songs. Like, listen, Tony Allen is the guy. Yeah, that's all. In fact, let me see if I can find a video because Vinny still ain't sharing my screen. I'm getting distracted now because man don't know about the greatness.
But a witness, are you seeing what I'm posting in the side chat?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, NAO, IMDb.
Yeah. Sanfa serious still.
Okay, I'll check that out now.
Another artist who's a rapper and a singer, but she's not UK, is Sampa the Great.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, mad. She's from Zambia, but she lives in Australia. Sampa the Great is a mad thing, fam. Trust me.
Hey, do you like songs with the N-word in them? Jack up. I don't know why I'm laughing.
What's the matter with you?
That's so good. No, do you know what, Jay? I'm not. Hold on. I don't want to seem like I'm being an idiot. I was thinking of a tune from Summer Walker that has the N-word in it.
Oh, you listen to Summer Walker? Okay.
Yeah, she's a beast.
No, she's good.
But it's got the N-word in it an obscene amount. But the song is still kind of great. I was just wondering how you feel about stuff like that.
She can't be as explicit as Megan Thee Stallion.
Witnesses just out here. Yeah?
It's about that life, bro.
Megan Thee Stallion is.
Witnesses a coon, my God.
Witnesses about it.
Come on. Witnesses more road than
I spent like 3 hours last night just watching Megan Thee Stallion videos and her interviews. It's like flipping out, Megan Thee Stallion.
that has to be the soundbite of the day, man. So flipping out, mate. Flipping out.
Oh, Shakara, your screen's being shared now, Shakara.
All right, cool. I was gonna try and bust some Tony Allen here, but like, all I'm saying is, fam, the guy was the main drummer in Fela Kuti's band. Need I say more? Musical genius, Maggie. Yeah, like I would say that his style, is he brought like, so obviously, like, you know, that original jazz, like 1920s jazz, or that jazz style drumming. His style is like that, but more West African. You know what I'm saying? Like more traditional Yoruba. Like, you know what I'm saying? Fam, the guy, anyway, sure. I shouldn't have to keep explaining that. But anyway, it was a good one. Yeah, right. So the point is this, but where I was getting at, everybody can see that my thing in it, in terms of
Yes.
yeah, right. So when we say spirit, yeah, like what people are referring to, well, what a lot of people, actually, I shouldn't say everybody, because obviously when you take it into the Abrahamic thing, it gets something else, yeah. But generally, we're talking about the non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and character, or the soul. And generally, I don't use the term the soul, mostly just because I've been growing up saying spirit, yeah. You know what I'm saying. However, when we look at that etymologically speaking, yeah, spirit, mid 13th century, animating or vital principle in man and animals, yeah, from the Anglo-French spirit, Old French esprit, spirit soul, modern French esprit, sorry, and direct from the Latin spiritus, a breathing, respiration, and of the wind, breath of God, hence inspiration, breath of life, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, won't go too much further in that, just to give visual, what's it called, representation of what I just said. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that the word inspiration actually has its origin in the term spiritus. Yeah, in that regard, and also spirit as related to breath. Yeah, as we go down. Yeah, so if I say now that in a lot of traditional African spiritual systems, that definition of spirit would actually relate, and I can give a couple of examples. Let me just give a couple of examples. 1 second. If I probably I should forget the examples. But yeah, suffice to say that we're talking about a vital force in it. Yeah, the vital force of creation, or the vital force that brings about life in it. Yeah, that's what's being referred to, and I'm defining it because obviously, like, we're not talking about ghosts in it, like, in that sense. Even if people believe that spirits manifest as ghosts, or that you can communicate with your ancestors, or that you can tap into the spirit through various different rituals, that's not an explanation as to what spirit is. Yeah, spirit is basically the vital life force in it, and I could give definitions from various different spiritual systems whereby that definition would ring true. Okay, now that aside, yeah, what I was trying to explain is that the idea of spirit is not implausible from a scientific perspective, yeah, in terms of investigation. Again, I am not saying necessarily that science proves the existence of spirit, but the existence of a vital life force is not an implausible concept from a scientific perspective. And to validate what I've just said, I'm using the research here of Sylvester James Gates, yeah, Jr. And this article is entitled "Symbols of Power, Adinkras, and the Nature of Reality." Yeah, so I'm going to go through and read a few aspects. First and foremost, just to explain from the abstract here, physics have long sought to describe the universe in terms of equations. Now, James Gates explains how research on a class of geometric symbols known as adinkras could lead to fresh insights into the theory of supersymmetry, and perhaps even the very nature of reality. Yeah, complex ideas, complex shapes, adinkras, geometric objects that encode mathematical relationships between supersymmetric particles are named after symbols that represent the wise sayings in West African culture. This adinkra is called Nia Onim Nosua Ohu. Yeah, forgive my poetry. Yeah, which translates as "he who does not know can become knowledgeable through learning." The symbol that he's referring to is this one. Yeah, he who does not know can become knowledgeable through learning. Right. So I'm going to go down and explain this a little bit further. Right, so this so people get an idea of the research here. For the past 5 years, I and a group of my colleagues, including Charles Doran, Michael Fawkes, Tristan Hubs, I don't know how you pronounce that, Kevin Igart, Greg Landweber, and others, have been following the geometric physics path pioneered by Kelper and Gelman. The geometric objects that interest us are not triangles or octagons, but more complicated figures known as adinkras, a name Fox suggested. The word Adinkra is of West African etymology, and it originally referred to visual symbols created by the Akan people of Ghana and the German of Cote d'Ivoire to represent concepts or aphorisms. However, the mathematical adinkras we study are really only linked to those African symbols by name. Even so, it must be acknowledged that, like their forebearers, mathematical adinkras also represent concepts that are difficult to express in words. Most intriguingly, they may even contain hints of something more profound, including the idea that our universe could be a computer simulation, as in Matrix films. Yeah. Now I'm going to scroll right the way down so you can get a greater understanding of what is actually being said. All on, as it relates to spirit. Bear with me, famalams. Right.
Whilst you're doing that, just wanted to know, I know who Sampa the Great is. I was just watching the video. I do know about her. And Cleo Soul, James, yeah, know about her as well. Don't know whether she's British or American, though, Cleo Soul. But yeah.
She's UK.
She's UK based. Okay, cool. Cheers.
All right.
I never knew that. I always listened to her music, but I never knew that. Okay. Sorry, Shakar.
Yeah, that's cool. Right. So the part of science that deals with transmission of data is called information theory. For the most part, this is a science that has largely developed in ways that are unrelated to the fields used in theoretical physics. However, with the observation that structures from information theory, codes, control the structure of equations with the supersymmetry property, we may be crossing a barrier. I know of no other example of this particular intermingling occurring at such a deep level. Could it be that codes in some deep and fundamental way control the structure of our reality? In asking this question, we may be ending our quote-unquote treasure hunt in a place that was anticipated previously by at least one pioneering physicist, John Archibald Wheeler, whose contributions to physics is about to be explained. Wheeler died in 2008. Who died in 2008 was an extremely well-regarded figure within physics. He served as the advisor to a clutch of important physicists, including Richard Feynman. While his work included the concept of the S matrix, a mathematical tool that helps us to understand standard model particles. Beyond the physics community, Wheeler is probably best known for coining the terms black hole and wormhole. But he also coined a slightly less familiar phrase, it from bit. And this is what concerns us here. The idea of it from bit is a complex one, and Wheeler's own description of it is probably still the best. In 1990, he suggested that every it, as in every particle, every field of force, even the space-time continuum itself, derived its function, its meaning, its very existence entirely from the apparatus elicited answers to yes or no questions. Sorry, Veli, meet him out for a sec, please, bro. But stay there, cause I want to share my sound in a second to play something for you. But yeah, derives its function, its meaning, its very essence entirely from the apparatus elicited answers to yes and no questions, i.e., binary choices, bits. The it from bit principle, he continued, symbolizes the idea that every item of the physical world has at bottom an immaterial source and explanation, that which we call reality. That which we call reality arises in the last analysis from the posing of yes no questions and registering the equipment. Registering of equipment evoked responses. In short, that all the things physical are information theoretic in origin, and this is a participatory universe. Yeah. So that relates to the whole concept of the collapsing of the wave function, and that test where that is supposed to that suggests that observation actually changes how waveforms behave. Yeah. Which I'm sure some of you are familiar with. All right. And he goes on to give an appraisal of this as it relates to his own research. He says, when I first heard the idea of it from bit as a young physicist, I thought Wheeler must be crazy. The concept of a world made up of information just sounded strange. And although I did not know it at the time, I was not the only one who thought so. However, sometimes crazy ideas turn out to be true. And Wheeler has been proved right before. As Feynman said, when I was Wheeler's student, I discovered that if you take one of his crazy ideas and you unwrap the layers of craziness from it, one after another, like lifting layers off an onion, at the heart of the idea, you will often find a powerful kernel of truth. Indeed, another of Wheeler's crazy ideas, his suggestion that a positron can be treated as an electron moving backwards in time, played a role in Feynman later winning the Nobel Prize. And people who watch any kind of physics documentaries in the last 5 years may understand what that is about. Yeah, suggesting that a positron can be treated as an electron moving backwards in time. Yeah. As for my own collaboration on Adinkras, the path my colleagues and I have trodden since the early 2000s has led me to conclude that codes play a previously unsuspected role in equations that possess the property of supersymmetry. This unsuspected connection suggests that these codes may be ubiquitous in nature and could even be embedded in the essence of reality. If this is the case, we might have something in common with the Matrix science fiction films, which depict a world where everything human beings experience is the product of a virtual reality generating computer network. If that sounds crazy, yeah, to you, and I don't actually need to go on, but that's the actual point. Let me read the last two paragraphs. If that sounds crazy to you, well, you could be right. It is certainly possible to overstate mathematical links between different systems. As the physicist Eugene Wigner pointed out in 1960, just because a piece of mathematics is ubiquitous and appears in the description of several distinct systems does not necessarily mean that those systems are related to each other. The number pi, after all, occurs in the measurement of circles as well as in the measurement of population distributions. This does not mean that populations are related to circles. Yet, for a moment, let us imagine that this alternative matrix-style world contains some theoretical physics and that one of them asks, how could we discover whether we live inside a matrix? One answer might be, try to detect the presence of codes in the laws that describe physics. I leave it to you to decide whether Wigner's warning should be applied to theoretical physicists living in the matrix and to us. Yeah. So the point that I was making is that in the same way that 100 years ago we would not have dismissed the concept of consciousness and the plausibility or the viability of doing further investigations into the nature of consciousness, then why would we dismiss today the viability of doing further investigations into the nature of the basic vital force or basic vital makeup, essential makeup of life and existence itself? And it just so happens that this is how people in certain traditions conceive of the concept of spirit.
Yo, Chuck.
Yeah.
I did say yesterday that obviously if Rob disagrees with it, that's just Rob, innit? Like, you don't have to agree with the soul or whatever. It don't mean that the scientists or the scientific community won't research anything that's a viable option.
No, I know. I'm just suggesting that it is a legitimate scientific field of exploration. That's all I'm saying. Whereas Rob was saying that, well, why would we do that? Is that he has no reason to engage the idea of spirit. And I'm saying, well, there is viable reason to suggest that the universe as we know it has a fundamental essence that permeates all of the universe. Yeah, and so I'm suggesting that mathematical exploration of the universe as it stands at the moment bears that scientific application to be viable. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not saying that I know exactly what spirit is, and I'm not even trying to give the argument that one can communicate with it or anything like that as it stands at the moment. Although, if it is participatory, then that would suggest that some communication is possible. You know what I'm saying? But that's not where I'm going. I'm just talking about the basic essence of what spirit is. I'm gonna stop sharing and share again, yeah. And I'm gonna play something. Is that all right, Billy? Yeah.
Yeah. But Shakara, let me ask you a question, yeah. What if we was really in the Matrix, yeah, and Shakara was Neo? Would you take the red pill or the blue pill?
I'm a red pill kind of person, so you know what I'm saying. Like Shango's color is red.
Red, yeah.
Yeah, Shango's color is red still. So yeah.
The red pill could make you go crazy.
Indeed. Sorry, you know what?
You just changed the Morpheus' character for me completely with that statement, Chakra, by the way. I appreciate it. You just changed the Morpheus' character for me completely with that statement because he's the one giving the pills.
Yeah. And what does he wear? Like Morpheus, his color is black, yeah. Eshu's color is black, and Eshu is the Orisha that deals with the relationship, or he's called the guardian of the crossroads, yeah. So he is the person who is the gateway to different realms and dimensions, the spirit, the material world and the immaterial world, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So yeah, there's enough symbolism there, right?
Okay.
Right. So this is a panel, yeah.
Wait. You know when we say different worlds, yeah, and like see like our eyes are not strong enough to see like magnetic fields and so. Would you mean by being or having devices which could actually see the magnetic forces and like the forces of gravity or whatever, anything like that? Do you mean like that, or do you mean like a total different dimension where it's the same world but it's just a different dimension and you can do whatever you want, you can fly and shit and stuff like that?
I don't know.
I
have no idea either way in it. What I do know is that all of them things are actually cutting edge fields of physics at the moment, innit? When you look into the whole string theory thing and alternate reality, and you know what I'm saying, all kinds of different things. It's mad. You get me? So they got all kinds of suggestions on the board right now. I'm sharing my screen here, Velly, when you're ready, yeah? Because one of them is this one here, yeah? All right. So what you're seeing here, yeah, is there's a thing called the Isaac Asimov Memorial Debate, yeah? Is the universe a simulation? Now, bearing in mind, yeah, think about it. Like, if this, or what you see here is a panel of physicists that are actually having a serious conversation about whether the universe is in fact a computer simulation, yeah, like that we're living in the literal matrix right about now. So let's bear this in mind. If this is a viable question for physicists, why would the concept of spirit be unviable? Does that make any sense? But we're gonna see Neil deGrasse Tyson ask a question to Sylvester Gates, yeah. Yeah.
Only Rob was saying that it's not viable. That everyone else was saying, bro, it says, like I just said, and even James was saying before, it says like science worth looking into, and there is scientists working on it. It's not worth discounting.
My point, but that's my only point in it. Cause it seemed like Hez was saying to me that it's not, it doesn't even make sense, yeah. But
I
anyway,
was just saying fuck the soul in it, yeah. Cause he's saying
what? Hold on, what? Sorry, I chipped out for a bit. What is the definition? What am I agreeing or disagreeing to? What's the definition of soul, or spirit, or soul?
I gave it right at the beginning, bro. I gave it right at the beginning. Yeah. So basically, spirit is defined as a non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions of the character of the soul. Also, it relates to.
Okay, so what's the soul?
One second.
What's the soul?
1 second. Yeah. It relates to the animating or vital principle of animals or existence itself. Yes, I gave a couple different definitions.
That's soul. That's the last part. That was the soul definition.
No, so I'm saying that I reason in the context of spirit in it. So soul, as in the religious context, might be something.
No,
something.
okay. One more time. Read the whole thing again, and if you don't mind stopping when I ask, please, just so I understand. Read it again.
The non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and the character, semicolon, the soul.
But then I need a definition for that, though. Or are you saying that's the definition, the character, the seat of the character?
Yeah, so after anything after the semicolon could relate to the definition or not. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't necessarily mean that however you define the soul is how you define the soul.
But
some people conflate the two, yeah, in terms of soul and spirit, and some people say that there's a difference between soul and spirit. The point is that when we're talking about spirit, yeah, from like a number of religions on the planet, quote unquote, we're talking about a vital force.
Forget that. Don't. Like, I'm not trying to argue. I just want to understand. So you're saying that within the definition for spirit, one of the explanations is soul.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I've given you an English definition. I'm giving an etymological definition, and I'm giving a definition in African spiritual system.
No, but the definition you chose to give me had one of these references.
Is this separate from the consciousness and life discussion?
No, it's the same thing. So I was suggesting that consciousness is an abstract concept, isn't it? Yeah, it's an immaterial force, isn't it?
So are we relating consciousness and spirit now? Are we replacing consciousness with spirit now? Then?
No, we're not replacing it. So this is what I was trying to explain before. Yeah. So from a
I'm just trying to get an understanding in it.
Yeah. But that's same as me. You know, we don't understand. That's what, like, why you. Because I will, as soon as I understand what you're talking about. If it's wrong, if I think it's wrong, I'll criticize the shit out of it. But right now, I'm saying that what he said, a Black Telek said last night made perfect sense. It sounded simple. I think he said like one was consciousness, the soul maybe was consciousness, and spirit was your life or something like that.
I am saying that spirit relates to the concept of life force, yeah, the basic vital force or vital principle of life and existence.
So could I say my spirit is my heart beating, some shit like that?
No, your spirit is not your heart beating. Your spirit is the vital force that results in the heart beating.
What's that?
What the electric charge that you can get from a defibrillator?
So is it outside of the full constant forces that are observable? Like
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Guys, I understand what he's talking about. Fairly, I understand.
But hold on. Again,
about electricity. Then it's electricity. That's the life force.
Well,
So electromagnetism. Then that would be the force that would be.
You could say that about consciousness.
Yeah, I know. That's what
right.
Material
But I'm saying if we're talking about a vital animating principle or force, yes, that is the basis of what spirit is defined as. Yeah, in a number of different contexts. Now, in a European context,
yeah, but I don't think. But
let me finish. Okay. In a European context, spirit is not necessarily defined as consciousness, but in an African-centered context, it is.
Okay, so hold on. Just so we don't, because we like help us out because you get it, we don't get it. Well, I don't get it. Yeah. So see what Witness just asked you a minute ago. Like, if we're saying,
I'm confused a little bit now as well. Still, so
yeah, I'm lost. If
let me start again. Yeah.
Okay, can I ask a question? Yeah. So there's four forces that we do know of. A materialist would say all the things that you consider to be immaterial and abstract, he or she, they would say it can be explained. So the motivators, the movers, as M.A. Brown was asking yesterday, can be described as force as one of the four major forces, right? Yeah.
No, because what you're doing is basing it on what we know, and I'm saying that scientific exploration is not just based upon what we know.
Yeah.
No. I'm just
Right.
saying, for example,
So-
I'm saying if you wanted to appeal to like what a materialist would say, you'd say
What were the 4 forces that were named, James? Real quick, just so I know.
in this context, let's just focus on electromagnetism.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
It's not really gravity or nuclear forces. It's going to be
I'm
magnetism.
saying that what I'm saying would relate to all of those things, and if we wanted to go deeper into it, we could look at where these.
You do realize
Hold on.
you're positing the word. Hold on, you're positing in the word. Just be fair now. Like, don't be think. You're positing a word that has clear magical connotations to it.
No, I'm not. That's the point I'm trying to.
It is.
No, I'm not. That's the point. No, what it is, yeah, is that people keep doing that in order to deflect from the basic point that is being made. Let me repeat myself. The fact of what people think you can do with spirits is not an argument against the concept of spirit any more than people believing in telepathy and telekinesis is an argument against consciousness. Yeah. So the idea that spirit exists, we have to look at what do people mean at the most basic level when the term spirit is used. Does that make sense?
Don't say something like life force. You mean being alive? Is that what you mean? Being alive?
No, being alive is the product of having a life force. Yeah. So I'm saying that when people say spirit,
what's a life force then? I'm dumb then, innit? Just help me. What's a life force then?
It's the basic vital principle or force that brings about life or even existence in general.
If your heart stops, yeah, and you can get brought back to life, were you dead?
If your heart stops and you can get brought back to life, were you dead?
If you could be resuscitated, were you dead for that period of time?
Technically speaking, from my understanding, biologically speaking, yes, you would have been.
You weren't alive.
You weren't alive
for that period of time.
Possibly.
So then, the life force is your heartbeat.
No. But however, having said that, the
is it your brain activity then? Is that your life force?
Because your brain activity can be dead and your body can still be alive.
Hey James, can I?
So what is the life force then?
Yeah, we're trying to bro.
I am not claiming that one can understand what the life force is anymore.
Why are you saying?
Because
you're saying something you don't understand.
Listen. What you're doing for somebody who claims to be pursuing a scientific analysis is very unscientific.
I'm not above. Whoa.
Listen, we are unable at this very moment in time to quantify or fully explain consciousness. Yeah, but yet consciousness is a viable field of scientific investigation.
Let's focus.
This is why I asked what the 4 elements were.
But let's just focus on something you understand that I don't understand, and you're going to help me get to your understanding.
But at the moment, we are not. The claim is not being made, and people keep trying to do this. I have said very clearly that the understanding of what a spirit is, or what the vital force is, and how it comes about, what its makeup is, and so on and so forth, is not being claimed. To having that understanding is not the claim that's being made. The only claim that's being made is that it is a viable, from a scientific perspective, it is a viable field of investigation.
Everything that's the main nothing. Everything's a viable field. You got Sheldrake fucking out here testing if doing experiments on people answering the phone and predicting who's fucking calling them, bro. What does that mean?
It means that, well, first of all, I was in a conversation.
Do you believe in telepathy? Do you believe in more resonance?
First of all, I was in a conversation whereby it was being suggested that it is not a viable field of investigation. Yeah.
What,
so no. The idea of having a vital force, principle, phenomenon.
No, but I'm saying anything. If you hypothesize, if you have a hypothesis and you do experimentations to some end, arguably that is it becomes viable from the moment you have this hypothesis.
And the point is,
that doesn't make it any more or less.
No, I'd agree with you. Except
wait. Sorry, guys. Wait, my brothers. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is a spirit. Can you help me?
I'm still there.
If I give you my explanation of what a spirit is, I was watching the Ghostbusters. They had a call to go to the library. There was a spirit. They turned up to the library. They looked around and they saw a woman looking at books, but they could also see through the woman. That's a spirit.
My definition is like, I mean, you know, when you're in a locker room and you're trying to win a match, and the coach is like, "Come on, lads,
Oh yeah.
That's my spirit. That's what I would say. But team
Spirit of the team. Team
Team
spirit.
spirit.
So you notice, yeah, that you're both committing the same flaw that I spoke about at the very beginning. What I'm discussing is not how people believe that they can relate to spirit or interact with it. Yeah, I'm discussing what it is and what people mean or how people conceptualize spirit. So I've given you a literal English language definition of modern times. I've given an etymological. One second.
Spirit is soul.
One second. No, it's not. It is the non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and character. Yeah,
So the brain. So the brain functions.
That is how spirit is defined in the English language, and then they give the example, the soul.
Yeah, but emotions are based on biochemical reaction.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's have a dynamic discussion because we want to understand.
But you're interrupting before.
No, but you said the definition and we didn't understand. Then you explained the definition and we didn't understand.
James,
would it be safe to say that spirit and energy are synonymous in this conversation?
They can be. James, what I've said is, because you keep trying to stop me and pin me down to one thing. What I've tried to give a comprehensive understanding of the concept of spirit. So I've given an English language definition. Yes. I've given an etymological definition. And I've given an African-centered.
But that's irrelevant. I'm trying to ask you. I need it more personalized because I don't understand those. And witness, I'm assuming is the same.
Your lack of understanding, it has nothing to do with the viability of the concept.
Am I allowed to ask? So you should stop.
You can ask, but to try, if you're going to ask, then you have to stop putting concepts like ghost on it. Ghost.
That's what witness said. I didn't say that.
Right. Let me
in the middle of the first explanation, it said soul, yeah?
Yes.
That now it's becoming a bit circular because I also don't know what a soul means. So now I'm getting more confounded.
But I'm saying to you that we're talking about the concept of spirit. To understand what the definition is, you don't the term soul is not paramount in the definition. It's not. Yeah, I'm giving more than one.
No, but hold on. It is when you're talking about immaterial, because if somebody said something is material, like let's say your emotions, and let's say there's evidence for a biochemical
James.
Your biochemical composition precipitates your emotions. Then you're gonna say no, we're not talking about that because it's meant to be immaterial. So then I'll say okay, then what? And then you'll say like a soul. Then I'm like, what does that mean?
James, the reason why
are you even listening to what I'm saying?
I am listening to what you're saying, but I'm saying to you that you're not taking into consideration the comprehensive nature of the definitions that I'm giving. Yeah, I'm saying to you that when you look at the term spirit, it is defined in various different ways. Yes. Okay. When you look at the term soul, some people say, I said this at the very beginning, some people differentiate between soul and spirit. Some people define them basically as the same thing. Yes.
Can I say something? Can you hear me?
Yes. To answer your question, yes, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So can I say something? So talking about spirits and soul and everything, from Islamic perspective.
Oh no, wait, no, 1 second, no.
You're rude.
Do that in a minute. No, we'll do that in a minute. You just come in.
No. Let me speak.
All right.
No.
Before we go down that road, brother man.
Wait.
No. I just want to say something. You're a dictator, bro. Stop dictating.
Just got here. Relax for a second. Relax.
No, you have to relax, bro. You're not dictating.
What you have to say. We want to hear what you have to say, but let Shakara finish.
Shakara, I thought he was finished. Oh, sorry, I thought he was
finished. Then Benny, you can.
This ain't
Okay.
All right.
But can I say something quickly? That's a nice thing to say here. You can say to me, James, you can say to me, Shakara was not finished. Can you?
I apologize.
It's very rude, bro, and arrogant to just.
I'm sorry. Hey, it's my fault. It was my fault. Listen,
you're not a dictator. You're not Stalin, and you're not Hitler, right?
Can you hear Benny? Can you listen to what I'm saying? I'm sorry. You're right. I was very rude. I apologize. I'll take that back. I apologize. Go on, Shaka.
I am actively trying to steer the definition, to not have the definitions bogged down by Abrahamic understandings at the moment. I am definitely trying to do that.
You've given us more than one. Give us your definition.
I don't understand.
What? Right. So it's very. All right. I'm gonna, for the sake of James, I'm gonna add the definition of soul the literal definition of soul as it is in the dictionary today to the conversation, yeah? Okay? Right. So first of all, yeah, follow the line of reasoning, please. Yeah. Firstly, I came in on a conversation whereby the concept of consciousness was being juxtaposed with the concept of spirit, and one was being considered to be plausible, i.e. consciousness, and one was considered to be implausible, i.e. spirit. Yeah? Right. So I've come in and said, well, why is one plausible and the other not? Both are immaterial aspects of the self that are functions within our physical makeup. It was agreed that when if we was to ask the question, well, what comes first, life or consciousness? And it was suggested that a being, in terms of development, an embryo manifests life before it manifests consciousness. So consciousness is a product of life. Then I was saying, if we discuss the term spirit and what it means, yeah, for a number of different conceptualizations, and we are dealing with philosophy here when we talk about spirit, yeah. So philosophically speaking, what do people mean when they say spirit? They're talking about the immaterial essence or of life, yeah, that which brings about life. We don't fully understand what that is, but why would we dismiss it as a concept? Yeah. So then I've given definitions. The first definition,
when you say life, what does that mean? The essence of life? Like, can you break that down? Can you attempt to broach that materialistically?
No, we don't understand it fully, but except for the fact that it is, because there is life. We understand that there is.
But hold on. But life, cool. Being alive, yeah, that's what we can like empirically substantiate. You know, I'm alive, and the fact that I'm alive and conscious is the way I can detect if you're alive and conscious.
And conscious, yes.
Yeah. So then the things that make us alive, like as we stated earlier, you know, be it your heart beating, your brain functioning, however you different definitions, it can be an entirely physical phenomena.
But I'm not
the essence of life. What does that mean? Do you mean
the force? That's what Shaka is saying right quick. So it's like when you talk about like a heart beating or like the brain function, like so your heart beats because you have brain matter on your heart that actually necessitates the electrical impulse, right? And so what Shaka is talking about, like, so that electrical impulse is some form of energy, right?
Yeah, so that's what we.
Hold on, real quick, but the energy is not created by the brain matter, right? Like, so energy can't be created or destroyed, right? So the question is, where is that coming from? And he's talking about like going like on a deeper level of the essence of where that electricity is coming from.
The essence of it.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, wait. No, guys, don't just run. Like, don't run. All right. So you're saying that the electrical sort of charge within a body.
No, I'm not saying that.
Can you don't agree then and don't jump, because he's not the person you're trying to.
James, you and I, we are looking at it as electrical. They're not using electrical.
No, I'm not. No, it's not that. It's not that. What I'm resisting is the temptation to pin me down to pin it down to a known phenomenon, because I'm suggesting that it's not completely known.
My apologies.
But then hold on. But then why would you get upset with someone? And I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with Rob. I didn't hear the combo. But why, if someone was to say, well, I don't understand it, therefore I'm not going to agree with you?
No.
Bible. Hold on. Or Greek. No, because like I don't believe in telepathy. I don't believe. No, I wouldn't dissuade someone from
deflecting at the moment, and it's silly. The point is that when you're doing scientific investigation, yeah, it's not because you know what you're going to find. Does that make sense? Right. So
you should though have an idea of what you're going to find.
You have an idea, and I've just read a whole text that gives expression to what it is.
No, but there is evidence of what. There is evidence of how you're alive, why you're alive, or how you're alive.
So which is why we can't get beyond the basic point. And I'm not saying that I'm not. Your apology is not necessary, because I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. What I'm saying is that the idea that we can fully understand or comprehend what it is not the claim I'm making. So it may well be the fact that these things are related to electrical pulses and generate electrical pulses, or weak or strong nuclear forces, or any of these things. I'm saying that in order to make it a viable field of investigation, however, they need not be matched up to any of these things right now. Right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we need not be able to make it conclusive that the spirit is related to an electrical pulse.
Why? So this is hold on. So this is the logic. I pose a one size fits all magical explanation.
You see,
and tell you, hold on, no,
that's unfair though.
No,
He didn't say that though. That's unfair, bro. Because what you're doing is you're superimposing your little viewpoint on what he's saying and trying to misinterpret what he's saying, bro, so you can ridicule it. Like, if you don't understand something, you don't have to ridicule it, broski.
I'm not ridiculing. Let me finish what I'm saying so you understand what I'm saying. So I compose a one. I didn't say this is what he was doing, but I'm implying it. Don't get me wrong. I can say suggest some fucking one size fits all magical explanation for a series of fucking effects that or natural phenomena that are observed, and because you can't disprove the fact that this may have a hand in all of these different phenomena, therefore it's a viable method, a viable research.
No. And I'm saying that I'm actually not just dealing with what at this stage. I'm not just saying that it's viable. I'm saying that the viability of it is substantiated by present day explorations in the field of physics. Yeah.
Shakara, can I say something?
But that's ad hoc. No, but that's just ad hoc.
It's actually not. It's actually not. I know you want it to be, but it's actually not. And
you talked about supersymmetry, string theory, quantum entanglement, God knows what. Did their concept of spirit drive them to make these discoveries?
See, now you're.
This is what. Right, go on. Go on, talk, Benny. Then it's like you're just trying to.
They're false equivalents, you know. The man's just throwing them out there. Just guess what?
You're cutting me.
But it's like no, it's like
Let Benny speak, and I'll come back. Let Benny speak, and I'll come back.
Thank you for your freedom of speech. Thank you. Because okay.
No, we're Muslim. We're Muslim.
And the funny thing is, atheists talking about magic. This is the hilarious thing that I ever heard. Atheists talking about magic because the atheists believe in magic. But okay.
So did you come to waste time, Benny, or did you have something?
No, you have to have a lot of beliefs to be an atheist. You have to have a lot of.
Did you come to just waste time, or did you have?
No. I'm just. You're very rude and arrogant. So I have to put you in your place. But
big up, Benny, man. I love you, bro.
No, bro. You're arrogant. You have to humble yourself, bro. Because you're talking about magic. Bro, you are in a magic world, bro. You don't even realize it. So you really have to wake up. But okay. So what I'm trying to say is, look, we don't call it a soul or a spirit because we're talking about a soul and a spirit. We're talking about ruh, because the soul is not a good interpretation. But many people came to the Prophet, peace be upon him, and asked him about those ruh that we're talking about. And he said that that Allah gave little information about that. But what we know is that the ruh came from the sky. So the human being, the body comes from the earth, and the ruh that's inside of you, the light, so to speak, comes from the sky. So the way a human being functions is that you feed the body with worldly things like food, drinks. That's how you feed it. But how do you feed the ruh? Is by connecting with the Most High. Is by prayer, supplication, and everything. And we know that the ruh, the angel will take the ruh, the light that is inside of you, after some weeks, and he will come to the womb of the mother, and he will blow it into the womb of the mother after some weeks. When he blows the ruh, then you come to life. Then you are really a human being completely, because you have the body and the ruh, and then the consciousness comes later. So the ruh, we have little knowledge about it, but we know that the ruh doesn't come from the earth, so you will never find a natural explanation from the earth. You have to look higher, and it comes from the sky. And that's what I have to say.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate that, Ben.
I was going to ask you, James and Shakara. I've been listening to this discussion about soul and spirit, and I'm wondering, can you tell me, soul, spirit, is that the same as apparition, entity, supernatural being?
Not necessarily. This is the point I'm trying to make here. If we strip what we're talking about down to its basic formation, yes, and understanding, then we can understand what it is we're talking about. Yeah, how spirit manifests, how spirit forms, and how spirit behaves is not a function or a part of my discourse at the minute. Yeah, all of the people's understanding of how spirit behaves and functions, or how to relate to it, can be incorrect. What is in question is whether the concept of it in and of itself is plausible, at least from a scientific perspective. Yes,
I told you telepathy is considered by some as a valid field of research. What?
Yeah, and
what's that?
The attempt to downplay what it is I'm saying using the concept of telepathy is beautiful.
No, but I'm saying if you no. So,
let me finish, James. Let me finish.
I got comprehension.
Let him finish, please, Jay. Let him finish, please, Jay. Because we hear you all the time.
Come on, like we do have comprehension. You've made a point now.
No, but I'm saying let him finish though, because you're saying the same thing. You're for an hour. You've been saying what is spirit.
James, I've said already. Yes, the concept of telepathy. Let's say the concept of telepathy is a flawed concept, but it doesn't negate the concept of consciousness. Yes,
right. That's not a problem.
Right.
That's not a problem. Fine.
The concept so by the same token, the concept of ghost does not make the concept of spirit invalid, just on the basis of the fact that the people believe in ghosts.
I did. Right. What I'm saying to you is, someone has said it's not valid. Yeah, sorry, someone has said it's not a valid area of expertise or area of research. Yeah,
right.
And you disagree with that, which you're entitled to.
No, but it's not just that.
Sheldrake would disagree with most physicists and most psychologists or most whatever, neuroscientists or whatever about telepathy. But it's still valid for him, and it's still valid for people that support. So someone like Rob. So the acid test here, the litmus test would be: can somebody like you explain it to somebody that doesn't necessarily understand its validity? And I'm not. Maybe it's early in the morning. It's not that early, but I don't think you've got the message across to me personally. Witness may have a different opinion because he's someone that didn't understand.
So I'm gonna go from the beginning, and I'm gonna ask you.
You're trying to flip the what I'm getting from this conversation, though, bro.
You know what, Shaka? I don't think you can. One sec. That's not fair. What I'm saying, like, am I being?
Bro, 1 minute, JJ. What I'm getting from this conversation is one man speaking, and then one man's using his words and trying to fit it into a framework or a methodology of what they use. They're not listening to what Shaka's saying. You're just trying to fit in. Like, right. Could it be this? Could it be that? Is it this? Could it be that? Is it this? If you really want to know, you'd ask Shaka where he studied this piece of work. Where he studied it. Where he got it from.
One second, Shaka, please. Can I say something, Freddie? Freddie, he's appealing to things that we both agree or that are commonly accepted as objectively true. So when he talks about stuff like life, let's say, or being alive, the state of being alive, and he referenced or
what I'm saying,
then we can say, all right, do you mean, because then we can say, all right, within that, because that's very broad, so we can say, all right, within that, do you mean X? And he says no, and then he'll literally say, I'm not trying to be pinned down on it, but all of that is to say, and I think you're being unfair as well, Fred. I'm saying to you, Shaka, maybe Rob was wrong. I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but if you're saying that based on your definition, he said, I don't think that's a valid field of research, and you haven't been able to explain it to me.
Listen, who is he to say that's valid or it's not valid? Everything in the world is valid. Everything in this universe is valid, you know, bro. Forget about him. I'm just saying, so sorry, I'm just saying. I signed the motion because I'm black.
Can I finish, please?
Is that, hold on, Chucky, you ain't answering my question. Is that fair for someone you've explained something to someone they didn't understand it, and they said that's not valid? Is that not fair, or is that not?
They're entitled to their opinion.
Is that fair? Well, that's not the question, is it? Is it?
Fair? I'm not interested. Why are we discussing that? I want to be able to.
You've just said that I tried to keep in your argument by saying, hold on. You just said, hold on, bruv. What's the point of you giving the dissertation?
No, I'm not.
When people respond to it, you're not interested, and you just want to talk more about it.
It's not about that.
But James, you do that all the time. You skim over people's information all the time.
All right, James, whatever you want to say is fair. Yeah, it's fair. Okay. I want to explain properly what it is that is being said so that it's not muddled up in other people's impositions of what it is I'm trying to say. Okay. That's what I'm trying to do at the moment. All right. Okay. Right. So the idea, once again, of in order to talk about spirit, we have to discuss what it is, yes, and what people mean. And I'm saying that I understand that when the concept of spirit comes about, people attribute things to it. yeah, in terms of meditation, in terms of chakras, in terms of tapping into the spirit, in terms of pouring libation and being able to communicate with your ancestors, in terms of being able to have a direct fundamental impact upon nature and these kinds of things. That is not what I'm discussing, because even though those concepts do, or those ideas do exist, the concept of spirit at its fundamental basis is what is important here. Yes, right. So this is why we go through definition, because I'm seeking to give people an understanding of what people mean at the basic level when the term spirit is used. Now, I, generally speaking, don't use the term soul in my own whatever, but that doesn't mean that the term soul is invalid. It's just not language that I, generally speaking, use. However, when we talk about spirit, once again, non-physical part of a person, which is the seat, yes, of emotions and the character. Then it says the soul. For the sake of James, I'm going to add the definition of soul to the reasoning, which says the spiritual or immaterial part of a human being or animal regarded as immortal. Yeah. Now, even in discussing the term soul, we have to understand what spirit means, because it says spiritual.
So
okay,
is spirit immortal though? Quickly, in your opinion?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What's it called? Right. Then now, when we go to etymology, yes, spirit is the animating or vital principle, yes, in man, animals, and human beings. Yeah. And that's the old French, and I went through, it relates to breath and all kinds of different things. So the point that we're focusing on here is the animating or vital principle. Yes.
So spirit, carbon dioxide.
Say again?
No, I'm just joking. I said it's carbon dioxide. I'm just joking though. Carry on.
Indeed, right? What's it called? Right. Then now, so if I say now, when from the book Spirit of Intimacy, which is by Sabon Fusome, she's dealing with the Gara spiritual system, yeah. The Gara people are based in Burkina Faso. And it says, when indigenous people talk about spirit, they are basically referring to the life force in everything. Yeah. That's one explanation of it in the African spiritual system. In another, Ifa, Olodumare Olurun is in all things as the Ashe. Ashe is the primal essence of all things. Yes. And also in Ifa, you have the concept of Ori. Ori is consciousness, but Ori is also related to the concept of spirit. Generally speaking, in English and European consciousness, you don't, generally speaking, relate consciousness to spirit. They're two separate things.
Yeah, but if like why I feel like you're missing.
Let me finish.
This is stupid, man. You did a whole thing on it. Man didn't understand. You gave a couple definitions. Man didn't understand. We said, can we relate it to this? Because that's what when you define something. If I told you a word in another language,
Jay, I think you only feel comfortable when you're questioning, man, innit? You don't like listening to what man say at all, do you?
You can't just keep doing this to me.
No, yeah? I'm just saying, Jay, because you're coming like with a combative vibes.
I'm not
coming with that combative vibe because you want to win something. Shaka seems like he's just trying to explain something. You seem like you're trying to win something.
Rather man talk for a year. I'm sorry, that sounded like a shot. I mean,
I'm not talking for a year.
No, but listen. This is what I'm saying. If I explain the words,
Jay, we have to. It's complex though.
Please,
the whole thing. It's hard for me to follow, Jay. It's hard for me to follow. So he has to alliterate what he's saying. Don't you reckon?
Stop. He's explaining.
He's told us what the spirit is. He's told us about the various groups in the world and the life force, Ashe, with the various people. That's all fine. Mathematically, can this stuff be proven? No. Is it worthy of being researched scientifically? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but it hasn't been proven.
But wait, hold on. No, I need to say this.
I'll go with that. I'll go with that.
I beg you, bro. I beg you, please, man. It's always me. Please, yeah. If you're saying a word in another language, yeah, and then someone says, "Oh, is it like X in English?" And man said, "No." Is it like this in English? Man said, "No." If it's like this, at what stage are you gonna? If you want me to understand it and whether to accept it or deny it, or say it's a viable field of research, yeah, or valid, field of research, I've got to at least have a kind of extemporary understanding of what this thing we're talking about is.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying when you do that for an hour or 2 hours, it gets dumb. You have to change the line of questioning, innit?
One more sentence. It's unfair to relate it to all these fields: string theory, supersymmetry, consciousness, throw in life force, throw in all of these vague and ambiguous terms and concepts. And then when we ask, can we narrow it to this little grouping or this understanding of thing? And you say, no, you shouldn't have referenced them in the first place. Then you should have said,
no, I did it, but I didn't. And this is why it's very important to just listen, yeah. Because all I'm saying is, I am not putting forward an argument that we can quantify what spirit is at the moment. So asking me whether I'm pinning it down to these things or not, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not even saying that that it's not related to those things. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is the argument that I'm making is not that argument. I am not saying that spirit is this or spirit is that. I am saying categorically that we are yet unable to quantify to a certain degree, in a similar way that we were yet unable to quantify, or so that we are yet unable to quantify consciousness, but we are on the road to doing so. So if you ask me, is consciousness related to this? There are questions that can be answered where that is concerned, and there are questions that can't be answered where that is concerned. But the fact that there are questions that can't be answered where that is concerned doesn't negate the concept of spirit.
Consciousness is real. You can observe consciousness.
And
You're alert.
and so is life and existence.
What do you mean? Yeah, but what do you mean? So what do you mean? So like being alive. Stop saying life. Being alive.
Hey, bro, just listen to what wisdom. Just listen to what Witness said. Because Witness spoke with wisdom, you know.
Let me finish.
Just a little while ago.
Let me finish.
What do you mean?
You can't just say life. Anyway, being alive, yeah.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. Go on.
No, being alive is an experiential thing. Being alive, yeah, only means that you manifest life. Life is a concept, yeah, that we understand, differentiable from not being alive, yeah, or being dead, right? In that kind of in that context, there's a difference between being alive and being dead. And being alive, being dead is the condition of not having life, not manifesting life. Yes, so I am saying not just that it's a plausible.
Bro, this is stupid, man. Like I don't see what you're doing. You know?
If I can finish,
that doesn't make sense though. Being dead, you still have a life. It's called an afterlife, the spirit world. If we're going into
the spirit, yeah, there we go. There's spirit magic. That's just magic.
This is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, in the understanding of what it is I'm saying, you are applying things to it and then critiquing me based upon it.
No, but consciousness.
We're gone. Bless up to the whole panel, man. Bless up to the whole chat. Just take time with each other and listen to each other, man. Cause fucking hell, the back and forth and the dumb questions.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read from the article again. Yeah.
No, Jack, no, man. No. This is what the problem is. No, this is what the problem. Hold on.
Understanding, James. No. Understanding, and then when I'm trying to provide the understanding, that you stop me. Doesn't make any sense.
But listen to this. Can I have one more statement before you read anything? Yeah. If we were having a dynamic discussion, which wasn't sort of little soliloquy, which is what's wrong with your argument, what's wrong with mine, and when we were in that Q&A phase, if that extended and you were just giving your opinion a bit more freely, we wouldn't get into this stage of what people are saying is combative. Because now, all based on what you've given me, if it's a full stop, and I'm like, all right, cool, this is the decision I've made, and then you almost act like I'm being facetious and insincere when I'm like, I refer it to telepathy or something. I think it's unfair because based on the limited explanation you've given us, it's nowhere near consciousness. How you can't compare what you're talking about to the study, the research into consciousness, because that's actually we can demonstrate consciousness in sentience, or at least specifically in mammals and creatures, living creatures, if you like. Yeah, we can demonstrate it. We can't demonstrate a spirit because we don't even know what the fuck it is. We can't say stuff like life. What do you mean life? You mean things being alive? Because when you say life, you mean like what? Like organic material? What do you mean life?
So, Jim, I just remember you started all this a few years ago, in my mind at least, just triggering the idea that in your research, you found things that forced you to consider the likelihood that Somebody programmed us. Could you? Well, first of all, I would disagree with you. I'm not sure that somebody programmed us, but that's what you and I had a conversation where I pointed out that in my research, I had found this very strange thing. Physicists, I like to say we all belong to a company called Equations Are Us, because that's how we make our living, is by solving equations. And so I was just going through solving equations, and I was then driven to things that Max knows about, these things called error correcting codes. Error correcting codes are what make browsers work. So why were they in the equations that I was studying about quarks and leptons and supersymmetry? And that's what brought me to this very stark realization that I could no longer say that people like Max were crazy. Or stated another way, if you study physics long enough, you too can become crazy.
That's another, it's a corollary to that idea, yeah.
And I'm also a science fiction fan, like Max, who talked about his encounter with Asimov. I was reading at age 8 as opposed to 13, sir.
Snaps!
Off the slow start.
I was reading at age 8 a science fiction book by an author named Paul French. And some people in the audience might know that's a pseudonym for Isaac Asimov. Oh. So science fiction drove me into science in some sense. And then now in my 65th year of life, I find out I have to make friends with Max and people like that.
So Lisa, I kind of brought you on the panel because I knew you, I mean, you're a rationalist in all this. And so I don't know what to expect. I just needed to anchor this in somebody who I knew was not going there. So
yeah, so I actually well, I can't say I decided to be on the panel because I think
universe. We're measuring. And we find that in the simulated world, we can build all these supercomputers in the future, and there will be all these simulated minds, and so on. And we can make the same argument all over again and convince ourselves that actually we're doubly simulated. And then we're simulation in the simulation. And then you can repeat the argument again and say, well, okay, we're a simulation in a simulation, but in the future, there are going to be all these simulated computers, and they're going to have all these minds. So we're actually
all the way down.
Level 42.7.
137. That's the fine structure constant.
Of course.
And I think where the problem lies is it assumes we have no clue what the laws of physics are. It doesn't matter what the laws here in our simulation, if it is one, are. We need to know what the real laws of physics are in the basement universe. It's the foundation. And if so, we don't really have access to that. So that's this philosophical nitpick, which seems to me.
Exactly. Can you hear me? What's this in aid of? Is this going to describe spirit for us?
Patience.
Where am I? Well, first of all, I have a.
When you get a chance, can we get the white woman back on?
You know, I look at it, and it seems to be real. And so my point of view is very conservative. Carl Sagan once said that extraordinary statements, and I'm paraphrasing.
Claims, yeah.
Right? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Has told us about a kind of evidence, and that's the kind of evidence that would convince me as a physicist. But what I do is sort of a mathematical model of physics. And in our previous encounter here on this stage, I had a chance to tell you about these error correcting codes, which are a very specific kind of digital data. It's not just general digital data, it's a very specific kind. And it seemed extraordinarily unlikely. And I have to tell you that one of the reasons I enjoy talking to audiences like this is they get us experts out of our comfort zone. And so one of the first non-physicists that I talked to, or that I read reflected on my comment, said effectively, this is not exact words, but effectively he said, if the simulation hypothesis is valid, then we open the door to eternal life and resurrection and things that formerly have been discussed in the realm of religion. And the reason is really quite simple, because if you think about a computer, if we are a simulation, then we're like programs in a computer. As long as I have a computer that's not damaged, I can always rerun the program, right? So if you really believe that we are in a simulation,
and there's some structure that runs that simulation. Unless something damages that structure, then we can be repurposed. And so it starts to break down a very funny barrier between what people often think is the conflict between science and the conflict between faith.
So I wish you could just explain this to me, man, because I'm just getting bored of watching this.
And fundamentalists question it.
I've got really
So he's like Jim. Different. Exactly. Yes. You have to see the movie Matrix and play video games to follow this.
For non-scientists, because I'm going to make this partition, I think for non-scientists, an acceptance of the simulation hypothesis as an accurate view of our universe is equivalent, I believe, to the notion of a deity. I don't understand how for non-scientists you can make that distinction. For scientists, however, we are rather secular. The definition of science is actually a secular definition. And in fact, it's the definition that comes to us from Galileo, Einstein.
I was trying to find a particular point in the conversation where he actually explains his research, yeah, because I've already read it in that regard, yeah. And what he said kind of blew Neil deGrasse Tyson's mind. But I've read this already, so I'm going to read a piece of it again so that people understand what it is I'm saying. Now, basically, I've started by defining what people regard to be spirit, yes? So that's understood. So get rid of all your preconceptions, yes? Get rid of all the impositions of magic and them kind of things there, yes? What's it called? Because, for example, everything is predicated on a natural law and a vital force that permeates all. Yes, again, coming from a book that is explaining the Holy Odu, which is Ifa religion. Yeah, so we're talking about a vital force that permeates all. Okay, right now, bear that in mind. Listen, bear that in mind, and please listen. Okay. All right.
Before you play it right quick, just so I understand, like, so it seems that James Gates and the European gentleman would come from two drastically different schools of thought that they're having to actually come a bit closer on based upon the depth of the rabbit hole of what they're finding in quantum physics at this level. Am I understanding that correct to be so far, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. I may have found the point. 1 second.
So you analogize yourself to Super Mario so Jim, triggering remember you started all this a few years ago, in my mind at least, just triggering the idea that in your research you found things that forced you to consider the likelihood that somebody.
No, I played that already. Don't worry. Right. So let me see. Right. So it says, I'm going to read from this article now. Yeah. Once again, it's by the same brother that was just speaking a minute ago and his research. Yeah. And he speaks about the concept of it from bits, yeah, which was a concept developed by John Archibald Wheeler, the same person who created the terms black hole and wormhole. It says, but he also coined a slightly less familiar phrase, it from bit. And this is what concerns us here. The idea of it from bit is a complex one, and Wheeler's own description of it is probably still the best. In 1990, he suggested that every it, yeah, that's everything, every particle, every field of force, even the space-time continuum itself, derives its function, its meaning, its very existence entirely from the apparatus elicited answers to yes or no questions, binary traces, bits. The it from bit principle, he continued, symbolizes the idea that every item of the physical world has at bottom an immaterial source and explanation. That which we call reality arises in the last analysis from the posing of yes and no questions and the registering of equipment evoked responses. In short, that all things physical are information theoretic in origin, and that this is a participatory universe. Yeah. So he's saying that the theory here is that all things material have an immaterial beginning or foundation or building block, and that those things function in our reality in a participatory way. So we're able to participate in terms of creating that reality. Yeah. One second. When I first heard the idea of it from bit as a young physicist, I thought Wheeler must be crazy. The concept of a world made up of information just sounded strange. And although I did not know it at the time, I was not the only one who thought so. However, sometimes crazy ideas turn out to be true. And Wheeler has been proved right before. As Coleman said, when I was Wheeler's student, I discovered that if you take, basically he says that, sorry, I'll read actually, quite it's important. If I discovered that if you take one of his crazy ideas.
Explain this in your own words though, like, because that's why it's
James, you study science. Be patient, please. Thank you very much.
I don't study shit, but go on now. I'll be patient.
I discover that if you take one of his crazy ideas and you unwrap the layers of craziness from it one after another, like lifting layers off an onion, and at the heart of the idea, you will often find a powerful kernel of truth. Indeed, another of Wheeler's crazy ideas, his suggestion that a positron can be treated as an electron moving backwards in time, played a role in Feynman later winning the Nobel Prize. So once again, if you take the lift off the layers, you might find a powerful kernel of truth. So get rid of all your concepts of ghost and eternal life and communication with the spirit. Get rid of all that and look for the kernel of truth. Yeah, as I continue.
Which is what? In this context is what?
You'll get it right now. Yeah, this is why it's important to listen. Okay. As for my own collaboration on Adinkras, this is the brother now explaining his own research as to mathematical principles and geometric shapes within reality, within nature. Yeah. As for my own collaboration on Adinkras, the path my colleagues and I have trod since the early 2000s has led me to conclude that codes play a previously unsuspected role in equations that possess the property of supersymmetry. This unsuspected connection suggests that these codes may be ubiquitous in nature, yeah, and could even be embedded in the essence of reality.
What are the codes?
If this is the case, if this is the case, we might have something in common with the Matrix science fiction films, which depict a world whereby everything human beings experience is the product of a virtual reality.
So just to try to help out a little bit.
But this is just a scientist. This is a scientist leaning on their fucking what's the word, man?
Theoretical imaginative.
No, accreditations or whatever the word. Their reputation. Sorry, that's the word. Leaning on their reputation to posit or to dip their toe in philosophy. That's just what it sounds like.
No, bro. They're trying to explain the math that they're finding in the physics and what the implications there are.
Could be.
Yeah.
You cannot say the universe's source is quote unquote immaterial if you don't know what the universe's source is. So you're saying that you see evidence scattered around that could be misconstrued as.
If I can.
That's not what's being said. That's not what's being said. Now, if you want the further explanation of it, yeah, man will have to read the whole article, and you don't want me to do that. Yeah, so let's leave that there.
In your words,
the essential thing that was said was codes could play a role. They mentioned codes, and I asked you what codes.
And then so in the quantum world, like real quick, just a short story. This whole thing in the quantum world, like the wave function itself, right? Like Chakra was talking about experiments with the wave function. And this whole concept is why these is the basis for why these physicists are even having this conversation. They found out some stuff
at the very beginning. Sorry, more. You know when I first started reading it, yeah, I read. I read the basic abstract, the preamble, and I read a lot more than I've just read in order to explain what they're actually studying. So my point is that if heads were listening, they'd have got that already. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I heard you say it. Yeah, I heard you say it. No. But I'm familiar with the experiment, though. That's what I was going to say. I was going to try to explain. I was going to explain the implications.
I'm not claiming to understand all aspects of the brother's research. I'm not a physicist. I'm
Right.
still developing my.
I just wanted to explain one small thing about the informational chakra.
One second more. The man said the base premise is this: immaterial, ultimate source being immaterial, or ultimate what has produced what we consider now to be the material came from an immaterial source. Evidence was, let's say, X methodology or X fucking theory, and which is also similarly found in Y popular theory, B popular theory, whatever. That was basically how that argument that he put forward was structured. That is ultimately philosophy, brother. That's not this specific test.
I've said that already. If you listen, you don't heard me say that a long time ago. It's the point I'm trying to make. It doesn't make any sense.
Wait, so that's why you lot are long. Because I just said that a minute ago and you both disagreed with me. You and Moore both disagreed.
Lies.
It is a physicist who's leaning on his reputation to make a philosophical argument.
That's not the case.
The universe.
That's not the case.
What that is.
That's not the case. No, that's a mischaracterization. The fact that the concept of spirit, yeah, is philosophical is something that I said time ago. Yeah, the brothers' research, yeah, because you are making that claim having not delved in any way, shape, or form into the research. I've read you a few paragraphs of my article, and you come up with a judgment that he's just leaning on his reputation to make
No. Why did you? No. Both things I said were exactly the same thing. The only difference I had is leaning on reputation. The first argument was if my premise is something that has no evidence, but I can say that in the penumbra or in the ambiguity of X theory, I could posit that potentially the source of which is, so for example, you've got Big Bang theory. Yeah, somebody could argue that the source of the Big Bang was immaterial, and no one would actually be able to completely disprove them. They wouldn't be able to disprove them, right? They may say that's not the current model, or that's not what we accept, or you don't have evidence for that. So if someone made an argument structured similarly, and they said something like, I once believed I would never ever think about immaterial source of the universe, but then I did some relativity, some Einstein's fucking equation or whatever, and when the variables went to infinite, I supplanted the concept of infinite with immaterial, and therefore when I look at it again, I think that in actuality relativity implies an immaterial source for the universe. And this is a physicist who's a highly accredited physicist. We would have to say, well, I mean, that gives you some cause to think that the universe had an immaterial cause. However, within any of those theories that he's posited, there isn't any evidence of or definitive evidence, or even anything that is exclusive to the concept of an immaterial source.
So what you can say
that it's possible. Why not?
So literally, that's exactly what they're talking about. So they're talking about studying like the quantum world, which is energy based, right? Exactly. Like they're talking about wave particles, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, so when you get to that level, bro, like that's exactly what he's talking about. He's talking about a non-physical world. So the whole reason why they're having this conversation is like as to why he's saying like I never thought I'd be talking to this guy is because they started off in a quantum world where world had an atomic world where things had certain sets of rules to them that they knew exactly what it was. They hit the quantum world, bro, and they're like, yo, how far does the rabbit hole go down? That's what they're talking about right now.
Yeah, but more, you do realize how we got here? We got here because Veli and Shaka were having a discussion, which is based on a previous discussion where I guess what Shaka is took exception to the fact that Rob was dismissive of something specific and had no basis.
Right,
to do
I heard Shaka.
I got you. Right, as a result of that, he's made the case to us that these are the reasons why you shouldn't dismiss this, and he's used he cited some references to sort of prove the validity of the argument. And I think someone who's genuinely, I'm attempting to be objective here, have not been provided with any evidence why someone can't summarily dismiss a claim. Like they're doing research into the spirit and someone says that's bullshit or poppycock, let's say. I don't see why someone can't. I don't see why you would find that in any way offensive, or you would find that contradictory to the scientific method.
It's not about offensive. It's about
not offensive. You know what I mean? Not offensive.
It's about having a proper appreciation of what is being said. So I'm saying to you, yeah, that what you're not able to do at the moment is get rid of your preconceived notions of the implausibility of spirit. And I'm saying to you that that a lot of that is due to the fact that y'all can't get your heads around how you see spirit from a religious point of view. So I'm trying to give you a understanding of spirit from a more fundamental, foundational point of view, yeah, and what it actually is. And it is conceived of philosophically in various different spiritual systems as the basic essence. There is an interrelated essence that upon which creation and life is built. Yeah, that is the idea. Just like in general terms, the fields of science that we currently are deep in at the moment, generally speaking, developed out of fields of natural philosophy. Yeah, so if we consider,
it just means something, though. It actually means something.
So does life. So does life.
Yeah, but what? No, like,
so does existence. So does existence.
No, define life. Define life. Go on.
We went through this before, and we brought together. No, because I had a conversation before with Rob, and he actually brought a definition to the table.
Are you Google? Can you Google it now? Then, if you don't have
it, yeah, if you patience, bro, I'm telling you, I'm gonna bring you the definition.
But but remember, you're using a word that you can't define on the spot. You asked me consciousness, I can define it.
But me defining it on the spot is not what's paramount, bro.
So why are you using? No, but you're doing.
What is my ability or lack thereof to define a word on the spot?
Then why are you? If I say
my personal definition is not what's important.
Listen to the joke. Listen to the joke of it. I'm saying we don't understand what spirit is. You're saying we do. I'm saying, what is spirit? Then you're saying it's life. I'm saying, what is life? And then you're going to Google. Think about how stupid that is.
No,
you're telling us we're not being fair. You're telling us we're not being fair. We're not being fair by dismissing it. When it takes a Google, it takes a twice removed Google search for you to
no, it doesn't, bro. No, it doesn't. But if me bringing concepts that are not just personal to myself thoughts my argument, then fine. I think it's actually more important to bring an understanding of the concept that is not just personal to me. That makes it more valid. Yeah.
No, when you said life to me,
I'm saying yeah, and it's nothing to do with whether I can define it or not. I'm saying to you, based upon the previous conversations, we were working with a definition that Rob brought to the table. So I thought it would be beneficial to share that one. Yeah, that's all I was saying. Whether I can define what life, I've already said all of these things. I'm not claiming to be able to define them based upon a pure understanding. That is not the case that's being made. That's not the case that's being made. There was a time when we didn't understand what consciousness was, and we still understood that there was a thing called consciousness and that it came from somewhere.
No, we didn't. We called it the mind. No, we called it the mind. What do you mean? We called it the mind.
Bro, how old do you think the word consciousness is?
Quite old, maybe 19th, 20th century.
And so do you think that our concept of consciousness, yeah,
Descartes is talking about the mind in what the
exactly, and I brought Descartes to the conversation, and I said, when Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," it was a philosophical statement. He wasn't coming from anywhere scientific with it. You know, from an understanding of the brain and how it functions.
No, but if you said no. But hold on. So what's your thing? Because if we say feeling, thought, yeah, anything introspective, yeah, any kind of existential theorizing or abstraction, if we relate that all to biochemical processes within the body, bioevolutionary mechanisms, and consciousness, what is there left for you to attribute to this spirit of yours?
Is consciousness a biological process?
Yes.
And I'm saying to you that Rob disagreed with that. He said it was a biological process.
I don't care what the fuck Rob said.
One second. I'm giving you an understanding of the thing. So if you're saying that consciousness is purely biological, it's purely physical, yeah?
Well, listen, okay, let me say this. That would be that. So you have materialists and you have idealists, right? So idealists that have this sort of quixotic understanding of what you call it, they infer from consciousness what you're talking about immaterial sources and objective consciousnesses and all of that. Right. So a materialist, our default position is to believe that a consciousness is a function of the brain. Just as simple as that.
But you understand that idealism and materialism are not scientific fields; they're philosophical fields.
I don't have an issue with philosophy at all, bro. I'm not like.
I'm saying to you that if we look at let's say vitalism, yeah, the idea of vitalism from a
I don't know
philosophical.
what that means. Tell me what that means.
Right. So vitalism is the concept of the fact that there is a pervasive interconnectedness in all reality. Yes, with all reality, all things. Yeah.
Because basically idealism.
Say again.
So it's a form of idealism then.
I think idealism takes in. You could say that. I'm not gonna debate that. Yeah.
I just googled it. So the theory that the origin and phenomena of life are dependent on a force or principle distinct from purely chemical or physical forces. Well, maybe not idealist, but it's definitely not a form of physicalism or materialism, basically.
And I'm saying so we could argue that, yeah. And what is being suggested is that the brothers' research, yeah, suggests that there is some foundation in science for that idea. That's all that's being said. It's not being said that his research is conclusive, yeah, because he's not even saying that, so I can't make that claim, yeah. It's not being said that his research proves that you can pull libation and communicate with your ancestors. It's not being said that his research proves that that ghosts exist. Yeah. All that's being said is that the idea of a vital force that permeates all existence is not an implausible one. And in the consciousness of a lot of philosophical traditions that are related to spiritual ideals, that is what they mean when they say spirit.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Wait a minute. Could we then say that scientist has been affected by, as you said, the way people think about spirit, by religion or movies?
Yeah,
because the explanation you just gave that he said reminds me of Star Wars when Yoda Luke Skywalker about the Force.
But the Force, yes, is the idea of the Force comes from the philosophical foundation of spiritual ideas here that deal with that kind of concept. Yeah, the article that I just read from, yeah, doesn't mention anything to do with spirit. All it talks about is the plausibility, yes, of an immaterial, and he goes into more detail, which I could break down in terms of these particles coming into being or being read as parts of complementary pairs. Yeah, that article goes into that. So I just suggest people read the article. Again, the abstract says physicists have long sought to describe the universe in terms of equations. Now, James Gates explains how research on a class of geometric symbols known as adinkras could lead to fresh insights into the theory of supersymmetry, and perhaps even the very nature of reality. Complex ideas, complex shapes, adinkras, geometric objects that encode mathematical relationships between supersymmetric particles. He's dealing with the quantum realm, yeah, are named after symbols that represent wise sayings in West Africa, and so on and so forth. Yeah, just reading in it, right? I've read a substantial amount of it for you to get for you to understand exactly what he's saying. Yeah. So all I'm saying is the concept of what people mean when they say spirit, not all the other stuff that people impose upon it, but the basic idea, the basic kernel of truth is not implausible. That there is a basic interrelated connectedness on the subatomic level, yeah, beyond just the material realm that gives rise to reality. Yes. That's
just an extreme reduction, brother. That's extreme reduction to softly introduce a supernatural theory. That's just it, bro. Like, but it's cool. We've done it to the death now.
No, what they're talking about is specifically
exactly.
supernatural. It's
what you're doing is no, hold on. You're extremely, for example, you're extremely reducing something to the point of its plausibility, i.e., we don't completely listen to this argument. We don't completely understand the universe. Would you agree?
That's absolutely the opposite of what I'm doing.
No, listen. I'm just going to say something quickly, though. I'm going to state the statement and tell me
if you want to do that, then fine. It's not a problem.
Tell me if this statement is implausible. Yeah, we don't completely understand the universe. Therefore, all our rules we cannot extend to the complete extremities of the universe. Therefore, something supernatural may exist.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that without putting in. So if you don't include the brother's research, in the argument, then you can do what you just did. Yeah, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm
Hey, James, real quick. I've dropped. Hold on, James, real quick. I've dropped the link in the back chat. I've dropped the link in the back chat for you to go check out. It's a 5-minute video on the double slit experiment, which breaks down the whole basis for why we're even having this conversation.
Wave.
The funny thing is, the man.
Hold on. Wait 1 second, Shaka, because he cut me off. Yeah. He referenced stuff. You could reference in the same way. What's Moore's always talking about entanglement or superposition, or you could reference any of these kind of this sort of quantum theorizing, if you want, and say it is not entirely inconsistent with X. What does that mean, Rob? What you're doing is it's a soft introduction to a hard supernatural term. Spirit, soul, and what we're doing is
no. But that's your. But James, this is what I'm trying to say.
And saying, therefore,
your understanding, James. But James, what you're not getting is that your understanding of the concept may not be what it is among the people that deal with the concept. Yeah. So I'm saying that if you talk about the woman just said, like I'm not making this shit up. Like the woman said in the book, yeah. Every definition that I've read from an African-centered spiritual consciousness, says when indigenous people talk about spirit, they are basically referring to the life force in everything. I'm not making up. So there's nothing supernatural about that. So if you want to impose, it means that there is a basic. No, it means that there is a basic essence. Yes, that brings about life. That brings about reality.
So now you're talking about abiogenesis or something like that.
No.
Force. Hold on. You're talking about a force that complicates.
It could be
molecular structures and makes them organic. That's what you're talking about now. Is that because this is what I'm saying? No. This is what I'm saying. For any of this, for the science.
No, he's talking about the animation process.
Yeah. For the science. For the scientific credentials, to be what's the word, man? To be necessary, right, or to be valuable in this instance, right? So for the person who this message is coming from, the fact that they have these kind of they have these they're credited scientists or whatever, they're lauded. The fact for it to be of any value, you need to prove scientifically in the same way that we're saying, does X mean, or does life force mean X? Yeah. They would have to say life force equals X, and this scientific study proves.
Lord have mercy.
You know what this is, Shakira? I think James is mad that he's gonna have to stop playing Street Fighter 2 for a couple minutes just so we can understand what you're talking about.
This is what I'm saying. I don't understand. No, if I say I'm actively saying that being you can only provide an equation, for that which you can quantify on a certain level. Yes, I'm actually saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but you're just using vague, ambiguous fucking terms and saying,
cool. No worries.
James, animation. What does animation mean?
James. There was a time when consciousness was a vague, ambiguous term. So,
are you basically saying this? Just to understand this, long story short, are you basically saying that these people here are theorizing based upon reproducible observations that they've made in science?
Yes.
Cool.
Say that one more time. I didn't hear
so they're theorizing based upon reproducible observations that they've made in science.
Not necessarily. I don't agree with that. I haven't given.
I literally sent you information. You gotta read it. Watch it. You gotta read it.
But you haven't read the research. You haven't looked into the research. So what do you know? This is the point I'm trying to make. You're not actually listening, and you're not actually investigating what it is. What it is the scientist is bringing.
Well, you said all right. Because we're going around in circles. Because man's giving you that opportunity, and at that time you wanted to just fucking. You wanted to recite shit and not respond to anything people were saying.
I understand what you're saying.
If the ultimate premise here is that we cannot, it is at this point irrefutable to say that the entire source of the universe is immaterial. Yeah. If that's what the main point here,
there is literally no physicist that disagrees with the concept of the source of the universe being immaterial. There's no
stupidity of that statement because they don't know the source of the universe. So how the fuck can they refute it? They don't know the source. So what you're saying to me is, in the ambiguity, in the vagueness, in the penumbra, people can come up with any kind of theory and say it's not entirely inconsistent with
Yeah, no, but that's that. But again, but James,
that's
James.
No, but what value does
James,
that?
is a wave particle material? Yes or no? Is a wave particle material? Yes or no?
Hold on, please. What value does that have when you can't even define the term that you're trying to use?
I can define the term I'm trying to use.
You can't know, but you've been doing it for
yeah. So I'm saying to you that when you look at the research that the brothers are doing, yeah, on wave particles, yeah, and their geometric products, yes, that mathematical equations are brought about that suggest certain things.
Like what?
Right? That there is, as I've just said, the idea of it from bit is a complex one. Wheeler's own description of it is probably still the best. In 1990, he suggested that every particle, every field of force, even the space-time continuum itself, derives its function, its meaning, its very existence entirely from the apparatus elicited answers to yes or no questions, binary choices, bits. The it from bit principle, he continued, symbolizes the idea that every item of the physical world has at bottom an immaterial source and explanation that we call, that which we call reality arises.
I hate when I speak, yeah, and someone goes, "No, you don't really understand it." Goes on to circuitously explain something that I've just proved. Yes, I get it. We all get it. They're saying that, and your ultimate claim to anybody that contradicts what he says is, can you disprove an immaterial source? And guess what?
No, it's not. But that's not my argument.
I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna jump off in a sec anyway.
Yeah, cool.
I beg stop wasting time, G. That's exactly what you're saying.
No, it's not. It's not.
Chatting shit. If I say he's chatting shit, what are you gonna say next? If I say
I'm gonna say to you, study the research. I'm gonna say to you, study the research.
No. I'm saying, let's say I said I studied the research and he's chatting shit. What are you gonna say to me next?
Then you're entitled to your opinion.
No, you're gonna say no. Listen,
my own collaboration on.
Then I would say you're wasting your time playing Street Fighter 2. You should be a physicist.
As for my own collaboration,
you're gonna say more. You're gonna say more.
As for my,
you're gonna say prove it.
No, I'm not. But that's the point, because I'm not claiming, because he's not claiming that he's proved anything. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not claiming that, so stop imposing on the thing. As for my own collaboration, as for my own collaboration on the Dinkras, the path my colleagues and I have trod since the early 2000s has led me to conclude that codes play a previously unsuspected role in equations that possess the property of supersymmetry. This unsuspected connection suggests that these codes may be ubiquitous in nature and could even be embedded in the essence of reality. In this case, we might have something in common with the Matrix science fiction films and so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. So again, you keep imposing. I'm going to finish my statement. You keep imposing. No, you keep imposing.
Big up, Shaka. You know I got love for you. It's just an argument.
Always. If you keep imposing things that are not being said into the reasoning, then you're going to confuse yourself and everybody else. Yeah, I've only made this statement as much as the science that I'm referring to is making. I'm not making any claims beyond that point. Yeah. Again, as for my own collaborations on Adinkra, the path my colleagues and I have trod since the early 2000s has led me to conclude that codes play a previously unsuspected role in equations that possess the property of supersymmetry. This unsuspected connection suggests that these codes may be ubiquitous in nature and could even be embedded in the essence of reality. Yes? All that suggests is that there may be a primary vital force that brings about reality, that brings about existence. And this is conceptualized in certain philosophical fields of endeavor as spirit. That's the only claim that is being made. We could say
I think the fact that they were on to something that us religious folks have been explaining, I think that's what made them get an attitude. I think that's all it is.
We could say it's conceptualized as Ashe. We could say it's conceptualized as Ankh. We could say it's conceptualized as Kalunga. Yeah, we could say it's conceptualized as Ori. We could there's various different terminologies that we could use, but we're speaking English, so I'm using the English translation term, but I'm saying that the concept of a ubiquitous essence of reality is one that features in many different spiritual systems, and we translate the word in English as spirit. That's all that's being said.
I think if these scientists never brought up the word spirit or theist or anything in our realm of conversation, that people of the book and people of the spirit, I don't think James would have had an issue with it. I think the fact that now that they might be on to something that religion has already been trying to say, right? Just not the right personality, just not the right attitude, maybe. That what religious scripture has already been communicating, aka Big Bang, string theory, quantum gravity, all that good stuff. Now there's an issue that now that they're finding similarities to what we've already been saying. But for those who don't know, it's your boy, your brother Bernard Easton, the Bay Moorish American Muslim. I wanted to make a quick camelback on this whole Matrix thing because I ran into this article that was quite interesting in relation to what the scripture has been saying. For those who know, I come from a Quranist angle. It says here in 29 verse 64 that this worldly life is no more than fun and play, while the abode of the hereafter is the real life, if they only knew. So what's just interesting is that this matrix theory is suggesting is that our life on earth is no more than a simulation of an event that has already taken place. And since we are delving in the realm of the gaib, or in English, the unseen, the unknown, there will always be more questions than answers. So our knowledge is limited. Even science's knowledge is limited. So we can only go by what I believe in is Quranic knowledge or scriptural knowledge that we have in hand. The Quranic verses tells us that not only that we are living in a bubble bound by time, but that the whole event may have already happened in the flash. Quick commentary. Some people experience these moments. You hear it in movies as glitch in the matrix. Some of us call it deja vus. And I'm going to keep reading. And that we are merely living a rerun or playback of this event that we call life. And this being played back at us at an exaggerated slow speed. So once the delusion, in this case, the life on earth, is over, there is no waiting. There is no past. There is no future. Once we, quote unquote, cross over, we will not find some people have died and some are still on earth. We will find that everything has already happened. The outcome of all that is, as strange as it may sound, is that in essence, we are already living in a heaven or a hell. And what we are living on earth is a rerun of an event that has already happened due to choices that we have already made. So no wonder God speaks of life on earth as an illusion, even in here in conclusion, 57 verse 20. This worldly life is no more than an enjoyment of delusions. Peace.
Yo, yes, everybody. Man, just come true, you get me? And I missed most of the argument. Well, all of it really. I only heard the last 60 to 180 seconds, 120 seconds, but 2 minutes. But yeah, one thing I wanted to point out, is that, and I've said this on many occasions in the last couple of weeks, is that scientists are very well known for assenting to ideas that haven't been proven, right? Some of the ideas might seem outlandish, like, Isaac Newton, the stories he discovered gravity, or the idea of gravity came to him when he got hit on the head by an apple, you get me? Like, if Mandem pulled up that as if Shakara said, I got hit with an apple this morning on my head and said, bruh, I think there's this thing called gravity, and it's this, that, man would be mocking him, you get me? And I think it's a fucking crime, that people on G Block fail to understand and recognize and appreciate how scientific discovery comes about in the first place.
It's a joke thing. It's a bad joke thing. And you know the funny thing is, yeah, you know, like even like concepts of gravity, yeah, were not quantifiable until relatively recently. You know, we've been running with that theory for yonks, generations, right? What's it called? Yeah, what's it called? For long, yeah, but it wasn't quantifiable properly until the other day. You understand what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that this idea, there is a field of scientific research that suggests there is some plausibility, and even if the entire concept is not absolutely correct, like word for word, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the people that believe this is what spirit is, and this thing suggests that, well, it's some of that, but not all of it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the? I don't get what the big deal is. All that's being suggested is that there's something in this thing, in this concept of what it means. That's all that's being said.
Yeah.
You get me? So if I say spirit and you automatically think duppy, that's not down to me, because the people if I'm in an Ifa ritual and they say spirit, they're not talking about duppy. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And if they might talk about duppy, them are gonna say duppy. You see what I'm saying? Or they may say the spirit of your ancestors.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But if they say spirit in general, they're not talking about ghosts.
Here's the thing, Sakura, yeah. As individuals who have a scientific inclination, yeah, they should be doing what the actual scientists are prepared to do, yeah, which is hear those ideas and explore, right? Because the Large Hadron Collider wouldn't have existed without that exploration of things that are unconfirmed and spooky and all this other kind of shit coming from civilizations that they may deem to be inferior or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm telling you now, I don't understand what the. In fact, no. I tell you, like, I do understand the pushback against because it's a atheist versus theist thing. If you can move away from that, if they can move away from that,
exactly,
it will stop the nonsense. You get me? Like.
Now, MA, yeah. The funny thing is, yeah, the Hadron Collider is being built, yeah, to test things that they expect, yeah, not that they know, but they expect to get certain results from this thing, right? There's an expectation of a certain kind of result, right? In the same way, I'm saying, yeah, that the brother has said, as for my own collaborations on the Adinkras, the path my colleagues and I have trod since the early 2000s has led me to conclude that codes play a previously unsuspected role in the equations that possess the property of supersymmetry. This unsuspected connection suggests that these codes may be ubiquitous in nature and could even be embedded in the essence of reality. Yeah? That's what he's saying. So he's saying that with further research, we expect to uncover more of some of this kind of stuff, right? That's what he's saying. They're at no different point in appreciating, you know what I'm saying, where the thing there, right? But I'm saying that heads are going to dismiss the brother's research, you know, because he wanted to dismiss me, but I'm bringing the brother's research to the table, and heads are going to dismiss it without investigation.
But to be clear, the brother's research is based off of like a whole mountain of other research that's the basis for modern physics at this juncture.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And it's base level information at this juncture what he's talking about. Like so for instance, like what I was trying to say about so when he's talking about information, right? What they're talking about the wave function is that so it exists in superposition unless observed. It's in multiple places, etc. Time like time and space don't exist in the same measurable way on the quantum level. Excuse me, on the quantum level, right? And so long story short is the wave is encoded with all the potential possibilities of what it could be to collapse in. It's encoded with information. A wave is is encoded with information, which is starting to scare the biologists, by the way, because they got to give an answer to abiogenesis or whatnot, and they're trying to find out where the information for the DNA and RNA come from or whatnot. And I'm saying like the waves are already encoded with information, all possible information of the wave. Right.
sorry, bro. I don't want to interrupt you here, but Rob's in the chat and he said Shaka has a habit of repeating himself repeatedly as if it helps in some way. And I had to laugh because the saying about pot and kettle calling something black has very much come to mind. But I just wanted to make that point because that was funny to me. But go ahead.
So this physicist is talking about in looking at the information encoded in this wave concept, right, and looking how the math works in this physical in this physics realm of this wave of the waves and whatnot. He's saying he's finding coding in there or mathematical information that looks like, for instance, the coding of a search browser.
Yeah,
and things of that nature.
Yes,
he's talking about the math he's finding in the quantum realm is resembling certain things that's forcing him to have to step back. He's observing things.
Yes,
observing mathematical things, right?
Yes,
forcing him to have to change his perception. Like, okay, I used to think this guy over here was crazy, but now I got to have a logical conversation with him now
on this subject. Yes,
and
that's all that's being said. More, I'm not saying that when I pour libation, I'm gonna communicate with my dead great grandmother. Yeah, that's not the argument at the moment. Okay, all right, that's not the. And in fact, I'm gonna say this: that what I've actually read today actually says more than the argument that I'm making, because the term participatory was used.
Facts,
right? And I'm not even going down that road. Yeah, I'm not even.
But they got signed for that part. He's saying it for a reason,
right?
They're observing things. That's why he's saying it. Like James, and that's why I shot you that experiment right quick, because like, wait a minute, hold on. When they did this experiment, they said, "Oh, everyone hold the phone. We got to change everything now." But anyway, go ahead.
I'm saying because it was said in the chat here that spiritualism is woohoo, whatever. I'm not even talking about spiritualism right now. I'm just talking about the concept of spirit. Yeah. Now, again, please remove your Abrahamic biases, right? In relation to this concept, yeah, because not everybody means that, yeah. And if we look at how when we use the term spirit in different contexts and what's it called, and coming from different schools of thought, I've given examples of what what is meant, yeah, for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So that man could just say, well, I think spirit is this. It's not valid, yeah. Based upon my own just personal thing. If I'm saying that this is what is meant in a body or bodies of thought, then it has application in the real world, at least socially.
And what we're noticing right now is what we're seeing is this family is where atheism runs into an issue with an intrinsic concept of reality, whatnot, in the sense to where like God is not something outside of yourself. Like this is why you're hearing people like Rob having to give caveats, like, okay, like I'm specifically atheist, meaning that I'm against this concept of an external God, and he kind of like leaves the naturalist concept of an intrinsic God, like kind of like on the side somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And so this is where it gets sticky. And this is why Vel had to admit, like, okay, like basically he's atheist again on the external version of God, but on the intrinsic concept, he's somewhat agnostic, because again, there's observable science backing up this concept, right? The external God, no, not so much. This concept of something essential to the universe, intrinsic, like essential to the matter of the universe, right?
And then now you get things like when you say a basic primary vital force, yeah,
mm-hmm.
that now is not a definition, right? Just what I'm saying. So if you say to me define the thing, and I'm saying, well, it's the basic primary vital force. We don't know what it is, but that's how we're conceptualizing this thing. That's not a definition. Yeah. Say to me, define life, yeah, and I bring a definition and them kind of things there. But I say we're not just talking about life. We're talking about the basic essence of what life is. What brings about life? What is the spark? What is the thing? Yeah. Can we quantify it? That's what we're talking about. No, we can't define what that is. We haven't got there yet. Yeah. Right. We haven't got there to define what it is yet. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But again, we know that gravity, we've been using gravity for a long time without being able to quantify what it is.
Right.
Just what I'm saying.
And in the classic model that James was talking about, he was talking about like the four forces and whatnot, etc. Whatnot. That's why I asked him, like, so what forces was he naming whatnot? Because in the classic model, like you have the fifth element, right? The quintessential force, right? Which is what you're kind of talking about. It's where people talk. It's the essential aspect of nature or whatnot. And even now, what's ironic is, so in the quantum physics realm, they're actually literally dealing with the concept of like there's literal equations and theories being tested out for quintessence at this juncture, a form of like dark energy and whatnot that's even baser than what people have come in on so far.
But bro, beyond that, bro, like if you have you ever like watched anything like that's over an hour on the concept of string theory?
A few times, yeah.
Right, they've been at this for years.
Yeah.
And all kinds of speculation about other realms and other dimensions and other, like we're talking about other dimensions now. We're talking about things outside of our purview, outside of our immediate reality, right? Are being considered plausible, but the concept of spirit within our reality. I'm done. I'm finished.
But see, that's why I asked you earlier if it was just simple to equate what you're saying, like spirit to energy and whatnot, just the transfer the language for people, because like it seemed like people were getting hung up on the word spirit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the reason why more, the reason why, man, because I'm trying to say that I am not claiming to be able to quantify exactly what it is,
right.
And I know the term energy can get used in all kinds of different ways, so that's why I'm saying
right.
What I'm talking about is just a basic fundamental framework, a basic fundamental force that permeates. So if one's called that energy, fine. What the emphasis is on the pervasiveness of this basic thing. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm taking claim to for the purpose of this argument. If you want to get into other stuff later on, cool. But the plausibility, because people wanna, when I use the word plausibility, people want to take the word plausibility outside of the context of the research that is being done and say, well, anything is plausible if we use the word plausibility, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, no, look at the research that is being done and you can gauge the level of plausibility in accordance with the research, not in accordance with the definition of the word plausibility. And you notice that nobody is actually engaging the research.
Yeah, that's
right?
the telling part. It's like, come on,
right? Man. Nobody is actually engaging the arguments that are being put forward by the physicist who is making the arguments. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's reading anything, right? Nobody's referring to anything. You know what I'm saying? And nobody is even saying, well, let me go away and read into this more. Right? No one ain't even saying that. You get me?
Yep. But claiming the scientific method, like, come on, fam.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like that, I say it again, this is the biggest crime, considering the positions that most atheists on the panels are taking, and they uphold scientific method and all this kind of shit. This is the biggest, you couldn't think of a bigger crime for you lot to be committing on this thing, fam. Honestly. Like, you have to be accountable to that. If you man are not willing to even engage in the research, and what you're doing is you're poking at you're poking at the stereotype that you've placed upon all people that don't claim to be atheists like that, and you're running away with it.
For the sake of Rob, no, I'm talking about research. I'm actually talking about research. Okay, I'm not talking about speculation. The research has brought about certain theories and hypotheses, understanding the difference between the two. Yes. Okay, that is what is being said here. So again, nobody actually wants to engage the research. They want to cast aspersions upon it without having engaged it. So you don't want to engage it, but we want to call it speculation as opposed to research. I tell you what, read just the one article, watch a video, and you can glean for yourself whether it's research or whether it's purely speculation or not. And having said that, there are speculative aspects to almost every kind of research, right, that is engaged in. So gauge it for yourself, innit? You can gauge it for yourself to the extent which is research or speculation.
And if you listen to the brother Gates talking, he's saying, like, at one point he used to dismiss all the stuff that he was even considering right now. Like, he was like, he was talking the same thing to the atheists. So like, it's not like it's not even possible. What's the point? Yeah, you want to. But he's like, I engaged certain mathematical issues I couldn't get around. Exactly. He said observation forced me to look at these possibilities.
Engage these possibilities.
Yes.
That's it. And I'm not making any argument other than plausibility and possibility right now. That's the only argument I'm making. Yeah, I'm suggesting that what he's saying is actually stronger than what the argument I'm making at the moment.
Facts.
Right? He's making a stronger argument than me. Or I'm just talking about plausibility.
But even that argument again is based off of things that they've been able to observe. Like you're like, wait a minute, like hold on.
And not just observe, you know, observe mathematically.
Yeah. If y'all haven't seen that double slit experiment, go check that joint out. Like we might have to play that after Aftershock was done playing this.
No, I'm done, you know. Unless people just want to listen to it for a bit, but I'm done. I can actually stop sharing this.
I was actually fascinated. I was like, yo, I can hear that for a while.
No, yeah, there's a particular section of it that let me see if I can hold on a second.
I'm about to go just listen to that joint my dad gonna stuff on the side.
About conscious is well, never mind.
What was that?
If y'all want to hear, because I think this one gets to the point a bit. I'm trying to find it properly, but 1 second.
Partly it's taken to this very strange.
I'm going to do a quick comment
right now. Okay. These are pictures of equations. I've been, for the last 15 years, trying to answer the kinds of questions that my colleagues here have been raising. And what I've come to understand is that there are these incredible pictures that contain all the information of a set of equations that are related to string theory. And it's even more bizarre than that, because when you then try to understand these pictures, you find out that buried in them are computer codes, just like the type that you find in a browser when you go surf the web.
You're saying your attempt to understand the fundamental operations of nature leads you to a set of equations that are indistinguishable from the equations that drive search engines and browsers on our computers.
That is correct. So
wait, I have to just be silent for a minute here. So you're saying as you dig deeper, you find computer code writ in the fabric of the cosmos.
Into the equations that we want to use to describe the cosmos, yes.
Computer code.
Computer code.
This is Neil deGrasse Tyson asking the question. You understand
it's
that,
not
right?
Just sort of resembles computer code. You're saying it is computer code.
It's not even just is computer code. It's a special kind of computer code that was invented by a scientist named Claude Shannon in the 1940s. That's what we find very, very deeply inside the equations that occur in string theory and in general in systems that we can say are supersymmetric. Some of those codes are showing on the screen behind you right now. They don't look like codes, but these pictures, which we call adinkras, are graphical representations of sets of equations that are based on codes. That in the description of our universe, that is a supersymmetrical universe, which we're going to test in the LHC. If you believe that description, I can show you the presence of these codes. That's my statement.
Do you have any predictions in your ideas, or any ways to test any of your ideas any more than, say, the guy over on the screen?
The work that I'm doing is, in fact, so theoretical that we don't understand yet whether it is even possible to complete the program. We have found these strange graphs. We know that they are equivalent to equations, and we have found in these equations computer codes. And so that's where we are right now. So I cannot give you a prediction. This work is less than 2 years old.
But it's not that you recognize that you will need a prediction in order to.
Someone recently asked me, said, well, you don't care about experiments, do you? And I said, no, that's exactly wrong, because you see, I have spent my career as a researcher worrying about supersymmetry. I would want to see an experiment before I shuffle off this mortal coil, so that I know that I did not waste my entire professional life.
It's towards Dr. Gates. Curious about your theory. You say there's computer code in these equations. Now, computer code is generally just instructions for a processor. And I'm curious as to what the instructions you're finding are. And if you're not sure what's to say that it's actually computer code, I mean, theoretically, the number pi has all the data that's ever existed.
Well, we say that they're computer codes.
I mean, the digits in pi.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We say they're computer codes, first of all, because the structure of the equation is such that they dictate that there are certain things that are actually strings of ones and zeros. That's just digital data, but it's not just random ones and zeros. As I mentioned earlier, let me talk about something that you probably do every day, but I don't know if you're a computer scientist or not. Most of us sit at our
sounds that kind of fluency.
Okay, well, most of us sit at our computer screens and we type on the keyboards, and we then send these. If we're using a browser, we're sending strings of ones and zeros elsewhere. But on the other hand, in the transmission process, there's always some fluctuation. So 0 that you type here because of static in line might be read as a 1 at the other end, and vice versa. And so in fact, when you sit and type on the keyboard, your computer's doing something behind your back. Namely, it throws in a bunch of extra ones and zeros, and these things are called error correcting codes, so that the computer at the other end can look at the whole collection of what you typed plus what was sent and figure out if there were bits that were being flipped back and forth. And that's how you get accurate transmission of digital data. Among the codes that are used for this purpose are a special class of codes that are called block linear self-dual error correcting codes. They were first, in fact, the Shannon extended checksum code is an example of one of these things. These are the codes that we find buried in the equations. Not just any code, but these self-dual error correcting block codes. It's quite remarkable for anyone that I've talked to. We have no idea what these things are doing there.
Any literature out?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any literature out that
I can give you technical references that almost nobody in the world can understand.
But I thought you had a popular level article on this?
Thank you. Yes, actually, so this past June, the British journal Physics World asked me to write a popular level description of what we have found. So in the June edition of Physics World, and it's published in London, the cover story is called Symbols of Power. It's about these weird symbols that have been showing behind us. We call these things adingras. And so for a popular level description, yes, we've written that. But other than this one popular level description, it's all technical gobbledygook. And that's a technical term.
Gobbledygook.
Thank you.
Now, obviously, that's what he just referred to is the article that I've just read a minute ago, innit? So heads can decide for themselves whether it's speculation or whether it's research or not. Heads can do that for themselves, and they can look into it. And you can, and then while you're doing that, study concepts of interconnectedness and cosmology in traditions other than Abrahamic, and then come to the conclusion of whether the philosophy in some of these things is plausible from a scientific point of view.
Yo,
yeah.
Let me say something, man.
I had a quick question for more.
Yes, although you and James or whatever, and a couple other people disagreeing with the soul or whatever, well, one thing everyone, and even the people in the chat, is all agreeing with is the scientific method to try and prove whether the thing is wrong or right, innit? So, you know what I'm saying? So the main thing is that man is using the scientific method to try and find these things out. You know what I'm saying? Man ain't using the Bible or the Quran to find out whether these things are true or not. You know what I'm saying? Man's got to use science to falsify the claim.
Can I just say something? Yeah? Dark, yo, big up Billy, by the way. Dark magician.
Yeah, big up, bro.
He made me laugh. He said, what did he say? He said, this is interesting. He's obviously receptive to the information, but then he goes, perhaps we are living in a computer program. I said, or a computer program is mimicking an aspect of existence. That is a much better way to approach it. And he said, what is the difference? That is crazy, bro. He's asking me, what is the difference between believing that you're in a computer program versus believing that the computer program made by people is mimicking an aspect of reality or the universe or what? These man, bro.
Yeah, I still want to know what difference is as well.
I want to ask more a question. More. Yeah, more. Brother, more.
I am reading at the moment.
Explain. No, wait. Hold on. Explain what you mean then, Emma.
A computer. You live in a computer program.
Yeah. Now explain the two examples of what you meant by.
I'm asking you. Is it more plausible that you live inside a computer program rather than that a computer program is mimicking an aspect of the universal reality or science?
No, the second one. Obviously, if there's a code to reality and there's a code to a computer program, it's easy to draw a comparison on how they operate.
The comparison
It mimics reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can you understand the difference between the
You're
two?
saying that
Yo, Shocker,
it would be
this
easier.
article is crazy, bruh.
She's saying that it would be easier to mimic reality than it would be to be in a mimicked reality.
More, do you want to hear my question before you decide whether or not you're
No, go
capable
ahead.
of
I'm
answering
sorry, bro. Go ahead. Ask your question. I had to go. I had to
So
check out
when we're talking about this, the wave
Wait, but
of...
MA, did you finish? Was you finished talking though? Man just cut. Man just quit. Man just butted. You know what?
Yeah, pretty much.
Butting in. All right, sorry.
I got down, bro.
Oh, but real quick,
can I
yeah,
go
Shocker,
now?
this
All right,
article
cool.
is nuts,
So-
bruh. I appreciate you sharing
More,
it.
when we're talking about this wave here of pure potentiality, surely it could equate to the will of the Lord, let's say, in biblical terms. Now, when you're saying that it collapses, where does it collapse? Does it collapse in a... What I would suggest is if you have a wave, it would collapse when it reaches a field. So the field would be like the spirit of the Lord, let's say, in biblical terms. So if we have these two things, that act together to create reality, one of them would be dependent on the other, innit? You get what I mean? So there's two elements to this whole equation, which is the potential and then the manifestation.
Mm-hmm.
Am I following you correctly?
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's all I wanted to know. That's it.
Well, that's what's up.
Wanted to make sure if I understood what you were saying.
Yo, Shakara, brother, man. Like, yo. Like, so first of all, like, I'm familiar with the voices that were asking the questions to my men. And, like, if people understand, like, the level of IQ that was literally, like, all in curiosity at my man's feet, y'all don't even understand. Like, and I'm looking at this article like, yo, this is... Let the atheists talk all kind of ish, bro. Like, I appreciate you. You just unlocked West Africa for me, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Like, in the deepest of ways. You don't even know. Dang.
Using Moore's lingo.
Do you understand? Do you understand the other point that whatever you believe in, you're using the scientific method to try and find out whether it's right or wrong or whatever.
No, facts. So that's why I tell you I'm a naturalist, bro. I come from a rationalist school of thought. I'm not a theist that believes for the sake of believing. I believe in the sake of proving. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What's your discovery about the article? If you can break it down in Moore's lingo, what did you run into?
So the bound by chords concept, right? So you know how we talk about cyclelators and being bound by chords in the seven ethers or whatnot. So the guy, oh my God, what? Hold on, I just got the figure 3 in the article. Oh my God, okay, they got the whole like the slit experiment in just symbolism. What? Hold on.
What's that?
Hold on, Chakra. Am I reading this right? Am I looking at this picture right? Is he saying that based on, like, in the symbols that he found in West Africa, like he basically already found like an experiment they just did implicated in the symbol? Yo.
Which symbol?
It's a symbol for so basically when they did the slit experiment, they shot an electron, I believe. I forgot which it was some particulate matter that they shot through a slit, right? And so they wanted to see how it was going to behave. So when they shot it through the slit, it just made one line. And then so when they put waves in there, it made a different set of lines and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so they put 2 slits up, and they found that the particles made just 2 lines and whatnot. And they put the waves in there, and the waves made this real interesting pattern that was like it was a bunch of stripes on the wall. Like it got real thick in the center, and the lines got less thick as you went to the periphery and whatnot. It was it's a particular pattern and whatnot. And so at one point, they did this, or they did something with a very small piece of particulate matter and whatnot, and they assumed that it was going to act like the same piece of particulate matter at the beginning, to where it was just going to go through one slot and just make this one singular line and whatnot. or go through 2 slots to make 2 lines. But when they put it through the 2 slots, they were like, "Yo, it acted like the wave. It made the same pattern as the wave. How'd that happen?" And so they were like, "We want to see how this happens." So they try to measure the particulate matter while it was going through the slots and whatnot. And out of nowhere, just by the mere fact that they measured it, it stopped acting like a wave and it started acting like a particulate matter again. It made 2 slots or two lines on the wall. And so like, whoa! So for the mere fact of observing what was going on, it would stop acting like a wave. And so like that's what kind of like opened up this door of trying to figure out what's going on with this concept in the quantum world, because it's another ballgame. But if I'm looking at this right, my man's talking about symbols in West Africa, right, and how they correlate to the mathematical equations that he's been running into and whatnot. And it's the implications of that are just ridiculous, just in and of itself, in terms of like the potential repository of information that's in West Africa at this juncture. Like, and when you really understand.
When I hear that split experiment, I think about the 7 eyes of Allah. Just want to say that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Kind of equivalent to when a person's getting ready to, I guess, like be like have like an affair, right, with against their loved one, and they take the picture down that's like facing them. They throw it. They take the picture that's on the counter and turn it around. Little stuff like that.
So in a Morris term, brother, literally this slit experiment was so you know how in the Circle 7 we talk about the eyes of the soul versus the physical eyes and whatnot. They literally did an experiment for both sides and whatnot. Huh?
Yeah, the third eye. Go ahead.
No, yeah, but like the concept of the eyes of the soul, I think we bring that out in chapter 11, where we talk about like the different ethers and whatnot in cosmology and whatnot in one of our versions of creation and whatnot. So like it's interesting because like, so we also stipulated in the Circle 7 that there's much wisdom to be learned from the descendants of Africa and whatnot. And this article is proving it out like you wouldn't believe, bro. Like what the guy's saying is what he's saying is implicated in the mathematical. So he's looking at the symbols that we have in West Africa or whatnot, and looking at the math in the symbols and saying, no, you got to understand. He's saying the math in them symbols is on some intricate stuff that I wasn't understanding till now, based upon some stuff he's been looking at in the quantum realm. And that has a lot of deep implications to it, because particularly like when you look at people like the Dogon or whatnot, who are tracking stars that like people didn't even know were there until recently, you know what I'm saying? And doing certain things like that. There's a hinting at some deep level of knowledge that's under wraps still, or yet to be rediscovered, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree. We're just slapping new names on things, and the atheists, they're just waiting on science to give them those names, and just to realize, or names and titles, just to come to realize, these Dogon people living in huts, or things like the Quran or the Bible are in its own, utilizing its own lingo that most people have become just, ear bleeds to hear words like glorified, or the words like provisions or prostrate, all these biblical terms. But now we find out they actually have science to it. I think that's where it started to finally come back to the original way religion was supposed to be approached in the first place.
I'm gonna read this article a bunch of times. I just found like my new favorite physicist. That's what's up.
Yeah, I mean, even the term weaved ropes is used a lot in the Quran. The heavens and the earth were made, and in between it was made with weaved ropes. It even uses the word, the terms here in chapter. I was just going across while you guys were talking. In chapter 449 and chapter 4, verse 124, it utilizes these Arabic words, fatil and nakaran, which describes a twisted rope or a vibrating, sound piercing substance that is very small, like a wick, very small. So it's like it describes like a string theory in a sense, when you break it down.
No, I can dig it, bro. Now, what's interesting about that twisting rope you're talking about, like, so that was very similar to a cosmology story that Chakra was saying about that the Dogon had about the creation of a spiraling energy that ended up creating all the matter in the universe.
Yep. Which is also equivalent to the winding stairs in the second degree of masonry, by the way. So it's all just synonymous. Yeah. It's just synonymous information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just being expressed differently. It's like that's what made me leave masonry. Once I saw it in more science, I'm like, oh wow, I just saved myself thousands of dollars. And you know, that was proof that this man was
Tariq. How you living, Tariq?
Yeah, she's finally found her voice.
Oh, that's great. I thought the Tariq getting it in.
Say hi.
It's not Queen.
Say hi. Okay. Yeah. I got the power.
Yep.
You atheists need to stop tripping. There you go. You atheists need to stop tripping.
Hey, Shakira, if you're there, you got me intrigued on this concept of Ashe. So I would, if you're there, I would really like your breakdown on the concept of Ashe, because I had not heard what you were saying on it before.
Yo. Yeah, man. Listen, I got to jump off real quick, yeah? I'll be back in a bit, though, still. Yeah, man. You catch a joint still, man. Oh, shit. Yeah, I ain't saying that, though, man. Pick up everyone on the panel. Yeah, we know in there, man. G-Block in this bitch. Yeah, yeah, so big up people, them. Back in a bit still.
Big up G-Block. But a bunch of chocolate atheists when it comes to the African spiritual traditions and whatnot, and the idea of an intrinsic God. Big up all the chocolate.
Hey, just a quick there.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just throwing a quick a piece of quick info I stumbled upon last night in the Quran for my traditionalist Hadith followers out there who likes to come at us Quranists with the how do you pray? How do you pray? How do you do salat? Well, birds even do salat in the Quran. When I find that verse, it literally mentions birds spreading their wings and their salat being for Allah. So I'm pretty sure they don't prostrate like we do. They don't bend and stuff like we do. So just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Hey, Bern, I need to get at you. I'm saying at a whole other point in time. I was wanting to do a show on the seven ethers and whatnot.
Okay.
If you're interested in whatnot.
Yeah, sure. I got nothing to do. My job just shut down for good, so I'm not going back to work.
I can dig it. I can dig it. What's interesting about that concept is like, so in Hebrew the term for heaven is shamayim, and like so there's the same concept in the Arabic about the samai or the samawati or whatnot. And so there's the concept of, well, in Hebrew that term for shamayim can also mean ether, which is intriguing in comparison to the conversation we were having earlier about what is spirit and all that type of stuff. Like I was saying, like in the classical concept, like you have like the four, that concept of like what James was talking, like the four forces or the four elements, etc., whatnot. But then you have like the fifth element, the quintessential element, the ether, the essential element, right? What they would call it, the quintessential element, the fifth element that is essential to nature. And so yeah, I was intrigued about doing the comparison about like the concept of the seven ethers and the seven heavens in the Quran. But anyway, that's a bit of inside baseball.
Cool. Hey, did I give you that demonstration about the folding?
No.
Man, I ran into this one like Sufi brother, and we got the literally just going over the Moorish Quran, and he broke down to me how no matter what you have, I don't care how thin the paper is, you cannot fold it no more than 7 times.
Ha.
Here.
Ha ha ha.
My atheists out here. Here we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't go 8. I can't go no more than 8. You could try with anything, a quilt, a wash tile, even tracing paper. You will not be able to fold it no more than 7 times.
Shout out to the Sufi
This is
man.
universal. Yeah. For all those sitting down at home because of the pandemic, take all the time you need. It's very interesting.
Man.
Which is very interesting because the Quran speaks about when at the end of days, the heavens, which is 7, will be folded up.
Interesting.
He was funny. Okay.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
No, can't fold it. Yeah, can't fold it more than 7 times.
So, what have you thought about this Atheist Week so far on G Block?
Just what the Quran said, they just follow conjecture. I mean, just some nice conjectures. Morality still never really. It was just mainly the whole foundation of their morality is. It sounds more religious than anything. Just the harmony and well-being of others. It's like these are some big words all of a sudden that's being spoken in the name of atheism.
You know, I
think people are afraid of using the G word because we all been shell-shocked with our experiences with the crazy grandmas and you're gonna burn in hell if you masturbate. And like, so we all been just, fucked up with these religious terms and associations. So now when people like me, you, or Chakra come out of nowhere, like, yo, I get it, I've been there, done that, and they hear the word God, it's like, it's like, I don't want to hear that again. No, they've been so, and us also, we've been so shell-shocked with the emotionalism and taboo and it's crazy. It makes you, you have to kind of forget everything you thought you knew about it to really, if you're going to get back into the conversation of religion. So I would just advise anybody, any of the religious studies you're trying to get into or understand, go to the lexicon, please. Go to the dictionary. Go to the word usage in respect of that culture, okay? In India, they might use a monkey for strength. In Africa, they might use lion for strength. Well, that's because that's what's in their environment. Me and you, Orthodox, we break down about semantics and how word association.
Right.
So you gotta have, so when they're saying fiery chariots, well, chariots was around them. So they use information that as references to explain something that's going on, in a complex realm. You can't really just break down sex to a 13-year-old who never really had, felt the warmth of a woman. But to really be able to break that down, he's going to use reference points. Like, hey, it's like an apple pie or something like that, to explain something that is, that's very dynamic. I hope I felt like I was going to move it, but yeah.
Yeah, no worries. What I find interesting is that like, so when you talk about morality, first of all, like I thought that the conversation with the Why So Religious and Rob was an extremely interesting conversation because Why So Religious is like basically, from what I understand, like they're like he's an atheist, right? But he's like, yeah, there is no basis for morality, and like so if you're talking like you got a basis for morality, like you're tripping. And so Rob is like, no, he has a definite morality with that. Like so Rob, for instance, believes that they were beefing over the fact like so Why So Religious eats meat. Rob is he's saying that he would want to ban eating meat, and Why So Religious he's basically on the concept like how are you gonna tell me I can't eat meat? Like I can understand you not eating meat. Like you gonna tell me I can't eat meat? Like how like we're like that it's a relative it's a relative concept at that juncture. Like do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Like so there's no concept of universal morality within the atheistic concept, right? And so with the African spiritual traditions and like for instance I always tell people like with the Moorish school of Islam or whatnot, if you want to understand it, basically it's you can put it under the Sufi school of thought, right? Because we talk about the concept of Allah and man as one. Like there's a law in man and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And so there are a connection to Allah. And Sufism is all about to Allah we will return in a sense, right? Which is something from the Quran. In that concept, we see as God as being part of nature, not something outside of nature, right? We come from most Abrahamic traditions see as God as something outside of nature. Most theists see as God as something outside of nature. And so typically most atheistic arguments work best on that construct. But they run into issues when they run into people like us or whatnot who see as God as something as being a part of or intrinsic to nature. It's counterintuitive to their construct and whatnot. Because like I was saying, for instance, I was saying yesterday that the intrinsic aspect is where I derived the basis for my morality and whatnot. And this is where you get like the African concept, like I am because we are, like the Ubuntu concept. Like so like when we believe we're interconnected, that's the basis for our morality. Because like even like it says in the Bible, love thy neighbor as if they are you. Love thy neighbor as thyself, right? So this is where you get the basis for the golden rule, like do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And the silver rule, do not do unto others as you would not have to do unto you, right? And so we were talking about this concept of these are concepts that are being proven, that are being implicated in science at this juncture with the concepts of like we're talking about like the quantum realm, and the concept of like superposition and quantum entanglement and whatnot, right? Not superposition, but the collapsing of the wave function and quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement, like basically showing some level of interconnectedness on an energetic level, and the concept of the collapsing of the wave function by the observer, meaning that our choices have some level of power or effect in this reality that we share. So on that concept of loving thy neighbor as if they are you, like even if you're a selfish individual and you observe the concept of being interrelated or whatnot, even if you want to serve yourself, you got to serve someone else. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause like yeah, you're not going to be able to get what you want in life if you don't pose any benefit to anyone else. You know what I'm saying? Like even if you wanted to take over the world or whatnot, you couldn't just do it by force. You would have to get people on your side at one point to start the whole thing kicking off. Do you know what I'm saying? Like no matter what, there's an aspect of what you give out that you're going to get back, etc. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta understand how you affect things and whatnot. Like so on a universal level, on a basis of being connected on an intrinsic level, you can come to a universal morality at some point. When it comes to the atheistic concept of like there is no God, you have to understand that this intrinsic God is a school of theism. So you're saying that doesn't exist either. So there's no concept of being interrelated and whatnot. So at that juncture, do as thou wilt should be the whole of the law, and you can't really get past that. Like you can try so this is why I like listening to Rob in Why So Religious talk, because Why So Religious is like he's like no, it's all subjective and relative at that juncture. You know what I'm saying? Like and Rob's like no, there is a basis for morality based upon. He jumps straight to empathy and this is where you get the well-being concept. It's cool. Well, what's your basis for empathy and well-being if you reject the concept of being interconnected? And they start at the assumption point of we're interconnected. When I was like, no. That's a theist concept. Like that's where theists derive their morality.
Yeah, that was well put. Because I think even the Quran says it encourages us, people of the book, to actually observe the enemies of God, to observe them. How it says, look at how they demonstrate trust and unity between one another. Okay, that was a good point you brought up. Even a man by himself couldn't rule the whole world without using virtue, trust, faith, honor. You know, what do we see in the movies all the time? Oh my Lord, I tried to kill Harry Potter, but I became his friend. And what does Voldemort do? Oh, you failed me. Pah! You know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's no one should be worshipped but me right there. You just demonstrated a commandment.
Nice long. That's what's up. So on a Sufi kind of concept, I was talking to Khan about the concept of El Qayyum, the aspect of Allah that is the sustainer, right? I was showing how in the Quran in two spots in Surah 2 ayah 255 and in Surah 3 ayah 2 there is literally like a shahada to Allah and then two of his attributes. It says Allah la ilaha illa huwa el hayyu el qayyum. So that Allah, there is no God, but He, the ever living, the sustainer. And so he was talking about that he believed that the El Qayyum was or Khan was talking about he believed El Qayyum was a part of nature or a part of reality, but also not outside of reality and a part of Allah. And I wanted to hear your take on the concept of what you thought about of El Qayyum and the sustainer aspect of Allah or whatnot, and how you connect that to like your Sufi concepts or whatnot, because I know you get off into into the Qalb concept and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like meaning Allah in the heart and all that type of stuff.
So my take on this part.
The concept of Allah being the sustainer of reality. The concept of El Qayyum.
The attribute of Allah being a sustainer.
Do you have any? I know you do a bunch of word studies, and I was just wondering. I was wondering maybe do you have like a word study on that one or no?
On the sustainer?
Yeah.
Okay. No, not right now, but I can do it real quick.
Yeah, no word. Not trying to put you on the spot. You good?
What verse is it?
So there's Surah 2 ayat 255 and Surah 3 ayat 2.
All right. So what I do, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, I go ever living, the sustainer. Okay. Qayyum. Al Qayyum. Okay. Okay. Kaf. Wow. Mem. Or me. I go to my project root list. It's free to download on Google Play. So I don't have anything secret, nothing. Everything's free that I found. What was that again? Kaf wow. Okay, Kaf wow. Kaf wow me. Okay. Nothing there. I'm about to use my second source, which is my Quranic dictionary. Sometimes my app don't have all of the root letters. Again, it's free online. Just Google it. Just type in Quranic root dictionary. Nothing secret or nothing. All right.
When we're done with this, maybe we could give a breakdown on Surah 65 ayat 4. I know there was some go around about that for the past couple of days as well. People talking about there's a prescription for underage marriage in the Quran and whatnot. I'm like, nah, that's not how it reads, bro.
All right, so Kaf wow meme. By the Koranaguru Dictionary, it means to stand still or firm, one who rose or stood up, managed, conducted, ordered, regulated, superintended, established, made it straight or right, maintain, to erect, to observe, to perform, set up, can also mean people, community, company, abode, stature, dignity, rank, or to keep a thing or an affair in a right state.
Ooh, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just like sustaining; it's like sustaining in an ordered manner. That's interesting. I like that. That even makes more sense.
So
that even makes more sense.
And was there another verse, or was that it?
What verse did you look up?
2:55.
Yes, it'd be the same word in the other verse as well.
Oh, okay.
It was just the concept of the sustainer, like that, the aspect of a law that sustains reality or whatnot. And like that was what you said was real interesting there, because they had the aspect of not just setting something up, but setting something up and keeping it ordered. Like that makes a lot of sense. And so, go ahead.
Another interesting thing about it is, I even got even deeper to the point where now I found out even the letters themselves have a phonetic explanation, and it has a phonetic expression, and also each letter themselves, just like the Hebrew, they have a meaning. Like Aleph means ah. So it's like the same with Arabic. Kaf, this kind of camelbacks with the conversation. Kaf, the letter Kaf, which is equivalent to the English letter Q, by itself literally means conscious.
Okay, so if you were to take the three letters right there, like what would like you just did it like for that, like
Okay.
What would that mean?
Okay, so Kaf can mean conscious, existence, or the verb of standing. So let me So let me do the wow, or English equivalent to W, real quick. Also, this is free, nothing secret that I found out. Is just Google linguistic miracle of the Quran. That's kind of all I do, and that's what it inspired me since then to look into the letters themselves, which, man, you'll be up all day. Like, I just found out that Ain, the letter Ain, not it by itself, it means to see or to perceive, and there's an Arabic word called Ain, which means to see. But Ain can also mean the second letter in any trilateral root system. So in a way, when I pondered on it, it's as if to get the perception of any of these words, you look to the second root letter. But anyway, yeah, that's the way life goes. Try paying taxes. Okay, for wow, it has the expression of adding up, fastening, like tying something like a belt, to be passive or attached.
Okay.
And then the last one, which is mean, has the expression of a place, a thing, or a being, like a human being.
Okay.
Or anything that is a being can have the is represented with the letter M. Come on, what's wrong? Let me see.
If you gotta go play daddy, I can go hold it down for my own for a little bit if you need to.
No, I ain't doing nothing. Yeah. These sticks give me a hard time. But yep. Those are so yeah, we put it together. And what word is this? Self-sustaining. Again, kaf being conscious. Wow meaning again, like passive or attached. And then mem can be a place, a thing, or a being. Maybe we can say that sustainer has the meaning of a conscious, passive being. Something. Conscious.
That's interesting. And so on that level of it, like, so it's interacting, but it's not like forcing control or whatnot. Like, so there's a
right. Thus, like one of the definitions. What did it say? Superintendent. He does passively, maintain the store. He passively maintain the supermarket.
Right.
Yeah, he walks through every once in an hour, but that's about it.
Right. Making sure the trains run on time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There you go. To keep a thing or an affair in the right state.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I like that. That's what's up. So, like, I don't know if you heard some of the debate that went on a little bit with this concept, but like in Surah 65, Ayat 4, there was a debate between James Speaker's Corner and Zubaydah, I believe, about the age of Aisha, and the some people saying that the Prophet married a girl from 6 to 9 or whatnot. And I always try to tell like the critics of Islam, like, so if you're gonna study Islam to critique it or whatnot, you're gonna use the hadith or whatnot. Try to be extra. Hey, what up, my man? Shifa? What's good?
What's poppin', dude?
I ain't seen Shifa in a minute.
I know. I've been doing my own show, so it's been hard work jumping on show to show, like that.
I didn't even know.
Hey, put it in a private chat.
Yeah. Every day I'm doing a show now from 8:30.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the link in the private chat for you, man. Differently, man.
That's what's up.
So what's happening, man? What you guys talking about today? Wagwan Shakara, man. Man like Bernard. We got the Orthodox Moor in the building.
Yes, sir.
Yours truly.
Yes,
Come
sir.
on.
Shakra was giving him some smoke on some quantum physicists talking about some symbols in West Africa having some mathematical implications to them that were very, very serious to this day and time and whatnot.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now, man. I'll be honest, that's why I jumped on, because I was gonna say to you, man, like, what do you think about this forcible vaccines thing? Like, because I was reading through some legislation last night, and from what I've read, British laws have been changed so that they can make amendments at any time, and they can force vaccines on people. They can confiscate your property. They can freeze your assets. They can do whatever they want to force you into a situation where you have to take this vaccine. In fact, they can even forcibly give you the vaccine, like hold you down, tie you up, handcuff you, whatever they got to do, and just give you the vaccine. There's nothing you can do. And the vaccine apparently has got a chip in it. I'm not entirely sure on this, but apparently Bill Gates, the Microsoft guy, he's out there working on the chip right now with a company. I'm trying to remember the name of the company. I'll get the name of it, though. So what do you, man, think about this, though? Seriously.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, so in the UK, do they have the concept of like a conscientious objector, like, so like being able to have like a religious exemption for something?
Nah, this is the thing now, because of the new law. Yeah, it is it's a health law. They're called health acts. Yeah, so because they've made amendments to them, so basically what they can do right now, say like for instance, they saw 3 kids hanging around outside in the park. Yeah, they can say to those 3 kids, all right, well, because you're hanging around together, we're going to give you all a fine. Now, if they wanted to push it a step further, we could say, well, we suspect one of you might have COVID. So that means the other 2 might have COVID. We can quarantine you and take you away from wherever you are, take you out of your household or whatever. Now, they can ask you to self-isolate, but they can also forcibly isolate you, yeah, in a hospital and such premises, yeah. And they can also confiscate like your car. They can confiscate your mobile home, your phone, any belongings they want to confiscate, basically. Don't matter what it is, your keys, your phone, whatever it is, they can confiscate it if they believe that can be contaminated. They can enter any premises at any time without warrant. Yeah? Any premises at any time without warrant. Now, The person
So
who
what law do they pass to do this?
It's a health law. Basically, it's a law that they use like at times of war and stuff like that. So when we go into like states of martial law and stuff, so obviously right now, a lot of people are probably looking around and saying, well, it's not martial law. We're not in a state of martial law. But if you look around, in most countries right now, what you'll realize is the physical presence of police has diminished. Yeah. And a lot of the police are actually training with the army right now. So, you know, why would they be training with the army if they weren't planning to enforce some of these laws? And then, you know, it's martial law, but it's trying to go under the guise of just having normal policing. Do you know where I'm coming from? But obviously, when they're ready to start enforcing these chips, to start enforcing certain things, like if they see, you know, people are going to people's houses, say like someone just rang up the police and said, you know what, I suspect my neighbor's having gatherings or having friends over, whatever. That's it. They can shut your house down. They could literally shut your house down. Come to your house. All right, no one's allowed to be in these premises again. You know, like that. You know, so, you know, for people that's living rough, you know, if they're squatters or whatever, you know, it's going to be very difficult for those types of people, obviously. But, you know, you can't even have a friend over, because you have a friend over. It only takes one person to say, oh, this person's having friends over. Now you violated a lockdown. Now you're due for a fine at least. You know,
what are you saying? It's 1984 right now.
This is, yeah, it's crazy right now. It's crazy. And the thing is, it's not just England. I'm hearing this is happening. It's going to be happening in America as well, as far as I've been told.
You talking about them FEMA camps? Is that what you're talking about?
Not necessarily FEMA camps.
People.
Not necessarily FEMA camps, but they can definitely arrest people. You know, they can put people in holding cells. They can put people in. They could put you in a FEMA camp, I suppose. They could put you anywhere they feel is appropriate if they don't think. So basically, say like for instance, you got stopped with two of your friends, and then they've given you a warning, and then 2 weeks down the line they stop you again with some more friends. This time they can just like take you in quarantine. They can put more powers in place. They can take you to court and make a new order. So when I read through some of the legislation, there's a part that says they can take you to court and make an order for you to do some type of probationary period where you have to go to classes and learn how not to contaminate others. So there's just loads of new laws being put in place which are not very clear. It gives the police basically absolute power. You know, it makes their powers a bit like I don't know how to explain it. It's like a power boost, basically. You know, they've gone full on Wile E. Coyote with it. They can use any means necessary.
Yeah, they're definitely leveraging this virus. Yeah, when I have my tinfoil kufi on, sometimes my moments when I'm doing research with my tinfoil kufi. Supposedly they say like things of the nature of, they're going to scare us with the concept of the money. You know, it's the dollars that's causing the corona to still be spread. So we need to get rid of the paper money. So therefore, money has no more value. It's all going to be digital now.
That's what they're saying. The chip goes in your body and it holds all your banking details, your personal details, everything. So, you know, you don't have to use a card to pay no more. You can just pay with your hand.
Exactly. Yeah, they're going to use money as the excuse. You know, like, because everyone is still handling money in coins and touching it among other people. You pick up a coin, you can have the coronavirus. So that's what they're going to supposedly use, and then get rid of the money, which is why they're giving us so much of it. You know, with these stimulus, this giving it. A lot of money got to get paid back. So what's going on here? You know, so. I don't know.
In the UK, what they've done right now, they've upped the amount you can spend on just a contactless payment, so you can spend more contactlessly to stop obviously people handling money. And also what they've done is, like for instance, people who are on benefits, or is it social security you call it over there, whatever you call it, yeah? So people who get like benefits or social security, they give them more now, innit? So
You know, I was going through some other legislation. What was talking about? I can't remember what it was. It a universal payment or something? So obviously, with this 5G coming into play and automated systems going, you know, fully AI, you know, and you know, a lot of jobs being lost. You know, I'm hearing that these are the plans to make a universal payment that everyone gets one payment, like it was, I don't know, communism then. So everyone gets the same payment, and depending on age, you know, different age groups will get different payments. But then, you know, it eliminates the need for people to work then, innit? So you just literally sit at home and just take what they give you, innit? But then, you know, what's the implications of that? You know, people ain't going to be working. So, you know, there's going to be limits to what you can do now, innit? Because you can only pull in a certain amount of money after that, innit?
Yeah, I always called it where we're headed. If we're headed that kind of way, I always called it resource-based economy with you know, mixed with fascism in a sense, because we're going to lead towards a artificial intelligent type of life. It has to happen in a sense, just by our nature as being efficient humans. Okay, I can walk 5,000 miles to go and have this conversation with you, but I have this thing right here called a computer, you know, because it's convenient. So we're very conventional type creatures. So that's why we have self checkouts now. So it was going to eventually go there, but I feel that they are in the evolution. I feel that what they did is they halted the human concept of what we need as necessities. While technology is going up, the purchasing power stays right here. You see what I'm saying? But technology still goes up. We have to go up together with the technology, which will eventually, eliminate certain jobs. It has already happened. It's nothing new because
This
nobody
is it.
remembers.
That's what I was just gonna say. It's been happening already, you know, because
nobody remembers the elevator man. Nobody remember the elevator man? He used to bring the elevator. Right. Okay, you just press a button. So it's been happening.
Yeah. So obviously we know that technology has already cost people their jobs in 2020 that we're in now. But obviously, you know, that's one side of it, the losing of jobs. When they're putting chips inside of people now, yeah, who knows what these chips can.
Uh-oh, cut him off.
He was going in too much. The 5G snatched him up.
It's funny because my monitor has 5G on it. So I've been telling everybody we're already heading towards RBE. We just need to be more humanist about it. Oh man.
You need to talk to your man Renegade Ralph about the RBE, man.
Yeah, I sent him a link on the book looking for it. He asked if there's any books I recommend. I said just read that and they'll answer about 99.9% of your questions.
Yes, sir.
Even in that book, it actually explains a person in there who there's a walkthrough. It gives you like this science fiction kind of walkthrough through the idea of RBE. And there's a fella in there that the two couples walk by, and he's like in his laboratory. Obviously, all the instruments he have is given to him by the central computer concern, but he's trying to find a flaw. They say that's all this man does. He tries to find a flaw in the system, even though he lives in it. But he's still working on he's finding he's finding some flaw in it. I thought about you on that little paragraph. I'm like, I know he'll like that little paragraph. Yeah. I mean, it was just to show that humans will always be like that. You know, even the Quran says, as we give it the best explanations, but man is most argumentative. So I mean, it's a natural, healthy thing, and obviously they don't have him in jail or nothing like that. He's free to do what he wants, do his thing. So I think just the idea of it again, it just needs to be it's fully explained in that book. It's pretty good. I mean, it's like 82 other recommended books, but for me as a Pisces, I think that book just seals the deal, just gets to the point. So it's called Looking Forward for those who don't know about Venus Project or resource-based economy. Long story short, it's kind of like a library, but instead of books, make it, where it's instruments and access to things that we use as humans, bikes, instruments, musical instruments, and binoculars or whatever. Just treat it like a library. Obviously, when you're done using it, you just put it back and it's updated, upgraded, stuff like that. And yeah, just put technology in the middle of what nature already does to produce energy, to produce, and then from that, where it can produce products and services for humans, so that we don't have to do those type of crimes of stealing or finessing and stuff like that. When you dig deep into motivation behind those behaviors, it's really just trying to get access to resources. Majority of the time, some people are just downright evil, even rich people who have access to those resources, but that goes a little bit deeper into how they raise the value of life. Why were they raised that way? Was it because of this old concept of where we are now, resources, that he had to be like that, he had to be arrogant and stuff like that. Hey, Chief, you back there? Let you back in, huh? Powers that be. The man in black dog on your door.
Yo, can you not hear me now again? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's good?
Yeah, sorry, man. I was saying, yeah, obviously, before I was saying about the vaccines, we've had our own share of problems with vaccines and them testing out stuff on people in Africa. You got the French talking about they want to do tests on Africans and stuff like that, and dark-skinned people. So as far as this vaccine is concerned, we should all be protesting already, innit? We should all be arguing about it already, before it's too late, because they're passing laws, innit? And without protest, without, campaigning, there's no way that we're going to get any kind of justice as far as these laws are concerned. I want to know what Shakara's got to say, though, man. Shakara, man, I know you're an educated guy, man. So what do you think about these vaccines? And what do you think the way forward is?
I'm not about them in general. I don't necessarily have a problem with the concept of vaccines on a basic level, but I don't trust the medical establishment. I mean, I think there's enough evidence to be questioning of the vaccines that they're giving us in general. I think from my understanding, the general idea of the body being able to respond, give an immune responsiveness to housing a vaccine, that makes sense. Yeah, that basic science makes sense, but that doesn't mean that all the chemicals that they're putting in the vaccinations is healthy. You know what I'm saying? So that's amazing.
Yeah.
But what's it called? I do want to say one thing though. Sorry, because Ultra said something. Not Ultra. Veli said something a while ago when I was just listening about using the scientific method to prove something. I also want to say that from my own perspective, that's not a contradiction. Yeah. Because that the scientific method proving a spiritual concept is not a contradiction to me. I don't coming from a African spiritualist point of view. We don't have that kind of conflict with science. Yeah,
right.
So it's not that's not a shot. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point of being nature based. Yeah, and I'm putting together a presentation. I'm going to drop it in a couple of weeks maybe, but I'm putting together a presentation entitled "Why I Choose African Spirituality." And I'm gonna touch on that. What's it called? What evidence, Shakara? You're just spreading rumors. Oh yeah, I can't wait to go into that right now. I've seen certain things. Even proper doctors question the safety of vaccines and the kind of things there. And yeah, I've got a son. I haven't given him any vaccines because I'm not, unless I've studied something to a significant degree like that. I'm just not going to allow people to just juke needles in my pitney. You know what I'm saying?
Trust me.
You know what I'm saying? So,
but this is the next thing, though, Shakara, because they're talking about, all right, for instance, they can take people, they can take, for instance, persons, they can confiscate anything, basically. So, say, for instance, you're a father or a mother, you've got children, and you say, listen, I'm not getting a vaccine. Even if you ask what's in the vaccine, that can be seen as you contravening the law. So they could basically take your kids and put them in care because you're not taking the vaccine. Now what?
Yeah, like, man, hear that still. More.
Yes, sir.
When I was listening earlier, I heard you asking a question, but I wasn't able to deal with it, and I didn't quite catch what it was. But you were asking me to
I
explain.
was curious to hear you break down the concept of Ashe right quick. But before you do, I wanted to touch on what you were saying about the scientific method in a nature-based form of spirituality, and whatnot.
Mhm.
Because again, this is where I'm saying that the atheists, like they're having to slowly recognize that like I don't even think Vel recognized it the other day. Like he slowly had to walk into the corner of like, yeah, when it comes to the God within nature concept, or this like I'm agnostic to that, but when it comes to the external God, I'm definitely atheist to that.
Right.
But that's got to be normal though, because I, for instance, me myself, I got a lot more respect for what Shakara is dealing with. Even though I may criticize, I may have my comments, my moments where I don't really understand it or interpret it right, but it's got to be something. It's got more roots at least than atheism. It's got something to base itself on. Whereas the atheist system now, it's got no roots. It's got no leg to stand on. It's like, for instance, it's like us making a garden, yeah, and planting plants in the garden, yeah. Now let's just say our plants, the religion plants, are like corn and I don't know, pumpkins, and I don't know, or not even pumpkins. Let's say they're trees. The religions are trees, yeah, with massive roots. Yeah, the African spiritual system is a tree with massive roots. Now these guys are trying to plant. I don't know. They're trying to plant like farmyard stuff, or they're trying to plant roses, whatever they're trying to plant. Our roots are gonna crush them. That's what's gonna happen. They ain't got no roots. They got no leg to stand on. They don't mean anything. They don't stand for anything. Being an atheist means absolutely nothing.
Indeed.
This is the joke of it. But they will stand by it like it means something. It's like, how confused can you be? And they will say themselves out of their own mouths that it doesn't mean anything. So there's loads of other atheists in the world. We're all different. Okay, so you got nothing to stand on. You got nothing to stand by. You got no right to even be taking shots because your thing does not exist. But you say it exists. It doesn't make no sense. Like, they're so confused. And the thing is, they don't realize what they're saying when they're saying it. They don't realize every single time they say, well, the atheists don't have a specific, set of rules or set of morals or anything to live by. So there is no atheist. It makes no sense. But they think that what they're saying makes sense. It's so dumb. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I try not to get onto them too much about it because we've had our conversations and they've already exposed themselves. So there's I don't feel like there's a need to say anymore, innit? They might feel there's a need to put themselves on trial, but there is no trial. You've already gone. Like, if this was a trial, you're in jail already before the trial even starts. Right. So what's the point?
And that's why I waited till the end of the week to try to like put my questions out, because like, so again, in this situation, like, so they're finding out to where they are atheist in one sense, right? Like, so in the old school sense, it used to be like against the state religion or whatnot, right? Like, so they're just against the concept of like the external God.
Yeah,
that's cool. But now they're in a conundrum, right? Because they have to prove being able to have morality beyond the concept of do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I use some level of moral relativism, because in order for you to have some level of objective morality, you have to have some level of proof, or be able to have be working from some construct of interconnectedness. And if you're talking about interconnectedness, you're not, again, that's not different from the concept, or that's not away from the concept, or that's not adverse to the concept of the intrinsic natural God. You know what I'm saying? Or the aspect of God within nature.
So can I say, sorry, can I say, sorry, did you say you wanted me to explain the concept of Ashe?
Yeah, because you were saying it earlier and it sounded almost like it was equivalent to the concept of the soul. And I was really glad you broke that down.
So Ashe, so when people say soul, yeah, normally they mean like the personalized spirit, yeah?
Okay.
That kind of thing, like the inside of Ashe is more than that. Ashe is the basic like kind of primary force of life, yeah, that which permeates all life and from which all life arises. Yeah?
So if I said like ki or mana or something like that, would it be like
they're related concepts? In fact,
okay, got you. Okay.
Right. So in Yoruba, not Yoruba, Igbo, the term is actually chi. Yeah. For your I'm saying, and that relate, and you have a personal chi, yeah, which is considered your personal god, yeah. So the Ashe is basically the force through which Olodumare permeates the universe for the purpose of creating.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense, yeah. So Olodumare is manifest, is like the ultimate, the complete Ashe is Olodumare, if that makes sense, or Olurun. Yeah, what's it called? So let me do this. Let me do this, right? 1 second. So in the book, The Holy Odu, a collection of verses from the 256 Odu Ifa with commentary here. There's an introduction that's written by a sister by the name of Ianifa Iafunfun Fayele Fasegun Tunde, yeah, also known as Ayele Kamari, PhD, yeah. And she gives some explanations as to this. So let me just drop this quickly and done. In addition to these 5 categories, there is a vital force, a power or energy permeating the whole universe. Ashe. She gives the various different pronunciations of Ashe. So the pronunciation, spellings of Ashe. For the Yorubas, every plant, animal, inanimate object, and natural phenomenon is a carrier of divine consciousness. God is the source and the ultimate controller of the vital force, but the deities are intermediaries and blah 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 blah. The Yoruba the Yoruba believe that all individual manifestations of consciousness can communicate. This extensionist concept, notice the use of the word extensionism. This extensionist concept that we are connected to God, each other, and all conscious beings is common to many religions and is the basis for much of the practical aspects of the religion. It is through communication through extensionism that we pray for the help of the deities. In addition, we can build up or strengthen our individual level of Ashe, power to make things happen through communication. And it is believed that this communication benefits both parties. Yeah. So there's 2 things there. One, Ashe is the basic primary life force energy, but also Ashe is also the power to make things happen. That is why in Ifa, when you pray, after you pray, you say Ashe. Yeah. The Ashe is the life force, but Ashe also is the power of creation, and it also translates as "let it be done." Yeah. It will be done. Ashe. It's the power of the word that commands things to be done, yeah, within the consciousness of the people. Another part of this book, same author, same person. For the Yorubas, nature is not separate from the invisible realm, and the invisible realm is Oru, yeah, as in Oluru. So when people say Oluru and they say Lord or the guardian of the heavens, technically speaking, they're not talking about the sky, yeah, they're talking about the unseen realm. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's Olorun, yeah. Right. What's it called? The invisible realm is symbolized or manifested by the visible, yeah, and which is what basically the brother was trying to say there a minute ago. All right, that the invisible realm is symbolized or manifested by the visible and concrete phenomena and objects of nature. According to Mbiti, that's John S. Mbiti, the invisible dimensions presses hard upon the visible, and the Yoruba experience that invisible universe when they look at, hear, or feel the visible and tangible world. The physical and spiritual are 2 dimensions of one and the same creation. For the Yoruba, it is advantageous to maintain communications with beings in the invisible realm because they can help us to make life easier in the visible realm. The Yoruba believe that all that happens in the world, Aye, first manifest in Oru, which is the invisible world. Yeah, a couple more things. Yoruba, I'm jumping sections here, so bear with me. Yoruba view the cosmos as a dynamic interplay of such opposites as heaven and earth, night and day, masculine and feminine, etc., etc. Here we go. Physical and metaphysical, body and soul, inner and outer, hot and cold, hard and soft, left and right, life and death, success, failure, and so on. Yeah. However, the Yoruba say that the great mystery of Olorun, or God, is unity. It is when Oro, the Ashe of God, passes into the physical realms and becomes Elah, formless Ashe, ready to manifest, that polarities are created. Yeah. It is in the balance.
Real quick, what was the name of the formless Ashe?
For is Elah, ELA.
Okay.
Yeah. It is in the balancing of, it is in balancing these forces that harmony at the universal, societal, and individual level is achieved. That's how you learn from nature. Why is it we have polarities in the universe that make it hard to achieve harmony on earth? The Odu of Osameji says, and I won't read the Yoruba, I'll just read the English. It says, this is taken from the sacred text. It says, the hawk has one wisdom. The falcon possesses one knowledge, one in mind, one in your mind, one in each our minds. These were the declarations of Ifa to Orunmila when going to enter into the covenant with the Ajay of Morere. Ajay is a terminology for a powerful woman, yeah, spiritually powerful woman, yeah. They asked him why he was doing this. He said that it was for his life to be perfectly organized. Yeah, so that's just emphasizing the concept of oneness, that particular Odu. It would seem that the creation of polarities allows the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of Olodumare to be compartmented. To be comparted amongst a plethora of individual consciousnesses. Because for one to have complete wisdom would mean our annihilation, as in if we had knowledge of all, we would become all. Yeah. This dividing of knowledge compels us to work together in harmony as expressed by the relationship between Orunmila and the deity Odu. One last thing. Yeah. The supreme being, Olorun, is genderless. It constitutes unity. Olodumare, an aspect of Olorun, is the portal that births the universe. Odu can be interpreted as womb or portal. So when you see Oludu Mare, that Odu part is womb. Yeah. The Ol part is it designates possession. Yeah. Ownership. Yeah. So this is I am the owner of the womb, so to speak. Yeah. Can be, yeah. Olumare can be interpreted as the rainbow serpent who comes from the darkness of the womb. Our most powerful deity is Odu, a feminine deity. The earth deity, Onile or Aye, is feminine too. The power of the Babalawo, the priest, resides in Odu, the feminine deity. As the Ashe of God passes to the invisible realm through Olodumare, polarities are created. The most significant being the feminine stroke masculine polarity, electromagnetism and gravity. Electromagnetism or light energy is expansive, thus masculine, and carries the atoms, molecules, particles of creation. Yeah. Now, obviously, when they came up with all these concepts, they never knew about no electromagnetism and gravity. But you learn about these things and you relate it to, you know what I'm saying? There's no conflict here. Yeah, there's no conflict here between scientific understanding and philosophical spiritual understanding.
I'm so glad you said that, Shaka, because I was kind of thinking that, like, how did they have a concept of gravity all the way back then? And what words did they really use?
They would have had a concept of it, but not necessarily a scientific concept of it. Do you know what I'm saying? And I say not necessarily because it's not impossible.
So what was the actual word they was using then? Because, you know, if the word gravity never existed at the time, then there must have been something they was relating that to.
Yeah, but they're just observing nature and seeing polarities in the forces of nature. Yeah, so they may have just been talking about they may just be talking about, well, look, we've got masculine and feminine, day and night, left and right. You know what I'm saying? Them kind of things there, and they maximize or they extend that understanding into the universe itself, into the vital forces that exist in the universe. So they may have not had a word for gravity. Yeah, in the stricter sense, you know what I'm saying? But
you see what you're saying though, in the sense of deities and stuff, Shakara. Yeah. One more question quickly before I let you continue. Yeah, like when we say deity in today's terminology and terms, yeah, it's because of what we know about obviously maybe Greek mythology and other things like that. our idea of deity, you know, would lead us to think of, you know, a statue of a man or a woman who was perceived as a god. So when you say deity, how do you
when we say
explain
deity,
deity?
we're talking about
How do they
principles.
explain it?
We're talking about principles in nature and
Yeah.
principles of character development, most specifically. Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
it's a natural principle that's given a philosophical meaning and significance, as well as its.
Can I be honest with you, Shakara? You see, when you change the word like that, and now you've gone from deity to principles. When you say principles, you know, I feel like it relates more closely with what you would then maybe identify as Abrahamic, or what maybe some of the rest of us.
Maybe so, but at the same time, we're bearing in mind that we're using the English language. So the term,
Yeah.
if I say Orisha in Yoruba, people you in the language, you know what that means. When we translate it to English, people usually translate it as gods, yeah, which is not strictly speaking the case, yeah. So we say deity because we're talking about divinities, divine principles, the divine essence of a force of nature. So
But if you, it's Shaka, I'll be honest with you, yeah. You see, when you just say divine principles now, yeah, you just saying it like that, it just changes the whole look of it for me. It's
Maybe
only
so.
certain times when you say words like deities, but then I think that's why it's good for you to speak more and get more of it out there, so I can have a better understanding. Because
Personally, I don't have a problem with either term personally, but I get from your perspective why you might have a problem with it. I personally don't. You know what I'm saying? But let me continue for a second. I'm nearly finished here. It says it is gravity, contractive, thus feminine, that pulls the elements together to create form. Yeah. So again, electromagnetism is a masculine force in this consciousness, and gravity is a feminine force. Yeah. That pulls the elements together to create form like stars and planets. That is why, for example, Eji Ogbe is expansive, light energy, and Oyeku is contractive, dark energy. Eji Ogbe and Oyeku are two terms for the Odu, which is when you say the Odu in this sense, it means the corpus of ancient ancestors through which the wisdom is preserved. Yeah. The balance of the two creates life. That is why we say Eji Ogbe is the father and Oyeku is the mother of all the Odus. One is not more important or better than the other. Another way to see this construct is Obatala as light and Odu as dark. It is the balance between Obatala and Odu that creates life. This construct is put in mythological poetics in Odu Ogbe Yonu, and I won't bother read Odu Ogbe Yonu, but I hope that gives you a more complete answer.
Shaka, I definitely feel what you're talking about there, yeah. But I think what you're saying about this gravity stuff here, I think it is really important, you know, because if these people were talking about something which equivalates to gravity, like however many years ago, when was that? Was that before Albert Einstein, when this language was made? And if they already knew what gravity was then, what was the name they was given to it, and how did they define it? If you know what I'm trying to say,
I'm not suggesting that they knew what gravity was. Yeah, I think it's plausible to suggest that they understood that there's a force in creation that is keeping us on the ground, so to speak, and they may have characterized that and manifested that in different ways. But what I'm saying more to the point is that there's not a conflict, because even if we didn't know about,
I'm not saying there's a conflict.
No,
I'm saying I'd like to know more
that.
about it.
Yeah, I know you're not saying that. I'm not making the claim that the ancient Yoruba had a scientific knowledge of gravity and electromagnetism.
How could they use such wording though?
No,
if they didn't have.
No, but the text I'm reading from is not ancient. The text I'm reading is explaining the ancient principles, the ancient cosmology. Right? That's what I'm saying. So
we need the ancient one, basically.
So the book is dealing with that, but I'm just saying that the only point that she's making is that within the Ifa cosmology, this is how we would organize philosophically these natural forces that we've come to learn about, which is electromagnetism and gravity. So the point is that when you've got a nature-based spiritual system, your knowledge of nature becomes symbolized within within the cosmology of the so-called religion.
Is that something you could find out for us, and maybe ask a few more questions to find out, you know, what was they actually calling that force and how did they define it?
I will definitely ask in terms of whether there was a definition or understanding of gravity in ancient Ifa.
Yeah, because if there was, then what do we need Einstein for?
Well, I hear you. I mean, Einstein has his place in whatever history gives credence to Einstein. So that's all well and good. All I'm saying is that I'm saying even if Einstein was the person who figured out gravity, like let's say that's the case. What's it called?
Well, he hasn't completely figured it out yet, but he came up with the theory of relativity and
and all these things.
And gravity's still a theory, so it's
right.
not perfect.
And maybe he didn't originate the concept, but maybe he was able to deepen our understanding of the concept at that stage. And now
maybe he just got it from the Yorubas. Who knows?
Maybe so, right? But maybe so. Maybe the Yoruba didn't mathematically write it out, or whatever, I'm saying whatever, and maybe Einstein did. And now there are people that have increased the mathematical application of gravity, because now we can actually quantify what it is when Einstein couldn't do that. That's all that's possible.
But this is my problem, Shakara, because we don't really know that the Yorubas didn't map it out, and we don't really know that someone didn't just steal a book.
But I'm saying that in the absence of evidence for it, that for me, the Yoruba don't need it to have mapped out gravity for their philosophical concept to make sense. The point is that, does this philosophical idea have application in relation to in the world, innit? And so that's all she's doing.
Yeah, but that part is not in question right now. I'm not questioning that.
Yeah, no, I know you're not. I know. I'm just making it clear that she's not making the claim that Oduduwa, who's like the progenitor of the Yoruba people, or Orunmila, who put together the Ifa system, did so with a scientific knowledge of electromagnetism and gravity. All she's saying is that in the Yoruba concept, masculine and feminine energies create balance in the universe. So,
she's not saying they didn't have an understanding of the.
No, she's not saying no. She's not saying no. She's not making a claim either way. She's just saying that within this cosmology, this is how the principles of electromagnetism and gravity would be expressed and fit into and harmonize with the Yoruba or Ifa cosmology. That's all the claim that she's making. Yeah.
Okay.
So I hope that helps more. So if I've answered your question properly. More gone.
No, I think we all understood that, man.
What I find interesting about this whole concept of the spirit is that because the Quran claims to have the best collection and a confirmation of all previous spiritual systems, whether secular or even sacred. What it said, one, the Arabic pronunciation for spirit, believe it or not, is ruh. So it's kind of interesting that the Ol Ruh run, the Ola run, the Ola Ruh, I think you were mentioning a lot. Chapter 15, verse 29, it says, and when I have proportioned him and breathed into him my ruh, my spirit, then fall down to him in prostration. What is interesting about the root letter for that word spirit, which is Ra, Ha, and Wow, you will find a very interesting description here, which I'm getting ready to go to in a few seconds.
Yeah, fam. I'm gonna be gone for a sec. But like I said, I'm putting together a presentation on why I choose African spirituality. I'll be dropping it either next week or the week after. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, we'll go.
Hey, Shakara.
Yeah.
Like I was gonna say to you, I'll say two things actually. One, do you think that we should be like letting people in our communities know from now, don't be taking no vaccine? Have you already been doing that? And second question, like obviously I know you're doing your presentation about African spiritual systems. You can feel free to come over and do one on my show as well if you want, because we need someone to talk about some African spiritual systems. I don't know anyone else who does.
So once I've done the presentation, I definitely accept that invitation. Definitely.
Yeah, that sounds good, man.
All right.
So
on your first question, I don't tell people not to take vaccines. I tell them to study the information around vaccines. Yeah.
Okay.
And so because it's more important for me that people are informed than they're instructed, if that makes sense. And I think that once people are informed, then they'll be in a more beneficial position to make their own decisions. But I think that most people that take vaccines are not informed about them, any more than the people that they criticize in terms of not taking the vaccines. Yeah, so I think it's very important to be informed about these things, and also to study holistic health, study natural healing and the body and them kind of things there. Like I think those things are important too. I don't know why we just accept that jucking a needle is in your arm is the thing to do, and we haven't even we don't do, you know what I'm saying, we get into arguments based upon these things but we actually haven't studied them. So I just think you know, it's important to for people to inform themselves. I do have to run quickly, so I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, man, this chip thing though, I'll be honest, it sounds like Total Recall to me, where they had to get that little machine and burn out the chip in their body and them things. Remember that?
Yeah. So back what I was finding interesting about the Arabic definition for the word spirit, which is ruh, it said the description of it is a soul or spirit or vital principle, breath which a man breathes and pervades his whole body. And this part here, I want a 5-star. It can also mean inspiration or divine revelation, since it is like the vital principle which is to the body and quickens man. Us in Moorish lingo, we simply say the holy breath, which quickens man. So like when you get like an idea or an inspiration of an idea, by the effect that it has on you, you do behave in a way of this definition, which is like a quickening of breath. You know, oh, I got an idea. You know, you make these sounds. Oh, wait, so you're telling me this means this, you know? So that's kind of like what it's saying, this inspiration, this jolt of information, which is also quite interesting because according to chapter 42, verse 51, it speaks about ways which one communicates with God. It says, according to chapter 42, verse 51 of the Quran, it says, no human being can communicate with God except through revelation or inspiration, as we were just saying, or from behind the barrier, or by sending the messenger through whom he reveals what he reveals. But the point I want to zoom in on, a 5-star, is revelation, as we were just saying, as being one of the ways to communicate with God. When we go to the root letter for that word revelation, we have wow, ha, and ya. And just real quickly, I must go back to my app real quick and look up this word here, which I think you would find very interesting.
Do you know what else was interesting to me? The fact how he was talking about everything's connected and all the spirits and everything are connected. Like, so there's a oneness, there's a one thing that everything spawns from, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously all the information and all of our, you know, personalities are all separated. But if they were all connected like fully, then, you know, it would eradicate all of us, innit? Because we'd all be one again. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's very strange that it has that concept, but, you know, in other aspects, you know, it seems to differ a lot from what we might know as, you know, religion today.
Yeah, I know, right? This definition here for the word revelation, again, the root letter, 3 root letters being wow, ha, ya, or in English, W, H, and Y. The meanings are to indicate, to reveal, or to suggest, to point out, or to put a thing into the mind, to dispatch a message, to inspire, as we were just saying, one of the ways, again, the word inspiration is just another word for ruh, this spirit that was blown into us. So again, what all most true followers of the book has been saying, yeah, the book is not really necessary because it's already in you. The book is just reminding you. We don't believe in converting people. We revert because we feel this is knowledge that is already preset inside you via what we call the fitra or nature. But real quick, it simply also says to speak secretly as the meaning for revelation. Also to hasten. We were just talking about that. To quicken. To make a sign, to sign swiftly, to suggest with speed, to write. And here's one I want a 5-star here. It's the last meaning for the word revelation. To say something in a whispering tone so that only the hearer hears it clearly, but not the person standing close to him. So this is how personal the inspiration is from within the individual. That when you read these revelations, that's why it says the heart shivers or the heart softens, because the inspiration. That's why we say you might hear some old people even say when it comes to talking about these
Hey,
kids,
Bernie, you're cutting out a
in
bit,
essence, now know what they mean. Okay, yeah. There we go. Peace. That sound a little better.
Yeah, that sounds a bit better. Oh, Veli, Bank Boy's in the back room as well,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Yeah, add him in. I don't like being in the back too long, so other people throw him in, Veli. So in short, now I know what it means when old heads used to say, like a lot of old head Muslims I used to, raised with, born in the mosque, born Muslims, the old head zikr, and they'll tell me, is either you really got it or you don't. In essence, when it comes to this stuff, is either you got it or you don't, because it's inside you, and it's trying to say something. And if your heart is not soft or your mind is not open to that, to this inspiration that's within you, then when somebody comes to relate that which is already inside you to yourself, and you don't get it, then it's something that is going on inside of you that you don't get. So it is a certain, state of mind you have to be in to understand these lessons. Everybody's not lying in a sense. Everybody on the planet Earth speaks about these deities. We give it different names, Shifa and not Shifa. I'm sorry, Ashe and stuff. But so everybody's not lying. The lingo might be different. And
I was just gonna say, I'm not God, I'm not
powers
God.
that be. No, but God's within you, but it's all good. Everyone on this planet Earth ain't lying. When obviously something's going on outside this universe. Peace.
Yeah, some mad ones still. But yeah, man, the atheists, man, that they need to start learning and start understanding rather than just criticizing. Because all the criticism does, it just leads you down that slippery slope of just
Big up
being
all the chocolate agnostic still, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all of that stuff. Atheists, I put it all in one bracket though. To me, the other ones don't even exist neither. It don't make sense. You might as well all be in one bracket because you all believe different things anyway. Nah, I don't know, man. What is the difference with the agnostic really anyway? It doesn't make no sense to me.
So an agnostic doesn't deny the possibility of God.
They don't deny the possibility of God. So what's the point then? It just don't make no sense, does it?
It's an admission of a concept like, so like Ultra Funky, he'd be like, you know what, I'm too lazy to figure it out. He's like, I don't got the
thing. I'll be honest, I've heard them talk about their agnostic stuff, I've heard them talk about their atheists, I've heard them talk about their anti-theism and the rest of it. And to me, it's all the same thing. It's all a load of nonsense, really. It's a bunch of brainwashed kids. That's what it is. But you know what? They've all got together. They gathered up some bits of information and some books and decided that on that basis, they can say that God doesn't exist because they can't prove it. But at the end of the day, in real reality, they don't exist because they don't even really know what they believe. Like that. So, their group doesn't exist. Long story short of it, if you wanted to identify who, for instance, if you wanted to identify who the Muslims were in the community, not going to be hard. You can just go around and talk to people. You could ask them a set of questions and you'll know within moments if someone's a Muslim or not. With an atheist, like, no atheist is a true atheist. Every atheist is a different version of an atheist. So they got nothing to stand by, nothing to stand on.
So I believe there are certain atheist ones out there. Like when people talk about their atheist and they believe in no morality, or they believe in like relative morality, I'm like, okay, you make sense to me. That's consistent to me. When I hear an atheist talk about they believe in empathy and objective morality, I'm like, no, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Well, from what they've said, from out of their own mouths, atheists don't believe in anything. They've got to be able to prove it first.
So that's Schiffer. That's the issue, right? Like, so when they want to talk about a God that's outside of existence or whatnot, like, yeah, you can't prove or disprove that concept. But like, so like, I keep talking about and the concept of African spirituality and certain schools of theism. Like, so for me, I consider myself like a naturalist theist in the sense I don't see like God as supernatural, meaning that I don't see God outside of nature. Okay.
Okay.
And so that's literally what supernatural means. And so on that level, I was talking about the concept of energy basically being what most people consider to be God or whatnot. Like, energy can't be created or destroyed or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And on scientific levels, they're showing how aspects of energy exist in multiplicity and superposition, like everywhere, every when, all them kind of things. You know what I'm saying? And so, like I was telling Rob when I consider God to be the animating force to all life.
Yeah.
And I was like, so what you call that? He's like, I call that nature. I was like, cool. Cool. I was like, but you got a name for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like you can't say it's not there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like on at that juncture, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about the same thing. And so the atheist got an issue now. You know what I'm saying? Because like, okay, like, so you just said that don't exist, but nature exists.
Yeah.
What I call God, you're saying don't exist, but you're saying nature exists, and you call the same thing I call God nature. Okay.
Yeah.
Have fun because you're gonna be tap dancing for a long time and not recognizing it.
Well, nature affects all things, all living things. Full stop.
So what is nature, right? So we got into it and whatnot. At the end of the day, like, so what's the essence of that shit? He says energy. Cool, got you. Now we're definitely talking about something that we can deal with, because again, energy can't be created or destroyed. So based upon that concept, that's why I derive a concept of being interrelated or whatnot, because again, they're showing via scientific principle how, like, on that energetic level, that there's aspects of it to where it overlaps or whatnot.
But this is the thing where the atheists and the scientists, they're going to argue that the energy is, being produced by something in the atmosphere, or, they had to make the energy by making a power station or whatever foolishness they're going to come up with. By the end of the day, energy existed before they done any of their work, like that, and the planet was still evolving, things were still growing before they did anything, before they did any scientific anything.
The problem, Schiffer, is like, so when they deal with this whole like evolution concept, right? That like the abiogenesis concept, they're trying to figure out how inanimate life, inorganic life became animated and organic. You know what I'm saying? And so they're at the points where they got to keep making these big leaps and assumptions and whatnot, like to where, like, okay, out of nowhere there was nothing, and out of nowhere there was this RNA and DNA to it that was self-replicating and had information in it. You know what I'm saying? But now, so what Drucker I was talking about earlier was like, so the physicist he was bringing out was talking about, like, yeah, on this deep part of nature, this essential part of nature, this intrinsic part of nature, it has coding in it. It has information in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like they're talking about like the evolutionary biologists are trying to figure out how the code got into nature, right? And so the physicists are saying there's coding in what precedes matter. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it has to be someone or something doing something, doesn't it?
So the question is, like, so if there's a code, what's the mechanism of coding, and who and what if what is the coder?
Exactly. And this is why it's silly what they're saying, really, because at the end of the day, science hasn't really answered any questions like that. All they're doing is making assumptions, and all of their assumptions can only lead to, things that are impossible to prove. It makes no sense. Because like you said, if everything's coded, then how did we evolve from, this thing that crawled out of the ocean one day? How did we evolve from that? And they're just saying all the coding was in that one being for loads of different beings. Who knows? I don't know what their real explanation is because I'll be honest, I don't look too deep into it. I think it's like
They don't
quite
have
delusional.
it's a load of assumptions, and that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's not what that. See, that's not scientific. Like I debate that all the time. Is macroevolution like a scientific fact? No, it's not. It's an assumption.
But the thing is now you got people like you got people like this Speaker's Corner guy, this Rob guy, and he will be swearing to people, this is the truth, this is how it goes. You know, like that. You got people like this Speaker's Corner guy, he will swear to people that this is how it works, this is how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that could be what
this
he
is the
believes.
best
Innit?
explanation.
That could be what he believes. That could be what he truly believes.
Yeah, that's true. That could be what he truly believes, but ultimately, yeah, the same way for me, yeah, I always say to people, like, you see, just because I'm an Israelite, that don't make you an Israelite. You need to know yourself, innit? If you listen to what I say and you believe in what I say and you think the same as you, then, you know, maybe you are. You know, I can't tell you who to be or what to do, but ultimately, you know, we're all free to make our own decisions. I'm just not going to say to you, do you know what you're doing is diminished and try to diminish what you're doing in any way. I'm sticking to what I'm doing, you know, because I know what I'm standing on. You know what you're standing on. Rob knows what he's standing on. By the end of the day, he's standing on shaky ground, no more, no less than any of the rest of us, you know. But the way he promotes what he's doing is like, you know, it's the best thing since sliced bread, you know, and all the rest of these guys are idiots. They're delusional.
Yeah, it's like definite objective truth. It's like, bro, like that's when I hear that concept, it's like it's the most laughable thing for me coming from like hearing it come from someone who doesn't believe in the concept of a God or whatnot, or again anything that would link to an interconnectedness in reality. Because if you don't have the basis for interconnectedness, then how are you making any claim of anything being objective? Because then you can't have anything objective unless there is some kind of interconnected point of view.
My argument is that these atheists say they don't believe in anything, right? Well, the truth is
that's nihilist. That's a nihilist. That's a nihilist.
They believe in what the scientists say, though. You know what I'm saying? So,
but they don't. That's what I'm like. So that's what Shakaraj was just showing him earlier. He was like, no, fam. Like, there's the scientists are saying based upon observation what he was saying about the spirit is plausible and worth looking into, right? But they weren't even willing to look at the base of observations that the scientists were working from to be able to make their extrapolations. Like that's a big issue. Like the observations are there and reproducible. That's not even an argument at this juncture, right? But what they were arguing was the extrapolations are making based off of those observations they can reproduce.
I see.
You know the worst thing as well, more, yeah. You see how they've got this this theory of the what is it called, the Big Bang or whatever it is now, yeah. They're saying the entire universe expanded out of nothing. Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing.
No. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, but when you say yes or no, it's when they stop making sense to me. You know, that's the point where my ears are listening very closely to hear what's said next. Because it's like, what are you trying to fool me? Are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes? What are you trying to do? Don't jealous me.
So it's not really nothing that they talk about it being. It's like it would be like energy and matter like splitting apart and kind of coming back together again.
But how does this make sense that our whole universe is born out of that, whole planet's whole world out of nothing? So that basically I can have a box in my cupboard, yeah, I take the box out, there's nothing in it, yeah.
Right. So the nothing concept is they don't say that. It's a something, right? The something came out of something, not nothing came out of something, or something came out of nothing. It's something came out of something is what they're saying, right? And
I'm gonna read it to you. I'm gonna read it to you.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna find it for you because I remember reading it, and that's what made me really confused. Hold on. Sorry, my reception's a bit mad right now. I need to get some. Oh, yeah, it's coming up now. Hold on. It is called the Big Bang Theory, isn't it? I am right. That's not just a TV program, is it? Come on, man. You know I got jokes.
I know that's right.
But when I type in the Big Bang Theory, that's the first thing that comes out.
I know. That's the funny. That's the funny.
You know, like that. That's fine.
The Big Bang Theory is a cosmological model of the observable universe from the earliest known periods through its subsequent large-scale evolution. The model describes how the universe expanded from an initial state of very high density and high temperature, and offers a comprehensive explanation for a broad range of observed phenomena, including the abundance of light elements, the cosmic microwave background, radiation, large-scale structure, and Hubble's law. So how I understand it is they're not saying it came from nothing. They're saying that the Big Bang came from a highly condensed something.
Well, I don't know, man. I'll be honest here. Like, what I read was the Big Bang Theory is the leading explanation about how the universe began. At its simplest, it says the universe as we know it started with a small singularity, then inflated over the next 13.8 billion years to the cosmos that we know today. So now what we're talking about an explosion, yeah?
Supposedly.
Yeah. Then inflated over the next 13.8 billion years. So what this explosion has been happening for 13.8 billion years and is still going. Someone needs to explain themselves here, man, because to me it just sounds corrupted.
That's a big stick of dynamite. He said 13 billion years, bro.
13.8 million years, bang. Like that don't make no sense. Wake up your minds. Like, come on, wake up your minds. Like, this don't make no sense. And then, all right, for instance, even if what you said, you add that to it. We're talking about an explosion here. What the explosions do they make things? Come on, people. You know, maybe after the explosion in Japan, in Hiroshima or whatever, people started growing deformities, you know, years after, because it was irradiating them.
Right.
But it weren't making nothing that weren't there already. It was deforming things that were there already. You understand? So I don't understand all of that. I don't get it. Like, just one big bang in outer space, then all of a sudden whole worlds come alive. Stop. It don't make no sense, in it. Like, to say that we don't understand something is not a bad answer, you know, because if we really don't understand, then we should make the truth be known, innit? We don't really understand, you know. Obviously, for us, for the people that do believe in the Most High, you know, we don't really understand how the thing was made, innit? And we would explicitly say that, innit? Like, you know, the only person you're gonna get answers to those kind of questions from, you know, it might be Jesus then, innit? When he comes back, innit? Or like, you have to wait till you see God, innit? Or you have to talk to a prophet.
So on a funny level, that's that's one of the aspects of being a theist is like sometimes like looking at nature just makes you bow your head like, okay, like that like the complexity thereof is what makes you like say, okay, this is why I'm observing something here that would make me look towards the concept of God. You know what I'm saying? There's a complexity in this design that I can't get over. It's where like it's not. There's too much complexity for it to be random.
Trust me. What do you think about this Big Bang Theory, Bank Boy, man?
I think it's like when God said, "Let there be light."
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. When I first heard the Big Bang Theory, that's the first thing I thought, you know, because they're talking about some big explosion. I said, hold on. Like, I refer back to the Bible. Obviously, you know, for those of us that, you know, maybe when we was younger, had to go Sunday school or went to church or whatever, you know, we already knew about some of these things, innit? We knew about God concepts and these things from young, innit? So, you know, that was one of the first things I related it to also. So when you say that though, like, how did you relate it? Because I want to see if we related it the same.
Like, it's the Big Bang, right? So, and it's like a big light explosion. So it's as simple as that. I thought, okay, that must be the moment, you know, God said, let there be light, and everything came in. into being at that moment.
Okay. See, the only problem with that, Bank Boy, yeah, is that remember when God said, "Let there be light," the earth was already there, but it was formless and void. Where I'm coming from.
I'll say it like this. So the Big Bang would denote a sound, yeah?
Now, yeah, it could denote a sound. So, yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe you're right in that sense. Maybe that is what they're getting at. But what they're trying to say is that nothing existed before this Big Bang. So the part in the Bible where it says the earth was there, but it was, I think it says formless and void and darkness upon the earth or something like that. So we'd have to go back into the passage to really clarify. But, you know, something was there, innit? Before God said, "Let there be light."
Right. What I was going to say was like the important part of like the "let there be light" part is the first part of that is God said, right? So the saying part denotes the sound in and of itself as well. Like it's Hawa, and the thing about Hawa, like it's a declaration. It means, and the funny thing about it is Hawa actually denotes the concept of a wave. You know what I'm saying? And so this concept of a wave, or like a sound wave even it even denotes, it shows this perfectly because it deals with like potential energy and whatnot, energy potentiated and potential energy. And so again, a wave exists in superposition, and like you said this concept of the Big Bang was a singularity, right?
Yeah,
that expanded. So the collapse of the wave function is something going from like an infinite concept to a singular concept.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like it's not that it's nothing there, that it's literally coming from infinity to finite aspects. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the moment the Big Bang happens, now they're starting to measure time. Before that, they're not talking about time.
Yeah, definitely. I see your point still.
Yeah, it's like also in the beginning was the word, isn't it?
Yeah, the beginning was the word, yeah. And the word was with God and everything. I remember that being in the Bible as well.
And the word came out, as sound. Like he creates everything with words, isn't it?
So this is where you get in the concept of like, so even in the Kemetic school of thought, there's a word to creation, and it's just HW, and it's literally the sound of an exhaling breath. You know what I'm saying? Like just blow out your mouth right quick and see what sound you make. You know what I'm saying? It's HW, right? And so it's the same concept of like YHWH in a sense, right? It means like he lives or he the ever living. It's the same thing in Arabic. They have a reverse though. It's Huwa el Hayyu. It's YHWH backwards. But you see the Huwa there in the same way that you see the Hu, right? The HW in the Egyptian creation word for God, or creation, the Egyptian word for creation. There we go. But bottom line is like even the Christian aspect, the Kemetic aspect, go back to whatever you want to. Like they're talking about some form of wave being at the beginning of creation, some form of sound, some sort of bang, or some sort of anthropomorphic concept of a wave of some sort, or something coming from going from a infinite concept to a finite concept, going from superposition to a singularity.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. The only thing that really confused me is how a singularity, how an explosion creates so much life. That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that concept. I'm not gonna lie to you,
but you know what? Sometimes there's just some things we're not supposed to understand.
Yeah, agreed.
We're not meant to understand.
When we're dealing with the Most High, though, yeah, we can go into that realm of, all right, I don't really understand this because it says He spoke it into existence, but we don't really know.
It's not even just when we're dealing with the Most High, though. Like when you go to a gallery, yeah, and you look at a piece of art, and it's so complex and it's so like, wow, how did the artist make this? At the same time, you're giving reverence to the artist, innit?
But this is the thing now. When you say this now, yeah, God is an artist of a different breed, where his paintbrush is something else.
His creation is everything, innit?
That's all it is. That's all it is. But
His
what I would say is, we don't
But
really
people
know.
don't want to give him the glory. Like people don't want to give him the
No, we
recognition for his
do.
work.
No, some of us do. Not all of
The
us. But I'm saying, like,
atheists don't want to give him the recognition for his work.
yeah, the atheists don't. And this is the thing where, like, I look at it like this. Like, for instance, yeah, when before God said, "Let there be light," yeah. Now, as far as I know, as far as my understanding of the Bible is concerned, you know, the angels and certain things was already there at this point, you know, and the darkness was already there at this point because the darkness is mentioned, you know. Now, in looking at things like that now, yeah, like we don't really know whether God said, "Let there be light," and God had some concept of how to make a sun and told the angels, "This is what you got to do," and gave them work to do. Bam, and they just went, done that, bang, done. You know, like that. We don't know how fast these things move or what the capabilities of them are, X, Y, Z. So we don't really know. All we know is what the book's telling us. So, like I said, you know, when we put it in the book, we can go to the realm of I don't really know, innit? Like I can really say that that's a concept that maybe, you know, I'd have to meet God first or speak with God for God to explain it. Because, you know, the explanation in the book isn't necessarily giving me a full description of exactly what happened, you know, and going
Or
into
maybe it is, and maybe we don't know how to look at it yet. Like so, Shakara was talking about how the physicist was talking about, like, yeah, I'm looking at these African symbols and whatnot, and I'm seeing all kind of math in it that's talking about some complex stuff that I'm just looking at now. That has to do with the physics I'm looking at now. So maybe there's stuff that people have been looking at for a long time on a simplistic level, but don't recognize the complexity in what they're looking at yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or maybe they actually recognize the complexity and they've broken it down on such simplistic levels. You feel me?
Right, and so again, the concept is whenever you're talking about a book or a story, you're talking about the anthropomorphizing of the truth in some way, shape, or form. So there's going to be some element of literal and some element of figurative to it. You know what I'm saying? So the issue is figuring out which is which and where. You know what I'm saying? And how it applies.
Yeah,
but with that, family, I gotta dip. I gotta go get some sleep. I'm about to jump off this thing and whatnot. Y'all have a good one. It was good building as always.
Brother, man.
Big up the chat. Hey.
Take care, man.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, fam, that whole thing is mad. This whole flipping believing in science and don't believe in nothing else, and you know.
James Jones, jump on the panel, man. About Schiffer's head is exploding right now. Jump on the panel and have your say. You should be defending the atheist right now. It's atheist on trial, you know. You know, like that.
One minute the atheists have got morals, next minute his morals come from religion and them thing there. Like, it's just all weird, isn't it? It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. But at the end of the day, like, this isn't like taking shots at the atheist though. This is fair critique for the atheist thing, because at the end of the day, you know, we've had our debates, you know, I've told you anything's possible within atheism. Like, although you was reluctant to concede, you know, it was inevitable that, you know, people are going to come to that verdict, you know, as far as all atheists having no morals and, you know, being weird, you know, it's not all of them. Some of them, you know, they might come from a decent background, you know, and have a bit of, you know, moral upbringing, you know, might have had a bit of religious influence or other influences. So they understand the difference between right and wrong. Others, they may not even care about those influences. They may just be, you know, too far gone, you know.
At the same time, it's saying that though, that there's also religious people who are like that though as well. So
very true, very true. Yeah, because you get some people that worship the devil and them things there and go on do some weird stuff. So at the end of the day, you know, those people who worship the devil, they still understand them, you know, that there's a God in it. You know, they might curse against God, but they still understand there is a God. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So, you know, I'm not putting them in the same bracket. I'm just saying, well, to be honest, they'd fall more under I think the atheist bracket myself, because I think the atheist doesn't really realize what they're doing. You know, the atheist doesn't realize he has a soul. This is the thing. You know, even for instance, like Shaka Ra will talk about African spiritual systems. that alone, that when Shakara comes and talks about African spiritual systems, just that sentence, yeah, saying spiritual systems lets you know this guy, you know, understands there's something more to just this life, you know, with what he's dealing with. When we get to atheism, it's something completely different now. We've gone, you know, we've gone way out
Can
there.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you still.
Yeah. Go on.
When we get to this atheism stuff, that's where it gets really weird, you know. Like we could look at ancient Greece, we could look at I don't know, we could look at any civilization that's got some concept of a god, and we could look at certain customs they might have or certain things they might do. Okay, that's a bit strange or whatever, you know. But when we get to atheism, it's gone beyond strange. It's unbelievably strange. It's so strange, in fact, that, you know, some of these atheists, you know, some of the top atheists are people like Richard Dawkins. But then the other atheists can say, well, you know,
some of the top atheists are people like James Jones.
But then this is the thing now. The other atheists can say, oh no, what, we don't credit him, we don't credit him. But who do you credit? Do you know like that? Who do you hold to? Who do you say is your atheist guy? Who do you go to get your advice from? You know, where's the you know, where's the information that you go by, that you stand by outside of science, you know? Because obviously science isn't always right, is it?
Finally, we got one of the atheists coming to defend the team.
Yeah, we had to get one of you, man. We had to get one of you.
So what are you saying? What are you saying for
what are you
yourself?
saying,
What are you saying for
Benny,
yourself,
for real?
Billy?
What you saying? What
What have you got to say
We
for
want to know
yourself?
what did they.
What is what?
I said, what have you got to say for yourself?
About what?
Atheist stand by, innit? Because get to make everyone else share and go into the intricacies of what we believe and what we don't believe. But you don't stand by nothing or stand for nothing.
We do still.
What do you stand for?
Just atheism by itself is just by itself, innit? So the term atheism doesn't stand for any rules. It just stands for not believing in God. But the atheist person has got their own morals.
See, as far as that is concerned, yeah, we're not questioning the fact that certain other atheists, all right, you might have some morals. We also understand that some of these morals might be based on things that come out of religion and other areas of life. So we do fully understand that. And we've taken that into consideration on this occasion.
Mostly based on your environment you got. On your environment. Yeah. I would say your environment is the biggest part of your moral coding system or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That.
So it comes from your family then, isn't it? Like, and you know, your upbringing then.
But not just your family. You might think something's right or wrong that your parents think is right or wrong.
Yeah. I get you. So you might learn from outside influences too. Like I said, you could have got an influence from religion that you thought was good, you know, or you could have got an influence from a person who was religious that you thought was good. So I get that side of it. But what I'm trying to say is now, yeah, when we put it all together now, yeah, obviously we all come from a household, you included, Ultra, all of us, innit? Now, what I'm saying is ultimately, even if, for instance, yeah, we said, all right, some of us don't believe in religion because we believe that, you know, what we're calling religion today is something that was re-scripted by people who didn't have our best interests at heart. But we know that originally it comes from, you know, another place. And then we go back in the history and we find out that it's actually ours. It actually comes from us, comes from our ancestors, comes from the place where we get our morals and X, Y, Z, you know. Is that not the point where some of the atheists have to start, you know, looking at things a little bit deeper?
Not really. The only time is if any of the stuff that's said in the Bible turns out to be true.
Now, what if it does turn out to be true? Then what?
But it hasn't done.
But how can you say that none of it's turned out to be true? What do you, when you say none of it's turned out to be true, how much has to be true?
I wouldn't say none of it, yeah. But considering this is a story from God about what's going to happen and how it's going to happen and this, that, and the other, I was sure that it would be 99.9% accurate. Maybe if there was one mistake and all the rest of it was accurate, that might be different. But if there's
And
like
I definitely
one
hear that
thing that's
argument.
accurate, and there's, you know what I'm saying, bro? If there was one thing if there's just one thing that's accurate and 99 mistakes, it's like, does it really come from content?
I get you, but then can you not see me from the position of, say, someone like myself then, yeah? Why I would say, you know, you're supposed to be doing the same thing I'm doing then and seeking that information. We want the original, authentic copy. We don't want the tarnished one. We don't want the rewritten one. We don't want the revised one. We don't want the translations. What we want is just the original book, and then we need to know that language so we can decipher it for ourselves, isn't it? Like, because then you will know just how much truth is in there. You'll know if there's, you know, more bits that, you know, you can find consistent.
What information, that is not in the Bible already that you're looking for, do you think is going to advance your development in 2020, 2021?
I personally think that all the information in these books, in these ancient books, is what is advancing us in 2020 today. That's my honest opinion. And there's a lot of us who share that opinion, you know, in the sense of, you know, you've got the ancient books they took out of Timbuktu, Africa, Egypt, wherever, Kemet, Ethiopia, all of these places, all these great nations, you know, India, the Hindus, all sorts of places around the world where they've taken books and taken scriptures and taken ancient texts and writings from, and then what they do, they lock them away in museums and, you know, private vaults and, you know, Vaticans and places like this. So, you know, it's imperative that we fight for our information, because at the end of the day, without that information, we are never really going to know. And there's going to be a lot of us that are going to be in a position like yourself where they're saying, well, you know, without certain information, I can't really follow that because it's not accurate enough, you know, like that. And we kind of feel it for you as well. I feel it for you because at the end of the day, if you had the accurate document, the information, you know, it might change you. I think it definitely would. That's the honest truth, like in my honest opinion, because, you know, in seeing things like, go on.
Think about this,
You're cutting out a little bit, you know.
Yo, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you still.
Can you hear me now, yeah?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. All right, listen to this, What about, if you say you found the information and you found that it was wrong information, are you willing to say that this is the wrong information and I'm going to start looking for something else?
Well, ultimately, I'm going to be honest with you like this, fella, like we're that most of us that are, you know, believers in the Most High, we're seekers of the truth, innit? So a lot of us are still seeking the truth because we can see flaws within certain things. You know, that's why me personally, I would say I don't subscribe to religion. I will read the books though, and I will subscribe to the understanding. I will subscribe to the Most High. You know, I will subscribe to the prophets. But as far as religion is concerned, I believe a lot of it's obscured because, you know, when I look through other texts, I see so many similarities in text. It's like, you know, it's just different
you're not really
people
asking
trying
my
to
question,
implement
you know,
themselves in a text.
Guys, listen to my question again, Listen to my question again, and try and give it an honest answer, someone's mic's crackling, though.
I'm not sure who that is. Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah. So, listen to this question, I was saying, so say you had the information that you was looking for about the religious text that you think was stolen or hidden or whatever, and then it didn't match up with the actual real history that was there. Are you willing to drop it and move to something to try to find what the actual truth is?
Well, this is the thing now where you see the way I deal with information, that couldn't happen because, you know, it has to match up with the history. Otherwise, it's not the real thing. As far as I'm concerned, as far as Shifra is concerned, religion is history. Yeah, so
no.
at that point, that's what I do anyway.
No, listen,
That's
Shipper,
what I
this is
do
what you gotta
anyway,
do,
though.
yeah? No, but listen. The real history, yeah, of what happened, yeah, in actual some of the old school biblical places or whatnot, yeah, and the real history, what's written in the scrolls at the moment, doesn't tally up properly, yeah. But say you found the original scrolls, yeah, of these religious documents, yeah, and they still didn't match up, yeah. Would you be willing to say that it's wrong to move on to something else, or are you just not accepting that it could ever be wrong?
Well, at that point, yeah, it's a massive if that you're coming with. I understand where you're going with your question, yeah, and it's a massive if that you're coming with. Now, what I'm going to say to you is,
my question is, could you be wrong?
If listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm going to say to you. If what you're leading to, and I'm just going to go a step above where you went, I'm going to say if what you're leading to is that, you know, I went into these religious texts and I found that, you know, there was nothing accurate in there. It was all a bunch of lies. It was all a bunch of fairy tales. There was no God, X, Y, and Z. What would I do then? Well, at that point, if in a theoretical world that doesn't exist, you know, that happened, then, you know, I'm really going to have a choice but to, you know, go run with the information that I've got or try and find other information to see if there's something else that conflicts with what this is saying that might be just as old, you know, and keep searching. So those are the only two choices I've got at that point. I'm more of a keep searcher kind of person because I've got a strong belief in the Most High. But for some people, they might say, you know what, at that point, they're going to drop out of their religion or whatever it is they believe in. And I get that. Now, you know, I wouldn't say that I would argue with, because even now I don't argue with people about their belief. If you believe that, for instance, if you're a Mormon and you believe in Mormonism or whatever they call it, I don't know what the name for what, if it's just Mormon, then you're just Mormon, innit? Yeah. Like, I'm not telling you that your belief is anything less than mine. I'm just saying to you what I believe. Say that again.
I think they're called the Latter-day Saints.
Okay, see, I don't really understand certain other religions like that. Like even Sikhism, like when Raj is on there, that's why I asked Raj about, because I've never really had a Sikh person to talk to about it like that. I've known Sikh people, but I've never had time to sit down with them and have these discussions. So, you know, I'm a strong believer in learning about things and understanding things. In the same respect, though, you know, I'm not going to tell him, well, Sikhism's wrong. You should believe in the Most High, and you know, you should do it this way and do this. I'm not telling people what to do. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You know, so in another respect, I kind of see where the atheist is coming from when they say, you know, religion is forced on people and whatever else, because I don't believe that that's the way forward. You know, I don't think no one should be forcing religion on no one. You know, we can share information. If someone likes the information, they like it, they want to get into it, they want to be part of it. If they don't, innit? They might want to be part of something else. It's not for me to
Let me ask you
discriminate.
another direct question, yeah? Because I did ask you this question, but I asked it in a side way. Yeah? Could you be wrong?
Could I be wrong? Could I be wrong?
Yeah.
About what specifically?
About religion, God, anything like that.
Well, in that respect, yeah, like I'd have to concede and say, yeah, anyone could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be saying the Most High, and I could, like, you know, Muslims are going to say that, you know, you should be coming to Allah and, you know, reading the Quran, not a Bible, and X, Y, Z. I could be wrong. You know, I'm not going to say that anyone
I like
can be
speaking
wrong.
with you, yeah, bro. Listen to this, yeah. This is why I like speaking with you, yeah. Because, well, sometimes, yeah. Because when it's calm and it's in a thing, Bob, you'll give honest answers, innit, to the thing, innit? Like, yeah. When it's not in trolling mode and no one's trying to troll each other and we're having a conversation, you'll give honest answers, innit? Yeah. Because if I ask another religious person that could they be wrong, yeah, they'll start to dodge the question, innit? Like, not answer. Well, I could be wrong, but Allah could never be wrong, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're basically confirming your truth before there's any confirmation on it.
Well, at the end of the day, anyone could be wrong about any given thing at any given time. That is a fact of life, a fact of nature. You know, we could try and predict the weather. Any one of us could do that and try and be wrong. One of us could be right. That's the fact of life. But the fact of the matter still remains that, you know, regardless of whether, for instance, like I said, I don't believe it's possible, you know, to have a world without God. So that would never change regardless. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And, you know, the Muslims may say Allah, I may say the Most High, the Christians may say God or Jehovah, or it makes no difference.
When I asked you, yeah, do you think, yeah, you could be wrong, yeah? I meant that, do you think you could be wrong that there actually is a God? Like,
Now, as far as
I
there
could be wrong,
actually
listen,
being a God,
I could be wrong, yeah? Yeah, I
that
could
there
be
isn't
wrong
a
that
God.
there ain't no God. Yeah,
Yeah,
I could be
I've
wrong
got you.
in that.
I've got you.
I'm
Now, when
saying
you're saying,
you
could
could
I
be
be
wrong
wrong
that there is a God.
that there is a God? Now, in that sense now, yeah, I think I could be wrong about my God concept. I don't think I could be wrong about whether there is a God or not, or whether there is a power of creation. I don't think that's possible. But obviously, you know, I could be wrong about what I think is possible too. So to that
Yeah, that
extent, you know, we can
becomes
have.
like a bit of a dishonest answer now, though.
It's not really
Because
dishonest though, because you know, I could be wrong about anything, you know, but as far as me being wrong about God, I think it's very doubtful. I think it's
yeah, but
you know, there's always going to be something we
listen to the
subscribe to
contradiction in
that
the
could
sentence,
equivalent
yeah?
to.
Listen,
Mm.
Shipper, listen. You said, I could be wrong about anything, but I can't be wrong about there being a God.
Well, when I say wrong about there being a God, I could just be wrong about the concept that I have of God, but there could still be something else that equals the same thing.
Yeah, but imagine, I'm saying, could there be no God at all? Like, could you be wrong about there being a God? Like, because you got to remember,
A
yeah,
source of
you're
creation.
only a human
Could I be
being,
wrong
yeah?
about there being a
Listen,
source of
wait,
creation?
yeah, a God, like something that you're, like, that does intelligent design, innit? Yeah, because you're the way that the religious people sort of look at it, there's got to be an intelligent designer, something that said these pieces need to go here. Like, and I'm
Like,
saying
you know
that I
what?
don't believe. Listen, let me
I'm not
finish.
sure.
I'm saying,
I'm not
yeah, but
gone.
wait. I'm saying that I don't believe that there is anything that was like that, like an intelligent designer that was saying, put these pieces here, and this is how man's made, and this is how the world's made, this is how this is how stars are created, or something like
Yeah,
that. You know what I'm saying? And then put it together like that.
but this is the
I don't
thing now,
actually
Billy.
believe that.
If you would listen to the conversation with me and more earlier, yeah, it's no point asking Shipper this question because there's no way that I could see a world without there being, you know, some source of creator, you know, God, whatever you want to call it. Now, at the end of the day, like I said to Shakara, when Shakara starts talking about African spiritual systems, sometimes he gets me with his wording because he uses wording like deities. But today he started using other words which I could more subscribe to and say, okay, I get you now. We're talking about attributes. We're not talking about deities no more. And I can more subscribe with what you're saying. But at the same speed, you know, I still believe what I believe, full stop, innit? Like, and, you know, I believe that a lot of information is hidden from us. And I believe that that's the only way that we will really find our true freedom and really know our true selves and really know what to truly believe
Powers
in.
that be,
Do you think,
powers that be wouldn't go through great length to hide this stupid religions.
Do you
They wouldn't go
understand?
through great length to
Do you understand?
and take out these religions.
Wait, hold on.
All stupid.
Religious
Leave all
education
stupid
is
stuff
part of the
alone
national
when they
curriculum.
conquer those villages.
Religious
They go
education
after
is
the
part of the
religious
national
stuff.
curriculum. You're saying they hide religion. Religious education is part of the national curriculum in all countries. So I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, that's not hiding. That's actually
No. What I mean is they hide the
that's
true
wait.
understanding of
Hold
religion,
on.
and they give
Let me finish.
you,
Let me
they
finish.
give you
Yeah.
the bullshit
Yeah.
version
Let me
of
finish. Let me
religion,
finish.
and the purpose
Yeah.
that they get the
Yeah,
reaction
man.
that
You
they
know what,
wanted,
Bernie?
which
You
is,
keep talking when
I
other people are
want nothing
talking.
to
No
do
one
with
can
that
hear you.
stuff.
You're
It's
gonna get to the end
exactly
of the
what they
sentence, but no
wanted
one's
you to
gonna
do,
understand what
Bernie.
you're saying. No one's gonna understand what you're saying, bro, because you're not gonna. You got to. Let's go back and forth properly, yeah? Because I want you to be heard,
But we
and I
get
want
your
to answer
question.
your
We get
question.
your question as religious people. It's not really that
Yeah,
deep.
but wait.
To doubt whether it's true or not, he would have to go against the very fabric of his faith that there isn't one. He already said, "Oh, I know there's a creator." He might be using the wrong words. He might be using the wrong lingo to explain it, but he believes in that. So for you to
All
ask,
right.
could you be
Let me
wrong?
finish asking
You
the question.
already didn't listen to what he said about his
The
faith.
question. Yeah, because you're taking it down a different route, yeah. And like I was asking Shipper a question anyway, like Shipper. So you see, like
Yeah, go
the
on.
scientists looking towards the Big Bang, yeah. They look towards the Big Bang as the start of the universe, yeah. So
Yeah.
if the scientists find out, yeah, different forms of gas and or electricity or something like that, yeah, that has caused the Big Bang to come together. Are you saying that that's God?
No, I'm not saying that that's God. I'm saying that that is a delusional idea. That all of a
Would you say
sudden,
that
you know, some.
that was instructed to happen by God?
No, I'm saying that that's what they've done is, yeah, they've looked at the concept of God, yeah, and then they've taken from the concept of God this idea of a Big Bang so that they could sell a new idea and a new concept to you. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's child's play. It's like, you know, bedtime stories for kids. Big Bang, and all of a sudden, out of this big explosion, all this life is born. Whole planets are made and shaped and all sorts, you know, from a Big Bang. Really?
Yeah, but
You show me the last time an
the
explosion
Big
created
Bang,
something.
but the Big Bang theory has got more evidence towards it than the God of the Bible or the Quran.
Well, show us the evidence.
But it's like you can Google it online, and it will come
There
up
is
with.
no
That's what I said.
evidence.
Remember
The
I was
only
telling you about.
evidence.
Listen. Remember we were talking about evolution one time, yeah. And I was telling Sabini, yeah, to go to the. I actually got the page up for her, yeah.
Yeah.
On the Natural History Museum, which shows about the
Yeah.
evolution of man, yeah. And then
Okay.
obviously, if you're talking about the Big Bang theory, that's even further back than the evolution of man. So the
Exactly.
evolution of man is created on you know what I'm saying? Like, and they're saying this took billions of years. It never took like 6,000 years and everything was done. This is billions
Yeah,
of
but
years.
that's what the scientists say. That's not what they can prove. And this is the whole problem. You know, what people say and what they can prove are two different things. What they can evidence and what they can prove are two different things. Evidence is just evidence. When you go into a court of law, people come into the court of law all the time. They got all the evidence and they still lose. That's the
What would you
truth,
take as
because
proof?
proof is, you know, at the end of the day, you know, these scientists are saying that life was created from a Big Bang, an explosion. Yeah, am I right?
If I get someone who understands science a little bit more than me to talk to you about the Big Bang theory, yeah,
They
or
can talk all
talk to
they
you
want.
about
I'll be honest with you. I
wait,
think it's.
listen,
Go on.
let me finish, bro. Yeah, or to give you what evidence you could actually look for yourself, which confirms that this is more likely the way that the universe was created. Yeah, would you accept that?
What I'm going to say to you is this, yeah? I don't believe there's a person on planet Earth who could convince me that these scientists know anything about what was going on at the time when this so-called Big Bang took place. Secondly, what I'm going to say is this. As far as proving your Big Bang theory, this is what I'd strongly suggest to all the scientific community to do. If they really want to prove a Big Bang theory and make people take them seriously, like myself. Like, maybe there's people who do, don't get me wrong, but people like myself, if you want us to take you seriously, this is what you got to do. You got to create an explosion, yeah? And then we got to see a whole universe spawn out of that shit.
Explosion. Really, you can't
Yeah, but
speak
why
to
do you
somebody who
believe?
thinks it's an
You've never seen.
explosion.
You've never
It's
seen.
true,
Sorry. Stop.
Hey,
Hold on a
Shifa,
second.
here's
I'm
the
gonna
same
bring you in,
people
bro.
that think a tornado.
Hey,
Here's the same people
hold on
that
a
think
second.
a tornado
I
can
want to
go
bring
through a
Stops
print
in, yeah?
factory and create a
Let me bring
dictionary.
Stops. All right, let me bring Stops in, yeah, because he understands science a little bit more than me. I guess he's
No, but I
I'm
would do
a
something.
layman in it.
Yeah, but why don't you turn it around? Shifa, you said that you can be wrong about something. Can you also be right?
Bro, I don't know what kind of question is that. I don't even know what was that supposed to
You
be?
said you can be wrong. Can you be right?
Everyone can be wrong and be right.
Okay. Can you show me something that your Most High says about reality today that is right?
That my Most High says about reality today that is right.
Yep.
One thing, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. He says that thou shalt not kill.
No, that
He
is not
says,
correct.
love
That
your
is a
neighbor like
claim.
you.
That is a command.
Love
I'm
your
saying
neighbor,
something
love your
about
neighbor like you
reality
love
today
yourself.
that is correct.
Love your neighbor like you love yourself.
No, that's a command. I'm saying about things in reality today that is
That is
correct.
in reality. That is in
This is a
reality.
command.
There
I'm
should be
showing.
like,
I'm not
there should
saying
be
give me
light
a
before the
command. I'm saying something that describes reality today that is correct, not a command, not telling me something. And you can't tell me
I
that
tell
this
you
is
what,
correct anyway.
it says in the Bible, yeah. I tell you one thing, it says in the Bible, it says that God said, let there be light, and he saw that the light was good, and the light
Okay.
is good.
You
Any more
cannot
questions?
attribute a task to something that has not been shown to exist yet. So you can't use that. Tell me something that
That
is
don't make no
said
sense what you
about
just said.
reality
That
today
don't make
that
no sense what you just said,
describes
because God does
reality.
exist, the Most High does exist. You're just saying he doesn't exist, and at the end of the day, you said, tell me something that in the Bible that relates to something today. Yes, the light is still good. Any more questions?
Yes, I'm asking for something that describes something today in reality that your Most High, I didn't say the Bible, I said that your Most High says that is correct.
In what context?
I don't understand this. Do you know what reality is?
I know what reality is. Reality is what we're living right now, and the sun comes
Okay.
out every
Is
day, and
there
the light is
anything
good.
that your Most High says about reality today that is correct?
Loads of things. I just told you one.
Well, just give me
Here's
one.
what my guys say: atheists follow nothing but conjecture. How about that?
That's just a claim. That doesn't tell me anything about reality today. I'm
Prove
talking about reality today, not
In
theoretical,
reality,
spiritual
atheist
concepts.
does nothing but follow conjecture. Prove it wrong.
Okay. So in other words, you can't, so you fail. Okay, thanks.
You
Thank
want me
you
to
for
tell
your
you something
conjecture.
that
You
my
just
God
proved God's
says
point.
about reality
You
today?
just conjectured. You just proved God's point.
I don't know. Two
I've
of you are
already told
talking.
you
I don't know who
something
you're
that my
talking
God
to.
says about reality today. That the Most High says about reality today. You know, the light.
Let's keep it right here. God says that they follow nothing but conjecture, right? Veli just give a description about the Big Bang and said, "Oh, the Bible and the Quran doesn't talk about." Actually, the Quran does talk about the Big Bang.
No, it doesn't.
What scientists now call Big Bang. So
No,
once
it
again,
doesn't.
they follow nothing but conjecture. He just
No, it
conjectured
doesn't.
what he thought Quran talked about. So thus, you just proved the reality of what God
Bernie,
says
give him
about
the verse.
atheists is that you follow nothing but conjecture. Prove it
There
wrong.
is nothing in the Quran
give
that
us the verse.
describes reality.
Give us the verse. Give us the verse.
No, it
That
doesn't
describes
matter
the Big
about the
Bang.
verse. It doesn't mention. Come on, I've issued this challenge 2012. I've asked Muslims, show me one thing in the Quran that is verifiably correct. And since 2012, nobody has managed to do this. They all come up with the Big Bang. Well, if you start looking at it, there is nothing about the Big Bang. The same way as I'm asking Shifa now, show me something that is correct. He can't. The same thing, Bernie Beck. You can't. There's nothing there.
I'm ready to show you that. You know, I'm going to show you something else. Because you know what? Because you don't want to accept my first answer. I'm going to show you something else. Yeah, because we're going to do this exercise. Don't worry.
They
Stop
follow
telling
conjecture.
people what they
Super.
can and can't do. Relax your skin, innit? Relax your skin. All right. So listen. It says, listen. I'm going to show you something. It says, do you think that I have come to give peace on earth? No, I tell you, but rather division. For now on, from now on, in one house there will be 5 divided, 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. They will be divided, father against son and son against father, mother against daughter and daughter against mother, mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Any more questions?
What does that have to do with my question? How does that answer it?
You're dead, innit? You're dead. You see what the thing is? You see, you come on there, yeah, with all this cocky attitude, and you just sound stupid. You sound stupid. What you're saying is irrelevant questions. You're just bringing up irrelevant
I'm
points
asking a
to make
very
yourself
easy,
sound smart.
straightforward
Really,
question.
I'll be honest with you. You sound like a very freaky guy. I don't know, understand your point. What is the point you're getting at? Get to your real point so we can stop messing around and playing semantics.
I asked
Yeah,
if you
because we
can
made
be
our
right.
points. You guys
You
just
said
don't
yes.
the points.
Okay,
You guys
Bernie,
follow
I'm talking to Shifa at the moment.
Yo,
I said
one
to
at a time, one
Shifa,
at a
can
time.
you be right? And you said, yes, I can be right. So I said, well, then show me that you can be right. Show me something
1 and 1
that is
is 2.
correct,
1 and
that
1 is
your
2.
Most
That's
High
right, ain't it?
says about the reality today. And you have
I've
not
just
been
showed you
able to
something that
do
my
that.
Most High says about the
Shifa,
reality
let him
today,
finish,
and it
bro.
is right.
It
Shifa,
doesn't.
let him finish, man.
It's
He
wrong.
didn't cut you when you're speaking. You man, let each other finish, yeah? Because he's not cutting anyone, but you man keep cutting him still. So let him finish, yeah?
All right, sorry, I apologize. Continue. If you got something important to say, I don't want to cut you. Go on.
No, this is definitely not important. I'm just showing you that you don't have an answer. What you have come up with is something that is wrong.
How is it wrong? You explain. Listen to what I said again. Yeah, listen to what I said again, and then you explain how it's wrong. I'm gonna let you explain to everyone how this is wrong. This is God in the Bible speaking. Yeah, to Luke in Luke. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he says, "Do you think that I have come to give peace on earth? No, I tell you, but rather division. For from now on, in one house there will be 5 divided, 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. They will be divided, father against son and son against father, mother against daughter and daughter against mother, mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law." So you tell me how that's wrong.
No, you have to tell me that this is correct.
I'm telling you it's correct. I'm telling you that's what's happening right now in the world today.
You see, this is how stupid this is. You cannot show me that this is correct.
It's funny how you're the only person who thinks it's stupid.
I don't think I'm the only one who thinks this is
Your only
stupid. I
argument
asked you a very straightforward question.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Your only
No,
argument
Bernie is interrupting. He doesn't have any manners. He doesn't have any self-control. He's got nothing to say. Shut the fuck up.
All right, but here what I'm going to say, yeah, let's not. You don't need to
at the
be
moment,
rude to each other, and I don't want to be rude to you neither. So let's keep it respectful, and let's just say that what you're doing right there, you're being you're projecting basically, yeah. Because at the end of the day, just because you don't believe something doesn't mean other people don't see things a particular way or believe things or know things a particular way. Now, I'm saying to you that I know this to be the case of many a household. In fact, majority of household. You know, so that's something that I believe that relates to today that the Most High has said. Now you prove it wrong.
Okay. The first statement that you made, I have not come to bring peace or something. Is that right?
I've not come, he says, I've not come to give peace on earth. No, I tell you, but rather division. For from now on.
Show me that this is correct.
I can show you that it's correct. Like I said, you know, most houses have a division within the household.
No. You said I have not come. Where isn't the not I have come? Who has come?
This is God speaking.
Okay, show me where God is speaking. Does he have a mouth?
He's speaking to a prophet or something. I don't know. I can go into the actual Bible. You can go into the whole text in it. Like that makes more sense. I'm just reading you a passage from the Bible that relates to today. I don't know exactly what the context of the passage is in relation to what comes before it or what comes after it. You know, I'm assuming that it's God speaking because of the way the passage is presented. You know, it could be someone else speaking like a prophet on behalf of God. I don't really know, to be honest. If you're getting into the intricacies like that, all I know is that it relates to today. And you said there's nothing in there that God has put in this Bible, or you know, that comes from God or is inspired by God, which is what's in the Bible. You know, that relates to today. And I've just shown you something that relates to today. You know, you said in the Quran as well. In fact, you said Quran, but I'm showing you Bible. Now, I'm sure that there's other passages in the Quran also that we could pull up that relate to things that are going on today. I could show you one right now because, you know, I learned this one at Speaker's Corner, funny enough. Yeah, a man said to me that in the Quran, it says that, you know, there'll be a time where a message will travel from the east to the west, you know, within one day, you know, and a lie will travel from the east to the west within one day. And we see that today, in today's day and age, with technology, with the spread of information can travel faster. So, you know, I've shown you Bible and Quran. Now you show me how they're wrong.
You have, okay, I asked a very simple question. I asked a simple question.
He's asking you to show him how Jesus brought division.
Let me give a shout out to the answer.
Shifa, I don't
verse
care.
30. Have those who disbelieve not considered that the heavens and the earth were joined entity, and then we separated them and made from water every living thing? Will they then not believe? In the previous verse, the Arabic word rat and fakat are used. The word rat can be translated into entity, sewn into, or joined together, or closed up. The meaning of these translations all circulate around something that is mixed and that has a separate and distinct existence. The verb fatak is translated into we unstitched or clove asunder or separated, or we have opened them. These meanings imply that something comes into being by an action of splitting or tearing apart. The sprouting of a seed from the soil is a good example of a similar illustration of the meaning of the word fatak, thus the Big Bang.
Okay, Bernie, what about shut the fuck up? Don't you understand? What is so difficult to comprehend here?
You still never prove our points.
I'm talking to Shifa. I'm talking to Shifa. Why are you not coming with the Quran? I'll deal with you just now. Just shut up. I'll deal with you just now when I'm done with Shifa. I will deal with you when I'm done with Shifa. Shut the fuck up until I'm finished with Shifa.
Let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it respectful, yeah?
Man, you gotta take it easy, yo, take it easy, take it easy. Yeah, but
Keep it
wait,
respectful.
hold on a sec, yeah, let me finish there, yeah, take it easy, yeah, try to be respectful to each other, yeah, and then you won't get into none of them, shut the fuck up,
When I'm talking to Shifa and Bernie now comes with the Quran, that is hardly respectful. So calm down, shut up, I'll deal with you just now when I'm finished with Shifa, okay? Now, Shifa, I asked you for something that is correct. Here he goes again. Fucking hell, what am I supposed to do? I'm talking to Shifa.
Just finish your sentence. Just finish.
Open panel. You chill out, bro. This is an open panel. This is not a debate. Now, hold on. Now I'm sitting up. You chill the fuck out. First of all, this is an open panel. Yes or no? Veli made a certain statement about the Bible, Shifa, and the Quran. I'm sitting here as a Muslim with a Quran. So chill out. This is an open panel.
All right, cool. That's cool. And I hear both sides of the argument. So like, let's just deal with Shifa right now, because one thing I need you to understand, stop spamming.
Let him deal with Shifa, and then he'll go to you after.
Yeah, like I think maybe Bernie's getting a bit defensive because we're now talking about Bibles and Qurans, and I'm not a Bible basher like that or a Quran wielder. You know, I don't walk around with these books. I don't like have that. It's not something that I pride myself on like that. Like, I understand the book. You know, I've got a Bible, I've got a Quran. I don't have it walking around with me though. I'm not like, you know, every minute I'm in my Bible. I'm not a Bible studier like that. If anyone's a Bible student around me, you know, there are people like, I know people who are really into their Bible. I know people who are really into their Quran. I know people who are really into their Hindu, if funny enough, you know, that I can't remember the name of the book. But the point I'm trying to make is like, I just believe in the Most High. I consider myself to be an Israelite tribally, yeah? And I consider the Most High to be something that, you know, has affected all life on the planet. So in different ways, you know, different people have been affected. And that's my honest opinion as to why we have different books and different understandings. But I believe they're all coming from the same source. So
okay, can you come up for air sometime? Because you're talking and talking. You're not allowing anybody to say anything. I cannot respond to you with you talking all the time.
No, I'm just giving you a bit of a background so you can direct your question.
I don't need the background. I asked you a very straightforward question. The question was, is there something that you can show me that is correct about reality by your Most High? Then you go and quote the Bible. I'm not interested in the Bible. Then you come and you say something about God doing something or Jesus doing something or somebody doing something. But I told you, you cannot attribute an action to somebody who has not been shown to exist. Number one.
That doesn't make sense.
Number two, you then come with things that the mother is against the sister, about the cousin, about the daughter, and things like that. But these things are not true. I can show you a family where this is not true. If you know a family where this is true, and I know a family where this is not true, you cannot make a general statement and say this is true. And
no, I can't make a general statement.
I'm not talking about a family. I'm talking about a statement about reality today, about our planet, about our universe, about our being here, not about emotions, not about how people feel towards each other. I'm talking about facts. Is there something that you can bring up? If no, then say, no, I can't, and then I'll deal with Bernie.
All right, well, I believe that what you're saying there doesn't actually make sense because it's inaccurate. You know, just because you may know one family, you know, who are a strong family unit does not mean that the what was read out was incorrect, you know, because we're talking about the majority on the whole. And just because something looks from the outset like, you know, a happy family doesn't mean, you know, on the inside, you know, there aren't things going on and there aren't divisions there. So, you know, you making a perception of something doesn't make it correct, nor does me making a perception of something make it correct. But the facts will still remain. And I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm pretty sure if we was to do a consensus, you know, these are things that have been studied, you know, and these are things that are actual, you know, they have stereotypes about them, you know. So these are things that are actual fact in society, you know, the houses are divided.
You are talking about emotions. I'm talking about facts. I asked for something that is correct. You cannot have an emotion and say this emotion is correct. A happy family is an emotion. I asked you for something that is factual, that is actually correct. You have not been able to do so. Now, either you bring up a real fact that is correct, or we will go on to Bernie. Wow. Shifa speechless. First time I hear that one.
Next customer, please. Bernie, it's your time, G.
Bernie, next.
I'm gonna respectfully pass at this point. Bang Boy London, what do you think, man?
Okay, let me first reply to what claim you made. You said Big Bang is in the Quran. You said that Earth and something is joined together or something. That's nonsense. That is incorrect. That is scientifically wrong. It is a mistake in the
I have
Quran.
no reply with you, so just move on to someone else or talk to Valley or something respectfully. I got nothing else to say to you respectfully. So, peace.
Okay, so the next one who doesn't know.
That's done already, yeah? Got a new cut. Yo, Shifa's back. Yo, Shifa.
Peace, Shifa.
Yo, Shifa. Alright, Stocks, you there?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yes, I'm here.
So basically, yeah,
No, hold on a sec. Let me I want to ask Stocks a question still. So, got a lot of people talking about Big Bang Theory, yeah, and even the law of thermodynamics, yeah, the law number one of thermodynamics, yeah. They've been talking about the energy not being created or destroyed or just being transferred or something like that, yeah. So does that mean, like, can that mean that the energy would have been in like a gas form or some sort of other form before it expanded into the to the Big Bang or whatever it is, whatever happened, or is there, could it be some, does that sound like it could be the right sort of thing that happened?
Now, the point is that energy can have different forms. So you can have energy in gas form, in kinetic form, in all sorts of things. And you could also compress it, but it's still going to be there. So just because you can transform it doesn't mean it disappears or it appears like randomly or something. That is all that it means. So the Big Bang is just something, is a model that we have developed based on the data, based on observation, based on the facts that we have so far, where we know up to a point which is called the Planck time, which is 1 times 10 to the minus 37 of a second, where we know what has happened, that there was not an explosion or something. I mean, that's stupid. I mean, tell me what exploded if it exploded. I mean, that's totally ridiculous. Anyway, it's called inflation. So inflation happened, and this is much, much faster than the speed of light or something, where there were no particles yet. There was nothing yet. All we had, if you go into quantum field theory, you will see that there are different fields. And these fields, first of all, the Higgs field came up, which then provided energy and provided mass. And that's when particles came. Then photons started forming. Then we had the first hydrogen atoms. And this is then when everything cooled down, when everything slowed down. And this is then the Big Bang that we are talking about. This tiny, tiny amount of time from the first inflation to the first appearance of particles.
Yeah.
Okay, and you actually believe all of that stuff, yeah?
No, I don't believe that stuff. Well, I accept the stuff because it's based on data. We can still see it. I mean, if you go and look at the radiation, if you look at the patterns that we see, if you look at the background radiation, if you look at the different things, we've just experienced some gravitational waves. So everything that we have points in that direction. Yes.
Let me get this right then. Yeah, you're saying based on radioactive patterns you can see today. Yeah, let's just make sure I'm right about what you're saying.
No, radioactive is wrong.
What's the word then? What's the word you're using?
What are you talking about?
Well, what did you just say? What I'm trying to make sense of what you
I'm
just
gonna
said.
be back in a sec, yeah. My phone's overheating, man, so I need to jump off for a bit. So.
Yeah, that's what happened to mine. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm trying to understand what this guy's saying now. So explain to us what exactly is you're talking about here. Are you talking about in relation to the Big Bang Theory? What are you talking about?
No, The Big Bang Theory is actually just a model. It's one of many things. So it's not something. There's not one single theory that you can take that is in any way the explanation of everything.
Okay, so basically, it doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist?
This, this knowledge that your scientists claim to have.
Knowledge that scientists claim to have.
As far as Big Bang Theory is concerned, it's just a theory. It's not knowledge, is it?
Hang on. What do you think is a theory?
A theory is something that someone has an idea, and they evidence their idea by whatever evidence they choose to come up with, or whatever they see as being fit for evidence.
No. All right. Are you able to accept a correction?
Well, if you can give me a correction that makes sense, I'm willing to listen to anything right at this point. Because we're dealing with science. This is your field. This ain't my field, isn't it? Like, I'll be honest, I don't care about science. I think science contradicts itself too much for me to really pay it that much mind.
Science contradicts itself. Okay, number one, a scientific theory is the highest form of a description that we have. It doesn't get any better.
Form of a description.
Okay. Science is a tool. It's like a hammer. So if you try and put a nail into the wall, a hammer is a good tool to drive the nail into the wall. But if you want to go and clean a window with a hammer, it will not work. All right? So you need to apply science to what it can do, what it is intended for, because science is something that we humans came up with. Now, what science does, it analyzes, it goes and measures, it goes and observes, it goes detects, collects data. From this data, you get information. From this information, you form a hypothesis what might be the reason for the observation that we are making.
Now, check
and then when you go and you get more data and more information, you experiment it. Other people do this, confirm this, and blah, blah. That's when you get a scientific theory, which is based on facts, on data, on reality. It's not an idea that somebody has. That is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to update your knowledge base here. In science, a theory is the highest form of a description because that is what a scientific theory does. It describes a natural phenomenon.
Can I ask a question now, yeah? Because I've listened to what you said, and I want to make sure that we're both on the same wavelength before we move forward. So that way we can keep the conversation respectful because, that's not a bad thing. So I'm going to ask you this question now. As far as these theories are concerned, yeah, they're not perfect, are they?
What do you mean they're perfect?
They're not perfect. They're based on evidence that, a person may have found by doing scientific experiments, X, Y, Z, but it's not perfect. At the end of the day, for instance, you said science is a hammer, yeah? It's a tool. Now, in certain circumstances, it wouldn't be the right tool to use then, would it? To actually discover something of significance. Now, in that respect, when looking back through the window of time, if science is a hammer, it's just going crashing through the window. It's the wrong tool.
Correct.
So in that respect, this is why I'm saying, the scientific theory, is not absolute. It's just a theory. Now, obviously, it can be evidenced in certain ways, but the evidence isn't sufficient enough to say for sure, for guarantees that, this Big Bang happened in any of the suggested theoretical ways that they suggest.
So how is it not? I just told you it's based on data. I told you we have the cosmic microwave background, the CMB, if you want to call it. So if you're looking at Big Bang cosmology, then this radiation is something that shows us very, very clearly what happened. We can see the different heat patches.
How does it show us what happened?
Okay, this is what I'm trying to explain. You see different temperatures. You see different spots in the entire diagram. So you can see where these spots developed, how old they are, and how everything has inflated in the beginning, and how it today forms the universe that we see.
All right, let's say in theory then, yeah. For instance, we live on Earth, yeah. Now
that's not a theory, that's a fact.
No, I wasn't finished yet. So let me finish. We live on Earth, yeah. We don't live out in the galaxy, so we don't see what's going on out there, really. We got telescopes and stuff, but there's only so much we can actually physically see. Now, let's say in theory, what we know as aliens or whatever we want to call them, you know, extraterrestrials are actually out there. And these patterns that you're seeing aren't by chance. Maybe they've been put there on purpose. Then that would have to change your whole theory. Yeah. Another thing now, yeah, is that, you know, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying to you, the scientists don't look at things and watch patterns and understand numbers. Yeah. Because, you know, numbers are numbers, you know, and, you know, if you can find a pattern within numbers that's consistent, then, you know, you'd expect those numbers to stay the same. But let's say, you know, those numbers changed all of a sudden. Is that going to make a difference? You know, and then, you know, looking back, like I said, through the window of time, you know, there's no way of guaranteeing that the universe was exactly the same back then as it is now.
Okay, you have a very weird understanding. If I tell you a scientific fact, if I tell you that if you measure a distance and then you measure the speed, or you measure the time that it takes, you get the speed, that does not change. So science always will give you the same number every single time.
All right, but that's with science being implicated in our environment that we know as Earth. You know, when we get outside of
it's the same. No, Shifa, no, it is everywhere the same thing, everywhere.
And you know this because
it doesn't matter where we measure it; it's always the same.
No, I'm not saying that particular scientific experiment. I'm saying our planet, yeah, has certain laws that apply to it, which keep us on the ground. You know, which if we put certain elements together, you know, it can cause combustion. It can cause scientific I can't remember the word for it, but you know what I'm talking about anyway. Let's not get.
Are you talking about gravity?
No, I'm saying obviously if we put two chemicals together, they can cause, you know, explosions and certain things on our planet. Now, if we go to another planet, they might have different chemicals. There might be different things there, innit? You know, that
if you take the same chemicals, they will have the same reaction.
If you took the same chemicals from here, but I'm saying if we went to another planet, it could possibly have different chemicals and different things, you know, and have different laws and different aspects. And there could be different forms of life. We don't really know what's going on, innit? We can only really make assumptions. That's the point that I'm getting at, you know?
No, this is not true.
No, it's all well
no, this is not true.
It is true, because at the end of the day, listen. People who believe in science, yeah, these are the kind of things you look
like. You cannot believe in science.
We've been to people who think they know science is you know, it is fact. Yeah, they think they know it's fact. Yeah, you could say we've been to the moon, we've been to Mars. You know, we sent space buggies to Mars. You know, we've been there. You know, you don't know though. You're still guessing. You're still believing because you wasn't physically there. You're just going by what you saw on TV or what you heard in the article. You don't actually know anything. So you're in the same position as us. You're in no greater position.
Do you believe that there are little people inside the TV doing the acting?
I don't believe that. I just believe that you are no better a position of understanding life, the existence of people and life, where it comes from, than we are. You know? Now, as religious people, you know, as people who believe in the Most High, we're not going to sit here and subscribe to saying, you know what, we know exactly what God did or what the Most High did and how, or what Allah did and how the universe was formed and created. What we're going to say is, you know, we know what we do know. You know, we know what's been told to us. You know, and as far as I'm concerned, those books are not just dealing with what you call religion; they're dealing with history. Now, at the end of the day, you can't prove it wrong. You can sit here and say, you know what, we've crunched a lot of numbers and, you know, we believe this and we believe that. And, you know, we've got these scientific theories to back it up. Yeah. But let me say something.
But now you're going to talk. Let me address something.
I'm going to be finished on this sentence. As much as you've got all your number crunching to back you up, we've got all the history to back us up. Your thing has no roots. It has no history.
Okay. You say you believe something based on a God. What are you basing it on? Faith. If I tell you that we have the cosmic microwave background radiation, what is that? That is something that we are measuring. This is data. So I don't believe in data. I trust the data that we are collecting. This is something that we are detecting, and it doesn't matter who detects it, where it is being detected, by whom, and by what it is being detected. If it is consistent, it always comes back as the same thing. It doesn't matter where I measure the speed, it is always the same. If I measure the speed of a particle, I know that by now we know And knowledge, this is 100% knowledge that it can't go faster than 300,000 kilometers per second, because that is the maximum speed that we know exists for particles in our universe.
All right, now
that is
you're
knowledge.
saying,
There
you're
is
saying in
nothing in the Bible, there is nothing in the Quran that is historically accurate. You're
But you've
telling
been
me
all
there's
over the
something in the
universe.
Bible.
You've been
Do
all
you
over
believe
the
that Jesus
universe.
existed?
But hear what I'm going to say. You've been all over the universe to verify your information.
Correct. We can measure this.
How can you measure it? How do you measure a whole universe?
You can measure this. You can see the photons. You can measure the number of photons, and you can measure the time that it takes. You can see the different consistencies. We can see how light is being emitted from different planets or being reflected from different planets from the sun, from the star, which is emitting this light. We can measure the size of this thing. We can measure what kind of elements are on this planet. We know whether there is hydrogen or helium in there. We
I
know
don't know
this.
if you're hearing yourself, but you're telling us, that you can see light reflecting off of planets. Okay, fair enough. If you got a telescope powerful enough, you can see light reflecting off of planets. That's not telling you how big the universe is. That's not telling you how it was formed. That's not telling you how the planet was created. It's not telling you any of that information. You're coming up with that yourselves. You're making it up as you go along. You're making it up as you go along. And then what you're doing is you're finding whatever numbers you can find within that field to be consistent with what you want to say. But
Okay, what does the sun consist of? What does the sun consist of?
You tell me what your scientists say it consists of, because I don't profess to know.
We can see it.
You tell me
we know that it is hydrogen.
How do you know that it's hydrogen?
Because we can measure it.
How can you measure the hydrogen?
Because we can see what kind of radiation is coming back from the sun.
Okay, so because you can see what kind of radiation is coming back from the sun, you assume that it's hydrogen.
Okay, if I look at the sky and I see a white line in the sky that is gently curving towards London, what tells me that this was a plane, that this is the contrails of a plane? Can it be anything else?
We know what planes are. We know the logistics of what a plane is, how it was built, and what it does.
Bingo.
You don't know the logistics of the sun, do you? Or how it was built, or what it really does.
Exactly. This is what we know. Exactly what you are doing now. You are deducing from the fact that there is a white line in the sky that this must have been a plane, because we know what a plane is. We know what a contrail is. We know what happens when you have heat in high altitudes. What happens? This is the same way as we are able to deduce the consistency of the sun. Now we know the temperature of the sun. We know all sorts of things from the sun. Now we go look at a star. If you go look at a star and you look at the Andromeda galaxy, for example, you compare the brightness. Now you can see what is the difference between a star and a galaxy. And now you can go. There's a lot of things that you can deduce from that. These are facts,
I'm not being funny
data.
here. Stop spamming. Yeah, I'm not being funny here when I say this at all. I'm being as respectful as I can. You've never been to that galaxy you just mentioned. No one has.
Have you been to your God? Have you seen your God?
Listen, what I'm going to say to you
haven't. This is the point.
Wait a second. Stop spamming. Don't answer questions for people. Yeah, let me answer the question. Yeah, you see, if I did know God and I had spoken to God personally or I had seen God, yeah, I wouldn't tell you. I wouldn't tell people under that. Who's going to do that? You got to think about what you're asking of a person. It's a silly question. You know, it doesn't make sense. You know, at the end of the day, for instance, yeah, like just knowing in this day and age, yeah, for instance, if there was a prophet out there, yeah, who spoke to God right now, it would be dangerous for them to come out and start talking that they're a prophet. You know, that would.
Why would it be dangerous? They can come to me and talk to them. I would listen to them. I wouldn't do anything.
I'm going to ask you the question in reverse. Why wouldn't it be dangerous?
Why wouldn't it be dangerous? Because we live in the age where anybody can go and talk and say whatever they want to.
Wait, can I ask a quick question, please, Shifa?
Hang on, let me just finish this one sentence. Shifa, do you believe that Jesus existed?
I believe that someone who had the attributes of Jesus existed. I don't know if their name was Jesus.
Okay, do you think you talk? You see, now you're deflecting again. You just said that the Bible is historically accurate. Is it historically accurate, yes or no?
Listen, I never said the Bible is historically accurate in every sense of the word. All I said is, you know, that these books are not just religion, they're history books. Now, what I also said earlier on in the conversation, if you had jumped on the panel earlier, is that, you know, the Bible comes from something else. Now we need the indigenous book. We need the original. That's what we need. And then we need to be deciphering it for ourselves before we're coming to conclusions about things. Because
so you're backpedaling. So you're saying it's not historic.
I'm not backpedaling. I said this earlier on in the show, but just because you wasn't here, you know, you're going to try and use the phrase backpedaling. But I'm
Yeah,
sticking
but you say it's historic, and then you're saying it's not historic.
I'm not saying it's not historic. I never said it's not historic. I said that I cannot say that the Bible, you know, word for word, verbatim, is entirely accurate, and there's not bits taken out of it, and there's not bits missing from it. You know, I
Okay,
can't.
so it's very
All I can
possible
say
that
is
Jesus never
that
existed.
All I can
Okay,
say,
cool.
all I can say, no, I never said that neither. I'm going to finish my sentence because that was quite rude. But all I'm saying is this, yeah, you know, although there's a possibility of inaccuracies within the book, I can't say that the book is inaccurate. All I can say is that, you know, the book deals with a lot of history, and a lot of it I've looked into myself, and I can confirm for myself. Some of it I'm a bit dubious about because of wording, you know, places where, you know, sentences start with things like and, for instance, the Bible itself, you know, there's books that are taken out of it, like the Maccabees, like the what's the other book that's in the Bible, the Apocrypha, you know, and things like that, which
That's
are taken
not in the
out of
Bible.
it.
Apocrypha means it's not in the Bible.
It's part of the Bible. At the end of the
No,
day,
it's not
yeah,
part of-
you say it's not part of the Bible. We're not going to argue this right now, innit? Because I've got a Bible with Apocrypha in it, yeah? So at the end of the day, you know, everyone could argue that it's not supposed to be part of the Bible. I'm going to say that, you know what, it's supposed to come with your Bible. Bottom line.
Okay.
Now,
I just
either
asked you for
either way-
something. You couldn't give
either
me
either
anything.
way-
I'm
either
going to
either
keep
way-
quiet now. Ali
Either
G,
either
go for
way,
it.
either way, you sound delusional when you start saying you know things that you cannot prove. Yeah. Now, what you're trying to do is I'm going to finish on this sentence. What you're trying to do is you're trying to come on this panel and act as if, you know, by being an atheist and believing in or knowing or, you know, aligning yourself with, you know, scientific methods and evidence and theories, you know, you're in any better a position than what we're in. You're not. Let's be honest about this. You know, all of your science comes out of ancient knowledge. All of your machines, all of your mechanisms, all of your medicines, all of it. So let's stop talking rubbish on these platforms and let's get to the truth.
Okay, let me just add to that quickly. Stop spamming. Basically, you sound like you're quite scientifically intelligent in terms of, you know, the way you're explaining things, yeah? I just want to ask you a quick question because I just joined the panel I just joined the show just now, yeah? I heard you say to Shifa that if you get two chemicals and put them together, you get a certain reaction. And if you take them, he said to you, yeah, but if you have two chemicals in a different atmosphere, you might get a different reaction. And you said, yeah, but if you take the same two chemicals into a different atmosphere, you get the same reaction. That's what you said, correct?
Yep.
Right. So, I mean, this is what I'm saying, because you sound like you know what you're talking about a lot of the time. But when you make a statement like that, I don't understand. I start to doubt if you do know what you're talking about. Because are you saying to me I can get two chemicals, put them together, and they'll have a certain reaction? Yeah. Let's forget about what's going on in the galaxy. If I take them same two chemicals underwater and put them together, are you sure they're going to have the same reaction?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
So you're saying I can put you're saying there's two chemicals. If I get them, put them together, on the Earth with the air and the oxygen and all that being factors in how the chemicals react. You're saying them two chemicals underwater where there's no oxygen and no air are going to act exactly the same way with all chemicals. Are you sure about that?
Okay, number one, water is in part oxygen. But the point that you are making now is if you are taking two chemicals that have a reaction, if you put them underwater, you are suddenly adding hydrogen and oxygen as additional chemicals. So if the two chemicals that we're talking about have a certain reaction, if they are in a vacuum, for example, and you put them into a different atmosphere, into a different environment, then you are exposing them to additional chemicals, which is no longer the same environment. And that is the difference.
So therefore, the point that you made, that if you take the two chemicals and go into the galaxy, it will have the same reaction, then that point can't be valid because you don't know what's going on deep in the galaxy in terms of what other elements are out there, do you?
We do. Of course we do.
No, it depends how deep in the galaxy you're going. How far in the galaxy are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. No. We have water. We have H2O wherever you go in the galaxy. The most the abundant chemical element that we have in the entire universe is hydrogen. We
Hey,
find it
Spamin,
everywhere.
I'm gonna start calling you Flash Gordon because you've been all over the galaxy. You're the only one I know. I haven't.
We have not physically been there. We have
So
detectors.
guess what?
I'm
So you're
confused.
guessing. Firstly, you're guessing. The
No,
scientists
I'm
are
not
guessing.
guessing. It's measured. It's
Okay,
no. We have
one sec. Let me get this straight. When you're talking about millions of light years away in the galaxy, far, 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 you're saying that the scientists know exactly what's going on over there, yeah? But when that aeroplane went missing not too long ago and they couldn't find it, they don't even know what's going on in Earth certain
You
times.
understand? You understand? But they know what's going on all the way across the galaxy.
Light years away, way past the moon and way past the stars. How can they know in that aeroplane with 300, with 400 people on the plane just disappeared into thin air and nobody knows where the plane went?
Come on, my brother. They found it
So
hard
what are
enough
you talking
finding Bin Laden. How they finding
What are
chemicals
you
in the
talking
other
about?
side of the
Come on,
galaxy?
don't act like science has got the answers to everything in the whole galaxy when they don't even have the answers to what's going on in Earth. It's ridiculous what you're saying. Anyway, I feel what you're saying, Shifa. I understand the points that you're making. Some people just act like they're cleverer than they are, and they try to go on like to say, because of their scientific terminology and scientific results, that they can fool mans. You're not fooling us, to be fair. You're not fooling us. What you're saying don't make sense.
No,
It
but
doesn't
this is
make
the
sense.
thing. Sometimes, Ali, yeah, I'm not being funny about this, yeah, and I'm only gonna say this once because people like I'm not trying to expose certain
One
tactics
sec,
that I
black
use.
moron, you know. Sorry, I was
But,
reading the comments.
do you know what?
Black moron.
Sometimes you gotta let them think they're winning so that they can lose. Do you know, like that? Because at the end of the day, it makes no sense what the man's saying. You've been to the other side of the galaxy, have you? You know exactly what exists there, do you? You know exactly what life forms are there, do you? You know they have water the same as ours, do ya? Come on, mate.
Spam. Stop spamming. For real. Stop
It sounds
spamming.
crazy, doesn't it?
That's exactly what you're doing. You stop spamming. That's what you're doing. You're actual spamming, you know. That's what you're doing. Is that why you named yourself Stop
Do
Spamming?
you know what? That's his tactic, innit? His tactic works for him, innit? He comes on these platforms, he tries to sound intelligent, and I understand at the end of the day, you know what? Some people, yeah, they're gonna be atheists, they're gonna push this atheist thing because it's part of their agenda, innit? As far as they're concerned, you know what? For instance, if I was alive in say 100 years ago, yeah, living in England, yeah. You have to remember certain people were getting hanged for doing certain things. You couldn't be gay. You couldn't have certain terminologies in your mind and think certain ways. You couldn't really, like, if you go back even longer years, you couldn't even not be part of the religion. They would have called you heathen and throw you in jail and hang you same way, call you witches or whatever they call you. So, I kind of understand that some people have this agenda to push atheism over religion because, it goes against what they're really into. And that's the real reality of it. Now, I understand that.
Shifa, when are you going to finish with this mental masturbation? You are like a little kid talking to itself in the forest, thinking, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I don't know anything. You are sitting in your bubble, refusing to look outside. And then if somebody tells you what it's like outside, you are saying, I don't want to see this. I'm quickly going to cover my eyes so that nobody can see me.
No,
and
I
then
do
you
want to
call
see them.
everybody else who is trying to help you to understand these things stupid, ignorant fools because they have knowledge and an education that you don't have.
No, but
just
I don't
because
think
you
you're
don't understand it does not mean it's not there.
No, I understand what you've said, and I don't think
No,
you're
you
stupid.
don't. You
I
have no
understand
clue what I said.
I have every clue what you said, and at the end of the day, I don't think you're stupid. I think that it's delusional. I wouldn't use the word stupid. And the reason I think it's delusional is for the same reason you think that me believing in the Most High is delusional, because you can't really prove it. And you think that it's delusional.
I can prove everything I say. Everything I say, I can provide evidence for.
Unfortunately,
show me one
can't.
evidence. Show me one piece of evidence. Come on. I am somebody who does not have a God belief because there's no
All right,
good
show
reason
us,
to
show
believe
us,
God
show
exists.
us,
Then
show us,
show
show
me
us.
some sort of evidence that your God exists. You
All right,
can't.
listen, you
People
show us
have
some
tried for
sort-
50,000 years and have failed.
You show us some sort of evidence. Like this is what you said. I'm going to go back into what you said. We can look at the sun, and we can measure, by the rays or whatever's coming off of it, something along those lines, and the heat that's coming off of it, that the sun's made of hydrogen, and then we look at other stars and we know that they're made of hydrogen. Now, you told me when your scientists have been across the other side of the galaxy to study another star first and foremost. Secondly, tell me when they've been to the sun and been able to test it for hydrogen. thirdly, I'd like you to tell us how the sun exactly was formed and how you can prove it was formed that way.
Great question.
Do you now have like 3 months? I mean, this is a course at varsity where you learn these things. If you haven't been to school, how are you going to understand this?
Well,
okay,
I
let
have
me see.
been to school.
Let me go. Try and Google. Let me try and give me 5 minutes.
I'm
Let me
gonna
see if
give
I
you
can
20
find a
minutes.
very nice,
20.
easy article that will explain to you how we know that the sun is made from hydrogen.
God. Wasn't it too long ago they were saying that the scientists were saying that the Earth's flat? That wasn't too long ago, you know.
I know.
Exactly.
So like, yeah, but so scientists can be wrong. We've already covered this before. Scientists can be completely wrong. I mean, even
Scientists,
now,
no, Ali, you don't fucking hell. Why you guys are stupid? Scientists can be wrong in their conclusions. The data cannot be wrong. The data does not change. We are getting more and more precise.
What was the data that they had to make them think the world was flat?
We didn't have the data, so people thought there were no scientists in those days. They were called philosophers. They didn't have any idea what they were talking about. That's why Bible and Quran, they both mention, they all describe a flat earth and not a sphere. And this is the big problem.
Did you say that data does not change, yeah?
Data does not change, no.
All right, so stop spamming, yeah? Let's go into some scientific data then, yeah?
I'm trying to look, at the moment, I'm trying to find hydrogen, how to find this. I've got the diagram here, but you will not understand this.
You look for that. You look for what you're looking for.
How's it going? How's it going, Shipper, man?
I'm there. I just want to ask this guy.
How's it going? Stop.
Because he said data does not change. Listen to this. Sorry, my brother. Like, he's saying data does not change. Now, I remember in history, there was a time, yeah, when they were saying that Caucasian or white people, if you want to call it white people or light-skinned people, have bigger heads. Dark-skinned people have smaller heads. You know, dark-skinned people are 3/5 of a human being. There was all sorts of data collected to support these claims, you know, and that, you know, we were dark-skinned people were animal-like and, you know, savages and X, Y, Z. So are you saying that data still stands today?
Oh, you're talking to me. I'm saying this is the conclusion. That is exactly what I'm trying to explain to you, what you don't understand. The data doesn't change. The interpretation and conclusion changes.
So the white people have bigger heads then?
I don't know. I have not looked at the data. Do you think I know everything on this planet? No.
Listen, I can't deal with this. I'm going to be honest with you, yeah?
How should I know this? You asked me a random question. What is the size of Wednesday? And now you're expecting an answer. How should I know that whether white people have a bigger head?
Did you make the claim that scientific data does not change? Did you make that claim?
Scientific data does not change.
All right. So therefore, is that scientific data, does it still stand then? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if this is scientific data. I have not looked into it. Why should I go and make a statement that I don't know that is correct?
All right.
For me, the truth is important.
Does all scientific data stand full stop then and never change? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that the data that we have does not change.
Who's backpedaling now, spamming?
I'm not backpedaling. I'm just saying the same thing.
Let me ask spamming the question. Science this, science that, yeah? When did scientists start? When did they start? Because I said to you about the flat earth, you said they weren't scientists. So when, according to you, when did science itself begin? Or when was
about 300,000 years ago.
How many thousand years ago?
300,000.
So you're saying the first scientist was 300,000 years ago, yeah?
No, that's when science started.
Okay, but who started it 300,000 years ago?
Human beings.
Yeah, but who? What's the name of the first scientist that you're talking about 300,000 years ago?
Adam McLaughlin.
Adam McLaughlin, where's he from? What country?
300,000 years ago, mate.
Dude, he's trolling you. He's trying to say that it's obvious. It's obvious no one can answer when the first scientist was. It could have been. I'm not here to save him. Look at my avatar. It says atheism is a fairy tale. I don't agree with what Stop's saying. I think a lot of atheists believe in their. Hold on, let me just say one thing. I believe a lot.
Raj, let me finish my line of questioning, please.
I'll go and finish the line of questioning, then I'll sit after it.
I'm asking you, who were the first scientists? Where was he from? And so forth. What do we know about?
You want his shoe size as well?
No,
it's 42.
Well, I mean, it's science actually we're talking about, so you can bring that if you want. So, who's this first scientist? Where's he from? What's his background? Who gave him the title scientist? Let me know that first and foremost, so I know who I'm dealing with. What school of thought? So it's Adam who?
From his school of thought.
Adam
I'm pulling your leg. Your question is stupid.
So you don't even know who to know, because I said to you that the scientists thought the world was flat, and you said they were scientists, they were philosophers. So now I'm trying to figure out who was the first scientist. As a scientist,
how the fuck should I know who the first scientist
well, you know
was?
that data don't change, and you're acting like you're from the school of science, so you should know who the first scientist is.
You know, the school of science.
Where are we going with all of this?
There is no school of science, and if you ask,
your science, your school of science doesn't even seem like it has a beginning. From what I can understand, you don't know it. You don't know what the beginning is yourself.
Are you finished?
You don't even know.
No, he's still carrying on.
Yeah, I'm just concluding. Can you please enlighten me who the first scientist is and where the science studies, where it all came from? You know, where did it all derive from?
Are you shutting up now?
That's the question, yeah.
Okay. Number one, this is not a religion. So your terminology is totally off. It doesn't work. There is no such thing as a school of science. There is no such thing as a beginning of science. There is no such person who started science. There is no person who is in charge of science. There is nobody who is in any way responsible for anything in science. So
science is not regulated.
So everything that you are asking is like a child asking an adult, why is the sky blue? So these are questions that how can I explain that to you? You are asking like a child, and I cannot answer these questions. And then if I cannot answer the questions because you don't understand them, then I'm the idiot. I don't understand that.
Stop. So I'm trying to be balanced here, because obviously I think some of the questioning is just trolling a bit, because there's no way you can answer it. But the thing is, you do, look, for me, as somebody that believes in God, I do think a lot of atheists, like, they seem to look at their scientists as gods in a way, like they cannot be wrong. I'm just saying from what I've seen. So the point that Schiffer was trying to make is that something that 100 years ago would have been set in stone, and the people around them that would have seen those people about that seeing other races as lower than other races because of the data would have taken that as a fact, and that's one of the kind of like there's a lot of positives. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying there's a lot of positives with atheism and secularism and stuff like that, but there is some downsides. When you're believing just data, not all data is going to. I mean, something that somebody knew 100 years ago might evolve 50, 60 years later. Do you not agree? There could be other things that come to light later on that change what the data means.
No, the way that it works is we have data, and if we look at the speed of light is the same wherever you go. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change. So the point that I'm trying to make is that the data, the measurements, they don't change. But because the measurements get more accurate, the conclusions change. That is why we found out that the steady state model of the universe was wrong, that there are galaxies and not sun, that the galaxies are moving away from each other, so they're not standing still. We initially thought we had only the Milky Way, and that is all there was. Then we found out there were more galaxies, and then we found out they were expanding.
Are you
wait, Raj, this is my point.
Let me finish.
This is my point. I'm getting to my point. My point is that we are getting more accurate data. So the way that scientists were saying that it's the Milky Way is all we have was then changed as the data got more accurate. But the original data that we got is still valid. It's just that we got more data and more accurate data, which allowed us to get more accurate in our description.
So therefore the data does change because they are updating the data. So therefore it changes. So it's like you're making points.
What part don't you understand? I said the data stays, the conclusion changes.
All right, so he's saying that, look, when it comes to the speed of sound, the speed of light, that's not going to change. They've known that for quite a while, and it's not going to really change. I think even in 1,000 years, it'll probably be the same.
Not going to really change doesn't mean not going to change.
No. But an example is like the theory of evolution. Yeah, I do think it's a good theory, in my opinion. I think it's probably one of the best. But it could be wrong. Could it not be? Could it not stand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's why I say atheism is like a fairy tale sometimes. Because there's some people that you're at least you're fair. Though. I'm not talking about you, Stops. You're fair. You're saying it could be wrong. but I've had people say no, it's not wrong. Yeah, and that's
no. Hang on, no.
All right,
But you're confusing things.
No, let me just
Raj,
finish.
you're confusing things.
Right,
the data stays.
Right,
the theory could be wrong, and this has nothing to do with atheism.
All right, so let me just
atheism doesn't exist. Number one. Number two,
right.
I'm a person without a God belief, and this has nothing to do with any scientific theory.
Do you know what, Raj?
Right, so let me just finish my sentence.
You finish here, Raj. Let me say one sentence though. Yeah, like at that point, I'm exiting the conversation because he said what I already said. Thank you for confirming atheism does not exist. Veli, this is the best you've got to represent your atheism. You might as well quit while you're ahead. It doesn't exist. Please stop it.
No, you can't say atheism doesn't exist. Atheism does exist, but we believe that God exists.
No, atheism, I'm talking about the ism. It's not an ism. Not believing something cannot be an ism, so the word is wrong. I'm saying the word is wrong.
So
not that I don't exist.
So what I'm trying to say, look, stop explaining you. Like you've been quite fair in your kind of like admission.
And I agree, the word is wrong.
Hold on, 1 minute, Shabbat. You've been quite fair in your admission that okay, it might be wrong. I've been quite fair in the sense that I say okay, it's a belief that I believe in God. I can't prove it to you, but there are some people on both sides, the atheist side and the religious side, that say it's a fact. And I think that's where people start clashing heads because you can't prove. Are you saying the theory of evolution is a fact then? Is that 100% concrete?
It is. No, Raj, the thing, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get away from all the people that are saying, yeah, but it's just a theory. Like Shifa was doing, like Ali is doing. They have no clue what science actually is. They don't understand what a scientific theory is. So what we did is we said we're sick and tired of getting this. It's just a theory. So we said, okay, look, it is a fact. Because it is close to being a fact. The facts are there, and the theory is just being honest about it because there are details which are still not clear. So there are things which are not clear, but the basics, the concepts are factual. Yes, they are like that. But it's a word game that we are playing.
No, but you're playing the word game because the concept is not the actual thing. So you coming up with a concept and then saying that, we're basing something on this concept doesn't make the thing itself a fact. It just makes the concept a fact because the concept is the only part you can prove. Outside of that, your theory is null and void. You ain't been to the other side of the galaxy. If we went to the other side of the galaxy and they got a green sun, you wouldn't know. Because ultraviolet light, when you're looking at it through a lens, it can change. Secondly, if we went to the other side of the universe and there's people over there, there's an alien race, and they're made like they're a water, not just water based. They're actually a translucent life form. We could walk through them and walk to the other side, and they can come out the other side of you, or maybe they're made of machines, loads of little machines that all put together. Who knows? You don't really know. You're making assumptions, innit? Yeah, but
no, okay. I put a link into the chat now. If you go to this link, it explains how this works, how you can look at things 15 million light years away and understand what is happening there.
Yeah,
we can see the wavelengths, we can see the radiation, we can measure all this. It's a matter of detection, not via the eyes. We have radioactive radiation, we have ultraviolet, infrared, things we cannot see with our eyes. We have detectors that are capable of picking up those radiation patterns.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that what you're saying is wrong. I think they've got a good indication of what's going on. Through,
yeah, but Shifa and Ali deny this.
But they did make one valid point. They did make one valid point. There are things on Earth. I mean, if you look at the oceans, people still don't know exactly what is going on. Like right at the depths of the ocean.
Correct.
So
yes.
So there are certain things that human beings they might be wrong when it comes to what they're seeing out in space, and in 100 years' time, they might adjust their data and go, okay, maybe it was a little bit wrong about X, Y, Z. It just sounds a lot of people are saying things are facts, like this 100%. And I'd say that's where a problem occurs, like for
Let me ask you
people like yourself.
Spamming. Have you heard the term scientific error?
Have I heard? Of course I have, yeah.
What does that mean then?
It means it means that it's not a perfect detection.
Sorry, say that again?
It is not a perfect detection.
Okay, so scientists can make huge errors, yeah? Because I'm just looking on Google.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Plenty of the greatest blunders in science in the last 20 years. So yes. Scientists have made great blunders. So when you're bringing scientific facts some of the at the time when they were expressing these scientific facts, what they were calling them facts, it's only later that they found out they were actually blunders. So when it comes to science, there's a certain element of whether or not it's correct or not. Do you understand? So either way, whichever way you look at it, you can't try to say because I'm standing on science, what I say is true. There's no way you can say that.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, that's fine. So then, if you're not saying that, you're saying that we, as the people that are standing on a scripture, you're not in no better position than us. You're in the same position.
Exactly.
As us.
So it's a pointless exercise. Thank
So
you.
Thank you. Hang on. There's 2 points that I want to address here. The one thing is, yes, blunders were made because scientists are only human beings. But okay, let me just finish my 2 sentences. Please let me finish 2 sentences.
Right, so can everyone give each other at least a minute to talk here, and without interrupting, because you can't understand what's going on otherwise, please.
So, number one, it was scientists who found out the blunders. Was it scripture or was it scientists who found out that these were blunders? It was scientists. This is why science is self-correcting with these errors. This is the positive thing. Because we are humans, we make mistakes, we make blunders, we have egos, we have agendas, a lot of things go wrong. The second thing is, first you say, you cannot trust science, science changes, science is useless, and you are the same as us, making you, as the theist, look stupid.
All right, is science self-correcting, or has science been forced into a situation where they have to accept new data? So
Hang
when
on,
they
there were 2 people talking. There were 2 people talking. Say that again.
Sorry,
I didn't say science was. I've never at any stage did I say science was useless. So I don't know. You being the scientific guy who deals with data, and you're now saying I said science was useless. When did I say that?
You said it is unreliable. It constantly changes.
I didn't say science was useless. They're not my words. I didn't say. I said scientists can make mistakes. Yeah, and at the time they're claiming it's scientific fact, but later on they call it a scientific blunder. So I'm saying to you, you can't take everything what they say as truth.
And therefore, the data can
change. Did you say scientific blundered? Did you say scientific blundered?
Blunders,
I
yes.
didn't say that science was useless. So I don't know where you're getting them words from. Maybe that's what you believe. I didn't say that. No.
Exactly, but he would like to accuse everyone else of not listening. That's what he likes to do. He likes to accuse everyone else of not listening and not understanding.
There's not much more I can say to this character. I think I have to come out.
Why can't you believe in both the science and believe in God?
No, you can't.
Yeah,
They're opposites.
I do believe in some science.
No, I don't think they're opposites, though, Sam. This is the problem.
Right.
I think you're doing an all or nothing situation. Like, I think the theory of evolution is a good theory. I can agree with you that most of the data that they bring from, like the scientists that are looking into space and the universe, I think it sounds great. But that doesn't mean I have to stop believing in God. Now, if you're from an Abrahamic faith, I can see why it would conflict, because they have a creation story of Adam and Eve and stuff like that. But for me, as somebody from...
but Raj, the problem is in science, you can detect everything. This is the point. You can detect something and other people can verify it. Then other people will check you and they will try and falsify you. In religion, in gods, you don't have this. Number one, you can't detect any of the gods. Number two, you can't verify or falsify them. And number three, there's nobody who can get you to go and... reassess your position. This is the problem.
No, I'm not saying that. I've said it's a belief, but I can still believe in science and believe in God.
Yeah, but you can't believe in science. This is the problem.
So I can take science and its theories and kind of data and say, okay, I think that's right, and still believe in God. Can I not?
And no, well, yes, you can. To a certain extent, yes, you can. No. There are scientists who are also theists, but it's very difficult.
Let me finish.
It's very difficult for a scientist to be a theist, but you do get them. Yes, there are scientists who are theists.
Okay.
There's plenty. I think when it comes to scientists, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of scientists follow one religion or another. In terms of the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim scientists, there's plenty of them. And the scientists the scientists that even got a theory that there's a creator and a fashioner and an organizer to this earth. They call it natural theory or something like that. There's some scientists that have gone as far as proving that there must be somebody that organized the earth, and they've done it scientifically. So, I mean, I don't know if you're aware of that. The scientists that actually prove that say that there's enough proof, scientific proof, that there's a creator.
I am aware of the claim, and I also am aware that it's bullshit.
Why? What? Because you said so.
It's a false claim. No, it has. This
You know
is
that-
a
that-
claim that
it's not what you
scientists
say,
have
Paul.
shown this. This claim is a false claim.
Are you a scientist?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a scientist?
Yes.
What's your qualification?
It's
What's your
not
qualification?
about me. It's about the data. It's not about me.
You're a scientist, innit? So you know
You
better.
are a scientist. The question is, are you a scientist? And you said yes. So I'm asking you, what makes you a scientist? What's your
All right,
qualifications?
so can I just
What
all right.
I studied and what I did makes me a scientist.
All right, so stop. I've just googled Christian scientists, and they've listed people that were openly proud of their faith. but
Yes,
have made great
I know.
So Francis Bacon, considered among the fathers of empiricism and accredited with establishing the conductive method of experimental science by what is called scientific methods. The scientific method, your person you're named after is a Christian. Galileo.
Raj, when was this? When was this?
This was in what is it called? 1561 to
You
1626.
see, this is the big thing. Today, there are hardly any scientists who are still.
What about
theists.
Isaac
Amongst the
Newton?
Okay, this is the whole point. A couple of 100 years ago, most people were theists. Today, it is changing. Today, we don't have this anymore, but there are a lot of countries where you are not allowed to profess that you are a non-believer. In Saudi Arabia, you are called a terrorist.
No,
If you say that you are a non-believer,
right.
you are
I agree
a
with you.
terrorist.
I agree with you. So let me just read out this. This is what it says: the list of Christians in science and technology. So
Raj, it doesn't matter. Raj, I take your point.
Let me please just read it, and you can say whether
But it's
right or
okay.
not.
I accept it.
One minute. So this is a list of Christians in science and technology. People in this list should have their Christianity as relevant to their notable activities in public life, and who have publicly identified themselves as Christians or from a Christian denomination. And so you have Isaac
what?
Newton, Francis Bacon,
So what?
Galileo.
Give me the people today. Give me the Nobel Prize
These
winners
are the people
today.
all right, so these are the people that set the foundation for a lot of what you would say scientific method of today. Is it not,
Just
isn't that
because
correct?
somebody else is a theist doesn't matter. Raj, this is totally irrelevant.
No, but what is relevant, because you said earlier that it's very hard to be a theist, to be
Correct.
someone who believes in God and
Correct.
still believe in scientific method. But
Correct.
here I'm telling you that the people that basically are the founders of scientific method were
That's
Christians.
100, 200, 300 years ago. I'm talking about today.
There's
I'm not
plenty
living
today.
in the past. I'm living today.
There's
All right,
plenty
so
of Muslim scientists.
Grasta TV wants to ask, hold on, Raj, ask him, this is not me, somebody's asking, Grasta TV. Raj, ask him, can something be a fact and still be wrong?
Something be no, it can't be.
All right.
A fact cannot be wrong. I mean, that's why it's called a fact.
Okay.
This is what I've been trying to tell people. The conclusion based on a fact can be wrong, but not the fact itself.
Something can be fact and be wrong at the same time, though, because we could say, are all humans born with, say, for instance, ears, and then someone's born without ears? They're an exception to the rule, you know?
That's why you can't call this a fact.
So something
Okay,
can
so
be a
this
fact and be wrong at the same time.
This is exactly the difference. A scientific fact is never going to be. It's never going to be every single human is born with 2 ears. This is the black swan fallacy. I don't know if you've heard about this. It never happens. What happens in science is that you say, out of the numbers that were investigated, out of the numbers that were measured, we found this and this result. That's the way that it works.
Yeah, but what the point of that we're trying to say to you is that there's times when scientists thought they were standing upon a scientific fact, and later on found out that it wasn't a fact. So they were
It's
wrong
the
about
conclusion. That's what I'm trying to tell you for the last half hour.
Forget that for now. Let me just clarify this.
I know, forget that for now. I know, you're forgetting it in 5 minutes. I know.
Finish this on this statement. Are you saying that in the present day right now, that there's not many Muslim, Christian, and Jewish scientists? Is that what you're saying?
Today, yes.
I think he's delusional. He's delusional.
Right. So, how much percentage of scientists do you think adhere to one Abrahamic faiths in this current?
I have not
today?
looked at the numbers. I don't know. I've got a general idea that is decreasing. That's all I know.
Yeah, but so what?
General
50%?
idea, but you're spitting it out there like it's real
It doesn't
information.
sound very scientific, spamming.
All right, so I'm just gonna, because you said these people from 100, 300 years. I'm gonna read you some people quickly, just from the 21st century, from 2001 onwards. So Sir Robert Lloyd, He was a pioneer of the British Space Science, yeah, and the Royal Astronomical Society. So he's a Christian. Richard H. Boob, yeah, Boob. All right, so Rob Davis. Let me see if there's anyone I can see that I know the name of. But there's loads of them. There's like at least 50 here that are very well-known physicists, astrophysicists, and stuff like that, and they are from a religious basis. And so I think.
And what does that tell you?
Because you said that there's not many scientists of today
Correct.
that are from a theist background, but I can name you loads of them on here that have done
but
great
how many scientists are there?
Yeah, but there's still quite a few here that is.
There
quite
are still,
notable.
Raj, this is not the point. The point that I'm trying
No,
to
but
make
stop
is
spamming.
yes,
You
there
said
are
stop
people
spamming.
who are
Very
scientists and who are theists at the same
spamming.
time.
Stop
The
spamming.
number of
Stop
people
spamming.
who are scientists
Stop spamming.
and
Let them finish.
scientists
Stop
and
spamming.
theists
Stop
at the
lying
same
to
time
people.
is decreasing. That's my
But
point.
stop lying now, stop spamming. You said, are there any scientists of today who are reputable, like Nobel Prize winners or well known? Yeah, and he's shown you that there are many reputable, well known.
He never said that though. To be honest, with you, Shafi, he didn't say. He said that it's decreasing because of the state in the past. If you claim you're an atheist, you could have been burned at the goddamn stake. So some people would have been very, 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 very cautious about saying that atheist. He didn't make, I'm not gonna unfairly
And
say that.
it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter. People are not non-believers because of science. It's just that science gives you the ability to lead a very good life, a very full life without having a God belief. That's all it is.
We think you specifically and many people who are non-believers because of science, because of things like sexual preference, because of things like not necessarily religious but spiritual practices, or
No, where do you get this from?
sorts of things. That's my honest opinion. And at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to change.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Listen. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, you could sit here today and say, do you know what? Other than the fact that I don't believe in God and Christianity, everything else I do, would not conflict with it. But I wouldn't actually believe you. I believe that a lot of what you do conflicts with it. That's why.
So, I put the link in the private chat. Go through the names. There might be somebody on there that is so well.
Right, it's irrelevant. It
Spamming,
is
you made that
irrelevant.
statement. Spamming, you made the
It's only
statement.
relevant when you say it's relevant. They'll stop spamming. And this is
Give me a second. Spamming, you made a statement, yeah? I just want to ask you to repeat that statement. You said something along the lines of science allows people live a good life. What was the statement that you said? Can you say it again about religion or something like that? Can you repeat the statement?
Apologies, I don't know if I can still repeat that. I believe that science enables people today to lead a full whatever. Richard Dawkins had a very, very nice way of saying it. A full whatever life, which enables you to have a life without a God belief.
Do you know what else Richard Dawkins said?
I don't care what else he said. Oh my God, why did I mention his name? Oh,
could you make that statement? Could you make the same statement that you just made right now? Could you make that same statement with changing the words from science to without God to God without science? Could you not make the same statement?
Yes, of course
exactly the same statement you made.
Yes, I
make
can.
The statement.
I can.
Right. So why are you saying that?
Islam enables me to have a fulfilled life, and Christianity can, and paganism can, and devil worship can, and Hinduism can, Sikhism can. Yes.
Without science. So you're making a statement, and the statement you made initially, like it was a grand statement, you can just reverse that statement and say exactly the same thing about the people that follow in faith. So the statement actually carries no weight whatsoever.
Science has nothing to do with a non-belief. That's what I said. I said that science and religions are diametrically opposed.
Can you give me an example?
The science does not influence it.
All right, so Stokes, can you give me one very big? Let's give me one or two examples where science and religion, forget about the God proving God, it kind of like it is diametrically opposed, like science and religion. Give me like one.
I told you. In science, everything that exists, everything that exists in science is demonstrable and is detectable.
So I mean, so the Earth is flat. I mean, would you say that goes against religion? Because I don't think it does.
No, this is in compliance with religion.
Why is it in compliance with religion?
Because that's what Quran and Bible imply.
Okay. And are there not other ancient civilizations who are, you know, just people, like you said, who imply the same thing? And might not
Absolutely,
be.
they do.
So
But they're wrong.
Most people at the time did that.
All right, but this is the thing now where you know, we're going to get into this silly argument again, and it's going to turn into swings and roundabouts. But ultimately, you know, the fact of the matter is you can't prove it. You can just say it. Your data says it, but you can't prove it, you know, and your data's not good enough. I'm sorry, like, that's the honest truth of it. The data's not good enough. And you said,
well, if my data says that Earth is a sphere and the Quran says that it's flat, then why is my data incorrect?
Well, let me respond to that. The Quran says the Earth is flat. Yeah. So
No,
I
it
mean,
doesn't.
it depends how.
I said if.
Okay.
The Quran does not say it, implies it, but it doesn't say it. I said if the Quran says Earth is flat, and I say my data says it is spherical. Why is my data incorrect?
because you can't prove it. You're not God. You ain't even been outside of the planet to see nothing.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because you can't prove it.
How can I not have been outside of this planet?
Well, you tell us how you can have been.
Well, I could have been to the space station. I could have been on the moon.
Okay, so you was in the station. Yeah, have you been there? Was you?
No, but I could have
Well,
been.
then
But you
who-
told me that I can't have been. But you don't know that.
Should have. But you haven't.
You see what stupidity you are doing. You are jumping to things because you don't understand them. You are making assertions you cannot make.
Look, you already
If
said
you don't know
atheism
something,
doesn't exist.
ask.
You've already said that your science is based on data. Yeah, it's not based on actual, you know, proof. You know, there's no physical evidence. It's just data.
There is
That's
no
close-
proof.
that's
Proof
close-
is mathematical.
All right, so can I ask what about the positions of the planets? Does that contradict religion? So the sun being in the middle and then the planets revolving around the sun. I know in Dharmic faiths it doesn't. What about the Abrahamics? Because we
Do
now
they
know
say
that.
anything different? No, they
I
don't. This is
don't
exactly
know.
what they say.
So what do they? Oh, so they do say that it revolves around the sun. The planets.
No, it's the opposite.
Oh, is it? All right, I didn't know that. All right. All right.
What's
a bit of our own goal. I didn't know that.
No, not necessarily. What
But
are you
does it,
saying? That
what does it say in Christianity and Islam and Judaism about how the
In the,
do the planets
in the
revolve
Quran,
around?
it says that moon and sun run their course predetermined and they are orbiting. In other words, they are swimming in an orbit, each predetermined. In other words, they are orbiting Earth, both of them. So, and the end days will come when the sun and moon catch up with each other.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Is that true though, Ali Jihad?
No, what is he telling me? What the Quran says? Is that what you
Yeah.
just?
If you can find out, because
I'm not too sure, but the thing, as far as I'm concerned, whatever the Quran says is the truth over what the scientists says. Because as I said,
come
there's
on,
some people
dude. Come on, dude.
a scientific blunder. So I believe the Quran over the scientists. I mean, that's my choice, isn't it?
So what can you tell me something from the Quran that is correct? I'll ask you the same question I asked Shifa. Can you tell me something in the Quran that is like
I've already
demonstrably
told
correct?
you 2 things. You haven't been able to prove them incorrect.
You have not shown me that they are correct. I'm asking
I have
Ali the
shown
same
you
question. Ali, can you show me something in the Quran that is demonstrably correct?
Well, you want me to show you anything in the Quran that's correct?
A statement regarding
Pythagoras'
reality
theory
today.
is in the blasted Quran. What's wrong with you?
So a statement of what? Did you say?
A statement in the Quran about reality today.
I just
that
told
is
you something.
correct.
Pythagoras' theorem is in the Quran. Is that incorrect?
Yes.
You sure about that? Yeah.
It's not in
You
the
read a
Quran.
Quran, innit? You read it, and this is what I know. This guy don't know what on earth he's talking about. This is a pointless conversation. You know, you're gonna keep coming up with pointless arguments that don't make sense. And to you, I get
Are
that.
you not defending the Quran?
To the rest of the listeners, and everyone else in the chat room, we just think you're a bit delusional, innit? You're entertaining us right now, innit? We're listening.
Pythagoras is in the Quran.
You understand what you're saying? What you're doing. Like, you're playing games, innit? Pythagoras' theorem, yes, it's in the Quran. You didn't know that.
What is a Pythagoras theory then? 'Cause I don't know.
You can
A
just type
squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not in the Quran. Okay, Ali, can you give me just one
you know what?
statement from the Quran about reality today
The
that is
ancient
correct?
Egyptians went beyond Pythagoras' theorem. That's how do you think they was building pyramids and stuff like that? They had a science better than that. So, you know, you talking all this science stuff and all of this stuff, like, you know, when we get to the
I can give you a statement. I can give you a statement.
Hang on, just give me a second. I just need to answer the phone. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
He is funny. Like I like this guy because he tries hard.
Okay, he said he's a scientist. You know? He said he's a scientist, but he doesn't reveal his qualifications. That's a bit suspect already.
No, I think, look, to be fair, he is a smart dude, but the problem with a lot of smart people, they can become quite arrogant in their thinking. Like,
Sound smart.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, Ali, sorry, I have to answer the phone.
One minute. I've spoken to him. I'm just saying the first time I spoke to him. He is a smart guy, but I do believe some atheists can become a bit arrogant in their thinking that everything that is scientific is going to be 100% correct, and I think that's the problem.
No. I'm arrogant, but I don't think that.
Yeah, I'm arrogant. Yeah.
Okay, Ali, hit me with a statement from the Quran that is correct regarding reality today.
Regarding the reality today, yeah. What I'm gonna do is, okay, you ready? And when I am sick, it is He who cures me. There you go.
What?
And when I am sick, it is He who cures me.
Okay, how are you going to demonstrate that this is correct?
What do you mean? Yeah, for me, it's correct.
Yeah, for you, but you need to demonstrate. That's why I said, can you show me something that you can demonstrate is correct? Not assert, demonstrate. There's a difference between assert and demonstrate.
Okay, cool. Give me a couple of minutes. I'm gonna find one for you. Yeah?
Okay.
I'll be able to demonstrate. Right. Continue the conversation.
And even this sentence, I don't know that this is in the Quran, but what the hell? Okay, now the point that I'm trying to make is science does not determine whether or not I have a God belief. And very few people have this. And I know that there are people who are arrogant and say everything in science is correct, but that is stupid. That's not realistic.
Okay, all right. What are you lot waiting for? Is you looking for something?
Yeah, I think. I mean, you would think that it's very easy. You know, with so many things being correct, you would think that he can just pop them out like this. But it seems to be quite difficult.
You know, I want to find one relevant. It's not difficult at all. I want to find one relevant.
If someone can find what the kind of like the Abrahamics faiths, sort of kind of planetary systems are, like whether it's the same as the sun in the middle and then everything revolving around it. Does anyone know? I don't know. I can't find anything on here.
No, Quran doesn't say anything about that. Quran is always very vague. What it says is that you have 7 heavens, and that is it. There's nothing there about different planets, about Mars, about Venus, about things like that. It doesn't.
No, I'm talking about the actual positions of those.
No, there's nothing about that at all. It just says that you have the 7 heavens, and the lower ones are the stars, which can be used as missiles, and then the sun. Then the funny thing is, as soon as you go to the prophetic tradition, the Sunnah, then it goes into that the sun goes and prostrates under the throne of Allah and waits for the permission to rise again the next morning.
While we're waiting for him, can I quickly ask you 3 question stops on humanism? And there's kind of 3 principles of humanism. I just want to know if you agree with those 3 principles. So far, all atheists that I've asked have agreed with it, but I'll just let me ask you. So defining humanism. So the first is trust to the scientific method when it comes to understanding how the universe works and rejects the idea of the supernatural. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Number 2, 1 minute. So makes the ethical decisions based on reason, empathy, and a concern for human beings and other sentient animals. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Believes that in the absence of an afterlife and any discernible purpose to the universe, human beings can act to give their own lives meaning by seeking happiness in this life and helping others to do the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Jesus, this is very nice. Yes, very good.
Yeah, I mean that's the what I think most atheists kind of base their. So far, I've asked 8 atheists, and all of them agreed with it. I've asked 8 religious people, theists, and only 1 has agreed with it fully.
Yeah.
And I don't agree with the whole thing. I think the last one's problematic, personally.
But this is very nice. Yeah.
So what is going on here today?
Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. Hit me.
Yeah, remember, I'm not no scholar. I don't really know that much about the Quran. You know, I've just randomly put in something, and I'm just bringing something else. This might not be the strongest argument, but it's kind of relevant to me right now. Yeah. So I think it's a surah called Sad. Okay, I'm gonna read the surah to you. It's only a couple of lines. Yeah. By the Quran, full of admonition, this is the truth. But the unbelievers are steeped in self-glory and separatism. That's you, yeah? I'll repeat that. But the unbelievers are steeped in self-glory and separatism. How many generations before them did we destroy? In the end, they cried for mercy when there was no longer time for being saved. So that's relevant because it's talking about the unbelievers, yeah? The unbelievers are steeped in self-glory. That's what you are. You're steeped in self-glory. So it's relevant right now to this conversation.
But am I a non-believer?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about this guy right now. So like, don't sidetrack.
Oh,
What
yeah,
got to say?
yeah. I agree.
Harrison, what you got to say about that one?
Okay, I'm waiting for you to demonstrate that this is correct.
Yeah, well, you are demonstrating that you're correct because you're an unbeliever that's steeped in self-glory and separatism.
I'm neither steeped in self-glory nor in separatism.
Yeah, you're acting like there's no God and the glory is to you. You created yourself, and you know the universe created itself.
Say that.
But you're an atheist. You're not giving the glory to the Most High. So you're attributing the glory to yourself.
I'm not giving glory to anybody.
Well,
not least of all me.
You're giving glory to the scientists, to me.
No, I'm not glorifying scientists
I
at all.
spamming.
And I'm definitely not into division. Definitely not. I'm exactly the opposite. I'm the one who's trying to find commonality. I'm the one trying to find common ground. But it's religions that go into division, not me.
Spamming. If we're trying to find commonalities, yeah, I'm going to read out a statement to you, yeah? And you tell me if this statement is wrong then, yeah? It says almost everything from relativity, quantum mechanics, Big Bang theory, black holes, pulsars, genetics, embryology, modern geology, thermodynamics, even laser and hydrogen fuel cells have been found in the Quran, says Nidal Gisom, professor of astrophysics at the American University of Sharjah. Whereas centuries ago, Muslim mathematicians discovered algebra and led the world in countless fields of knowledge, some of today's believers look to the Quran for equations to yield the value of the speed of light or for the age of the universe and other bewildering feats. So,
okay, this is an ignorant, dishonest buffoon.
Okay, I just wanted to know if you disagreed. So, who invented algebra?
Number one, I disagree. It's very easy.
Who invented algebra?
Okay, this is exactly very nice. This is exactly this is exactly the example I wanted to go to. Go to algebra and history. What do you find? The Sumerians 6,000 years ago already had algebra. What you are doing is you are blindly following without checking. And this is the problem that I have with so many theists. You blindly and faithfully follow what some asshole tells you.
No one's blindly
the
and faithfully
Sumerians
following
who
anything.
came up with algebra. There is
No one's
no single
blindly
person
following anything. What you're
there
doing
is
now,
no-
yeah? What you're doing
there is
now,
no-
yeah?
there is no single person who invented algebra. What happened is that Al-Khwarizmi, a Persian guy who was not even a Muslim, he was a Zoroastrian, he went and wrote a book about
In what century?
Al-Jabr. And
In
this
which
is
century?
this is 800 years ago, where he wrote a book about
And which century
Al-Jabr,
are we
which
talking about?
became into
the 8th century,
algebra,
it's the 8th
which
century.
became algebra
century?
from the word, but he did not invent it, but he did great things. I mean, he did not come up with any kind of formula or anything, no
So are you talking
algebraic
in the 12th
equations or
century?
anything. He
Stop
just
spamming.
advanced it.
Stop spamming. Can you clarify? Are you talking about the 12th century? Because you said 800
Yes.
years ago. The 12th
That's what
century.
I'm talking about.
All right. So let me give you some facts because I know you lot enjoy
Sorry,
Google.
guys.
So Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi.
This is just the word that the name I just gave you is
was
this.
a 9th century Muslim mathematician and astronomer. He is known as the father of algebra, a word derived from the title of his book, Kitab al-Jabr. Yeah, so
that's what I just told you. I was just wrong in the century.
You said this is what you said. You said out of your own mouth. You said that algebra was invented about 800 years ago. Yeah,
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did. You said 8
I
centuries
said
ago.
that we have found algebra 6,000 years ago with Sumerians.
So
and Al-Khwarizmi was somebody who wrote a book about Al-Jabr, which became the word algebra, and he advanced algebra but did not invent it. And it's a misnomer to call him the father of algebra.
Either way.
No.
Stop spamming.
What do you mean either way? Are you going to apologize?
Stop spamming.
Are you going to apologize?
I don't need to apologize. I've led you down the rabbit hole. You just don't realize it yet. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to submit and you're going to have to concede that your science, has nothing on the ancients, and the people who gave us what we know today, or was writing down and keeping, keeping record of what we know today as the Most High and of what we know today as religion. Because if we go into Sumeria, what did the Sumerians believe in? What is an Anunnaki? What was their God concept? So you're making yourself sound really silly now.
No, you are making false claims. And when I call you
No,
out
sir,
and show you that you are making
claims,
false claims, then you're butthurt and you go and attack the person. That's ridiculous.
You're finished. You're finished. Thank you.
Can I just say something to our atheist?
Let me quickly
Stop.
finish one.
Can I just say something? Stop spamming. Sorry, Ali. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, let him go. I already put him in the tiger grip. It's done.
I'm gonna finish this one. I'm gonna finish this one. You said you want some proof from the Quran that what did you want? Proof from the Quran that something's relevant today. Is that what you said? Yeah.
No, I said something that is demonstrably correct today.
Yeah. That I can prove. Yeah.
Have you found something?
Yeah, Quran 22:46 is talking about you. Yeah. It is not the eyes that are blind, but the heart. You're the proof right there.
My heart pumps blood. It's a muscle.
It's not the eyes that are blind, but their hearts. Yeah, that's you. You're the proof.
The heart is not blind. No.
No, yeah, your heart is. All right, peace and love. Go through.
I'll tell you something in the Bible when you're done, peace and love.
Bam. I want to ask you a question, yeah?
Go for
if
it.
we wanted to change Islam, right?
Yeah.
How could we change it that would make atheists happy? Because to me, from my point of view, there's one or two sticking points that atheists really take objection to. Like,
no, there's
for
about
example, 28 in particular, but we're not going to give up everything, innit? We're just going to give you one or two things.
Correct.
So what I'm saying is, like, for example, Muslims claiming that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a perfect example of a human being.
Yeah.
If we also change that and say he was a perfect example for believers, can we tick that off one thing off your list?
No.
Would that be better?
No.
Okay, cool. So moving on to the next one. When we say, for example, Islam is perfect for all times, like past, present, and future. If we was to change that to Islam is better than any system you can come up with, how's that? Is that all right?
False.
Oh shit!
Are you trying to create a new religion?
No, I'm just trying to find out, like, if you're an atheist and you don't believe in like what we've got going on here, why not just get on with your life? Why spend the rest of your life disproving Islam or religion in general? Like,
I'm
what
not
would
disproving
be?
Islam. I'm not.
No,
I'm
not you personally. I mean, atheists kind of like have this anti-stance, like we're anti everything what you lot say. But what I'm saying is, why not just go and make the world a better place and go and get your atheist flag and stick it at the top of the hill and say, this is what atheists have achieved. But you don't really seem to want to do that. It's like there's a tug of war between good and evil. You're standing on the good side and everyone's pulling except for you. You're just pretending to pull. You're like, I don't really believe this. I don't believe it. Like, okay, so, go and put up your own struggle. Go and put up your own fight. Go and climb your own hill. Go and raise the standard of atheism and prove to us what atheism can do. Because in actual fact, atheism is just like a parasitical organism. You're just benefiting from all the work that theists have put in over the last 6,000 whatever years, and you're just coming along at the very end and going, you don't need to believe in anything. Yeah, but what if we went back to
the face huggers?
Hold on, let me finish. If we went back to ancient Kemet, let's say we went back before that to people who were basically learning about agriculture and farming, and the River Nile would burst its banks, and all of a sudden everything's growing, and they learned about irrigation. If we told those people to be atheists, would we be where we are today? If they didn't actually have the ability to put their trust in something that they had no proof for, no scientific method for, would we be where we are today, son? That's what my question is at.
Much further, much more advanced. We would be light years ahead of everything.
You're a kafir, bro.
Oh, sorry. I
mean this. Spamming, I've got a short one for you. You ready? Spamming. There's another one from the Quran. It's very short. You ready? 1767. And I think you're proof of this again.
Yes, sir. This doesn't leave you alone, does it? There's no peace.
And man is very ungrateful. It's talking about you right there. That's true.
I'm ungrateful.
You're ungrateful to what the Creator's given you. Then now
I had wonderful lunch today, and I was very grateful, and I said thank you.
Oh, that's great. So who to the chef that made the sandwich?
Who did you say thank you to?
The cook.
Who provided you with the lunch?
The cook.
The cook, yeah.
Okay. Well, he deserved that fact, no?
I don't think we go much further with this guy. You know, as I said, he's put up. Look what he's put up. He's put up what he needs to, who he is anyway. So, I mean, is there anything else to say? One man's putting that up. He knows his position.
You can try and bring facts. You can ask questions. This is what this week is for. This is what Veli has done. Veli has brought up the claim that for 1 week, everybody can come here and question atheists, those without a God belief, and ask them any kind of question you want. Now, what I would suggest, however, is that Raj goes to Peace and Love and gives him the same 3 questions.
He did.
I'd be
We've done it already. We've done it with James SC, who actually gave a good critique of the questions.
Yeah, so I'll do this to Shifra Don then, and I'll ask the same, because so far, like I said, 8 out of 8 atheists have agreed, and only 1 out of the 8 theists have agreed. So Shifra,
how did Peace and Love do?
Peace and Love, he didn't agree with 2 of them.
That's what I thought.
So
see, this is the difference. I'm a person who is prepared to change their mind. Give me the right facts, give me the right data, give me something that will convince me, and I will change my mind. I change my mind on a daily basis. If I come to you guys, you will not change your mind. Come hell or high water.
Ask me a question. So let me ask Ali Jihad and Shifra Don. So both of you just answer yes or no when I ask the question. So this is the pillars of the 3 pillars of humanism. So you have, firstly, trust to the scientific method when it comes to understanding how the universe works, and rejects the idea of the supernatural. Do you agree or disagree with that? Shifra and Ali Jihad.
Hold on, say that again, because your voice is a bit muffled.
All right, so let me.
He's saying, do you disagree with there being supernatural?
No, let me just ask again. Trust to the scientific method when it comes to understanding how the universe works, and rejects the idea of the supernatural. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree with that. I think there is supernatural.
I don't reject the idea of supernatural.
Okay, fair enough. So makes their ethical decisions based on reason, empathy, and a concern for human beings and other sentient animals.
Yeah, when it suits them.
Yeah. All right. So I believe in that one. The first one I don't. The second. So far we're on the same line. So the last one is believe that in the absence of an afterlife.
Ali Jihad.
Ali Jihad. Right. So what do you agree with that? Makes their ethical decisions based on reason, empathy, and a concern for human beings and other sentient animals. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Say that again. Properly.
You're asking me if I make my ethical decisions based on that? Is what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. You use reason.
Not exclusively on that, but there are factors, but not exclusively.
But you do use reason, right?
To some extent, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Exactly.
Obviously, that with what the Most High has taught us.
Yeah. 100%. Right, so the last one is believes that in the absence of an afterlife and any discernible purpose to the universe, human beings can act to give their own lives meaning by seeking happiness in this life and helping others to do the same. Do you agree?
Well,
Or
I disagree. I don't think that that's really giving meaning to your life. That's just giving
Yeah.
yourself happiness.
Yeah, it's that's what I was trying to explain. It's in the day. If you're living for the here and now and not thinking of anything else, that's also a problem as well. And some people just think, yeah. So some people just think of the afterlife. That's dangerous because you got to live as well in this life. But some people just think of the here and now.
Roger,
And that's
are them
problematic.
answers average answers? Like, is that how most people score?
I mean yeah. I mean, there's only one theist that didn't agreed with the whole thing and was on the atheist side, and that was Orthodox More. So far, every one of a religious belief. So far, every one of a religious belief, including myself, disagree with the first and the third. So the first about being, because I believe in the soul, so that could be deemed to be.
What does that prove, or what are you trying to prove? It all?
No, because
he's a pantheist.
No, what I'm trying
not
to
a Muslim
prove,
the way how we are.
No, what I'm trying to prove is that there is some sort of doctrine to atheist belief. Like they have a sort of kind of like an ideology, and I'm trying to determine what it is because they keep on saying, "Oh, we don't have a single ideology." But
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. That question that you asked doesn't prove atheism.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying that there's a kind of like a common theme between them because they all say, well, we've got different thought process. We don't really agree with each other on a lot of things. But I'm trying to get a basis for what they do agree with. And so far,
you're establishing. But the problem is, Raj, you're establishing a correlation between what the average atheist would accept and what your questions are. But that doesn't prove causation.
Yeah, I know. But I just
that.
Yeah, I just want a basis because it's hard for you to pin down an atheist if they keep saying, "Well, there's nothing we really
not
agree."
Believing it's okay to fuck
Yo guys, can I just read out?
No one else on earth would say that. No one else on earth would say that.
Of course, but can I just read out these verses quickly, yeah? Because Stop Spamming says there's nothing in the Bible or the Quran or any of these religious books that's relevant to today. Yeah,
I did not say that. I said, can you provide something?
Provide something. All right, so you want us to provide something that's
the
relevant
Ten Commandments.
to
I'll just be the 10 Commandments and done.
Yeah, the 10 Commandments, definitely. We've already been there, though. I've already explained to him about the law.
So killing your sons if they are killing your children if they are unruly is a very good idea.
Anyway, so he's trying to say that basically, you see, if God's saying something, that it's not relevant because he's saying God doesn't exist. So what I'm going to do is, we're going to go from some words that's just in the Bible, that's not necessarily God speaking. You know, this is just people speaking, or sometimes it might be Jesus speaking, who is the King of Kings, who is, obviously empowered by the Spirit. So
who you said doesn't even exist?
Well, when we say Jesus, his actual name wasn't Jesus, and a lot of people know that. But just for the sake of arguments, so people know the personage who we're talking about, we'll just use Jesus for now. But it says, then Jesus said to him, "Put your sword back into its place, for all who take the sword will perish by the sword." Yeah, and that is still true to this day. When you start picking up guns and swords, and you want to go to war, you want to fight with people, and you want a war, most of these people are going to end up perishing in it by swords and by guns because if you
I haven't. Now what?
All right, so that's one thing that's true. I can continue. I got more. That's just one. Yeah, it says what.
So I've picked up a sword. I have not died through the sword. Now what?
You've picked up a sword. Have you picked up a sword and have you gone to war with it? Have you gone to war with it?
You just said whoever picks up a sword. I have picked up a sword.
Listen, if you haven't gone to war with your sword, then you've not really picked up the sword. You just own the sword. Anyway,
are you changing your story now?
No, I'm not changing my story. I'm just letting you know the context. So anyway,
well, what did you read for me? You said whoever picks up a sword.
Listen, let's not dwell on that, innit? If you don't believe in the words and if you think that they're a load of rubbish, that I understand.
Asked you to bring me something that is correct.
It is correct
in connection with reality today. That's
yeah,
it.
but I just
and
told
you are telling me whoever touches the sword will die by the sword. Well, I touched the sword, picked it up. I'm not dying by the sword.
No. You made a misinterpretation. That's not my fault that you have an inability to listen. Listen again, so you get the proper interpretation. Listen. Then Jesus said to him, "Put your sword back into its place. For all who take the sword, will perish by the sword." Now, when he's saying all who take the sword, the context he meaning is in taking up the sword, taking up that lifestyle. That's the context.
How do you know that?
How do we know that? How do we know that? Because I'm going to be honest with you, this isn't coming from a King James. Yeah, this is coming from just off of Google. I just Googled something, you know, and they've got different Bible passages. Sometimes they don't always come out of the King James. Sometimes they might come out of another Bible and they word it as slightly different. But we know.
Why do you believe what it says in the Bible?
At the end of the day, listen to what I'm going to say to you. We know the context that it's written in. So let's not get into your semantics again.
You know the context it was written in 3,000 years ago.
Not just me. People who understand the book know the context it's written in. You don't. So
I'm not talking to other people. I'm talking to you.
You don't like being spoken over, innit? So please, yeah. When
you have been unable to find even one small thing that is relevant and correct today.
Finish what I'm talking about and then interject. But that's a fact, isn't it? Now, the fact of the matter still remains. You may not interpret the verses right, and you may not understand them. But remember, it's not
my fault if your God screws up.
No, it's not your fault if God screws up. It's your fault if you screw up. Now, understand something. Just because you can't interpret something correctly, and just because you don't understand it correctly, and all the rest of us do, doesn't make you right. So,
why do I need to interpret something that a God says? Come on, get real. I mean, this is God, okay? This is supposed to be like really a great dude.
Secondly to that, what it is now, yeah, I've come to realize what your real problem is. That your demons are what's controlling you. Because you can't control yourself. If you was able to control yourself, yeah, you would just be quiet. Let me read what I'm reading. Stop interrupting. You know, because you said there's nothing. You said show you something that's relatable to today. I've just shown you.
No, that is correct.
What you want to do is rather than let me continue to share.
Let him finish the sentence, and then you can
address make up players in the background because you know you're lost in it. You know you've lost this round.
I should have gone read what you can say.
End of the day, yeah. End of the day, yeah. This one is relevant to you. Stop spamming. Yeah,
is it correct? That is the question.
It's correct. It's correct, and it's relevant to people like yourself.
Okay, show me that it's correct.
I'm going to show you that it's correct. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Yeah.
Okay, now show me that this is correct.
I'm going to show you that it's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Realistically, you know, our lives are not completely in our control. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Hold on. Yeah. We have to wrestle against flesh and blood, meaning people, you know, that we meet every day, meet at work.
I don't wrestle. Yeah. No, I don't wrestle.
And listen, it may not be physically wrestling, it may be mental wrestling. Like
so wrestling is not wrestling. So it's wrestling, but it's not wrestling.
Wrestling can be done in many forms. You can mentally wrestle with a person. You can have a mental fight. You can have a mental argument. You can have a argument of words, and not. And you can have a fight with words. You don't physically have to fight all the time. Now, at the end of the day, just because you interpret a word a particular way, like I said, does not make you right.
So what am I wrestling with?
Realistically, you see your problem. Your problem is this: you don't read the Bible, you don't read the Quran, but you want to take shots at it. And what
I've read both. I've read both.
No, you've read both, but you interpret them your own way because you are.
Of course, because I'm a human being. I was created like this.
It's not just about reading it your own way. It's that you interpret words in a very, very demonic way. You're definitely suffering with some type of possession. Yeah, because
who created me in a demonic way?
It says, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities.
I don't wrestle against any rulers.
Let me show you something. You do wrestle against the rulers.
No, I don't.
Against the authorities, and you do wrestle against the cosmic powers over the present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in.
No, I don't wrestle. I laugh about them.
Yes, you do. And at the end of the day, you may say you don't wrestle with them, yeah. But at the end of the day, you know, you may wrestle with the complete opposite, which proves
Shifa, we've done this. We've done this before.
The fact of the matter is,
we've done this before, and I've shown you that this is stupid.
Yeah? For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to destroy strongholds. Is that relevant to today? Is that true? Hold on. Are the weapons of our warfare not of the flesh, but have the divine power to destroy buildings and strongholds? So when I make a bomb, is it made out of flesh? And does it have the power to destroy buildings and strongholds? And this is how we know you're confused. What I'm going to do right now, yeah, because obviously this is comedy to you, innit? I understand that you are literally, you know, you're playing games, innit? Like, this is the game to you, innit? Like, this is like Jerry Springer
stuff. I can't take this seriously, really, because it's so stupid. Schiffer,
you keep calling people stupid, but I think right now what you're doing is you're intentionally misinterpreting things to get your own way. You're like a spoiled child in a sweet shop.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, done. All right. This is your tough talk. Okay.
But listen, you see crying right here, yeah, and throwing your dummy on the floor and throwing your bottle out of the pram. It's not gonna work. You're done out
according to you, who created me?
Let me show you something. The Most High.
I asked you a question. Who created me?
The Most High created everything, including the devil.
Okay, so the Most High created me. Is the Most High in knowledge of everything?
That's right, including the devil.
Okay, so the Most High created me, knowing while I was being created that I was going to question this, that I was going to be a demon.
Right.
So your Most High created me a demon as a test for you to show you how you are failing.
Yes.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes.
We got
so
it.
What you have to understand is everything is a test. If you go into a Bible, what you understand
So
from
I
the
was
Bible's
created as a
perspective, what you understand is from the Bible's perspective, you got people in the Bible. I can't remember the guy's name, but there's a guy in the Bible who, God saw him as the best human being on the planet. And the devil said, give me a certain amount of time, I can make him curse against your name. Yeah. So there is definitely something going on where, we are being tested and the devil is able to subject us to tests to see if we will turn away from God and turn our face away. You have failed the test. You've turned your face away. So now, you're open to demonic attacks, You don't have.
I was created that way. Remember?
No, you weren't created that way. You became that way. When you
God knew about this. But your Most High Creator knew about this, right?
Yeah, but listen, the most High.
So who's the arsehole? Me or your God, your creator?
The arsehole is you. The Most High created you, and the Most High gave you freedom of will. Yeah, but He also protected you in your infant years and said,
He knew everything.
Let me show you something.
If He knows everything, how can I have free will?
He did know everything, and He knew the path that
I can't have free will.
He knew the path that you was going to take, but He also gave you free will. So if you had chosen,
that's a contradiction.
You're saying it's a contradiction. If you had chosen, you could have gone the other way, but you weren't supposed to choose. You were supposed to perish. You were supposed to perish.
Stop spamming. So if I put a gun to your head, hold on. If I put a gun to your head and then I pull the trigger, but God knows what decision I'm going to make. Did God make me pull the trigger, or is it that I made that decision to pull the trigger?
No, if you were created by a...
I know, but God can know what you're going to do, but you still make the decision to pull the trigger.
No, you were created to pull the trigger.
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily, because the decision was still your own.
How can it be your own decision if God already knows that you're going to pull the trigger?
So
because that's the whole test. That's part of the test. So you was put in a situation to see whether you would go right or wrong. Now the devil's banking that you're gonna go wrong. Now God's saying, you know what? He's got to give everyone fair chance. So He's giving you freedom of will. But let me show you something. He planned out your life and laid it before you, innit? Now, unfortunately for you, because of what the influences you've been around, because of the experiences you've had, because of your preferences in life, you've chosen to turn away from God and take the devil's path. We get you, innit? But you don't see it as the devil's path.
What devil? The devil doesn't exist.
This is the greatest trick the devil ever pulled. You just call it
devil. Which of the devils are you to? First you're talking about different gods, now you're talking about devils.
James Jones a demon. James Jones a real life demon.
A quick question to the panel. I just want a quick question. I'll ask you individually if you agree with it or not. Shifa, do you agree with the statement? There's no atheist on a sinking ship.
There's no atheist on a what?
On a sinking ship.
This is the same thing as the foxhole. This is a stupid thing. Of course
there
is. This is the same thing as with the crashing plane and all these other bullshit things.
You know what I mean?
Because they don't exist.
No, but that means that these people that say they're atheists, when the plane's about to crash or the ship's sinking, it's them that's saying, please God, you know.
God, I don't know please God help me.
I made a video about that. I made a video about exactly that because it's so stupid.
I've been on a plane before, and as soon as we hit some turbulence,
God,
these people they believe in God before they was on the plane. They'll probably tell you no.
Do you know Ultra Funky? He hit his foot, and he started going, "Oh God," And so let me say, when people are in their hardship and they're facing death, I'm telling you, man, you will start to believe a bit. Come on. But you're
how come I don't? So how come I don't?
You haven't been in let me ask you a question. Have you ever been on death's door?
Yes.
So
when was that?
When
I've
you
had
went,
people shooting at me.
oh, but did you not think to yourself, okay, like, you know, please somebody, whether it's God, the creator, or something higher than you, to kind of help you?
No,
You didn't do nothing like that. But I would say,
This guy's a liar. He will sit here and say he's never said "Oh my God" before. He would probably sit here and say, "I never use OMG. I've never used that before." Many
I
of the
do.
atheists,
I
they-
do.
all
I
right,
say
you
that.
do use
Of
it. You
course,
do
when I
use
have an
it.
orgasm, I will say, "Oh my God, that was nice."
Oh, you're God, exactly. So you do believe in God. You don't even
It's
make sense.
cultural. It's a figure of speech. It's something that you use.
No, it's not just a figure of speech. It's your God. You said, "Oh my God," so it's your
It's
God.
cultural.
Each atheist, I believe, has their own God, and each atheist God is a different demon because they all got their own demons, and that's the truth of it. But
I
you're
will also say "fuck me sideways." Do you think that I want somebody to fuck me sideways? No, it's just
I
a
don't say
figure of
things like
speech.
that. I don't say things like that.
We don't know with you, to be honest with you, Spamming. Anyway, Spamming, I just want to quickly say a couple of things, yeah?
But it's not spamming. Let's allow that kind of talk in the chat room, innit? Because no one wants to do that. Like, I
Spamming,
don't,
you said that you've had a school. You said they've had people shooting at you. Yeah, so maybe at some point in your life you've a soldier of some kind. You've also said you're a scientist. So, you know, like you're coming up with a lot of claims, you know, it's starting to look like you're a bit of a liar. So let me know, like, when were you involved in some kind of warfare? People were shooting at you. Were you involved in some kind of
No.
warfare?
No.
When were they shooting at you then?
Do you want the time or the date or what you want?
Like, what happened? Like, are you a normal civilian and someone started shooting at you? What happened? Like, I just want to know.
I'm a normal civilian. I'm a scientist. I live in hotels, and Muslims attack hotels.
Who started shooting at you? You said someone started shooting you. They had a near-death experience. Someone started shooting at you. Can you tell us a little bit about the situation, please?
I just did.
Go on then.
I just told you.
You told me when someone was shooting at you. I'm asking you about the
Yes.
scenario that you said you were
I did.
in. Where you
I
had
just explained it to you.
I didn't hear you. Say it again.
I was in a hotel, and Muslims came and attacked the hotel.
Which hotel was that? Where?
It was the Serena Hotel in Kabul.
Serena Hotel.
It was on the 18th of January. Okay, what do you want to know?
You're gone.
No, I'm finished.
Okay, so prior to when did you decide to become an atheist? So you're from Afghanistan.
I
yeah?
never decided to become an atheist. What the fuck is this? What is wrong with you guys?
Were you have you always said you was atheist from the beginning? Like when you were, like, was your family an atheist family? Like were you ever raised in a religious background? Because you said you was in Kabul, Afghanistan. So I know that's quite a Muslim country. So trying to figure out your background now. Like, do you come from a Muslim family originally?
I was not a child when I was staying in the Syria hotel. I was working. You know, you work in countries. I've worked in different countries, and one of the countries, I mean, I've been in Malaysia, I've been in Indonesia, I've been in millions of places, and one of them happened to be Kabul, but I was working there. Now, as a child, I cannot recall ever having been religious. My parents are Christians, and we were living in a Muslim country, but we went to Christian churches, and they were very much embarrassed because I was laughing when the pastor or priest or whatever in front was holding up his hands like satellite dishes.
Oh, you sound
I
like
was giggling
Omen.
hysterically, and this is why they never took
This
me
is
to
sounding
church
like
again.
a movie. This is sounding like a movie. Has anyone seen The Exorcist?
Omen.
The Omen. Hey, The Omen. Hey, listen. It's spamming. Serious. We need an Exorcist.
Did you start screaming and scratching when you went to the church?
That's it. Let me finish. You went to the church and you started having a fit of some sort. Is that what you said?
I was giggling hysterically when the guy held up his hands, and so they never took me to church again.
Oh no!
All right. And then
sounds like a movie, man. We're gonna have to make this into a movie.
It does sound like a movie, innit? Oh, it's spamming.
So
Like,
were you christened? Have you been christened?
Was I christened? I don't.
Yeah,
I have no idea. I can't remember.
all right, spamming, yeah.
You never-
Like, and everyone else on the panel, I got to jump off, yeah. Out to Amy, out to Raj, out to Ali G, go hard. Big up all yourselves, innit? Like, and spamming, I'm not like, I've still got respect for you. Like, it's just that it's hard for me to really fathom what you believe in or what you substantiate as.
I don't believe in anything.
well, not believing, but what you claim to know as far as science and atheism and whatever else. For me, it sounds quite delusional, and I understand that that's you, innit? I'm not trying to disrespect you, innit? Like, I'm just saying, obviously, if that's you, then stick to being you, innit? But I'm just saying, you may find at some point that you need something more to stand on. That's all. That's the only point I was.
No, I don't need any more to
you as a
stand
man,
on.
though, like
I've
you're a
got my
man.
2 feet, and that's good enough.
Spamming, you know when they came into the hotel, yeah, with the guns to
Bless
shoot
up,
people,
man.
did they bless up, bro? Did they see you and actually fire shots at you?
Yes.
Or did you hide were you hiding under the table?
I was then ducking behind a pillar, which was around 3 meters thick or something. But they were on the way to the spa because they wanted to attack the spa and not the people in the lobby. And that is the first time, and now I know that you can actually hear a bullet come past you. I never knew that before. So that is a noise I will never forget. And I will also never forget the pool of blood where the receptionist, a very nice Muslim guy whose wife just had a kid, he was killed. Those are things that you don't easily forget.
Was that in front of you?
That was right in front of me. I saw it. I was walking. I had to step over the pool of blood. Yes. So this is something that you don't forget.
You were in the lobby when they came in, but they weren't coming to the lobby. They were going to the spa to shoot the people in the spa. So they kind of
Correct.
let
I
you
was
off.
on the far side where the shops were because I wanted to buy something for my wife. So I was where the shops were, and they were going straight to the spa. And they saw a movement, and the guy turned around and unloaded a couple of bullets in my direction, but they whizzed past, and then they went back to they went on to the spa.
Okay, interesting.
So it's not interesting at all, no.
No, I found it
So
interesting.
the point that I was trying to make, because Raj asked me, have I ever been in a situation, in a really horrible situation? Yes. I've had engine failures in aeroplanes. I've had all sorts of things. I've had stuck flaps. I've had all sorts of things, and I've never, ever thought about thinking of a god or something.
Stuck flaps.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. So sorry. Yeah.
Because
But
Turkish Airlines from out of Istanbul, and you can look it up in history. You will see that there was a flight that had to go back because the flaps couldn't be retracted because they were iced shut.
All right. Yeah, I was going to make a silly joke, but I better not. All right. So yeah, well, at least you can say that you put yourself in that position. You know how you'd react. But I think people like Veli had somebody like, or Ultra or James. If somebody was coming up with them, they'll be like, "Oh God, please save me, God, God!" They'll be screaming like hell. I personally believe they would. I personally would believe. Oh, how's it going, Amy? Would you hear 2 question stops, or you got? I can't remember whether you're theist or atheist. I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Hi. I don't really know what I am. I don't believe in any god, but
Oh, great! So it's your turn now. Then I can leave. Then it's your shift now.
but no, because it's not to the extreme that you are. I don't understand your points really, because where they were saying like, obviously you still make your own decisions, and there might still be a god. I can't prove that there isn't, but you're still obviously to make your decisions. It's like the government, they set laws, but they know people are going to break them. That's why they have prisons.
You're an agnostic, then. You're an agnostic, meaning that you don't know. Basically, you're like in between.
Yeah, I don't want to question it because either like any of it could be right.
So, what do you think of that, Stops?
Yeah, I agree.
That's a better position to have, though, isn't it? That you don't know, rather than saying for.
Well, you can't know. I mean, you can't know for sure because there could be some universe, there could be some corner of the universe that we don't know about. We don't know these things. So what I'm making is a belief claim.
But that means God could still be real. But you're
sure. How should I know? Yeah.
But you were saying before that he definitely isn't real, and
no. What I said, I don't believe gods exist, and I know for sure that the Abrahamic gods don't exist.
How do you know for sure?
Well, they contradict each other. I mean, it's a contradiction in itself to be all powerful, all knowing, all this.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense.
So does science sometimes. Different scientists say different things sometimes, so that contradicts each other. Does that mean that's fake?
So what?
But does that mean that's fake?
I didn't say it's fake.
This guy's a riddler. I'm gonna go now. I'll speak to you later. Peace out, everyone.
Take care. Oh, right. So we can have a quite a sensible
So
discussion.
what don't you understand about my statement? I think it's very easy to understand.
Well, you just said that God's fake because they contradict themselves. But like I said, two scientists can contradict themselves. With the
Okay,
same.
if one scientist contradicts himself and then claims it's absolute and he's a god, does that make sense? No.
No, it doesn't. But you can't prove that that's fake unless he actually comes out and says, "Look, that's fake."
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that a person who contradicts himself and who makes claims as to the attributes of this person and then goes and makes a claim and says it's absolute, then that person is fake. Yes, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you do know, Amy. He doesn't. He's not saying that these people that the scientists are infallible. Like we do say that God is perfect. So we've got a little bit more of a higher standard. Like he's not saying that these people can't make mistakes, like these scientists and stuff.
Yeah, I've only listened to like 20 minutes, so I'm just going off 20 minutes that I've listened to.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that Stotts makes good points. I'm not going to say he doesn't, but I still believe that some other atheists are a little bit more arrogant than Stotts. Like, at least Stotts, you will say that there can be mistakes. Maybe this theory is wrong, X, Y, Z. I've heard loads of atheists go, no, this is concrete, this is a fact. It's almost the same as what religious people say. They don't say it's there. There might be a 0.1% kind of like percentage that they might make a mistake. Can I ask you a question, Amy? Let me ask you the questions while you're on here. I'm going to ask you 3 questions because I've asked atheists and theists these questions, and don't worry about why I'm asking. Just like so, tell me what you think of these 3 questions. So first, I'm going to read it and then just say yes or no if you agree with it. Trust to the scientific method when it comes to understanding how the universe works and rejects the idea of the supernatural. Do you agree with that? Or don't agree?
The idea of the supernatural meaning what?
You could say the soul. I would put that. I believe in the soul. I think that could be seen as supernatural, God, or spirits, or something like that. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think there could be something.
All right. So you disagree with that then?
Yeah.
All right. So makes their ethical decisions based on reason, empathy, and a concern for human beings and other sentient animals.
Yeah.
All right. So believes that in the absence of an afterlife and any discernible purpose to the universe, human beings can act to give their own lives meaning by seeking happiness in this life and helping others to do the same. Yes. Do you agree or disagree? So basically, they're saying that in
I don't really think there's like an afterlife or anything. If that was what it was.
Yeah, but I mean, all right. So you're probably in between of those. So let me read it. I believe that in the absence of an afterlife and any discernible purpose to the universe, human beings can act to give their own lives meaning by seeking happiness in this life. So basically, it's like because they don't believe in the afterlife. That everything's about the here and now. Basically, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right, so it's kind of weird because I would say you're an agnostic. So
I don't know if there is an afterlife or if there isn't, but because I'm not sure, I would prefer to live here and now, like just in case. Do you know what I mean?
All right, so we got like so it's making sense. So far, I've asked 8 atheists these questions, and the atheists have categorically agreed with all of them. You're the first agnostic that I've asked, and you've actually come out with one that you don't agree with, and the most religious people have agreed with only one of them. So it's kind of I'm doing like a survey.
Oh yeah.
Oh, shut up!
And it's weird. It's weird because I thought atheists don't agree on anything.
No, I haven't said that. But this is what I'm trying to establish. Is there some kind of basis
common factor,
common factor, and that's the thing. And I think most of these things that I've read out are actually good ways to live your life. But I think the last one could be slightly problematic, if I'm being honest with you, because if you're living for the just here and now, and you don't really think about the afterlife or anything like that, you might become more of a kind of like live your life however you want, and basically that gives a shit about
Nah,
what's going
come
to
on,
happen
you
next.
need to be realistic.
No,
I mean,
I'm
come
saying,
on.
I'm not saying all of that. I'm saying I've said before, I've met most atheists, loads of atheists I've met are more moral than people that are theists, and it's embarrassing to say that. I'm not going to lie. So no, I'm being honest with you, because I also judge people that believe in God harsher, because they're saying that they're doing something in the name of God, and they're behaving like demons. So they're the real demons, like the ones that behave badly, and they say they believe in God, because they're making God look bad. So yeah. Oh, shut up, Khan. I'm reading from Ultra's link that he sent me, so I'm gonna read it exactly verbatim as he sent it though. So yeah.
Why do you pay attention to these kids?
Oh no, it's Khan. Khan was on there before that. That little
I
fatty.
know there's another guy who's also going crazy in there, but but why don't they come here and talk? I don't understand this.
Well, a lot of them are internet avatars. Why don't you jump on Gain and see if you can kind of like
Exactly.
go for this?
And this Gucci guy as well.
Well, Gain is somebody that normally jumps on, but I think he's scared of you. Stop spamming.
I don't bite.
He's not just he's a Muslim guy. He's pretty intelligent, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't want to say too much because they get arrogant, but he's not dumber than a lot of the other guys. So he will be able to give you a good conversation with it though.
Well, for me, the shocking thing that I've seen in this week is how many people have no clue what a non-believer, what a person without a God belief, what that actually is. There is so much baggage, there is so much attached to it. This is amazing. I don't understand why people can't just accept it for what it is, and they need to make things. What I saw now with Ali and with Shifa, that they only feel comfortable if there is something that they can correlate with their own belief system. This is why they're trying to make the non-believer into an adherent of some sort of system, which I can't understand. This for me is very weird, because I don't go around and do that. I take people for what they tell me they are, and that's it, and that's good enough for me, and that's it. I don't know
But
why
you
they
do know
everybody
that you do know that within the Dharmic faiths like Sikhism, Hinduism, and Buddhism, we don't have as many issues with science. If you look at India, it's a Hindu majority country. They don't really have a problem with their religion kind of like interfering with science, because we don't have a definitive creation story. Like the Adam and Eve, we don't have this kind of. So if someone says a theory of evolution, we're like, all right, we'll have a look at it. Like, does it make sense? It doesn't normally contradict our beliefs, or in that sense. I think that's why I don't get so kind of butthurt when you say, okay, science this, science that. If you say to me, oh, the universe is X, Y, Z, all right, fair enough. I'll listen to it. Yeah.
And that's the way it should be. I don't know why people always come up with science. I don't know. People have very little knowledge about this, and this is, I think, they're in awe of this, and this is why they're bringing this up left, right, and center. Where I am not inclined to talk about science at any stage. I'd like to get the principles, but not on the scientific side all the time. So I'm actually a little bit surprised.
Yeah, but you can understand that if you've been told in your holy scripture that God made Adam and Eve and the world was created in X, Y, Z days, and then a scientist is saying, okay, almost concretely has proven that this is incorrect. You can understand that why that might upset certain people that have got a religious belief.
Yeah, but why don't you go and just say it's a I don't know, metaphysical concept, and that's it.
Yeah, or allegory or something like that, rather than
something like that. Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, what is quite interesting, I bumped into a group now, and what they're doing is they're saying they are humanist Muslims, and they are saying we don't believe in all this, because for me the biggest downfall of Islam is the rituals. Okay, and what they're saying, no, we don't go for that. What we are doing is we're looking at the humanist side. We're changing Islam into a kind of a better way of life form, which helps you, which is exactly the way that you are explaining it, which makes life more bearable, and it gives it another dimension, which is an addition and not a restriction, the way that Islam is today, and that is a huge difference.
Yeah, but I have to admit, if well, I'm going to be honest with you. I think if in my religious scriptures it told me X, Y, Z, and then like science is proving something totally opposite, not just different, not just slightly against it, but if you think about the theory of evolution, it's actually totally contradictory to the Adam and Eve story, isn't it? I mean, it's a polar opposite. I might have an issue.
Is it really? Is it really? I've heard Muslims tell me that this is guided evolution. So God came around and said, the thing is that Adam and Eve are just placeholders for the development of humans. Where if you go back to Lucy and Ardy and things like that a couple of million years ago, then Adam and Eve are the placeholders for those people as a result of the evolutionary development. And if you look at it like that, I don't have a problem with it.
But you do know, once they say that, most Muslims will say that they're out of the fold of Islam.
Yeah, I know. This is exactly the point, and this is why there's a lot of Muslims out there who are no longer Muslims, who are just using the cultural background, and they think, just as a fail-safe, let me believe so that in case it's real, I don't go to hell or something. But you are right, absolutely. If you go on that track, you're out of it. But people do that. They take it as such with a pinch of salt, and then they're okay with it. So. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean,
another point. I quickly want to make this other point. If somebody wants to believe that there is a God, that's cool with me. All right, I don't mind that. It's just when it affects me. That's when I start,
Or affects. Or I think you also. I think you probably get annoyed when it affects development of countries and science as well. Would you say that? So if you see a country that is being held back, because I know I don't know if you know Banksy. You spoke to him the other day. Banksy Live. He was on an Iranian guy.
And this is exactly the point I was just trying to make, because Iran is the main example that you can bring up. Remember, I went to school there, so I know what it was like. I know how much knowledge. I mean, come on, look at the polymaths 1,000 years ago. They were all Iranian. They were all Persians. And so what you are bringing up is actually a very, very good point, that a whole nation is being held back by the Ayatollahs. Iran could have contributed tremendously if they wouldn't have had this conflict between the Shah, between the United States and the Ayatollahs. And the people just thought they were doing something good when they called in Khomeini and thought that he was going to tidy up the place, and it made it a mess. So,
well, this is the thing that Banksy has a lot of hate because he's so vitriolic towards Islam, and I have to say that his vitriol goes a bit too venomous. I mean, just for me personally, but he's a good guy. But when I've spoken to him, because a lot of people don't really ask him why he's like that. I mean, he knows what his country's capable of. And when I see Iran, I think these people could have been probably one of the most wealthiest nations in the world, but they are held back.
That's exactly the point. Yeah.
And so he gets frustrated that he knows what they like. If you don't know what the cause of your country's ills are, then it's not so bad. You can go, okay, well, I'm not sure. But when you know for definite that the reason why it's the way it is, and it's a kind of a basket case, is because of a faith, you might become a little bit antagonistic against it, because he is very.
I didn't even know that he was of Iranian descent.
Yeah. So I mean, he's probably the most. I think he's more heated than me, to be honest, because he will just say he doesn't. He will say in the park. He will say in the park. He will just say F Muhammad and stuff like that. So he doesn't care. Like, he'll say it in front of your face in the park. He said it online. So with him, because he's from Iran, he's an ex-Muslim. He said he's never been Muslim, but he said that he's from a Muslim family. He has seen firsthand, I think he was born there, how the regime of a theocracy has kind of sent
screwed the whole country. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit more kind of, I try and explain that to people. Like if I was living in a country, and I'll give an example that, my own religion was destroying my country, I would be like, all right, maybe I might be a little bit upset about that as well. But I don't think Sikhism works in that way, because we don't have a doctrine of kind of like a legal kind of side to our faith, like you have with the Sharia and stuff like that. Yeah. So
this is the big difference.
Yeah.
And this is the thing with Islam. This is why I find it's one of the most dangerous things today, because of political Islam. The spiritual side, like I said, I don't have a problem with, but it's the political side. It's the rules and regulations which go and regulate the living together, how to handle war victims, war prisoners of war, how to handle women, how to handle this, how to handle inheritance, how to handle who marries whom, who has sex with whom, in what position. This is what is so pernicious.
Yeah, I mean, you're actually sounding like the gurus. Like the Sikh gurus criticized both Hinduism and because it come about during the time of Hinduism being the majority in India, and then you had Islam coming in as an external force, and so they conflicted a lot. And so Sikhism kind of criticized both faiths for being like Hinduism. They're very, very caught up in caste, which is destroying. So if you look at caste, that's one part of a religion that is also detrimental to a country, because
exactly.
when you're looking at India, India has been invaded so many times, and I believe it's through the caste system. Because if you're not running your society on meritocracy, but you're running it on a caste where you're born into. So give me an example. You could be born in India into a Dalit class, and you could have an IQ of 180, but you're going to be cleaning the road.
Yeah.
You can't move
and this is
upwards.
terrible. But this is the same thing as apartheid in South Africa. This is what I always said. How can you have people with an IQ of 180 who are not allowed to use it for the benefit of the country? And this is why I was one of the biggest critics of apartheid in South Africa.
Yeah.
I thought it was terrible. And then it started easing up in the 80s and 90s. And well, in the 90s it was gone. But you know, this is the same problem that we had in South Africa. So yeah, I've experienced it firsthand. My boss was actually a black guy. Can you believe it? So I was working in a company that did not have apartheid, and that was brilliant. I got along very, very well with him. No
Dude,
problem
I want to leave you because I have to go somewhere, but I don't want to leave you alone because then they're going to say atheists have won.
Well, I know. I just saw Rob in the comments. He
No,
wants to come on.
I need a theist on here because it's going to look like we've all run off from.
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Where are all the theists? Come on, now you've got an atheist here who's prepared to answer.
I'll wait. Can the theist come on and take my place, please? Because they're going to all start saying, "Oh, we've all run away. We're all shook." I don't know. I might go because when you and Rob are together, that's a bit too much for me, and I'll have to go once he jumps on. Yeah, I think Belly, if you're listening, we have people in the backstage. I think Rob wants to jump on.
Let me get a coffee.
Something I'll chip. Anyway, Belly, you are losing for the last few days. You've had a little bit of a win today. Because obviously stops on it, but the rest of the week has been pretty bad. A lot of heartache for you guys. A lot of losses. You're making up for a little bit of lost time, but it's gonna. I think overall the week, if I was to do a review, I would say that we wholeheartedly crushed the atheists this week. So big up to myself and all the theists. I think we've done a good job of dismantling atheism. I know I'm gonna say that before once Rob jumps on, then I'm going because I can't. I'm not having the. I've got somewhere to go basically. I'm not running away though. And let me read a couple of comments and let me see who's in there. So Mr. Apologetic, yes, not going to be atheist. Trust me, not happening. A man like Reggie's in the thingy. Big up to man like Reggie. Shiva Nata Jagannatha, big up. I still can't again, you little pudida. Stop saying you're fasting and you haven't got enough strength. What? Are you kind of like fainting as you're walking? I'm sure you can speak. You can't be that hungry. Carnito, you are a weirdo. I know Amy, you little pudida from the other channel, you idiot. And on top of that, Khan, you're such a beg. I saw you on the Lion's Den again. You're always bloody begging on that channel. And then when you jump on here, then you're like, oh, I love everyone here. I love everyone here. But you're always freaking more, cussing out the G block, which I don't mind anyway. But be consistent, man. Be consistent. Peace be to you. I am not an Islamophobe or a far right facilitator. I believe there are certain extremist viewpoints within Islam which is not compatible with the UK. Is that a problem? Is that a problem? I don't know. I don't think it is. Cotton Socks, how you doing? Mr. Apologetic, I still love you. Sorry, don't need your love. I'm a bit creeped out. Please don't give me the love. I'd rather receive the hate, if I'm being honest here. Everybody watched the Reanimator as well. Reanimator has done a great video. in the last couple of days. So I think it was yesterday or the day before, and it's got our favorite Khan in a little tutu dress. Is it a tutu dress? What is that dress? With a ballerina dress, I mean. And I'm not gonna lie, I think he wears that in real life. That's what I've been told. Whether that's true. Oh, Rob's on it. Oh no, I'm actually in the middle between. Look at what I've been left. I got Rob on one
Good
side.
afternoon, gentlemen. How are
I
you?
God, I got Rob on one side and
Hi.
chocolate, and I'm lighting up. I'm like a sandwich, a cheese in the middle of a sandwich, about to be eaten. No, no. Can somebody
Come on,
come
guys.
in?
What is? Yeah, but why doesn't anybody in the chat ask a question that they've always wanted to ask somebody without a God belief? Why don't they do that now? They have the opportunity.
Yeah, somebody ask. I'll ask the question to them. Then, so rather than me getting the heat, because I've got to go in 5 minutes. I don't want to look. I'm shook. I was going to go at 6.
Okay,
Somebody
Rob,
ask
you
the
attack
question.
from your side. I'll attack from my side, and we'll eat him up in the middle, right?
Oh
We'll
no.
tickle him. Let's tickle him
No,
on both sides. He won't be able to resist both sides.
Tickle me. Yeah. It's lucky I've known you from before, yeah. Because I think if I didn't know you, it would have gone a bit weird, man. But luckily I've known you, so I can use that as a way to say, okay, be gentle with me.
But Raj, do you know actually that a lot of people have said that we are the same person and that we are fuck buddies? Can you believe that? Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to say that. That we are, we meet in a gay club or something. Can you believe it?
These people are showing their own fantasies. They'll probably
it's amazing.
They'll probably
we live thousands of kilometers apart and we're supposed to be the same person, It's weird.
But you need to ask, is that their fantasy or is that what's reality?
Yeah.
Most time it's their fantasy.
M.A. Brown, that hurt so much. Oh my God, your argumentation is so wonderful. Your mentality is really stifling. It's amazing how wonderful. Stop spamming is dumb. Can you believe it?
Mr. A. Brown is actually relatively he's actually quite a fair guy, so I'm pretty surprised. But he's actually not a theist. He's actually an atheist, from my understanding. The last time I spoke to him.
We've got to stop the presses, guys. We have a peaceful Muslim in there. May Allah cripple stop spamming. That's the sort of peaceful Muslim floats around, right? And he'll tell you that he's a peaceful guy from a peaceful book.
No. Let me say, this is when I feel embarrassed to be a theist, because you have the name "Peace be to you," and then you're using God's name to inflict harm on someone else.
It's what Stop and I always say, right?
There's no hate.
This is what Islam does to certain human brains.
Yeah.
It becomes mush, right? It's like, at one point there must have been some firings going on. I'm speculating. I'm being probably quite charitable. And then a virus infects it. Some people can resist it to some degree, but others, the virus, it's like COVID-19. Like once it takes hold, in some they can resist it or it doesn't have much effect. And in others, it's just like takes over the entire lungs, right? And you can barely breathe, or in this case, barely think.
Yeah. So
it's a bit like that.
Look, Mr. Peace be to you. God's gonna punish you for it. If you truly believe, I don't believe you believe in God, because God's gonna.
Oh, Rob, look at this. He relies upon the certainty of axioms that even scientists are not sure about. M.A. Brown, please come here. Please talk to us. Come on, this is crazy.
I don't know what an axiom is. What is an axiom?
An axiom is actually something that you define as being true, because I said there are a couple of axioms which define my life. Okay, that I exist. I'm having a conversation and I have a brain, and that's it. Everything else is up for grabs. Okay, M.A. Brown, tell me what the fuck is going on.
Look after these guys now. I need to go now. Anyway, big up to yourselves.
I won't be on here very long still. I was just listening back to a conversation he was having with Schiffer about a couple of hours ago. What's an axiom? Stop spamming. What's an axiom?
It's a definition of something that you define as being true.
Right. How many axioms did you say there were? Only 3 that you take as true.
No, I didn't say how many there are. I said what I did is I said for me here and now myself, I say I exist, I have a brain, and I'm having a conversation with you. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. So in general, there's many axioms that you take as truth. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you were talking about scientific data, which obviously leads to the acceptance or the proposal of a certain axiom. True?
Data that leads to an axiom. No, it's the other. No. I don't think an axiom is determined by data.
No. When you were talking to Schiffer earlier on, you were talking to him, you were arguing with him, in fact, about scientific data that has been measured. I think it was on the other side of the universe or something like that. I didn't quite hear. And you were taking it as that the data does not change no matter where in the universe you are. Is that kind of roughly what you were saying to Shifa?
No, he was saying that the data in science constantly changes. And I said, no, it's not the data that changes, it's the conclusion.
Yeah. I'm asking you what you were saying to him, not what he was saying to you. What
That's
were you
what I was saying. I was saying that the data does not change.
Yeah, right. So the data, when you're measuring something like the speed of light, for example, your claim is that the data doesn't change no matter where. In fact, the speed of light doesn't change no matter where you are in the universe. Is that true or false?
That's true, yes.
You know that there are scientists that doubt that, right? And there's it was even in the New Scientist journal as well, probably about 10 years ago. And it can be found in various other journals and scientific papers where they're actually exploring the idea that, well, number one, that space isn't empty, and that there are different, I suppose it's particles or molecules or whatever, or different material that can alter the speed of light in different parts of the universe. Are you aware of that?
No, I am not aware of that.
All right. Okay. That's all for today. Take care. Bye-bye.
What was that?
Yeah, so some of there is speculation around that. In fact, they at one point there was a test in Southern Europe, I think it was, where they came out and said that neutrinos could move faster than the speed of light, and they retested it and found no, that wasn't the case.
It was a measurement error. It was one cable that was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. It can be the case that light, as I understand it, what the idea is that light is constant in a vacuum, or as we would say in space, rather.
Exactly.
But it could be that it's the speed through certain materials, i.e., something that's not a vacuum, that could affect the speed of light. But even
it slows it down, but it can't speed it up.
Yeah. Correct. Yes, nothing accelerates faster than the speed of light within the universe. That says nothing about the universe, as we said last night, right? But even out in the universe, right? And it's a picture I never showed the other day on the show, right? But gravitational lensing bends light, right? Light travels in straight lines, but photons, due to the force of gravity and relativity, they bend around large objects. And Einstein predicted this, but he didn't think it was possible it would ever be observed. And of course, with modern technology, they've actually taken photos, as you know, stops of gravitational lensing, i.e. that light bends around galaxy clusters, and you can see what's behind. It's like a lens. Why it's called lensing, right? You know this anyway. I'm speaking. It's not like I'm teaching you anything or telling you anything. You know all of these things. But the other thing, I want to send you something, Stops. I was going to send it to James Jones and maybe one or two others who are interested. Right? I've got an interesting course for lay people. It's called Einstein's Relativity and General Mechanics for the Layperson. And I've gone through the course once, listening to it, but I've been doing other things, so it's not like I had a chance to really focus. But it's a set of audio lectures, and it's really good by a guy called Professor Wolfson. And
Rob, before you go, can you just read the comment?
Sure. Which one? Which one?
M.A. Brown.
I just came to put a spanner in the works. I'm not a theist, but I hate cocksure numbskulls who simply run other people's intellect. I'm not sure what the spanner was. You came in and you presented a speculation that some scientists are doing. I'm not sure where the spanner is. If it becomes the case that that's demonstrable and it's reproducible and it's accepted in the scientific community, then we'd obviously change our minds, as Stops and I would. But if you're going to present something that they are, quote, working on, or it's a speculation, I think the spanner is probably illusory, if I would be honest.
And the thing is, I rely totally on other people's intellect.
As do all of us, right, to some degree.
Everybody does.
But the difference here, Stops, if we were to take the time and we had the ability, we could train ourselves, we could do the experiments, and we would very likely come to the same conclusion if we understood it. But since we can't be experts in everything, or even in one thing, like ultimate experts, we do rely on people. But the difference is it's a consensus of experts, and it's not just because an expert said so. He rolled out of his bed and he went, you know what, I'm going to say this because I know something. No, he relies on data. and other experts around the world, whatever their nationality, skin color, gender, whatever the case is, that have similar level of expertise can confirm or falsify it. And that's what the game is all about. And in fact, you are looked upon very strongly if you can disconfirm your own theory or if other scientists do it. So they're in the business of trying
So
to
why
disconfirm
call it a
things.
numbskull? Why would anybody call someone else a numbskull who does the only intelligent thing?
I think he brought a speculation to suggest that, hey, it's not certain, but I don't think you and I have ever said it's certain. When we use the layman's term, it's a fact or this is the case, if somebody asks me, what do you mean by that? I will say with a high level of probability, because, to me, most of these claims are probabilistic claims, with a high level of probability given the evidence and the expertise, right? And so, but lay people, there's often a confusion between like really strict language and lay people, right? So when somebody says, I know, does that mean justified true belief, or does that mean they can't be wrong, right? When you ask somebody, and when you listen to a lot of lay people, which we all are to some degree, right? There's a big confusion over there. So it's like untangling like the more nuanced scientific or philosophical language from lay people just, saying certain words that they don't really have more of an understanding on it. Sometimes that's confusing.
Like Schiffer, he couldn't understand when I said we know for a fact that the sun is made of like 99% of hydrogen. So, I mean, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, you had a lot of patience. I was listening on and off. I was out cycling with the family. I listened on and off, and I've he's disqualified from any intellectual discussion with me. It's like playing chess, and you have a pigeon coming along and shitting on the chessboard, thinking it knows the rules, but actually has no clue, and then flies off as if it's won the game, right? So
it baffles me. Really, it baffles me.
We need to. But you had some patience. At least you tried. You get an A for effort. But you're not going to penetrate, right? Because it's like you're playing chess, and the pigeon doesn't understand the rules. It's got in its own mind. It's got its own rules, right? And you're speaking different languages, and then it goes ha ha, and off it flies. Seeing the pieces all lying on the ground as if that was the ultimate outcome of the game, instead of moving the pieces in a particular order, right? So you just got to let it go. Oh, I have, by the way. I mean, you can continue. Obviously, I've let it go. So Valet is in the house, man himself.
Yo, what's going on, man?
Hey, buddy. So Raj, I mean, again, I don't know whether Raj was trolling or not, really, but he was suggesting that, I don't like this W's and L's things, but he was suggesting that there were some L's this week. I mean, obviously, he didn't clarify what these L's were, and sort of didn't have a chance to ask him. So I don't know if that was just a troll or whether he actually thinks there was an L, what he thinks the L's were, and what the reasons were, right? And I think at that stage, we'd probably find probably not an L, right? Even if it sounds like it, or he'd want it to be.
What he was trolling with was saying that atheists have more room to incorporate the LGBTQ community. Like so?
We're more tolerant of other people in the sense that we don't want to, unless they're doing something that hurts other people around them, that's different, right? We're more tolerant than religious people.
Yeah, I said, well, they probably will have a better life around atheists and naturalists, but I don't mean that being an atheist is encouraging you to be a homosexual.
Is that what people think?
Well, that's what that's what they're trying to put it towards, isn't it?
That's great.
We certainly have an expert. We have an expert in the chat, guys. Light has no speed, and there is no such thing as photons. Rob, stop talking. Yeah, he's a scientist in his own mind, I'm sure. You see, that's where people have alternative realities. You're entitled to your alternative reality. You're just not entitled to your alternate facts, right? There's a set of facts out there, whatever there are, and you can have your opinion in your delusional reality, but you're not entitled to your own facts. They stay independent of your opinion.
I was having a conversation in the chat with Beefy, and he was saying, I think he got what I was saying a bit mixed up, because I was saying that obviously a fact is just a fact, but the results to find out what the fact is could be wrong. So you could do a test to find out if this concludes to the evidence there, and it may be wrong, but the fact still stays the same.
Yeah, so another way to put it really would be that a fact describes ontology. A fact describes something about reality. That's ontology. That's the nature of reality, right? That's what a fact relates to. But then the more important question is, what is our ability to come to some level of probability about that fact, whatever it is, right? The Earth going around the sun. That describes reality. And then the question is, to what level are we able to justify using epistemology? That is how we know things. To what level are we able to justify that we know that the Earth goes around the sun? And people often confuse those two things. So yeah, fact just represents or describes reality. And then it's more the bigger question normally is our ability to uncover the facts. That's what we're often talking about. That's the purview of science as well. So we make a hypothesis and then we go, okay, how do we go about finding out whether that's true?
And the results to finding out the method is the theory.
Sorry, say again?
The results to finding out the fact, like the scientific method, like that of whatever you're finding out. The results to that is the scientific theory. Yeah, like the theory
it's the description. If you take the fact and you take the result of all the facts, this is what Rob was just saying, then you arrive at a hypothesis, and then you go and you blah, 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 and then out comes the theory, which then explains all the different facts, and this is the conclusion that you get from putting all the different pieces together. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
proper
what I'm trying to
scientific, proper scientific theory describes a body of facts, right? There's a great deal of facts. So theory of evolution, theory of general relativity. These are scientific theories and rated by scientists, not me and Stops and the rest of us lay people, but by people who deeply understand these topics. They've had rigorous testing in multiple different disciplines. They've made incredible predictions that have turned out to be accurate. And so it's a body of facts. The scientific theory describes a body of facts, right? And for a scientific theory to be upended, normally that sort of thing is an extraordinary process, right? So like with steady state theory, that was a scientific theory that the Earth, that the universe, was standing still or not moving or whatever the case is, right? And was eternal, right? And it took a great deal of information, etc., to overturn that. It wasn't like one day somebody found one thing and you overturn the theory. So a theory is a well documented set of facts that is not impossible, but very unlikely to change, given, and especially as we become better and better at confirming things and improving our data sets, etc., etc. And with a number of these theories, they've been confirmed in incredible ways. I can't remember which one. I don't know if it's quantum mechanics. I think it's quantum mechanics that makes predictions down to like 12 decimal places. It could be 9 or 12. Please don't quote me on the exact number. But the quote that Lawrence Krauss uses, it's the most accurate predictive prediction, I guess you could say, in all of science. That was the words I remember him using in his book, Universe from Nothing. And I think it's quantum mechanics makes incredible predictions, with stunning amounts of accuracy that virtually every other scientific endeavor is sort of left in the dust, orders of magnitude higher than anything else. And so these things are very unlikely, not impossible, but very unlikely. But anybody who brings along something and says, oh, well, you don't know for certain, that is entirely self-defeating and a complete red herring. Because we're happy to agree that we don't have certainty. But by that measure, they can't say anything. Their mouths would have to be as quiet as church mice. Because if they're going to use the claim of certainty, then what could they be certain about? The only way they could claim certainty about external propositions in the world would be if they were omniscient or infallible. And none of them, hopefully or thankfully, are ever going to make that claim. So anybody that says, oh, you don't know for certain, in your mind should just go like red flag, red herring, self-defeating, completely irrelevant. But because most of them don't know this, right? And because sometimes we use the layman's terms, hey, this is a fact, they are sort of confused into thinking that it can't be wrong. And that's where I guess we can try and help them. But again, sometimes you don't have the time, right? So you just say something in layman's terms and they misunderstand it.
So by that term,
that's what I want. Muslim Report. Can you come on and then, if this is a belief, we'll educate you, we'll help you. Just as Rob was saying just now, we'll help you understand it.
So if like what you're saying is right, yeah, because Beefy was asking me, I said he can't have a if can something be a scientific fact then?
Well, strictly speaking, probably not, right? Because science deals in probability. So science is describing reality. And strictly speaking, if you ask, proper scientists, they will say that it's probabilistic, but that probabilistic is for lay people. We could just use the lay term facts, but if you're going to be really strict and honest and like super accurate, then you'd probably say, no, it's not a scientific fact in the sense of like absolute certainty. But is the probability extremely high? Yes. Can we call that a fact? Yeah, lay people can. Scientists might be a bit more cautious on using that term.
Well, I maintain that my speed is scientific and a fact.
Your speed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I measure and I get the time. I measure it's a fact, and I get the speed, and that's a fact. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because something that is presumed an actual scientific fact by the actual real definition of the word, can that change?
Sorry, say that
what
again.
Can change?
A fact, like, so if something's determined like a fact, a watertight, a fact 100%, yeah, they've got it as 100% on the scales of probability, yeah.
No, but they don't do that though.
Or 99.9% or whatever.
Yeah.
Could something come along to change that?
Yes. Now, so let me make the distinction again. It's a distinction between ontology and epistemology, right? So when they say they're 99%, that's an epistemic claim. That is essentially their level of probability suggesting that they know, believe, whatever term you want to use, that something in the world is the case. But since we are all fallible, it's possible that what that epistemology is, i.e. what they're claiming about that fact, they could be mistaken. But I do agree there are facts. There are facts in the world. It's just our limited ability to make probabilistic claims. And if somebody says, I know for certain, they've set a bar that unless they really know what they're talking about, they can put a strong argument, they just shot themselves in the foot. But we don't need certainty to make claims about the world. And we can use a layman term fact, right? But what we're really saying is there's a high probability that what we are talking about is in fact the case in reality. But could something come and upend it? It's in theory possible, but I mean that's a vanishingly small in many cases, or at least in some cases. I won't say many, but in some cases, it's a vanishingly small chance of that not being the case.
Like Earth orbiting sun.
Exactly. Now, for me, that's 99 recurring 9% the case that it accurately reflects reality. It would need to be the case that I wake up and I was in the Matrix for that not to be the case.
Hey, listen, they're saying in the chat that I need to tell you that I'm on fire on Batman. Did that make a difference to you?
No.
Did that give you more information?
What is that? I don't understand that.
Well, whatever, man. You can carry on in it, but they're saying to tell
TDS
you
Dave
in the
is
chat.
always there. He's brilliant. The statistical relationship between chimp and human DNA would only be wrong with a chance of 1 to the power of 93. So that's 1 with 93 zeros, that it's a scientific fact. So TDS Davis, I haven't looked that up, but TDS Davis is very astute in his looking up of facts. So it could be that human and chimp DNA by that lights could be mistaken, but the probability given the numbers he's put there is so astronomically small, for all intents and purposes, we can say it's a fact. But then you get people going, well, hang on, it's not 100%, it's 99 recurring. Stop, don't waste my time with that.
Exactly.
That's just like a complete, as I've said, a time wasting point.
No, we
Because
don't.
if that's
Muslim
the
report. We don't believe scientific prophets. What we go and we do is we take the facts, we take what has been corroborated multiple times and use this as a basis to go and verify this. So anybody is totally welcome to go and check all these, I don't know, theories or whatever you want to call them, and go and reproduce them. And if you find something is wrong, well, go and correct it. This is the difference between religion and science. They are opposites. And this is why there are no prophets. These are scientists. These are people who show their work, who demonstrate why and where something is the way that it is. And they show why they are coming to this and this conclusion. And anybody is welcome to verify it or falsify it and check it again and do whatever you want with it. This is the difference, and this is what people don't understand for some odd reason.
So, if we was to say, yeah, to be generous, to say the scientific method is a belief, yeah, a belief, yeah, would you say that? Why would you say that that belief is worth believing more than the religious belief?
The scientific method is a process.
Just
It's a mechanism. It's a process or a mechanism. And people have confidence in that process or mechanism because of its incredibly high level of reliability. And to me, certainly one of, if not the best methodology to uncover information about this world, to either confirm or falsify to a high probability. So it's a process or methodology, and there is confidence in that. But having said that as well, I just want to point out to you guys, next time we have somebody on that comes and chat, so we should record or remember who's making claims about, science isn't a fact, blah, blah, blah. Because the moment they come on, right, and you'll hear it often, they will appeal to science when it suits them. When they think there's something that confirms their book, suddenly there's no problem with science. As soon as it disconfirms their book, well, the science, we can't rely on this. This is not certain, blah, blah. And it's all just inconsistent hypocrisy. Just say to us, you don't care about science, you've got complete faith in your book, at least you'd be intellectually consistent if sort of left back in the 7th century, well, but at least you'd be consistent. But don't come and tell me that there's a problem with science and then invoke it in the next breath to tell me that it confirms your book, because then you're just a hypocrite.
So what about someone that doesn't think science is the best method, doesn't have a religious book here, but uses, say, another scientist to debunk what one scientist said? That is that the same sort of thing like what you're saying? It's that you're using science to debunk science anyway, so you must trust the scientific method at least.
Yes, you've got to use that method, right? But it's if one scientist disconfirms another, then that's one thing. But normally in the scientific endeavor, there'll be peer review and there will be a great deal of scientists working on a particular problem. And it's normally a consensus will sway people, but it isn't just because people said so. I think as long as we need to hammer that home. It's not because, hey, lots of people who have expertise said so. They said so because they were convinced by the evidence. So if you have one speculative scientist who may say that, hey, the speed of light could change in a vacuum or in space or whatever the term is, he would need to demonstrate that. He'd need to make predictions about that. And if his fellow scientists could confirm that, then we could take that on now as a broad consensus because there's been independent testing and confirmation.
Okay.
Yeah. So the other thing is that the scientific method was grown over several hundred years, and if we find a flaw in it, it's totally possible to update it, modify it, and make it better.
So it can be, if there's any mistakes, they can be rectified, like they have been, when someone was coming with you with when the scientist was using results in the skulls for racism, but then obviously that was counted as pseudoscience, isn't it? Once the
remember you had this Piltdown thing where somebody took the tooth of a pig and said, oh, look, this is a tooth of a human and this closes a gap somewhere, blah, blah, blah. But it was science. At the end of the day, the self-correcting, I don't know, methodology or capability of science, which corrected it. We found out later this guy was an asshole, because scientists are not, gods or something. They can be assholes as well.
So Emma showed me a book here called Gaytheism.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know, is he gay or what?
Nah, he's basically, obviously they've got to take shots at atheists, isn't it? So it was take shots at atheism week, and maybe that was the best of, I don't know what they could find to take shots at atheism. So could you, in your minds, because I was saying that in the humanist, so he was living by humanist laws or whatever, the gay community probably would have a better life living in there, but it doesn't mean that you have to go and join them, live with them, and all them sort of shits. You know what I mean? Like they can, you can choose to join them or choose not to or whatever. In it, like so. Is there any way that atheism sort of leads people to being homosexual? Could you see that in your?
No, I don't think so. I think all that quote unquote atheism, remember, is a disbelief in God. And so the only thing that quote atheism would do is allow people to freely express themselves. Whereas, you know, if religion condemns that and has severe punishments, and if you are made fun of or whatever the case may be, then that doesn't mean you aren't actually gay like Paul Williams. It's just going to be that you're either going to come out and say, well, I'm fighting against it, or you're just not going to admit it. Right? And if you have that impulse inside you, you're just going to keep it covered up. So I don't think it's a case that theism just tries to bury it or shame people that are like that, whereas somebody who's an atheist is more likely, not impossible. Some atheists are sort of homophobes or whatever the case is, but generally speaking, it'll be the case that you go, okay, that's who you are, as long as you're not harming anybody else. You know, that's what it is. Because if I was born with those urges, or you were, or anybody else were, we wouldn't want to be ridiculed because that's the way we were born, or that's the way it seems to us that it's natural. It wasn't like we woke up one day and said, you know what, I don't like women anymore, I'm just going to choose a guy. It's not how it appears to go. So I think it's just that they would be condemned or made shameful. So, and there's probably a lot more of it. And I think Stops made the point, and he knows it better than I, that a lot of gay porn is searched for in Pakistan, and the more conservative the countries are, the more the sort of gay porn and the talking about it and this sort of thing goes on. And you have to wonder why that's the case. Is it because they've been repressed sexually and they can't get it out? You know?
Yeah. That's probably the reason, isn't it, Rob? Really.
Hey, so MA, do you want to share the info about the gaytheism thing? Do you want to share that info again?
I can do. I'm gonna go.
Obviously, these men are more atheist than, you know what I'm saying? Like I just don't believe in God. Like I don't really care about anything else or whatever. But
I can share it. I can share it, but I'm about to jump in a bath. I just wanted to I want to come on Mr. Stop Spamming again. He's a funny guy, man. I think you guys are like generally speaking, like there's a lot that can't be argued against scientific research and scientific evidences. There's a lot that can't be argued against it, but the problem is that, and just so you both know, like Veli knows this already, I'm not a theist, right? So that's not an agenda that I'm trying to push, first and foremost.
Cool. Hey, Matt, can I just ask, are you do you fall under the non-theistic banner, like a deist or something? You don't believe in a personal God, but you're not an atheist. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Okay, so you'd be a non-theist. Okay, cool. Yeah.
But don't you believe like in that most higher power sort of thing?
Higher power, like these words that they don't mean anything to me.
Okay. All right.
They don't mean anything to me. Anyway, it's like my wife said the other day. She was like, "Oh yeah, someone she's talking about some guy who had a near-death experience or whatever, and how he came out of his body and then kind of went down into the ground, and he was going into what he perceived to be hell." I'm like, up and down, like there's no currency that can be measured in terms of what that up is good and down is bad. It's just fucking stupid. Anyway, the problem I was looking to highlight about some people that come onto the G block, atheists that come onto the G block and use a scientific method as an argument against theism, and that's an easy argument to make, isn't it? Like, people make it all the time, over and over again. The problem is that it's not that those arguments don't generally hold true. The problem is the inconsistencies and the way that some of these arguments are amplified by egos who don't necessarily know fully what they're speaking about and are not necessarily doing the science justice either, right? So
I would think this is stupid to do that.
But it does happen.
An example, Emma? Not a person's name, but an example of when that happened.
Earlier on today, I've already mentioned something, but earlier on today, and I'm not trying to pick on the guy, But he also said,
Don't say names. It's fine. You don't need to highlight somebody's name. Just what
Yeah, yeah,
happened
yeah.
that gives you that view. Yeah.
Yeah, a claim was made earlier on, I think, because I was kind of drifting in and out of sleep. A claim was made something like what was it? That was it. There are no. So a question was posed, and the response was. So the question was, are you saying that there are less scientists who are theists? And the person said yes today. And it's like that alone, like if you've got a brain, yeah, if you have a brain and you have the ability to decipher all of this scientific discourse and whatnot, like I know that I'm not a stupid guy in it, but I'm not the absolutely smartest guy on the planet. There are other people that are on G Block that might claim to be smarter than me. That might be true, it might be false, but I know for certain I'm not so blinkered as to make a statement like that without having done any research and it just be a feeling, and at the same time claiming that the scientific method is something that I adhere to is ridiculous.
No, this was me, and what I said is that as time progresses today, there are less and less scientists who are theists. You still get theists who are scientists, and you still get scientists who are theists, but it is decreasing as opposed to 500 or 300 years ago.
Can you verify that in any way, shape, or form that is separate from your own personal subjective opinion?
Yes, we have statistics where if you compare the numbers of, for example, the Nobel Prize winners who were theists 30, 40, 50, 100 years ago with today, it changes.
That's not proof. You're talking about Nobel Prize winners. You don't have any proof. This is what I'm saying. It's so annoying. Like
if you go to the Academy of Science and you compare the numbers over the last couple of decades, you see a decrease.
Which Academy of Science is this? Which Academy of Science is this? Stop spelling. Which academy is it?
I only know one Academy of Sciences.
So how the hell can you make such a claim? Rob, I'm not being funny, Rob, yeah? And I don't even like, me and you ain't even brethren like that, innit? Because you're South African, like, you know what I mean? Enslaver and thing. But Rob, work with me here. Is he talking, like, can he make such a claim? And do you believe that he's actually done sufficient research to make that type of claim? Forget that he's your atheist kind of partner in crime. Just, like, give me your opinion on that.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. It's the National Academy of Science and it's the American Institute. And if you take that as a benchmark for science, at least in the Western world, then I think it's the figure is around. I can look it up for you. I thought the figure, if I remember correctly, and my memory might be faulty, is in the region of about 95% atheist. In the National Academy of Sciences, and that covers 2,000 or 3,000 scientists in America.
Pause for a second.
Shall I put the link? Shall I put the link into the chat?
No, you can.
Yeah, put it private chat for me.
Yeah, you can do that. The mind boggles because I assume that you guys are smart enough to have seen already that. I mean, Rob was actually honest enough to say in the Western world, right? And you're talking about theists, and we know that in the Western world, generally, apart from places like China, that's where you're going to find the most atheists anyway, right? So you're not saying that the numbers, the data, yeah, we're talking about data here now. Yes, we can get scientific. The data collected on the number of theist and atheist scientists in, I don't know what year that your data is coming from, let's say 2018, yeah, because it can't be in 2020. The number of theist and atheist scientists that have been counted are only counted in the Western world, and yet we know that most of the atheists are going to be found in the Western world. So how do you account for the rest? It's just silly, man. Like,
okay, yeah. The answer is
the statement that I made.
I'm going to look at the link, and it's obviously going to tell me what you guys are insinuating is the fact, right? Or not even a fact, because you're not saying it's a fact.
I said what we are looking at is that the numbers of theists in the scientists in the Academy of Sciences is on the decrease. That's all I said.
That wasn't the question, though. That wasn't the question you were asked earlier on. The question was, are there less theistic scientists? And you said
and
yes.
I said yes.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So what you haven't done, which is very unscientific, is accounted for those who fall outside of the jurisdiction or the sample groups, or even just the registration process of those scientists that are part of that academy, right? You haven't accounted for any of those people at all.
That's because I'm not writing a scientific paper here. We are on a chat room.
Can you give me figures of how many atheist scientists there are on the continent of Africa? Do you have figures for that?
No.
No. Are there any? Is there any data? Do they factor that African scientists into the data on this link that I'm about to click on?
I have no idea.
Oh, forget it then. You're just stupid. Just what I'm saying. Like,
okay,
Veli,
I'm stupid.
Veli,
right.
really and truly, this is what now. The thing is, like, you're not stupid, isn't it? And
Shifa,
Shifa
let me
said,
ask another question, yeah? Because
wait, Veli, let me say one more thing because I'm gonna jump off in a second. Shifa already said this is. I'm like I said to you guys, I'm not a theist, and this is what I can see these arguments, and it's not like you cannot come at me with, oh, it's because I'm a because I'm not a theist. It's just annoying that when I'm watching arguments between theists and atheists, and people get stuck on small details that become big details, and really it's not even, it's a battle of egos, right? It's a battle of egos, and if you came to some kind of synergy, you wouldn't be having the conversations will be more fruitful, right? So just please stop making these claims just to win arguments. Shifa is one of the most annoying people on G Block when he gets going, right? But earlier on, he wasn't being annoying, and he gave you the due props and said, "I don't think you're stupid." Even though you said to him, what did you say to him? You questioned him about his lack of education. You questioned him about you haven't gone to school. He understood fully what you said. He just disagreed with it, right? When you come back at him with all these ad hominems, and it's actually you're making the claims that are actually fallacious. Right?
That's not an ad hominem. I don't think you understand what an ad hominem is.
Listen. Don't tell me that I don't understand. So I've just laid out the whole thing to you. I listened back to it more recently than you. You probably can't even remember what you said. You probably can't even remember what you said.
He said that.
Bro, I've heard it all before. I've heard it already. There's no point in going back. I've heard it already.
Okay, so if somebody doesn't know what a scientific theory is and then talks about a scientific theory, am I don't know, entitled to surmise that he is not educated in the scientific topics?
See, that's you taking advantage of him then, because what it is,
he started it. He brought it up.
Pause. If you believe that he doesn't understand what a scientific theory is, is that your liberty to actually discuss that with him and explain it to him, right? Or give him a link. What you can't do is deliver that information and then deliver something that is fallacious along with it,
Is that what I did?
Like
I did not do that.
You
please,
did.
No, hang on. Emma Brown, listen. This doesn't work like that. You can't take snippets out somewhere and then say, okay, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong. This is not fair. This was a whole long development and a conversation, and I told him, please don't do this, and he still did this. And I said, look, you don't even know what a scientific theory is. You are uneducated in this. This is what I did. And I am totally justified in doing that if somebody is stupid enough to bring it up again and again if he doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's all right,
if you can't handle that, cool, fine.
It's all right.
That's
All right. Just listen.
If you think that I'm stupid just because I'm making a statement here without immediately propagating.
This is what I'm saying to you. I've just said on multiple occasions that you're obviously intelligent. What makes you think now that I think that you're stupid?
That's what you just said.
What did I say?
It is stupid that I'm doing this.
Yeah, did I say you're stupid? I've just said you're intelligent. This is what I'm saying. Anyway, you lot, I'm gone. That's an L later on.
You ran, bro. That's the L still. You ran it. Yeah, but anyway, Beefy wanted to ask a question to stop spanning them Robs. He wanted to ask sorry, let me scroll back to it. It's talking about photons. Are photons physical or did you see that question?
Yes.
What are they? What's the question?
Whether they are spiritual or real. No, photons are very real. I mean,
they're particles, right?
This is light. It's just that it doesn't have any mass.
Is it that photons don't have mass, or is that gravitons stops? Or
Can you ask Rob if photons is a physical thing or is it just an equation?
No, it's
no, it's
very
physical. I mean, the sun fires off photons, right? Photons
Exactly.
are hitting us from the sun all the time. They
Right.
are
LED,
light
for
particles, right?
example.
Yeah. Is it gravitons or photons or both? Stops, remind me. I thought it was gravitons. But
Gravitons we
it might
don't
be
have
photons.
yet. No, gravitons we
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
have.
and I know it's a theoretical thing, but they are hypothesized to be massless particles.
Yeah, but we don't. Yeah, okay, but they are an equation at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's matter, right? That's what I would call matter. I mean, I don't know if Sops would agree, because they are particles, and particles I would subsume under the term matter.
Okay, there was another question. Let's just type in. There was another question. Yeah, I'll type. You're saying Brown.
Ask Beefy.
M.A. Brown.
Valley. Just ask Beefy. What does he think is coming from the sun that illuminates the planet and warms us? What does he think that is? Is that like magic, or is that spiritual, or what is that stuff that emanates from the sun?
What does he see on his phone?
Yeah, another one. Anyway, yeah.
Right. So yeah, there was one more question because I did say I was gonna. I know that was the photon one. There was another one. Sorry, let me just scroll through. The reason they call it theoretical science is because it's all theory and no scientific method
Why
is
is it all
applied.
about science? We're talking about
What's
gods.
theoretical?
Well, I think the reason stops is
what's happened here is that because when we're talking over here, we try to prove stuff with say, it doesn't say that in the scientific theory of so and so, this, that, and the other, then now man they want to debunk science because they're saying, obviously, it's God, it's not science, isn't it?
I think you're right, Valley. It's such an impediment to the religious view that if they feel like they can undermine science, then they can, carry on believing. But of course, like I say, the moment science confirms or what they think confirms their views in a book, then they shout it from the rooftops. As soon as it disconfirms something, well, then science is unreliable and we shouldn't really take it with any level of certainty. Just be an honest theist and somebody who says, hey, I don't care about science, I just believe my book. That would be probably irrational, but at least you'd be consistently irrational and not inconsistently attempting to be rational.
Look at what we have in the situation today. If you look at the COVID, if you look at the virus, are any of the gods helping? No, science is. This is what for me is the most telling example that we have today. There is no God on this planet who gives a continental hoot about what is happening to people, how many people die, with what suffering, with what degree of really, it's incredible sadness that is happening. And there's none of them is helping. And then you get scientists who are looking at it, who are saying, okay, let's analyze the situation. Let's see what this virus is made up of, what it reacts to. And they are the ones who are going to come up with a vaccine. No Quran, no Bible, no book, no spirituality. Nobody outside of science is going to do that. So I don't know what people are on about.
But also stops as a perfect opportunity, isn't it? Because if in fact one of the religions were true and its adherents could reliably and consistently pray and heal us under controlled conditions, which could be verified, that would be worth taking extremely seriously. So the test is here. It's around the world. We're waiting for the test. If you're a theist, you should be praying as hard as you can, as sincerely as you can. And if you and your adherents can reliably cure this with nothing but intercessory prayer, which has been tested, by the way, then we'll take it seriously that your interaction of praying somehow has a corollary effect on healing this virus. That's something that we could then test. It's a scientific claim, right? That we could test in its reality. We're saying, hey, there's no way that this could happen. There's no known way that this could happen, that simply asking for prayers would in fact cure something that we think only a vaccine can cure. And if you could do that reliably and consistently, now you've got attention, right? Because you're doing something that has a marked positive effect in the world, and you're doing it through a method that is unknown to science. And so we're going to take that seriously, and we're going to investigate it. And when they tested intercessory prayer, it was no better than chance, and in some cases even worse.
That's why faith healers have closed their churches.
Yeah, but faith healers still have a lot of gullible audiences, right, around the world. But less
I bet
so.
you any money, when this coronavirus is over, their faith feelers will have even more people in there.
Yeah, this is the funny thing. You're right. Yeah.
But it just shows the psychology, right? It's the same thing with Harold Camping, right? Do you remember the Christian Harold Camping who made a prediction that the earth will end? Everybody, all the real Christians will be raptured, right? And he gave a date. At least the man put down a falsifiable claim. What do you think happened when the date came and went and nothing? His prediction was completely falsified. You would expect his followers to reject him en masse. What did they do? They became more ardent followers. Now, if that isn't a sign of human irrationality, I don't know what could be. There's a falsifiable claim. It is utterly and completely falsified, and his believers somehow find a way to believe even strongly that he's some sort of prophet or Messiah. At this stage, you've just got to shake your head at human irrationality. What else can you do?
Yes. So, like, when someone was asking me about why, if they, like, I was saying, all right, if I'm going to be charitable, then say it's a faith, believing in science or whatever. I was saying that because there's more evidence in the scientific method for what they're trying to prove than there is in the religions, like the religious books or whatever. Like the religious texts don't match up with the actual historic findings, or you know what I'm saying, like, or even with the predictions of the future. So yeah,
Awesome. Valley, here's a great question. Valley, here's a great question you can ask any theist, right? What is it that religion has solved that science hasn't?
Yeah, I did ask
wait
that.
for the long pause.
I've asked that and I haven't got an answer yet.
Exactly. You have a long, infinite pause.
But even
I'll tell you all you need to know.
So what does your religion bring that is unique in it? You know, like that you couldn't get without just your religion, and it was unique to your religion. You know, there's not really nothing unique that anything.
I've asked Muslims, how does Islam, how does the Quran improve my life today? No answer. Crickets.
Yeah, you got to be a bit more careful with that, right? Because they can point to pragmatic arguments, and I think then they can walk away. I think we've got to be a bit careful with them, allowing them with the pragmatic argument. Hey, it makes my life better, blah blah blah.
Yeah, but it gives them a chance at least to answer, because this is exactly the point. I'm bringing it down to tangible stuff. Think about it. What improves? And the funny thing is, 99% say prayer. And how does my life get improved by prayer? It doesn't.
I'll bid you gentlemen good evening for the moment. I've got some work and dinner to do, and I'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, I'm also thinking of having dinner since there's nobody coming on here to ask any questions. It's a pity. It's so nice that you are giving a platform to people to ask, non-believers. It's really great. But I said, stop spelling is going to bring your ship down.
Bring the ship down, yeah. What happened to
So
Rob,
it's
man?
my
He dropped
fault.
off, yeah? You're gonna bring the ship down, yeah? Yeah, it's crazy. Still, you're ultra funky if you're out there, yeah. You got a Rashford's trying to page you still. Yeah, he's trying to page you still. But yeah, like we're saying, man, right there, we got atheism on trial. You get me? Like, yeah, man. Yeah, come, jump in, just me, and ask some questions, man.
It's the Ask the Non-Believer a Question week.
Yeah, stop spamming. Do you class yourself as an atheist? I've just about accepted the label atheist. But do you class yourself as
I don't know. I don't like the label. I don't like the word. I hate it. I don't normally use it. I say I'm a person because a person plus God is a theist, and a person without this is just a person. Okay, so I'm just a person without a God belief, because a lot of people think that atheists do this and this and this. There's so many things associated with atheists that I don't normally use the label.
Sorry, I've got the kids shouting in the background. So, yeah, man, where's the people to test us, man? You get me? We've only just got man saying atheists like gay people or something like that, when there's a million gay religious dons all over the place. You know what I mean? Like, Yo, big up Just Me. What's going on? Old tight Ermon Chile, my G, popping
Come
man.
on. Come
Yeah,
on,
man. We
man.
got atheists on trial this week, yeah. So we need we need people, even atheists, to question the atheists, innit? Because the religious people ain't doing a good job, man.
Yeah, man.
Much
Yeah,
love.
man.
Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, big up yourself, Trust Me. So you wanted to ask stop spamming or me or Ermon Shelley a couple of questions about atheism. You'd probably be better asking Stops or Ermon Shelley though, because
Oh wait,
I'm
are
not
they both atheists or are they religious? Wait.
No, not religious, totally without any gods.
Oh wait, I'm on your side. Dang it.
Welcome. Oh dear, it's so terrible if everybody's in harmony.
I thought that maybe you guys were debating something else. I'm sorry.
No, Veli is opening this platform this week for Ask an Atheist a Question.
Oh, okay. I thought we were debating atheism.
The others are.
Mad.
Okay, well then I'm gonna get off here because you guys are probably way better at debating that.
What did you want to ask about though?
Okay, much love.
Oh, she ran.
Yeah, we
I mean,
run
she
there.
left. She left. Yeah.
But
She said that she's not an atheist. I mean, she's an atheist. That's what she.
Oh, she's
She
atheist
said
as
she
well.
isn't.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
just me?
yeah.
Atheist as well, yeah. Big up
Yeah.
yourself, Trust Me. You're on the team as well. Damn, we can't get no competition around there, man.
Yeah,
Shit.
man.
I think we might have to
Come on,
close
man.
the YouTube channel because we just keep winning all the time, innit, man? We need
Okay,
to
well
give other
then,
people
if
a chance to
if
catch
I'm
up.
poisoning this, then I'm gonna jump off, join later, whatever. See what happens if I leave. See if you're gonna get more people.
Don't listen to the comment section, man. They just, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
But listen, I'll test it. This is the scientific test, okay? If I jump off, you should be swamped with theists.
Yeah. I'd have to get battered as well.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have some supper. I'll see you later.
Do you think that's why everyone's not jumping on because Stops is there?
Yeah. Oh, you heard him.
Stops is
It's my fault. I'm
Maybe.
sinking the ship.
M.A. Brown said
I'm
he
the
was gonna
hole in the planks.
have a bath, and he's still here chatting in the comment section.
Oh, yeah. Okay. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, Stops.
Yeah.
So what you saying though, cuz?
No, fam. You know what? Yeah, I appreciate Shakara's conversation still earlier about his, even though he was wrong. Yeah, it was a good question to ask, innit? And that's the type of question that we need to be having. You get me? It makes you think deeper on that.
That was more of a challenge, innit?
Yeah.
Because, well, and even then, it weren't like that situation was more of a learning situation as well, innit? Rather than a win. Someone so because it weren't two people on either side of whatever. It was like, right, my man was saying that there's could be evidence to be looked into to consider a soul real, and then everyone was asking for what are you defining as a soul? And then it got a bit messy from then still. But I was like, same thing I was saying, right, some man that understands science a bit more, yeah, they might discount shit straight away. Yeah, but I'm like, right, if you're saying that there's people that's looking into something, if they find evidence of it being true, why wouldn't I accept the truth in it? Like if something's actually the truth, why can't you just have to accept the truth in it?
Yeah, it's true. But I
Like,
felt like
you don't have to be smart or dumb for that. Like you just have to you just accept the truth or you don't, innit?
Exactly. But I felt like he was kind of given a false equivocation. Like he was comparing the whole simulation team and saying that because they didn't need to look into that more, and he was saying about basically the soul thing can't be thrown out because it can be just as plausible as the simulation team.
Yeah, I heard you, man.
But
Yeah, man. Yeah, you know, it's true, man, because man, only really for the purposes of the channel, that man says the atheist thing, innit? I really, truly, in my day to day, man, I don't really care about this religious shit. So
yeah, it's true.
Just subscribe to movies or whatever. So it just is what it is, innit, man? Yeah, man. You know how it goes, man. You already. Everyone must know the flipping story by now, man. So I don't even need to say the same shit over again and again.
No,
Right.
100%.
Maybe
Yeah,
we
man.
could get. I don't know, man. How can we get some more people to try to put some questions or something?
That's what I was saying in the beginning. I was saying, like you can ask things like, people can understand things like the Kalam cosmological argument. So people can bring that argument, which is premises like, everything
Bruv,
that begins to
you're
exist.
asking people that can just about read to bring Kalam cosmological argument. It's like, bruv, I don't understand that, and I don't class myself to be a smart person. So,
You're
yeah,
funny, Phil. No, yeah, I hear that, but it's not really that hard. It's more like it's just three understandings, like three things to it, innit? It's just everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe exists, therefore the universe has a cause. That's what the Kalam cosmological argument is. And then we can just discuss it, innit?
So we say then that so let's talk back and forth on it then, innit? So is that a fact that everything in the universe has a cause or something like that?
I wouldn't say that everything in the universe has a cause, no.
So don't that debunk that Kalam cosmological argument there then?
Well, that's the thing. Like, we don't know if the universe has a cause. That's already the first premise is already false, isn't it? Because no one knows if the universe is all. Some people argue the universe has always existed. So, to say that the universe always cause, that's for us. You know, we don't know that for definite. So you can't say that the universe has a cause.
So do you what I was trying to get this in. So do you understand the Big Bang and all that sort of stuff? Yeah?
Well, not fully, cause someone like Answer would probably know it better, but or even Kalam himself would know it better.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Yeah, Kalam's a G. Yeah, he's a very clever guy still. Yeah, trust me. I used to chat to him on the phone all the time, cause about, bruv, you're so smart. Yeah, I don't know why you let people say lies in front of you in Speaker's Corner. Yeah. But now I know why he was letting people say lies in front of him in Speaker's Corner, because he could just go home and chill out. You get me? Man's not barging out his name seconds on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I understand that still.
Yeah,
Really,
because I was speaking to him earlier.
After we should be how long the big bait create to cook life.
100%.
Very
Because
long.
I was, I was
How long
speaking to him
God
earlier.
versus how long God took to create the Bible. He's a joker. Yo, Beefy, you know, bruv, that's already an L for the Bible in that creation thing. Yeah. That's an L on that creation thing. But yeah.
Yeah, I was speaking to him earlier. So he said that he said he'll call me tonight to speak. 'Cause I was gonna ask him a few things on Freemasonry and whatnot. So yeah. But like I was telling him about, like I asked him last time about live streaming, and he said basically like the only reason why he don't want to really come back into it, car he was looking at it like it was taking over his actual life.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was like
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man, because same thing, I need to start limiting the time
yeah.
spent. Yeah. Because again, same thing, it's starting to have a bit of an effect on my actual life. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. Like again, you can hear the youths in the background and all that.
Yeah, that's what he was. One thing he was saying, he could spend more time with the kids, and he was actually could have spent like he was talking about making his 5-figure deals and whatnot and everything of what his job entails and that. So why would he be? And especially especially with people on the internet, it was almost like he was getting into arguments, stupid arguments with people not even like he was not like he was actually
Low
going to
level.
go. Yeah, he was just like lower level. Like he said that Raf he said to me, basically just wait till speakers come. This is like a filtering session right now going through. Like you're gonna filter off all the BS going on in Speakers Corner, and then eventually you're gonna get more better critical thinkers coming into Speakers Corner. That's what's gonna happen. So yeah, he just said until then he'll just wait in it.
Yeah, man. Shoot, there's always going to be a new group or someone new that will come in, man. Because again, once the videos got old for you, someone else has just seen the video. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you've been watching all the so and so. Imagine there's dons that ain't seen Sarah versus Ahmed. You get me? You know, Somali Ahmed. They ain't seen none of them debates on Titans TV and shit like that. Yeah, yo, be like yourself, Raf, when you're ready, bro. Yeah, man. So there's bare people that ain't seen mad debates online and shit from Speakers Corner and spots like that. So as soon as they see them debates and that, they'll want to go out there to discover what the place is about themselves and ask questions on their own personal views and whatnot.
Yeah. No, it's true because a lot of people that come to the Speakers Corner, they don't even know about the Kalams and the Sarah. Well, they know Kalam, but they'll probably not know Sarah like properly, and all the early debates. Even some of the, I remember back in the day, you had the London Atheist crew, London Black Atheists. Yeah,
Black London Atheists.
Yeah. They're not there anymore, innit? So yeah, some won't even. This is how old it is. They won't even remember that Zachariah was a Christian.
Yeah, trust me. We need a proper happy clappy Christian.
Yeah.
I remember
7-day
one time
Adventist.
he was in a park filming there, and bare Muslim dons were surrounding Zachariah.
Yeah.
And Jedi helped him. Yeah,
Exactly.
Jedi helped him. Yeah. And then I think I don't know, about 3 weeks later or something like that, man was calling Jedi Aswood.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Kalar mentioned that. Yeah, the guy. I think I don't know. I don't. Let's not even go there, man. But yeah, it's mad still, man. Speakers Corner's been good, but I feel like they need to bring back more people like Ismail. What's his name?
Ishmael Bygrove.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, Ishmael Bygrove.
Yo.
Yo, okay. Yo, let's cut him out. Yeah. Ishmael Bygrove, man. Remember that don there still. He was a G still. He was doing his thing around there. Yeah, I mean, in the political moves. Talk about Ishmael Bygrove, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
My brother done an interview with him still.
Yeah, I saw it still. It was a good interview. It was a good interview. I like it. And the history, the breaking down the history, I like that still.
Carnival,
a lot.
innit?
I like that. Yeah.
He's a Westman, innit? So
man. That's good, man. I also obviously I one of the things that got me into Speakers Corner wasn't even the fact of religion debates and whatnot, but it was like political philosophies. That's why I liked the whole way he was breaking it down, and he also went into the history of the woman. Apparently she was a communist or something like that, and whatnot. And yeah, it was interesting still.
I tell you what, yeah. Yeah, next week, man, we're gonna have a good week still. Hopefully, we're gonna have most people on the same team now still, and we should be able to do a bit of research together and get into some shit. So you get me? But right for today,
yeah,
we need some more atheists. Well, we need some more theists or even atheists, man, to come and start sticking it on the block, man. You get me? But obviously, gotta be careful, man, because the ADL is always watching. You get me? The Atheist Defense League's in the background. Be careful though, fam. You get me? Like, right?
Yeah.
If man says I don't know more than 5 times here, you might one of the man them might pop up in the back chat. Yeah. He's got mask on. If he's got mask on, you end up with your life. If you got no mask on, boy, he's coming for your life. Trust me.
Yeah, bro. Come on.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I think
hey, yo.
you would. We're gonna say disciple. G-Block. Disciple. Oh man. But did you see that video with the Rick Ross and what's it called, Atlanta GEs or something like that, telling him that he's not allowed to come to come to the state no more or something like that. Like, disciple. Yeah.
Is that what they stuck it on him, yeah?
Yeah. Well, they said that he's not allowed to go to any clubs to perform and whatnot. So they said, yeah, they kind of stuck it on him still.
Yeah, man. But can't stuck it on him with that.
Yeah, fam. Mad
Man,
still.
yeah. Well, you know what happens here? That's why I keep trying to tell people again, and even just in general, yeah, this gangster thing or pretending to be that gangster, yeah, you might even make it to free world, but there's gonna be you're gonna get tested.
Yeah, you will. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
When it falls, man will just know, right, you really got you was talking like you were so and so. You got me? So unless you're really on that shit, and even if you are really on that shit, man, try and apply your thing to elevate and get to the next level.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, because even you see, I just mentioned the GDs, right? Yeah. If you know about the founder of the Gangster Disciples, he changed it to growth and development.
Right.
So he said that why should we be in tracksuits, and one of his sayings was, why should we be in tracksuits and that when we can be in briefcases and suits or in suit and ties and businessmen. So he was trying to make it into a business. Like he was trying to go into politics and whatnot. That's when they locked him up, because obviously he was getting too powerful, man. Like honestly, look into it, fam. It's interesting when you look into the history of these some of these gangs. Huh?
It's called Larry
Hoover. Yeah, Larry Hoover. Yeah. Yeah, fam. God, that's what I was asking. He was a Freemason, and not only that he was a Freemason, that him and the Black P Stone leader Jeff Fort were best friends.
Yeah. So
yo, can
another
you
used to jump on. Yeah, I can hear you, man. Another used to jump on and say he was a piece stone still. I can't remember his name though, man. Yeah, man. But we used to have a fucking can't remember his name though, man. He was a loud don from America, but he was a G still. He used to tell man about the different the GDs and the P stones.
Yeah.
The education of how they became a separate group or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That he's like,
was
right,
telling you this?
I can't remember the guy's name, man. He deals with crypto, man. Crypto, what's his name? He's got a loud voice, man. He comes on. He's a cool don though, still, man. Used to jump on Trill.
Ashley.
No, not Ashley.
Oh.
He used to jump on Trill Stream, man. When Illuminati.
Okay.
He used to jump on Illuminati. We used to have the Red Pill Trill, innit? When he had the Red Pill Trill.
Yeah. I thought his name was Ashley P, and he said he was a guy. He said he was a.
Ashley P. Yeah. No, Ashley P. He's from down south still.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. But the GD man's from Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago. Yeah. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I know who you're talking about still. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember his name though still, but my man, he was a G anyway. Still, he's a good god still. He used to come on.
Hello, good evening, everyone. You alright?
Well, go on, Captain.
Yeah, what are you saying, Uncle, man? Good evening, man.
I'm good, man. How you been?
Come on.
How's
we're
everybody?
good still. Yeah, we're good, man.
Yeah,
Good, man.
What's the topic?
Well, question the atheist minute, man. Like, but yeah, man. So this, you know what I mean? Like, everyone's running from G block. You know what I mean?
Well, you're
Okay,
public enemy
I'm
number one now.
do what you want to do. So you know what she is. Do what you want to do. Yeah, me. God. Not the slap in the Gaza block, man. Man.
Captain.
Man.
How are you, bro?
Yeah, man, I'm good, man. How are you, Uncle? Yeah, you good? Yeah.
Yes. Come speak to me, man. You still over Saturn, yeah?
Yeah, I'm still over Sutton, man. You can come through any time, bro. Sometimes Beefy just
Yeah,
comes
man.
through. Beefy just comes through
We link
sometimes.
up,
Still.
man.
Yeah, fam.
Hey, listen,
100%.
yeah, greetings, brothers, man. Do you man ever think that you see after this corona thing died down, how do you think I do feel like it's gonna be a long time before it's actually, you know what I'm saying, that before it's actually what's it called?
Yeah,
Back
people
to
are going to be
what
out of business,
people
isn't
can
it? A
do.
lot of companies have gone under, isn't it?
But listen to what I'm saying, man. I've been telling everyone, yeah, from when the coronavirus thing first kicked off, yeah, if you haven't got the £500 to save up to open your first stocks and shares ISA, yeah, save up between this month and next month. So you can put the money in there, and then even if it's just £100 a month, yeah, because from when I first told you about that, yeah, the stock market price dropped, yeah, but I think it was about 2 weeks after it rose by 16%. So you would have got a 16% increase on the money that you invested.
You say stocks and shares ISA?
Yeah. It's called
Yeah,
investment.
that's a good markup still. That's a nice markup, man. But I'm getting it so many different ways. I'm not really interested in stocks and shares still. Unless I'm trading. You get what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. Well, who was that? Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, but man was saying that fucking this week's been a good week though, man, because at least Shaka come on and hit up some different ideas, and it's not just the same old.
Hey,
You
listen,
get
bro.
what I'm saying?
Listen. Hey, Freddie, Captain, and everyone in the chat, I'm telling you, next week is going to be smoke. Trust me.
Yeah.
Because man got some ideas. Next week is going to be.
Hey, listen, Velly, after this week, I'm not interested in no other weeks on this channel. It's been a fucking disgrace.
Now, hey, bro, man's talking about Mayweather 50 and all that. Man ain't ready for Shaka, blood. Shaka took on all challengers, bro. And was still making sense at the end of it. You know what I'm saying? He was still, he didn't get flustered, and his manners is impeccable.
Well, that was a fallacy. That was a fallacy still earlier, still what he was talking. Big up Shakara still.
Points of view, it's points of view, bro. It's all points of view.
Yeah.
Apples
and oranges. Apples and oranges. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Ultimately, you don't want to get lost in the sauce. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I rate atheists because I'm saying at the end of the day, the trial for me is you are not guilty. I'm exonerated you, man. You get what I'm saying? You man got off the case. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. That's my bus case though, man. Bus case
Yeah. No, I'm saying for what I'm seeing, you man are all right, man. You man are all right. Because you know why? You man are giving man such a strong basis in the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, you man are making me get up early and pray hard and do nicer things. You know what I'm saying? Give more charity. Yeah.
Do you know what? Yeah, but do you know what?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is though? Yeah.
Hold on. But that's the power of it, though. Yeah, people ain't here is not meant to bend your faith, bend your stuff, bro. Sometimes your reality's bubble might burst, but you must be strong in your belief, bro. Like for you to say you believe in God, yeah, is the thing where you shouldn't allow people to dever that, because your grandparents never allowed outside forces to interfere with their levels or relationship with their God. You understand? Now you got a generation
but wait.
manipulated, bro. Now here's the problem. hear what I'm trying to say. I'm hearing this atheism and I'm hearing all the discussions all the time. You know what makes a weak person is when a person's mind can be bent one stage to another stage. His whole reality bends from one stage to another stage. I always try to say, bro, hold on to the rope and don't let go. That's the thing what a lot of people can't do.
So what you say,
let go
Captain?
a lot.
Stand firm. Stand firm.
Hear what I'm trying to say to you. If I'm gonna be honest with you, you know, if I really believe I was the son of one of the sons of God and stuff, that's my conviction, and that's what I want to mold my realities around. I want to help, and I want to spread my love, and I want to spread my joy. I get that, you understand, but people shouldn't be allowed to dabble and like 1 minute. This is the problem you have with people. You have a person 1 minute saying they believe in God, talking all the great stuff, and another person comes and challenges their belief and it fucks up their whole shit. And that's the thing whereby me saying you have to hold on to the rope in it. If I had my convictions and say, you know what, I'm not letting go of Jah, yeah, no matter what, Jah guides me. If I use that as a focal point to do positive stuff in this world, I'm not gonna allow no fucking body, I don't care if you're elder or younger, to get me off of my path, because that's the things what makes me live for. You understand? So I get this atheism and I get all of this, and remember, knowledge is abundantly out here, and most of our realities can always burst at every given moment, bro. And that's why you have a brain, and it soaks up like an information center where you're allowed to absorb different information. And the problem with a lot of us, we only stick with certain information. Yeah.
But if man's saying that, that means like that's different, isn't it? From man saying that, rah, I've got the objective truth and this is the truth and so on, so on, so on. Yeah. If man's saying, rah, I'm using my faith to carry on doing whatever I need to.
Yeah, but bro, I'll help you ban them man out. Because them man, they are fake. How can you have the ultimate truth of what?
But wait, man. Because that's what I was saying, Freddie. How's man coming through and saying there's things like, right, ultimately true, and then once man points out the fallacy and this, that, and the other, now
So
man
that's
want
what
to
you
start
have.
barling. Oh no, you're picking on my religion. You're picking on my religion.
That's very right, bro. But in most cases, everybody likes to play. We got a superhero mentality. Everybody wants to either be the good guy or the bad guy. They don't want to, like. I believe your way of life should be balanced, innit? Like your way of life, what you do every day should be balanced. I remember those times when I always tried to be positive, bro. You lean on one side too long, it really damages you, bro. So I really say to a lot of people, you know what? All this bounding of information and bounding, bro, you could only handle what you could really handle, bro. Your brain and your brain compatibility would only allow you to carry the absolute of your perspective of
I
your
just want
brain,
to
bro.
ask the panel one question, yeah? I'm saying if someone comes up to you and says, I know everything and I can prove that I know everything off of the back of one book, would you bet that doesn't seem it's not plausible? Do you get what I'm trying to show you? So at the end of the day, if that's not the relationship
That's the
what
issue
religious
that we got.
people normally have.
Yeah, but
Do you
that's
get what
the
I'm trying to show
That's
you?
the issue. That
Freddie, that was the
what the man
education.
them do though. That's what the man them do though.
Yeah, but you got to be
Man, they say they
careful. You got to
got
watch
to
them man
everything
there,
off
then,
of one
innit?
book though.
You got to watch them man there, then, innit? Because if anyone comes on there and says he's got the key to life off of the back of one book, that's wrong. You get me? It's your relationship with the Most High that should give you the key to life, not a book.
Let me share to you what led me down the path of atheism, innit? Yeah. For me, yeah, it was like I wanted to understand and be a better Christian in it. So I was reading into the Bible, I was reading certain passages, raw. Then I was watching debates as well, like listening to theologians, because that's what Christianity is based on, studying theologians and that. And then through studying that, I see certain debates as well, and certain things weren't making no sense in it. Like the Christian wasn't really being logical with the thing. So through that, that's what led me to, like truth in it. For me, truth is a massive thing for me. If something's not true, then why should I take it as evident? Believe in it without any evidence. So that's what led me down
Yeah,
the path of.
but brother, you know you had a relationship with God, and you're telling me that relationship wasn't true, regardless of the text of the Bible. That the
Hold on, I can't hear you.
relationship overall. No,
You
I'm
cut out
saying,
there.
I was saying, yeah, maybe you cut out. Oh, never mind. Because I
Yeah,
wanted to say to you,
he'll come back
does
in a
the
sec, sure.
relationship he had with God involve the book all the time, or did he pray with the book, or didn't he talk? Did he talk to God all the time with the book, or was the book a part of his relate? Did he use the book to pray, or do you know what I'm saying? I wanted to
Yeah,
know his perspective.
yeah,
Oh,
what?
wicked,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. What did
Yeah,
you
I
say?
was saying, could you connect with God without using the Bible at some stage when you was a Christian?
Yeah, that was like I was still at that point even after I was not a Christian and was saying to myself, yeah, I can still connect with a creator, but it didn't make it. It's still a logical position to have, because if you don't know how
Okay.
to, yeah, you understand, like
Of
you can't
course, of
just
course. So even though it's illogical, it's not false, or it's not a lie. It wasn't a lie. Did you believe you was lying to yourself?
I could, but when I look back, I feel like I was lying to myself. I think I was just talking to myself.
Okay, fair enough. All right then, fair enough. Well, there's people that don't believe that they're lying to themselves. There's people that believe they're actually talking to a higher being. And I can't. It's hard to differentiate if they're lying or they're telling the truth, because you could put them people on the polygraph and they're probably busted. Do you know what I'm saying?
What
You know
sort
what
of
I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
So this is where the lines get blurred, isn't it?
With sorry, cuz with your belief in like a higher power, most higher, or whatever.
I don't get your point,
What would
Grosso.
it? Yeah, what would it take? Yeah, to
You didn't get that point there, big man.
No, I was talking about Beefy. I'm sorry, I was reading the comments. Sorry.
Yeah, so what would it take to? Oh shit! What evidence would it take for you to like confirm God is real, and what evidence would it take for you to like confirm, like, say God isn't real?
No, I'm saying there's enough evidence to point that the God is not real, but the feeling that I get from him and the emotion that he invokes in me and others. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? I'm going to hold on to that if that's okay, even if everything else is a myth. I don't mind holding on to that feeling and emotions.
At least Freddie's honest.
I'm trying to show you.
No, at least he's honest
That's
though.
my
At least
hope.
he's honest.
That's my hope and my
That's what I'm
joy.
trying to say, cuz. You know what,
That's my
Freddie?
hope and joy.
Yeah?
You get me?
You see when if everyone was like that with their religion, yeah, then there wouldn't be religious debates like that. Do you know what I'm saying? That because it's more times, as you know, yeah, even though you're on the side of religious people more times, you know that the man them ain't really set it off on the religious people. The religious people set it off on the man them. You get me? They're like, right, I've got these morals, so I'm better than you. I do this, that, and the other. So my God says I'm better than you. My God, I'm saying we have to do this way because it says it in my book. Everything's right because it says it in my book or whatever. And it's like, bruh, yeah, we have to question that.
No, 100%, bro. Like that's the same thing I hear.
One said, just me, mute your YouTube, sis.
Yeah, in my religion, they would call that a false preacher, innit? Because you're preaching about some things that you definitely don't know about. Because we can't know it all. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Some things are divine, I'd like to think. You get what I'm saying? They're like, obviously, you have to put an element of trust. Just like what you're saying, either you're lying to yourself. Because so an old man told me, a little white old African man told me, when you're talking to God, don't answer yourself. Wait for the answer. Do you get what I'm saying? So he could either answer you tonight or 4 years from now. But when you're talking to him and you need an answer quickly, or you need an answer, sometimes we just make up the answer. If we get a bump in the road, we just say, "Oh, it's this."
Again, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you know that the answer? How do you know what answer that you're getting? Because also, if it takes 4 years to get an answer, you would have asked for more shit in between that time.
Well, boy, you know what, Billy? Let me just say it like this, yeah. You your best master, and you are your best student. I mean, there's no master or teacher could really teach you about yourself but yourself. And I'm gonna be real. You can lie to the masses, but once you in your room on your own, you know who you are fooling. Sometimes people come up here and they know they're lying to themselves. I always try to say, bro, you're your own master student, and your quest in life is to fucking learn, bro. Everything you go do from now until you pass away is about learning. Yeah, I don't care what you want to hold on to, you gotta be learning. God don't pull you out for the sake of it. You're here to learn. And I don't care if it's positive, you might be wanting to learning about outside forces, inside forces. I believe you're just here to learn. And I don't care how you want to put it, you gotta learn, innit? And one day you just want to hope that the very thing you're holding on to is that what is right. And that's what you want to know.
100%.
Because you could
100%.
hold on to all of your religious beliefs, your atheism beliefs, and at the last day of your reality, you go no. Only you go know if it was all fate. Only you go know if the angels is real and they go come collect you and take you to this heaven here and drink milk and honey. Only you go learn that.
Big
No one
fucking
has come
facts.
back to prove nothing. No one has proved nothing. And I'm gonna be
Big
real.
facts.
I haven't seen nobody come back who really put as hold as righteous come back to confirm me as anything.
Bruv,
So I would
you
say
see me, Captain,
your
I
life
swear
is
down, yeah.
about learning.
I've had the
This is
pleasure
true.
of seeing people die nicely and people die in agony, which is fucked, innit? My eyes shouldn't have seen it, but I've had the pleasure of seeing it. You know what I'm saying? And it's fucked blood. The people that believe in God, they died nicely. And the people that, you know what I'm saying, they was happy with their death. They was like, oh, I'm all right with it, you know? I'm quite content with going to my maker. I haven't killed nobody. I haven't done nothing wrong. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And the person that was doing all the madnesses, he got fucked up. You get what I'm saying?
But
So
the
it's like,
Yeah, but at the same time, like it's not like no one wants to die if you really
no one
think
don't.
about it.
No one
Yeah.
no,
don't,
but
bro.
no one wants to
Yeah,
die.
no,
But
I'm
I'm
telling
saying
you.
I've seen a
I'm telling you,
nice,
no one.
beautiful death,
Let me tell you something,
like a
bro.
beautiful one. You know, like someone that's
Yeah,
so at ease with the way they're going.
yeah.
Everything's cool.
Do you know
Do you know
what?
what I'm
That could
saying?
be some people who really live good in themselves. Now, when a person, you have some people, I believe, they just live good amongst people. They live good, but it's so fuck up situations out here. And I would say it happens on both sides of the fence. I know some good, loving, good, fearing people who don't do nothing but help out people, help the churches, and then people just get robbed
Yeah.
put in the head, and you're like, wow. What the fuck is that? Some people who's righteous die just like the other fools,
Facts.
and the
No,
wrong
most
people.
definitely.
So,
But I'm
yeah. So,
saying though, being at ease though, at the last days though, fam. You know
yeah,
what I'm
but
saying?
that's what I said.
I've
I
seen
think that
that through
goes
the
up to be
comfort.
feeling good.
Like,
I think, yeah, I get what you're saying, bro. But I feel like you have a lot of people in this world, especially I'll say the elders, or the elders. You got a lot of people in this world who fought for their country, fought for their land, fought for the independence, fought for this rights, that right, that right. You know what? I think the way how certain images is portrayal of death is very negative, because what is death? That's a bacteria thing. But I'll
yeah.
be real, I would like to get shot in my head, or somebody does some jungle justice and I die
Bruv,
that
at the
way.
end of the day, you can't scare me with no
Yeah,
afterlife talk, you know. That's the thing I
but
don't
bro, but
I
see this after.
disagree with all the big
So
afterlife
that's what
talk
joins
and
up with this
the
heaven
wicked
talk,
people
though.
taking the religion and
Yeah,
beating people and whipping them and doing bag of shit in the name of the religion. That's the thing I can't stand, because the religion's pure. In the hearts of hearts, I've got to believe that the religion is pure. But it's the people are fucked with it. And I can't attribute what the people do to the religion. Do you know what I'm saying?
I hear you. But you know what? I'm just saying, fam, everybody has to work out their own ways,
Well, fam, let me just
Okay,
introduce Just Me, yeah? And she jumped on the paddle just like, yeah. Yo,
cool,
big
cool.
up Just Me, big up yourself, man. Welcome. What's going on?
Much love.
Are you good, yeah?
What is
Yeah.
Oh, I made something for you so you don't have to hear my voice. What is the meaning to life? Oh, I can't even understand that. Question 4. What is the meaning to life? It's supposed to ask what's the meaning to life to atheists.
What's the meaning of life to atheists?
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to say.
Okay, what's the meaning of life to... We did answer this in the week here, and you were saying stuff like family, legacy, friends, just your, do you know what I'm saying? Like your day-to-day life, trying to own a business, having a job, or your hobbies, all stuff like that, innit? Like music you like.
So the meaning is basically just to experience it. Is that it? Just experience?
Yeah, but no, man, yeah, because like trying to live a good life or the best life you can.
Hey,
And
but
even
Bell, you missed that one key opponent that you was mentioning the other day, the Bills.
Yeah, but that's what getting dough is, isn't it, man? That's what the legacy is, man. So if you live in this life, yeah, and you don't pay bills, then like I don't know where you are. So you know what I mean?
Nah, of course, bills is stressful. Bills is definitely stressful.
I don't know where you are.
We ain't living to pay them, but you have to get paid.
Say, yeah. See, if you make this thing, yeah, so that's what I meant about the legacy team, Freddie. Yeah. So if you're able to even build up enough of an income or even enough of a foundation where the income is reoccurring or whatnot, yeah, a business or something that you're able to pass down to.
Yeah, but sometimes legacy ain't about income, Phil, because there's people in my hood that didn't die of a penny, but their legacy's gonna live on for years, way before I'm dead. Like, way after I'm dead.
It's a legacy to
the way
who
they
matters, isn't it?
conducted themselves and lived their life.
But
like I'm known in other continents. So my legacy I got kids, so my legacy may live on. You never know. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, like I'm trying to say, yeah.
Known in
You're
England.
gonna have,
do you know what I mean?
If you've got kids, yeah, your kids are gonna live on no matter what. But if you can make your children's life easier, or as you know what I'm saying, or their path easier than yours, yeah, then that's part of the legacy as well. Like if you can, even right now, yeah, all of us that's on this YouTube
Once you're
channel,
not disabled, that's a good given. That's a given.
Listen. Let me make this point. Yeah, so all of us, yeah, that's taken part on this YouTube channel or on YouTube channels right now, yeah. As long as YouTube is a platform or whatever, or your videos are uploaded or whatever, you're basically immortal right now. You know what I'm saying? That because this stuff could be played in 10,000 years' time when we're all long gone, when they're trying to understand what do the people of 2020 think like? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what legacies.
So the legacy, so the meaning of life is to create a legacy of your children and your continued generations. Is that what you're
saying? Well, that's my own personal.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, my own personal thing. You might ask another atheist, and they might say something else, totally different. So that's you see the thing about atheism, yeah. It's just
I was saying that when you put can I come in 1 second?
Yeah, go to fam.
No, I was saying basically sometimes when you put your faith in like material objects like businesses, like legacy car, house, land, whatever, sometimes them things can free away. Do you get what I'm saying? If you don't secure them correctly. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's just like I wouldn't say place all your emphasis on the capitalist system and how you're going to advance in it. Do you know what I mean?
Our capitalist system has completely changed from what it was supposed to be. So I think for me, like the meaning of life is to change it back to what it actually was supposed to be because it got so.
You know what, Freddie? Yeah.
It's
I think it's so yeah. No, finish your point, just me, because I cut you off there. Go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just talking about how capitalism wasn't exactly supposed to be what it is right now. And so part of my purpose in life, I feel, is to change that, to do everything I can to change it back to what is fair and right and just.
I feel like another important thing, what I forgot to mention here, what is it really should have been my first thing on the list here, is something that I say to my family here. Is the most important thing that we can, as humans, try to do is get a understanding on how things work, because there's a lot of things that are working right now that we don't know about, yeah, that are keeping us in some positions of no power, where if we had the knowledge and the education about how these things work or whatever, like could release the, you know what I mean, reverse the power structure.
And I think how we do that is not think secularly, like individualist, like it's all about me and mine, fuck everybody else. I think we need to get together more. And like religion is a way of us to get together more. I'm sorry, whether it's Buddhism, whether it's whatever. No, I'm just saying, bro, it's a communal thing. If we're gonna spread information, we need to get in a communal mindset, innit, bro?
Well, you can be in a communal mindset without having religion.
Individualistic, atheist, I'm all about myself. I came into the world by myself. Bam.
James Jones, if you want to insult me, why don't you come and insult me in person? Okay.
Just me. Do not. Just me. Do not.
I cannot stand this person. Oh my god.
You're gonna go back and forth with it.
Yeah, don't do that, man.
Sorry.
It's gonna make your life hard still. But like I was saying, when I was saying while I was saying, in my personal opinion, you don't need religion, to build a good society. Yeah, the thing about, especially
of course you don't need religion. Of course, I never said. I said it's communal, from communal aspect. Yeah, like obviously we're all on the same accord. Do you get it? We can pass the information on, proceed that the information can come down from.
Religion's held our society back.
Of course it has.
Religion's held the whole half of the world back.
Of course it has. I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no to that. But just because it's had some hiccups along the way, we're just gonna discard all the good stuff it's done. No, I wouldn't do that either.
No, you can note all the good stuff is done and then leave it there, innit? And then move it, or you could cherry pick all the good stuff that it can be used for, and then have that. Cherry pick all the best of what actually works.
And that's exactly what I do. That's exactly what I do.
If there is shit that actually works in the religion, the man can cherry pick them shits and try to use them to elevate society. But really and truly, what it is, it's like if there's other things out there, which are gonna elevate the poorest, people to a self-sufficient level, that's really the shit what man them needs to be concentrating on.
Exactly, because once you raise those people up and start empowering them, they just keep leveling up. That's where you have to work from. Exactly.
And religion, in my personal opinion, especially in the terms of Christianity, seems that it's a thing here to be poor. Do you know what I'm saying? That it's celebrated to be poor or whatever, but they want to get.
Yeah, brother, I fully understand that. But people get different. The same message you got off of it. The same. Someone else got a next message that I need to be prosperous. Me and my family need to be wealthy. I need to make sure I got maintain that 17 plate and can buy a 22 plate when it's time to buy it. You get what I'm saying?
Happy are those who are poor, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
Listen to this. Sorry, one sec here. Listen to this. Big up, Jen. Big up yourself.
Big up everyone. Big up.
Big up, Jen.
We got like I was saying, if religion was actually the word of God and it had come from God, then why would everyone get a different message from the one message?
Big brother, because everyone's different. That's just like saying, why don't everyone like Michael Jackson? Because some people fucking can't relate to his tight clothes and the dances, bro. Come on, fam.
I was looking at the tight clothes. I know today I'm wearing tight
Can we
clothes.
just not? Can we not act like religion doesn't divide people like way more than it unites people?
Oh, it completely divides. Yeah.
I mean, it just adds labels like I'm this, I'm that, I'm better than you. My book is better than
Yeah.
yours. Our
Big stuff.
denomination,
Big stuff.
there's 17,000 freaking denominations or whatever. Like, come on, man. Like, it causes conflict.
That's not the key to religion. That's not the essence of religion. That's mankind and their
But that's
foolishness.
what man got from it, though, Freddie. That's messed up. How is man gonna get that from those
That's
books?
their
That's supposed to
vain desires,
unite people.
or
That's
that's
supposed
their vain
to.
desires, sis, or their warped interpretation. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I can just look at something and it's normal, you know, but someone else will see some warped shit in it, some fantasized shit what they need to fantasize about. That's not my problem.
But you know, Fred. But you know, yeah. Sorry, I was sorry to cut you, bro. I was gonna say, yeah, but let's be honest, yeah. You do know that in some of these books, yeah, that we're referring to, yeah, they do have this idea that if you don't join, then you're not gonna get some type of it's automatically versus them. There's no an Arab is not superior to this, or this is not superior to that.
Do you
But
think
then in the
God
same
genuinely
tone,
so, bro, when you was worshipping God, fam, did you think he was real?
yeah, of course, I
But
believe
what I'm
wholeheartedly
saying,
it was.
real life situations, if it comes with a condition, you're not having it, are you, bro? Talk the truth, fam.
What do you mean?
Like if someone comes to you and says, yo, hold this, if you don't, I'm gonna smack you, you're not having it. You're not doing that. No way, shape, or form, bro. Because that comes with a condition of a threat, fam. Don't you
Yeah,
get
I
it?
know, but
So if
I'm just
God's
saying.
real, why would
Hold
he
on,
give you that? Why would he give you that position, fam?
but
Don't
that's
listen
my.
to my thing is I would never listen to nobody that's giving me a threat or ultimatum, bro. That don't make no sense.
I know, but hear what I'm saying. Yeah, I had Christians. They weren't necessarily threatening me like, oh, what's it called if you don't come? But like, they would say to me, yo, you know you're going down the wrong path. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Yo.
Yeah, bro, I hear you, bro. But remember, that's their vain desires, you know, because they probably want you to be around more for their reasons. You get what I'm saying? They might like seeing you in their vicinity, innit? So they want you to stay on the path what they're on.
Not even
They
that. It's
instead
like
they should have asked you, how's your path going?
But that's
Like
the
if
thing.
they
Like,
really cared, they could have asked you, how's your path, young man? How you getting on your journey? You get what I'm saying?
I'll give you an example where, in my area, I know a couple of people. I've known them for years, innit? They always preach, and every Saturday I see them in the high street preaching and whatever. Yeah. So one time, because I work in a barbershop here, I finished the barbershop. I come to what's it called, KFC now. I'm in there, and they're telling, and I see one of them now, and he's telling me my life is not fulfilled, and that you need to join us. I was just looking at the prayer. I was just like, come on, man. Who are you to tell me what I'm feeling and whatnot? But but you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the angle that a lot of
There's
them
so
come from.
many
Innit?
whack jobs out here. That's why I know religion's a put off, innit? Because me personally, I won't advise it for everybody. I can only tell you what worked for me. I cut the middleman out. So I don't need a pastor or imam or
priest,
anybody.
or
Nobody like that. I don't need a congregation. Of course I need a congregation, but do you get what I'm trying to show you? I can do without them, as a matter of fact. You get what I'm saying? My thing's straight with the big man. I don't even need a son. I respect Jesus with all
But
my
to be
heart.
fair, it does say in the Bible where 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 are gathered is a church. So I feel it does say that you do need a
me and my youth and my wife. That's good enough for us, man. You get me? We say grace before we eat and whatnot. But what I'm saying is, it's not even as big as I'm making it out to be, innit? I'm just saying that religion is being used by evil people as well as science is being used by evil people. All these things that everyone believes in, evil can have access to it.
No, but do you know the difference
You know
between
what
the
I'm trying to
science?
show you?
But
It's just us
if
to
we're
navigate the
yeah, but if we, sorry to cut you off again, yeah. If we're honest though, the evil people in science, they always get refuted. And sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, he's cut out. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say still like the evil people in science, they like science is a model where it accepts change, so it will change over time. But when it comes to religion, especially specifically Abrahamics, really, because I don't find that when I look into things like the Hinduism. In fact, even in Hinduism, you have different schools of thought. So, but when it comes to the Abrahamics, though, they're very rigid with their thing, and it's not really for change. It's like this is set in stone for till time immemorial or whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Say that again. I didn't get it. So I was reading the chat.
Yeah. Sorry, I was saying that when it comes to the difference between people being bad scientists and bad people of the Abrahamic faith is that with the Abrahamic faith, a lot of people do their thing and their thing is set in stone. But with the science, yeah, you can just point out that hang on, this is like this goes against what you're doing in it, and this is why you should change. But even then, it's not like science is a religion. So I don't know why people even make this argument. But yeah, it's crazy,
I'm
man.
so over that argument, honestly. Like, it's so it hurts me to hear like, well, you believe the scientist. Like, that's is the dumbest shit like ever. Like, your God is the scientist. Like, are you
With that,
kidding
yeah.
me?
With that, Jen, yeah, I say there's probable cause to say that you believe what the scientists say because they can provide results.
Yeah,
a result. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a result
Yeah,
that
but
they
it
can
doesn't
provide.
mean they're your God. Like, there's mad atheists out there who've never heard of these. I don't even know the names of whoever they say like is
But them man ain't
your
heard of
main guy. Like,
the man
yeah,
that made
it's
aspirin. Them man will take aspirin and paracetamol and shit. Them man never heard of the scientists that made them shits. They just take it.
And we're
But you know, before
talking
aspirin.
about humans, right? Scientists, humans. So we're going into peer-reviewed papers and also a lot of guesswork. So there's some scientists that are going to be really great, and then there's some that aren't going to be so great. Same with religion. I feel like that's just a mixed bag with all humans.
The thing that, and the good thing about science or whatever, yeah, whatever field you want to get into, anyone can do the training to get into it.
Yeah.
So even if you're like 40 or 50 or whatever, you can still do some sort of research and reading to carry out an experiment to prove or disprove whatever it is you believe or disbelieve, whatever, you know what I mean, that the scientists have said. So
And you can also manipulate it too, especially with the people that you work with. Like, I have friends who do geology, right? And they do guesswork all the time. Like, maybe
Would you say theology?
Geology, yeah.
Okay, but geology is not really a proper science, though.
Well, they think so.
Yeah.
They think
Oh, what's geology?
Geology is like studying rocks and
like, yeah,
the study of the earth, right?
and
yeah.
dating,
Yeah.
Oh, like geography.
Artifacts.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
geography is like maps and shit. Like, geology
but-
is like the soil and
Oh,
plants.
I'm sorry, geology.
Oh yeah,
Right?
in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
UK they call it.
Yeah, in the UK we call it geography, so it's similar.
Okay, it's
Similar stuff.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong word.
No, you never. It was just that in the UK they call it something different, isn't it? So
No, Jen's totally right. I used the wrong
Nah,
word.
geology and geography are two
no, it's
different
different.
things. They're two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Sorry.
Yeah,
oh, is it?
geography, yeah. Geography is like landscapes, like maps, and like the layout of geography. I think.
And like,
But when I did geography in school, though, they was talking about different
rocks.
sediments of rocks.
Metamorphic. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
because
so,
like mountains and landscapes and glaciers and shit. That's all. Yeah, but like
when we
geology. Yeah. I have to look up
I
the
would say geology
definition.
is the study of actual stone, like
yeah, that's
boulders
being
and
more
stuff.
specific with it.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
doing all the dating and part of that.
Yeah. It's like in science, you have biomeds, or what you would have is pharmaceuticals where you go into.
Brown, are you gonna tell me?
Nelly, I love you, man. I love you, man.
They guess. What do you mean? They guess.
Hold on, wait. Did someone say geology is not a proper science?
I
Yeah,
back
right.
that up.
Yeah.
Well, wait, are we saying it's not a proper science? Of course it is.
Not because I watch people guess between billions.
That was Herman Tilly with that comment about proper science there. I didn't even know what it was still, so.
Why is it not a proper? Why is it a proper science, MA?
Well, no. Why is it not? Why is it not a proper science?
Yeah, why is it
Well,
not? Of course it is.
I know why, because there's a lot of guesswork in it. It's not 100% accurate.
There's no accuracy. You can't quantify that.
It's not always 100% accurate. I'm not saying that it isn't accurate.
You're in trouble now, Raf. Look who's here.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Hey, Raf,
Fucking
I'll ask you something.
Got two of them
Wait,
to
you
deal
both-
with
you both
now.
saying, wait, you both
But,
saying
alright,
you're attacking
Beefy,
science.
do me a favor.
Wait,
Put
Raf,
put
listen.
put
Quick
put
question,
your
quick
put your
Hey,
mic
you have to
close to
speak a
your
bit louder,
mouth,
man.
fam.
Let's speak a bit louder.
Yeah,
Just
bro.
roll over.
Yeah, because
You're
you
welcome.
just.
Can you hear me now?
Can I just read out what geology is for you? Because you're
Yeah,
chatting.
no problem.
All
No
right.
problem.
Can I ask one question, Raf? When you
Before,
say
but
we're
let
attacking
MA
science,
read out what
listen,
geology is.
I know. Well,
Let
Yeah,
geol-
please do, because I was just gonna
I'm waiting for the
do
text.
the
I'm waiting
same
for the
thing.
text. Tell me if you
All
put
right,
that, Raf.
Rattler. Yo, Beefy, give me 1 sec, yeah? All right, so geology is an earth science concerned with the solid earth, the rocks of which it is composed, and the processes by which they change over time. So, when we were learning about geography, but we learned some geology within the geography. We were learning
I know that. Yeah.
sedimentary rock, igneous, and all that kind of stuff.
Metamorphic,
So,
limestone. Yeah.
So, it's, like I said, it's an earth science. So, the definition of earth science is earth science or geoscience includes all fields of natural science related to the planet Earth. All right?
All right. Yeah, no problem.
Natural science definition. Natural science is a branch of science concerned with the description, prediction, and understanding of natural phenomena based on empirical evidence from observation and experiment. Yeah, don't ever say that again. Come on, man.
No problem. I was wrong, innit? No problem, man.
Wait, based on observation in what?
Based on, sorry, let me go back again. Based on empirical evidence from observation and experimentation. So,
Okay.
and then it says mechanism.
Do you know any geologists?
Me? No, I don't know any geologist.
Okay.
I love soil.
I know
I love soil, and I think he's a geologist.
I think he's an agriculturalist, but he might have some geology.
I think he's the only expert in the shit on these panels.
There's people I know personally who date things based on guesswork, and this is like law to anybody else. So, in my opinion, like that can't be real science if they're just guessing between millions of years.
Hold on, wait. Do you see geologists here? They're no different from any other practitioner of any other science. You have a certain amount of scientists, chemists or biologists or whatever, who make predictions and hypothesize on things. And you have others who actually do the experimentation and come up with the results. I would suggest that geologists are no different.
So do geologists perform experiments on the rocks to, obviously, if you're talking about, if you're talking about radio, there's different types of dating for certain rocks
Yeah.
and whatnot.
So example, like, is carbon dating all fake? Is that what we're trying to say? Like, is that stuff not proven and tested and tried?
there's
Like,
there's a lot of realness in it, but then there's a lot of guesswork as well. Like when we get into sedimentary rocks, like we have absolutely no idea the actual date, so it's just a guess. It's like
It will be a rough estimate. That's what I'm
it's
saying.
an estimate. It's approximately. So to me, that's not real science because it's not.
Well, they don't call it. They don't call it estimate. They call it a scientific guess, in it, or a hypothesis.
A scientific guess. Sorry,
Yeah.
use my.
So how would you compare it to another sciences where you're saying that they're using hypotheses and just guessing? Are you talking about things like maybe evolution of bones and whatnot and everything? Is that what you're trying to get at, MA?
Who, me? Say that again?
Carl, you said that it's no different from other forms of sciences where they do hypotheses and they eventually come to a conclusion whether the hypothesis is true or false. But I would say it slightly differs. But then again, I'm not saying that geology is not but it's not. I didn't say it wasn't a science. I did say it wasn't a fully proper science. But then again,
you can take it back, bro. You can take it back. I don't mind. But
I did say it wasn't a proper science, but I didn't. You know what I mean?
I think with geology, well, let's remember this, or maybe something to factor into the equation is that geology uses a lot of the sciences, a lot of the techniques from other sciences to establish its accuracy, right? So there's probably a lot of chemistry involved in geology, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So I don't know how old geology is actually. That would be an interesting thing to research.
To look into. Yeah, that would be interesting still. It probably is quite old, because there was a guy that was looking into. This is during the mid 1500s or whatnot, the Dark Ages or whatever they call it. And there was a guy looking into the so-called how old the Earth is, because back then in the Middle Ages they used to believe that the Earth was about 6,000 years old or something like that, or 4,000 years old even, or whatever. But they were saying it's they were basing it on the Bible. But when a guy went to go look into it, he saw that it was older, and he was using the rocks, like you were saying, to date it back further. And the reason why he came to that conclusion was because he said that if you look at mountains or whatnot, if the erosion patterns on the mountains or the erosion patterns on these earths or whatever around there shows you that it's been eroded for this amount of time, and that each one shows you how many millions or billions of years it's been eroding. If you understand what I'm saying, innit?
Yeah. There's some aspects of geology or geological exploration that are unique to geology that I would suggest have some credence. Like if you're talking about rock formations, or even like so obviously I think the ocean tides are probably related to geology or included in geological study as well. So the erosion pattern of water and these types of things. So yeah, I mean up until a point, I think there's probably little wrong with geological experimentation and discovery, but then obviously when you get into the thousands or millions of years and stuff, then it becomes a bit hazy.
And I agree with that. I'm not saying that geology is bullshit. Yeah, I'm not saying that I don't believe in geology. I was just meaning like way back.
Yeah. It's all right, man.
I'm gonna talk how I want. Whoever's saying that, like, I grew up talking like this, and I'm not gonna change how I talk because someone's offended by the way I talk.
Nah, don't worry about that. Yeah, man.
I mean, can you change your accent? I mean, like,
I can change my accent. Yeah.
And do you want to? Like, if that's like, would that be something appropriate to say? Can you please change your accent? People will take you more seriously if you change your accent. Like, come on, bro. I'm a human. Period.
Who said that anyway?
I don't know, somebody, some LB person that I have no clue.
Yo, Raf, you gone? Yeah, he's gone. All right, I only came on to say that, so I might be back when someone else says some crazy shit.
Well, thank you, Brown. I enjoyed that. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna bounce too.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. My bad.
Yo, what's going on, man? Having a meat party, yeah? We're just all gonna
I got left alone up here.
What's going on, man?
Well, I'm drinking water and discussing geology, but not anymore.
Am I not in work? My thing.
Can I ask you an atheist question?
Yeah, what's the atheist question, man?
Okay, so where did the universe come from?
You're not asking you first. Your first question was, "What's the meaning of life?"
Yeah.
And your second question was, where does the universe come from?
Yeah, I looked these questions up because I had no idea what to ask you.
Yeah. Well, I don't really know. I didn't know the meaning of life. I could just only give you my personal definition of my meaning for life. And the universe supposedly come from the Big Bang.
So, okay, so what created the Big Bang?
I don't know. You don't know about that yet, man?
Okay, well, I don't know either, so.
What's created the Big Bang? I don't know about that yet, so. But Raf, you there? On Shelley. He does science a lot more than me still, man. So I didn't just start out, but he would have had a bit more of an idea still. So man.
Okay, well,
Can I answer where I think the universe came from?
Oh yeah.
So I think it came from the result of something, and worrying about that something is going to do nobody no good because there's no proven evidence of any source.
I completely agree.
That's epic. See?
Kind of like I don't really care to debate what shape the earth is because it doesn't really affect my life.
Well, I mean, in my humble opinion, there's sufficient evidence that proves that the earth is in fact a round planet that's going through space. So like, I don't know, the whole flat earth thing, I don't really subscribe to that.
Yeah,
I think there's an actual space that has like a sun and stuff like that. You can't really, I don't deny all that. So
yeah, no, people just like to debate it. It seems a lot. And then
like there's a dome and there's like a projection and like all of this is like it's just ridiculous. I don't know, I can't get with it.
Yeah, I feel like it's a waste of time, really. But much love to you guys. Yeah, I tried to come up with atheist questions. I really didn't have any, so I did my best.
Really, no, it's all good. It's the same thing. Like it's we hear the same thing. What is the purpose of life then if there's no God? But like, why do you need to to put your entire reason for existence in the pages of one book. Like one book, it seems so limiting. Like there's so much else to live for than the stories that come out of like a book. One book, you're going to base your entire existence on that. Like it's just I don't know.
You
Can't
know,
really
and
get with that.
I think this is a question that a lot of people should think about. Like, what is the meaning of life to you? Like, you don't need to be religious or have a god or whatever. You know, you just have to have integrity, morality, values, and probably
Because
a good brain.
well, it's like at the end of the day, what they're trying to prove is that because you don't believe, you don't have the same purpose for existence that they do, that their purpose for existence is somehow better and more superior to your purpose of existence. And it's like that's what they're trying to prove, but it's such an egotistical argument.
And that's why
Like,
we're in the situation we're in, where people are up here and everybody else is down there. And in reality, we could all be equal. Like, maybe not completely equal in every sense, but we could treat each other as equals, is what I'm trying to say.
yeah, I mean that's like that would be ideal.
That's my
but
dream anyway.
yeah, it's the reality of it is like as long as humans have ego, like that won't change. And you know, not
I feel
everybody's
like,
willing to give up ego. It's like who people are, you know.
But our culture pushes ego, man. Like, how do you
Of course
escape
it
it
does.
when we're pushed so hard and programmed daily? Like, and then if you're not in that ego state, you're shamed, and then you're put into a completely different state. It's like, I mean, that's how
And
it
at
is
the
where I live, right? You know, it's like,
yeah, I hear you. Definitely that, but on the other hand, I feel like religion also promotes egotistical feelings. At least some religions do, because they're like, you are the best thing in the universe that's been created by, or you're the second best thing in the universe that's been created in the image of the best thing in the entire universe. And you're protected under him, and you will have this if you follow him. It's like programming. Yeah. If it, I don't. Right.
I love that though. If.
Yeah, it is if, because you have to have faith and belief, you know. And the thing is, just when people try to put belief as truth or fact, when it's just a belief, and like you can respect that belief, but don't put it on me like that's my truth when it's not. You
No,
know,
I
like
love
shit like
that.
that.
I love like how we can be free thinking human beings, but then you know you really have to check yourself when shame comes in and wants to tell you that you're not okay when you really are okay. Just like the people saying my voice isn't okay, like no one can take me seriously, and I take that personally because that's
Yeah,
been
don't take it personal. It's just a chat.
truth.
Like don't
That's
they
not the
haggle?
truth, though.
No. They haggle
It's
everyone from the
bullshit.
chat. Yeah. And they think Americans sound like this, and they said, I heard all the same shit. Don't even
Yeah,
bother
we
with that
should be
shit.
out shopping
Like
right now, me and you talking. Yeah.
yeah, man.
So
Like there's another dude from California. There's another dude from California that comes on the panels, and they say the same shit about him because he's from the West Coast too. Like it's just a West Coast accent. It's nothing big. Like
it's just where I grew up. Like I can't
don't
talk
even
different from where I live. Like
fuck
I
them.
could
Don't even watch that. Nah, don't even watch that. That's why I was like, just come on, like don't do no voice change or shit. Like fuck that, man.
And I am
But,
curious, like there's so many things like about spirituality I'm curious about. That's why I gravitate to this channel. Like because like I didn't grow up Christian or Catholic. Like I had so many choices and nothing made sense to me. But there were so many synchronicities in my life that I was always like, there has to be something so much greater than me. I just have no clue what it is. I call it the great mystery. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like, there has to be something, but I really have no clue. So I don't call myself an atheist. I don't really call myself anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good that you could be honest about that, because a lot of people who like subscribe to certain faiths tend to be like disingenuous about, you know, what they believe and what they know, or what they know is 100% fact and shit like that. So it's like
no one knows
it's good
100% fact. Like, I hear people on here so arguing over each other like they know. I'm like, did you die and come back? And like, but then that goes against your beliefs. Like, I get so confused. I'm like, you guys are so sorry. I hope those people come up and talk about it, because I'd like to hear them talk.
You know what's crazy is that I don't know how long you've been following the channel, but this week has been G Block on trial, and this is day 6, and nobody. I'm still trying to look for some smoke. Like, somebody lit a match once, but you know how matches go out like in a couple seconds. Like, it went out real quick, and then like kind of smelled a little match smoke, but that was it, and it blew quickly. And I'm wondering where all the smoke is, because like the arguments that have been coming. Where's it?
Is that Ultra?
Fucking.
Is that Ultra?
Ultra, where's the smoke at?
I got it right here.
It is rolling out of my bong at present.
It is rolling out of my lungs at present.
Big up Orthodox Lord. American takeover in this.
Hey, big up the West Coast, first of all. Let's get this straight. You know what I'm saying?
And big up to 420. So thank you very much, Bell. Cannabis for the win.
Speaking of 420.
Cheers.
Wait,
I'm sorry. No, I'm not going nowhere.
Huh?
Oh shit!
Listen,
let me mute up.
Am I the only non-smoker on the panel?
Bro, what's the point of you being an atheist? I don't understand.
Bro, I'll tell the truth, yeah. I tried weed once, yeah, in my last year of high school, and it didn't go well. And one thing about me is, like, my experiences shape like my life.
Mine didn't go well. Like, did you pass out? Did you eat too much food? Was it actually weed?
All right, so basically, like, a guy I thought was my friend, it turned out he really wasn't. He was like, "Yeah, try this weed." Yeah, so he rolled a spliff, and I was like, "All right, cool." So I sucked it in, and then I blew it out, and then he flipped his wig on me. He's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" And I said, "Well, what? Like, what do you mean?" He's like, "You're not taking it down." I was like, "What are you talking about? What does that mean? You're not taking it down?" He's like, "You have to take it into your lungs and then breathe it out." So bear in mind, this is my first time smoking. I thought smoking was pull it in, breathe it out. I swear to God, I didn't know. And then, so I took it down to my lungs, and then when I attempted to breathe it out, it got stuck, and I almost died. And I
Hold on. You took a hit and it didn't come out?
No, it got stuck. Like, it's like I just choked to death. And then like my
No,
eyes.
if you choked, that means that you successfully took the hit, bro. Like, it hit your lungs and it rejected. Your lungs rejected it, and you got fucked up. That's what that means.
I was fucked. Hey, listen, all sorts more. I was buzzing.
Yeah, right.
I was buzzing.
That's
like
that term you got to cough to get off and whatnot. You got fucked up. That's what that was.
At the same time, my lungs were burning. My eyes was watering. I was red. I couldn't breathe. I was choking.
Wait, what were you smoking? Or were you really smoking cannabis?
Yeah.
So he was smoking a spliff. So he put cannabis with some tobacco, right? His own
Ultra had that good.
That wasn't just cannabis.
So basically,
and it was his first time smoking something. Period. So he had the cannabis smoke and the tobacco smoke to deal with.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna lie. Since then, like, I think how old was I? I was 16. That was my first and last experience with Mary J.
Yeah.
First and last.
Well,
That
that
reminds
is
me of
even
I got
medicine.
my older friend Howard once, like for the first time, right in his life. I got him like I was an asshole about it too. I made him smoke like 3 bowls back to back, hella fast, because I knew it was like I was like I told people like I told him like, you know what? Sometimes it doesn't affect people the first time, so you gotta smoke a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? So I made him smoke like 3 bowls before
I wasn't gonna roll one, you know, but now I'm gonna roll one. Thanks, brother.
Yes,
Your
Freddie.
your man said he felt like he was having a dream. Like he was oh man.
Oh,
Fast
shit.
forward a decade, he is now a
Ultra
grower. You
was
know what I'm
lit.
saying?
Yeah, that's
You know what the funny thing
that's
is?
big,
I
man.
was in so much pain. I was in pain. I couldn't breathe. My eyes was leaking.
See, bruh. Hey, check this out. When you come to America,
Fire.
come see your boy. You know what I'm saying?
I said, nah, this weed, it's not for me, you know.
See, I live on the
You have
weed
to
coast,
go
right?
Jamaica
Where
as
are
well.
you,
The west coast
Orthodox?
of America, weed is legal
Now I want
all
to
up
know
and
where
down
you
that
are.
joint.
Nah, it's not for me, man.
Where
It's
are
not.
you, Orthodox? Am I allowed to ask?
I'm in Washington State.
I'm in California.
Hey, peace to the I-5 family and the 405 family. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Hey, Freddie.
Come on, peace to my whole American family, man. You know
I know
how
that.
thing goes.
Hey, Freddie.
Big up
Jamaica
the East
Queens
Coast. Come
family.
on, 203 family.
Hey, big up,
8603.
big
man.
up the East Coast for real.
Big up to
Yeah,
East
man.
Coast.
New York. I got my New York people. I got my Philadelphia people, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
You get
man.
me? Big up, man.
What coast is Miami on?
Yo, Ultra.
What
The East
coast is
Coast,
Miami?
where weed is not legal.
East Coast.
Ultra.
It's getting
Hear
there
me.
more. Don't front. It's getting there. Come on, come on. We're almost there. We're close. We're close.
Hey, man.
Yo, Ultra, can you hear me?
Massachusetts. We're right
Hey,
next
big
door,
up
man.
Massachusetts for real.
We're getting there.
Hey,
Yeah,
when a few years ago when they decriminalized, I
Yo,
was like,
yo.
yeah, y'all are definitely breaking ground. I appreciate it. Massachusetts is doing it big right now.
yeah. Mass just went rec legal too. So big up to them.
Yeah.
But listen, fuck
I think
weed.
Saul's trying to get our attention.
Cannabis. Fuck weed.
See,
Yeah, fuck. It tried to
and
hurt
that's
me.
why G Block
Yeah,
is nothing but
but
chocolate agnostics. You know what I'm saying?
no, man. My virgin lungs. Yeah, and it tried to hurt me. Nah, fuck that.
No,
Fuck
that was
weed.
your homie, bro. That was your homie. He tried to hurt you. That's what that was. Like, see me,
No,
I would have put some ice in a bong, right, and had you hit some
yeah.
cold weed area. It wouldn't hurt your lungs in no way, shape, or form. I'd have been nice to the
Yo.
virgin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sorry, brother Mo. Yo, Ultra.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, go on. I heard you wanted to talk to man, innit?
Oh.
I was thinking about coming to talk to you, but I changed my mind, man. I can't be outside. I'm tired. I just
Alright.
finished work, tired. I'm not really in a
No, I
drama.
just wanted to know if you were sincere. I just wanted to know if you don't want to chat to man, that's cool. It's just that you was going everywhere talking about man, innit? But it's cool. If you don't want to clarify, it's alright. Still, I didn't think you would personally. I just thought you was just talking about.
Well, to be fair, you was right then. If that's what you suspected, then you was right.
Because obviously you do know where the channel is, innit? As Freddie said, you call yourself a channel whore, innit? So you go around, so you know where I am, innit? So if you really wanted to chat to man, you would have come chat to man, innit?
Well, to be fair, you're here now. So.
I'm live on my channel, innit? So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, to be honest, like I said, I'm not really in a no drama right now.
It's not a drama thing.
I just finished work. Wait, Ras. I just finished work. Tired. I just want to vibe, bro. We're just talking about weed. We chilling. Like, you get me?
Alright.
Yeah, I mean, let's vibe, bro.
Alright, so you ain't got no questions then, innit? So then you clarified everything, yeah?
I didn't clarify anything. I've literally said nothing.
I think with Issa you clarified it because I think just quickly. I think obviously if you listen
Ras,
back,
listen.
Just go back and listen to the original clip on the anal lies.
Literally just said.
Ultra just clarified he's smoking some weed and chilling and doesn't want to get in your drama, yo.
Yeah, it's not a drama thing. Now, all I was gonna say is quickly before I go. If you look at the anal lies Dunya video, yeah, because with Issa it's like
I don't want to look at any videos, bro.
No, I'm saying, well then, your point with Issa was that you don't understand what the thing was, but yeah,
Issa.
but that video slander. I've uploaded.
Ras. I feel like you're trying to draw me into something. I'm not really on it, right? Maybe tomorrow, innit?
No, it's not draw you into something, but I'm just defending myself, innit?
No, because I'm saying you're talking about something.
All right, I'm not talking to you then. Let me talk to the chat. Let me talk to Belly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, Belly. If you look back at the anal lies Dunya video, I make it very clear in there that the only rule of slavery is to free people, like in that video. And obviously, people commented on that video and they still push the narrative as if I was saying something completely different to what I was saying. So that's why I would have thought people was insincere. You know what I'm saying? But I think Isa, the Shia, I think he broke it down perfectly. Obviously, I'm going to review it on my channel, but I thought I'd just give you the chance to come and respond yourself. But yeah, I understand,
Wait,
bro. Yeah, you don't want to talk still.
I just finished work. I don't really want
Yeah.
to, you know.
All right, yeah, man. That's all right. All right. Big up, Billy. Big up everyone.
Big up, man. Big up, brother.
all the
Big up,
sincere
your
people,
family,
man.
man.
Tomorrow, innit? Maybe.
Big up everyone with sincerity. Big up everyone with sincerity in their heart, man. You know what I'm saying? Love.
All right, whatever. Cool.
But you know what? If you're slandering brothers, you can't be doing all of that shit. You know what I mean? It's okay to say that you forgot it wrong and you misinterpreted what a man said. You know what I mean, broski?
Yeah, no, I hear you. But like I said, I'm hearing X, Y, and Z and rare and rare. Like, I don't want to go to the Lions Den right now. I don't want to. I want to chill. I'm having make some time.
No, I hear that. I'm getting ready for my dinner soon as well.
You know what I mean? Like, bro, I just fucking got a naughty 9 hours.
Yeah.
I don't want it.
Yeah, no, I hear
So,
you, man. I hear
is
you.
all this still over some slavery bullshit?
But trust me, just beware of the slander, fam. You get me? If you're gonna mention man's name, make sure you quoted him in the right context, bro. Because it's always important to do these things.
Is it getting like that though? Is
No
it
one will
over
start
some slavery shit?
You're talking about slavery.
Kind of more, yeah, basically.
Are you talking to me?
That's it. I don't want to talk about it really. I just want to chill. We was talking about weed and we
Oh,
chilling.
I was talking about getting you high for a whole other time using an iced out bong and whatnot, so you wouldn't have to cough and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But listen, nah.
Ultra.
Yeah, my
Ultra.
relationship.
Smoke weed, man.
Ultra, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If I passed you a blunt right now, would you hit it?
Of course not. No. Listen, I work in public transport, and I'm not just a bus driver. I'm a mentor and a track trainer. So they drug test me all the fucking time.
Yeah,
So,
no, I feel you.
Did you hear he said that though? He said it like he was shaking his head, but like his hand was like beneath his waist, like you know, give me the phone.
He was reaching for
hey, no,
it,
it's cool.
right? He was reaching. He's like, "Fuck this!
Yeah.
I'm stressed. I'm just hit this
Yeah.
shit." Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't help it, Ultra.
Oh, my relationship with me is one and done. That's it. In fact, talking about getting lit, I think I might mix myself. Oh,
Hold on.
fuck! I forgot
Hold
to
on,
buy-
check this out. How many times did you go to church growing up?
Oh, loads of times. Too many times, man. That shit put me off.
And how many times? I'm saying it took how many times for you to quit God?
To be honest, that was like a process.
I'm
That was
saying,
a
so how you gonna just quit weed just like off of one try like that, bro? But you gonna give God all that time and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
If
quitter, man. Sounds like a quitter.
If God punched me in the chest and made me bleed, yeah, I'm done with God. You know what I'm saying? The weed punched me in the chest and I couldn't breathe. And then, as soon as I finished choking and couldn't breathe, I was high. I was like, nah, this is fucked up. Nah, it's not for me, man.
So you were probably off the wrong one too. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's indicas, sativas, blends thereof, all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You can find the right one and be like, oh, what? You know what? You can find a weed that might make the last season of Game of Thrones not as bad.
No, that's impossible, More. You're reaching now, man. Don't try to. I feel you're selling it, but don't you don't
I was
gotta go
definitely
full
trying
blown.
to. They called me out. She was like, "No, you're doing too much."
That's just too. That's
that
way
last
too
season
much.
was done.
Nah, that's way too much, man. There's no coming back from that, and there's no amount of weed in the world that's gonna make that okay. But yeah, Ultra tried to do Iron Lung on his first hit, and that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what that was.
No, this is what I'm saying. This was my first smoking, like anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, we don't know what
Stop
trying.
running. My man came through and hit that swift like he was Snoop Dogg. You know what I'm saying? Stop running.
Yeah, bro. And then imagine this. He's like, oh man, You're wasting my weed. You're wasting my weed. I was like, bro, what are you talking about? He's like,
Oh, he's
bro,
one.
you have to take it down. He said, you have to take it down. I was like, what do you take it down? He's like, bro, you have to take it down, chill out, then bring it up. And I took it down, and on the way back up, I got stuck. I was fucked.
All right, bro, you have to vaporize it, bro. You have to vaporize. Trust me, man.
No coughing with the vapor.
Any. Cannabis cake will change your life, man. You come back to God once you taste one of them.
Nah, Freddie, don't bring him into that, man. That's too much for him.
Listen,
No, seriously.
I'll probably be the most unproductive person on the
I'm
planet.
telling you, bro.
I want to dispel the myth, you know, that weed makes you lazy. Trust me, man. If you got ambition, you're gonna get up anyway, regardless.
I smoke weed every day. And I have a full farm.
Yo, Ultra, don't listen to these, man. If you have your weed cake, you're gonna be fucked for 3 days, bro. That's it.
Yeah, don't eat a bunch of
Bro,
yeah,
listen, don't piss me off. I had the space cake in lockdown. Jesus Christ, bro. They had me moving like a real dickhead.
Try like a CBD sublingual. Like that doesn't get you high. It's super medicinal.
All right, guys, let's stop peer pressuring Ultra. Let's yeah.
Well,
This
if
is
you
peer
want to
pressure.
try weed, CBD won't get you high.
I'm not gonna lie. My best birthday in recent memory was when me and my wife just got broke up on weed cake, bro. Like,
Good, MA.
That sounds like a proper birthday, man.
Yeah. I tell you what we did, Freddie. We went, we yammed some cake, went for some Eritrean food, and we're just bubbling away, boy. Trust me.
Wow. Nah, that sounds hard.
Yeah, it was nice.
I still love
MA, was you abroad? Was you in Amsterdam?
I love how this cat changed to weed.
Nah, it was down the road, bro. Literally just down the road.
No, that's good, man. Cause I bet you ain't been to that Eritrean place before.
That was the first time. Yeah, that was the first time.
Yeah, you see, that's a new taste. Yeah, come on, man. That's right, guys.
Yeah, man.
I can't live without weed, MA. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. Like I'm the opposite way. Like I get lazy if I haven't got weed. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's amazing. There's some people like that, isn't it? There's some people that need that.
Yeah. I'm used to having a spliff, then going to the gym. Like when I was a youth, I used to play football better. I used to play everything, basketball, everything better.
You know what's the cool piece about that, bro? Is they found the people in the Olympics want to make some of them want to make weed a performance enhancing drug because it has the ability to put off lactic acid or whatnot. So like when you smoke the spliff and then went to the gym, you could actually push the weights longer. You know what I'm saying? Because you have a less lactic acid in your system. I used to do the same thing, bro. Like all day long. I got some heavy lifting to do. I'll flip them beforehand.
Yeah, I need a Snickers. I need a Snickers, obviously, to break it down. You get me? Like bring back up my sugar level or whatever.
Yeah, bro. I tell you what, though. Yeah, I used to smoke. I probably stopped smoking.
Sorry. All right, brother. Boy, I just finished work and I'm tired and I just want to go home and cry and bath. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
See you later. Oh shit! Sorry. Shit.
Yeah.
What were you saying, bro?
I said I'll probably stop smoking. When was the last time? Let me try to think now. Hold on. Probably 2007, 8. I think.
Big up, man.
Yeah. So
when the gym is open, I like to smoke. Like I'll go out, smoke like a little bit, and then go in the sauna. And it's like my whole body relaxes. There's a growth hormone.
Talk about it.
Yeah, that's the best, man. Or that hot tub. What?
Yeah.
They had a pool at the gym I used to go to too. That was so nice.
And everything starts
You
to
know what?
microbiome.
You know what my best vibe is?
You weed smokers are selfish, you know.
My best
weed smokers are selfish.
Why?
So wait a minute, Freddie. If I link you, Freddie, yeah, and you're licking your weed and you're feeling nice, I just have to sit there like a fucking idiot.
Nah, but they're still gonna be interacting, you know. Everything's still cool. I'll just probably be making you laugh or something.
Talkative.
Huh?
There's cannabis that makes you talkative, uplifted. There's so many different strains. Like, I know you have one experience, but if you start researching, there's so many different strains that do different things. And
Right, hear what I'm saying. Listen,
really are.
fuck all them strains, yeah? All you have to do is take 2 sips of absinthe and you're good. That's it.
And then that's poison. And then you're putting poison in your body.
I had some homies that had some seizures off of absinthe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Facts. It's not nice to drink them things.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm telling you, half of the
Listen, hear what I'm
inspiration,
saying.
half of the
Done.
fashion, one sec, fam, half of the fashion, the music, all the things we was into as a child, so half of them got designed and inspired by people that was on cannabis.
Yeah. No, it's true. No, he's right. Not even just that. LSD, all them kind of things, boy. Trust me.
Isn't it?
Trust me. All that. I'd imagine that we're all maybe roughly around the same age-ish. Like all them all them cartoons that we used to watch and that's all from taking mad drugs.
Oh, no doubt. Disney had to be on mad drugs.
Wait, MA, I was born in 83. Are we the same age?
I know you were born in 83.
Are we the same
Jen,
age?
do you see this? This is why I don't come on panel. Everyone has to make fun of me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Ultra, yeah.
Sorry.
And don't worry about
I would have been a year above you, I think. March.
Okay.
But yeah, same year, man. Same year. You get me?
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah, man. 80s baby, man. Straight up and down.
Come on. This is the thing. I'm not gonna lie. I think anyone born after 1984 yeah. Like, I'm sorry, man. Anyone born
1982 all the way, baby.
Yeah, just anyone after 84 can fuck off, man.
Nah, man. Nah, man.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm saying anyone born after 2000 can do one.
Freddie, you've co-opted a whole bunch of dickheads into our thing, bro.
Anybody who was born like after the invent of smartphones, as far as I'm concerned, if you don't know what life was like before a smartphone, I can't even deal with you.
Anyone that
agreed.
Facts.
Agreed.
I can't even deal with you.
If you don't remember 10-cent payphones, don't chat to me.
Damn.
If you don't remember paging people with the payphone number and then
Yo,
not letting anyone use the
struggles
payphone.
of the payphone page.
Remember them? Them big Motorola pages. Remember them? Fucking hell, man. We had to suffer.
If you don't remember calling collect and it said like, please say your name, or this collect call is from, yo, call me back real quick, Umbry.
Yeah.
Hey, you know the deepest thing. Hey, you know the deepest thing. I think one time I must have tried to call my grandma. Yeah, reverse charge, and she said no, bro. She said no. She said no. I was like, we did cool, fam. We did.
That's funny.
All right, listen,
but the elderly are
Saturday night,
yeah.
that. We should be partying. What? Who's partying tonight? Like somebody just needs to do a music.
I just come back from 51st State. What are you talking about?
What do you mean, bro? It's fucking social distancing. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, I'm saying obviously they had the thing going on YouTube. I was dancing in front of him just a little while ago.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, bro. I'm on this music thing. I need someone to do a music thing. Jedi, like, sort yourself out, man.
Have you not been listening to any of the Clash? Have you listened to any of the Clashes on the
internet? Yeah. I'm waiting for old Diddy and Dre, innit?
Nah, Diddy can't fuck with Dre.
No chance.
He's not even really a producer like that, man. He's not really.
He's not even really a rapper. He can produce, but he's not even really a rapper.
He's barely a producer as well, to be honest.
Yeah,
all he usually does is just take take old tunes and then just sample
Sample King.
I know.
Rip
I
them
know. And where he gets the clearance as well, you got to rate him still, because I don't know how he gets the clearance for some of them, but he gets it.
Money, bro. He's got enough money to do it, innit?
Commercialized it.
I was more thinking like Dr. Dre and let me think now.
No, fam, no. Don't say another verses. You know the reason why, fam?
Go on.
The Biggie and Pop element, fam, man.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, they might go a couple Biggies, a couple Pops, you know what I mean? That'll spice it up and things.
Shit. Yeah. Did you lot see you lot know who Teddy Riley is?
Of course.
Yeah, you see the Teddy Riley and Babyface. Babyface is an arsehole, man. I can't stand him, but
I met him at a
Babyface is moving like a fucking, I don't know, man. He's moving crazy.
Oh, what's going on, Babyface? I don't even know
what's going on with I met him mad years ago when I was little on a record.
he's an odd guy, man. He's an odd guy.
He look creepy, innit?
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it still, but wait. He look like I wouldn't leave my youth with him.
Hero songs for everybody back in the day.
Yeah, no, he did his thing still. Yeah, Jay Boogie just said, the RZA and Premier was dirty, like proper.
Yeah, that was cold. Premier one straight, hands down.
Wait, what is this?
I don't
They do
think-
battles with songs? What are you guys talking about?
Producers, battle.
Big up man like Jizza who put the Big Bang into a whole, like he made a rap out the Big Bang and put that. That's like my favorite like song at like the last few years. You know what I'm saying?
Underrated Jizza.
The whole room, man. They need more. They need more in the game, man. Because they was for the children, for real. They had grimy bars, but at least they had positive messages as well. You know what I mean? So it's a deep mixture. Yeah. Yeah, man. I love Wu-Tang still, but obviously Premier won that. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like that was the first one in it, so I was like, I was just so happy to be seeing RZA's front room. You get me?
For real, I'm a fan like that, you know.
Yeah, big time.
Man. I'm a fan. I started watching Afro Samurai as well and all that.
Yeah, it's on in the background, isn't it?
Yeah, don't fuck about. Yeah, man. Hey, Wu-Tang threw me, man. Me not lie.
Trust me.
You know what? And I was like a Yo MTV Raps baby. Remember that shit?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, blood.
VHS is from recording Yo, man, like from way back in the day.
Yeah, trust me, blood, man. Five Freddy, blood, he used to kill it, and then they had Ed Lover and fucking the other one, innit? Yeah, trust me, blood. They were funny.
Ed Lover and Dr. Dre. That was
that's what it was. Yeah, that's
what was that? Yo, MTV Raps.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
I used to watch that, and my brothers were pissed.
God, I used to watch that. I used to tape it on a freaking VCR if I couldn't catch the new ones.
Because it come on a Saturday morning, my brothers used to cry. I used to say, shut the fuck up. You're watching Yo MTV Raps. I'll tie you up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah? To sit down and watch this bad behavior music.
Yo, Freddie, Raspix hollering at you, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I'm about to jump off.
What, is he in the chat or something?
I'll free up my
All right,
spot.
yeah. I'll jump off then or whatever.
My phone is burning up. But yeah, big up G Black.
Okay, me too. Bye, Jen.
Take care, everyone. Nice to meet you. Take care, Just Me. Ultra Funky, Orthodox More.
Peace. Nice to meet you.
Big up.
You too, Jen.
Veli, there's people in the back chat. Veli.
All right, much love. Nice to see y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
You getting out too?
Yeah, I think so. It's like 12:30.
Yeah. Big up the West Coast, all the people in California.
Oh shit, it's 12:30 at night.
No.
No, it's 12:30 in the afternoon. I'm gonna go do a little work. All right, peace out, much love.
Peace.
Yeah, man. Hey, Beefy, Grussler TV, come on as well. You're gonna give Raf that work as well, man. Not gonna lie, man. Some G blockers they've slipped under the radar because they're always kind of disappear into the background when you've got James Jones and them man on. But yeah, some of the G blockers, man, they come with massive L's, man.
We never
Yeah,
caught
some
no
of that
L's
is.
ever, B. Trust me.
Huh?
Yeah,
Bro,
man.
you
What L
don't
less?
think
We
that
only
you're
smoke
Teflon.
L's, man. Yeah,
You
we
don't
only
think
smoke
that you're
L's, B.
Teflon.
You got when you're talking about L's, yeah, you have to break it down and define what you're talking about.
I don't know. I got a couple of scalps, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you.
None of that shit.
Yo,
I know you had them
because
on
of
the
your boy,
roof.
you know what I'm saying? Yo, Rob's got to come through and give a caveat to being an atheist now. Come on now.
What's that?
Again, that he's specifically anti the concept of an external God, that he's not dealing with the concept of an intrinsic one. The same stuff that you're having a hard time dealing with.
Conway Road. Yeah, Conway Road.
Yo, Ultra, are you still there? Did you just say fuck off?
I heard someone say fuck off, yeah.
Was that Ultra?
No, I was talking to someone else still. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, Ultra weren't even, his mic ain't even unmuted, man. So he didn't tell anyone to fuck off there. Yeah.
Ultra, you there?
So what's popping though, man?
I know he's gonna pretend he can't hear me though.
Well, how comes you're on Ultra's nuts, man? Why go on?
No, I'm not on his nuts. No, I just want to. Obviously, but he's been on my nuts, but he's been going from platform to platform talking about me. You get me? So I just wanted to clarify something, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been talking. We went to Nine's chat, had a big conversation. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. He ran away. All right, say that. Like, I literally is gonna keep it quick still. I don't know what's wrong with Ultra, bro. Like, ever since the other day when me and you was having that debate, Belly, it's like he's got his knickers in the twist, bro. It's not even that deep, fam. Like, I don't know, fam.
I think sometimes when they're going to explain something, it's like they'll say something and then they just forget it. Just forget it. Or
Yo, can you hear me?
Do you know what I'm saying?
My phone's
Could be
ringing,
like
yeah?
one
I'm
of
back
them
in a
ones.
sec.
Alright, cool.
He could be just like he just wants to say what he said and just wants to forget it.
Yeah, no,
But
it's not even a thing. I swear
that's
I'm
not
gonna be
as
the
sort of-
quickest, but I know I'm gonna have to. Yeah, don't worry, it's cool anyway. It's cool. But yeah, it's just the sincerity levels are bad right now. You get me, Carl? Obviously, regardless if man had differences or disagreements, blood, man them not for act like gal with man them. You get me? Like,
yeah, no, that's
like
facts. If you say something about someone, stand up on what you say.
In the chat, yeah, in my chat and in Veli's chat, like that are trolling. Me and Veli will have our disagreements, but don't get it twisted. If it's rockers, like you lot are all getting spun. That's what you have to understand. Every single one of you, like you're getting spun in real life. You get me? Like when that Abu Qatada guy tried to come on the other day and say, if I get into fighting with Muslims, he'll back me. I'll spin him. Yeah, I'll spin him for Veli. I can't lie. He's not my brethren. I don't know him from nowhere. You get me? Like we got ideological difference with the man them, but it's not that deep. So man them just don't get too up in your feelings, man. It's not that deep. Still, it's YouTube, isn't it? As Ultra would say, it's just YouTube.
Yeah, I think he's running away and acting a bit girlish still. Because really, if you said something, just stand on your square and own up what you said and hash it out. Because you're not going to eat him. Are you going to eat him through the internet? Are you going to eat him?
It's that guilty thing, innit? I think he knows he was. You know what I think? I think he knows he was wrong, innit? You get me, fam? But I think he doesn't really want to face that, innit? So instead, he's just doing this. I don't want to chat to you, thing, car. Like like I've got the evidence that he was just clearly wrong, innit? Clearly misrepresenting, man, and that's not even a big problem because obviously. But I just wanted to like really hash it out, and because he's going around saying, "Oh, Respect was talking about me." You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to clarify because he's got people in his DMs sending him messages about me and all of that. You get me? So that's all it was. It weren't even a like big thing, but it ain't that in any way. But yeah, big up Betty, big up the G Block, big up the sincere people inside. You know, like that. Shout out M.A. Brown, Freddie, Moore. You don't know where it is. You get me?
They
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
up to the brother.
Hey, fam, sometimes clarifying things with these guys, man, or just people online in general is long, bro.
Yeah,
So
I
you're going to
know.
clarify with them 80 million times and they're still
I
going to
know.
turn around and do the same dumb shit, blood.
I know.
Online people are fantasy and a myth until I see your face and I can look in your eyes. You're
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
myth to me.
I
You
wish
know what
he
I'm
was in
saying?
that end still, so I could roll up to him, give him a big hug, and then chastise him still. But he's not close to man. You get me? But yeah, it is what it is anyway, man. Just I ain't holding no feelings, Ultra. You get me? Even though I do feel like man was character, I do believe man was character assassinating, man. You get me? But like that's it. You get me? It's not
What's new there, though, Ras?
Yeah,
What's new
there's
there?
nothing new. There's nothing new there, fam. That's the whole internet. You get me? It's not just Ultra. But yeah, say nothing, man. Them, yeah. Enough love, yeah.
So Ross, what are we saying? Was this all over some slavery stuff in Islam or what?
Yeah, basically more. You know that religious people believe that every tribulation we go through is a test, innit? You know what I'm saying? Whether it's hurricanes, whether it's natural disasters, whether it's sickness, whether it's injustice and oppression. So I said slavery is a test, and the people that done the right thing, that passed the test, are the people that fought against the slave masters and freed up the people. And the people that go around kidnapping people, and the people that that are submissive to slave masters, they're the people that don't pass the test. But basically, that statement I made has been like taken way out of context, basically. Do you know what I'm saying? But all religious people
I heard
believe
it with my own mouth say, Raspek said slavery is a test. I was like, all right, did he say that? But I didn't take it up with him because obviously I'm not your girlfriend, innit? I'm just your brethren. So I didn't take it up with him or go crazy on him. You know what I'm saying?
My mum, from Ultra's nan to my mum to every single one of everyone's religious family, all believe that tribulations are a test, innit? The life is a test itself, you get me? So it's nothing new that I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's just like, for the sake of argument, I feel like people are trying to run with it in a not sincere way. So I just wanted to clarify, but it's nothing anyway. But big up yourself more. Big up M.A. Brown. Big up Freddie, yeah? I got to get back.
Big up yourself, man. Come on, man. Every time, man. Come on,
all
man.
right, enough
Love every time, brother.
All right, love.
Yeah, sometimes, you know what? I hear bullshit and I can't even bother to defend it. You know what I'm saying? Or say anything. Me personally, I know you'll never catch me on no internet thing. We could be watching this thing for 10 years. You're never going to see Fred Cole or Freddie in any fuckery with anybody. I'll just say my piece and I'll be out.
There's enough video of me and all kind of fuckery on this joint. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, no, most deaf, man. Most deaf. But if I could keep it to a minimal, man, trust me, bro. Because obviously I'm going back and forth with some dogs. There's a couple shameful moments with me.
Here's what I'm saying, man. Life is too short for me to get into a beef with somebody over some ideological stuff that doesn't even have. You dig? Like, so for instance, like I'm not going to come on here and beef with atheists, right? Like I have a different concept, but at the same point in time, someone being atheist isn't going to mess up my day. You know what I'm saying?
Facts, family, man. My night don't consist of like I love you, man. You man are blessed, like M.A. blessed. You Orthodox more blessed. But it's not the night don't consist of this though. Like what you man say and all that. And what the chats. I don't even read the chats, brother. I like the people in there, but I don't even read it, bro. I don't even care if they like me or they don't like me. I'm not even on here for you like that. The time it starts getting combative and the man wants to go back and forth with me, man, I'll jump off. You know what I'm saying, fam? Because that's not learning to me. I ain't getting no education out of that.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's big facts. Big up all the people that can keep the cool heads and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I try. I mean, that Zubaydah girl, I thought she said I was a fucking. I thought she said I was a what's that word? Aswad. Yeah. But because she was, yeah, but because she got a little racist history, and because she was speaking so much Arabic, I didn't understand what she said. I even tried to reload it to find out if it was Aswad or whatever.
Yeah, I remember that. That was like, what, 2 days ago, yesterday, something.
Yeah, a couple of days ago. But that was my most recent flip out, really, and I'm kind of ashamed of that one. I shouldn't even have rose to that, because even if she did call me whatever she called me, that's got nothing to do with my life. It's not going to gas up my truck. It's not going to do nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? You know? So, yeah.
Oh, man. Man, you need to stop this. You need to stop, bro. Oh man, come back on in it. Jump back on if you want to jump back on and chat in it.
Were you saying Russ needs to stop a bit, or?
Yeah,
No,
Raph, come on right quick, bro.
Oh, Raph,
Huh?
Raph,
Yeah,
Renegade.
Renegade Raph.
Oh, I think you said Russ.
Yeah, no, Renegade Raph.
My favorite.
Yeah,
Christian.
no, sometimes, man, I don't even want my brother to even feed into all of the negativity sometimes, but I tell him it's not worth it, bruv. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, brothers? Because people are always going to have things to say.
Right.
You know? Just it is what it is, man. I don't like personally like Rob as a man, but I always listen to him, though. Because he could teach me something I don't fucking know, bro.
See, that's the cold part, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's just the straight up and down of it. Because he might pop a brain cell. You know what I mean? And that's all we want at the end of the day. We always just want to learn more, you know?
Yeah. To switch it up right quick, I'm trying to figure out something right quick. So does anybody notice here that the Atheists had to switch up their game this week on some real slight stuff in the past couple of days? Like for the first few days, like there was people was coming at them hard. I got you, yeah. But in the past couple of days, me and Shaka was putting stuff on the table that the Atheists had to switch the game just a little bit to make it recognition.
Well, facts, man. Facts. And I wish the brother Rahman would come back on. Trust me.
Stop caping, Freddie. Put your cape down, Pete. You get me? ADO's in the building. ADO, you get me?
I took off my can and I took off my fucking royal cape a little while ago, innit? You get what I'm saying? That Rahman man was going to give me smoke. Huh?
I bought my version. Stop spamming to give man some smoke. You get me? I'm gonna talk it.
Can't give no one no
was on the panel. Man, talking was, especially man like MA is talking was on the panel about. You get me?
Big up, man. Big up.
Yes,
you get
really putting
a man like that.
You get me? Hey, stop. Give him some smoke, fam.
I'm as timid as a mouse. I'm very quiet, very calm. I'm here to be grilled.
Like bacon, yeah?
So stop. I got a couple of questions. Stop spamming. Like, so I'm not averse to the concept of atheism. Like I said, I used to be an atheist when the concept doesn't mess with me at all.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But something I am curious about, like, so there was
your husband still working?
So what?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. So there was a conversation between Why So Religious and Rob early in the week that I thought was very, very interesting about the concept of morality and whatnot. And basically you had one arguing for the fact that there's no basis for morality, and then the other arguing for the basis that there is a morality, right? You can't have like a universal kind of morality and whatnot. And so from an atheist point of view, like, because again, both of them are atheists. From an atheist point of view, how do you justify morality, or do you accept the concept of morality, or do you believe there is no concept of or basis for like a universal morality?
Well, no, there is no universal morality. Morality is a human man-made construct, which is something that I don't know where it actually originates. It's just something that if I go and I say, what can I do to make humankind or our planet or whatever better? How can I improve the living conditions for people? That for me is morality. So for me, it is always to reduce the suffering of others and to increase the well-being of others.
That sounds good in theory, but it's not happening in practice, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that
so
it is. The question was, do I think there is morality?
Capitalism. It's not happening through medicine. It's not happening through no field.
The question was, do I have a concept?
Yeah. So basically, you're saying like so morality is subjective, basically, then, right? Like on a person.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. No, come on. I mean, things that were quite normal 1,000 years ago, we totally reject today.
But stops. Don't you believe that there is a baseline, the social contract? Don't you think that is the basis for all morality?
Okay. Yes and no. You need to, it's not that simple. You need to differentiate. There are things which are absolute. I think it is absolutely wrong to torture a baby for pleasure. Okay, so this is something that I would categorize as absolute, but there are very, very few things like that. The rest I would say are subjective, and they are exactly what Orthodox are saying. It's a societal thing.
Mm. So in the context, like, so
I think famine's a part of torture. The IMF is a part of torture, and famine, that's definitely a part of torture.
Yeah.
And it seems to be only certain sections of society are against that.
Right. I hear that, but real quick, let me try to just go down a quick line of question right quick, because I appreciate stop spamming's dialogue and whatnot. Like, so you're talking about so earlier you agreed to the concept of that basically morality is subjective, right, on a person by person basis and whatnot. So there's going to be a person who stipulates for them causing torture to that baby for pleasure is actually a positive thing for them, right? So how do you justify? So how do you come to the point of an absolute, given the person by person basis you were talking about?
Okay, the absolute thing for me is that it is wrong to torture a baby for pleasure. That there are people who still do that. That's a different story.
Okay, so it's an individual absolute for you. You're not saying like it's a universal absolute. Okay,
it's a universal absolute, but there are people who will break that, who will go against that anyway, because even though it is an absolute no-no, there are still people. I mean, for me, it's an absolute no-no to torture anybody anyway. But there are people who will do that because they are perverted, they are sick, they are I don't know what.
Okay, so my question is how do you get to the point of it being an absolute when your basis is that morality is subjective?
Because I cannot imagine a context under which this could be acceptable.
But again, so you just recognize that somebody would do it, so it would be acceptable to them on a subjective basis. Does that make sense?
Right.
That makes sense. Yes.
So I'm saying, so in that construct, how do you just? So I was saying earlier that so me on my theist level, I deal with a very specific school of thought to where, like, I don't deal with the God outside of nature concept. I deal with the God inside of nature concept, right? And so based upon that, the basis for my morality has to do with the basic construct of being interconnected to the living things around me, based upon the essential relationship that we have with each other. And so
great.
So my morality comes from the concept of my choices can affect can affect you, and your choices can affect me, and based upon that construct of cause and effect that affects us both, right? That those are reasons that I should be acting morally, right? Because that we have the ability to affect each other, right? Like, so
correct, exactly. This would be my lower level one. Okay, so I've got this high level one where I say this is totally not acceptable, and then what you are saying is where we come to the individual level, where I say, okay, what you are doing, I don't know about this, but it doesn't seem to harm anybody, so I'll take that on board. Absolutely, yeah.
So right, so for me, like I'm saying, I can understand the concept of coming to a universal concept, because, for instance, in my construct, there is a level of universal relativity to everyone, right? And so so coming to a universal absolute makes sense, even on a scientific level, right? Like, so I talk a lot about the concept of quantum theory and like the wave function, the collapse of the wave function, superposition, things of that nature, right? Quantum entanglement, those kind of things and whatnot. And for instance, think like concepts like the wave function has all the encoded information of the possibilities of what can happen within the wave function and whatnot, right? So
until observed, yeah, okay, yeah, fine.
Right, exactly, 100%. And so even so, let me say it like this: like, so for me, there's a basis to coming to a mathematical universal concept, like of morality, whatnot, to where like there's encoded information and whatnot, right? So that's universal to everyone, based upon the fact that we're made out of the same material, right? Like atoms, waves, all that type of stuff, right? Particles, waves, all that type of stuff, right? So on that level, even like, again, even with quantum entanglement, there's that level of where we overlap on a quantum level, where we're entangled on a quantum level, right? So there's a concept of like what they would say in the African tradition, like I am because we are. We're interconnected on that intrinsic level, right? So my basis of morality is based upon that intrinsic connection. So it's
like a oneness. Can it be described as a oneness?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
100%. And so I don't. So when morality is subjective, or let me say like this: as an atheist, when I see you reject all schools of theism and whatnot, right? Or do you not reject all schools of theism? Because like I'm hearing
I
people
do.
like Rob's. I'm hearing people.
I do strongly. I do.
Okay,
strongly,
cool.
yeah.
Okay, cool. So there's schools of theism that believe this concept of God being intrinsic and not external and whatnot, right? And so again, their morality is based off of that, right? So I'm trying to understand what's the atheist concept or the basis for interconnectivity to which you can get an empathy-based concept from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think it's the same thing. It's exactly what you have described earlier, that we are interconnected on some basis, whatever that may be. We are, let's say, either polluting or whatever what you may call it, each other. And this is why we are, I think we are leeching off each other all the time by being interconnected. And
Okay,
therefore the levels are changing for a general group.
I want to let you go. Just so I don't lose you real quick though. Like, so I'm saying that like as like a naturalist and a theist, that my basis for the interconnectedness is like the concept of like quantum entanglement. What are you saying is your basis for the interconnectedness?
The
thing
my
is,
basis for interconnectedness. I don't have one.
well, the thing is, do you need morality if you were the only person on a planet? If someone took you on a perfectly wonderful planet, paradise, food everywhere, vegetation, shelter, everything, but it's you the only one on that planet, do you need morals and ethics?
Yes.
Why?
I would say so.
Why would you
Because
need
if
morals and
you-
ethics?
Well, if I would have to go and balance how much I am taking from nature and how much I'm giving back and how much I'm allowing nature to recover. Because if I go and eat only pineapples and then I reduce the population of pineapple down to 0, then I'm losing something. So I have just destroyed a part of nature which I don't think I should.
But you're the only one on that planet. Who suffers?
You
The
could
pineapple.
suffer, right?
And me, at the end of the day, me. It's a societal thing.
No,
So
no, no. This is what I mean. You're the only one on the planet. The point is, you're the only one on this planet. Do you need morals and ethics?
Okay, I say yes.
Yes, I believe you do. Because you need moral and ethics, because basically you can defile yourself, innit? You can do harm to yourself if you haven't got the moral and ethics. Just like what you said about the
How can you harm yourself? You still have the sense of self-preservation.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you kill all the animals,
Ethics doesn't
doesn't
stop you from harming yourself. You don't morally stop yourself from harming yourself. You don't say this is morally wrong for me to harm myself.
I'm saying you
stop
can
harming yourself because of
indirectly.
sense of self-preservation.
Yeah, but bro, you can indirectly harm yourself, because if you kill all the animals in the island, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that might affect the habitat and the natural growth
But
on the
that's
island.
survival.
You know
That's
what I'm saying?
self-preservation. That isn't ethics. That isn't morals.
Yeah, but I'm saying
I think it's a
it could
definition
affect
thing
the
now.
landscape because
put it on a
obviously
smaller scale,
you
right?
killed all the animals. So
Yeah,
where they used to graze.
Yeah, you can
You know what
burn
I'm
the
saying?
planet down. You can burn the planet down, but you know you're gonna die because of it yourself. But that isn't because of morals. You don't burn the planet down. You don't burn the planet down
So what
because
if I'm
you
a
want to
sociopath?
live on that planet.
What if I'm the one person on the planet and I'm a sociopath?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Who are you gonna kill?
So again,
Sociopaths only relate to other human beings.
No, hold on. They might not even relate to other human beings. That would be like they're sociopaths.
Okay, you're a sociopath. No, sociopaths only matter when there are other human beings. They don't matter when you're on your own. What are you going to be sociopathic to fish?
I don't think
you can
so.
be a psycho and destroy. We are literally
Again, this is
psychotic against fish. We kill millions of them every year. We
Some
are
people
mass murderers to fish.
Some people just want to watch the world burn.
But what I mean is, if you're the only one on that world, though, does
Banksy,
it
I think
matter
it's
to
a
even have
matter-
morals?
Yeah, but Banksy, I think it's a matter of definition what you call morals now, because I think we're now
what
talking
I'm
about
saying
the
is,
label.
well, what I'm saying is morals and ethics only matter because of social groups. Morals are built because, and ethics are developed because of social groups. If you're on your own, you don't have to have any of them, and you only need a sense of self-preservation to survive.
If I'm one person in that environment, I still have. There's still still going to be an ethics that I can perform that's going to give me the highest level of success in that environment. Does that make sense?
No, because again, you don't need the ethics and the morals to have a high success. You need self-preservation. Crocodilians.
So you're saying ethics and
have,
morals. Ethics don't necessarily have to be morals. You know that, right?
well, no, they're a construct of one of the facets of one or the other.
Principles of action.
Yeah, but they're both they stem from the same place.
They don't
So
have
ethics and morals.
Ethic does not have to be a moral. Bro. That's what I'm saying. Like so again, like as it, like I'm like if I'm wasteful with my environment, that's a code of ethics. If I'm real conservation with it, that's a code of ethics. If I'm going to monocrop something, that's a code of ethics. Like I don't necessarily have to have that link to like, do I believe this is good or bad for the system of God and not God or what? Like no, bro, it ain't got nothing to do with that.
But as I said, it doesn't matter.
If I'm wasteful, I'm wasteful. If I'm a conservationist, I'm a conservationist, right?
Yeah, but morals and ethics intertwine quite often. They do crisscross. You don't. It's true. You don't need to have. They're not necessities upon each other.
Your question is, if I'm the only person on the planet, is there a necessity for morals? That's a great question, right? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about with stop spamming though. I'm trying to understand, like, as an atheist, how does he come to his concept of universal morals or whatnot?
But that's what I'm trying to get to, is that universal morals can only exist in social groups. Morals,
not in my opinion. Not in my opinion.
Banksy, if you are a sociopath, there are different variations of this. If you are somebody who does not care for company, for example, you don't care that you are alone on a planet. But if you are somebody who's a social animal, you are going to be incredibly depressed that there is nobody else around for you to be with as a social animal. You're going to get depressed, and in the end, you're going to kill yourself because of exactly the situation. So morality and ethics, I think, does have an effect on you itself, depending on what variation and what variety and what, I don't know, what flavor you're talking about.
The thing is that whether you kill yourself as a social creature or not is irrelevant to whether do you need to set up a new set of moral codes, or do you even need to set up a standard of morality if you're out on your own. On a planet. I mean, I was going to say desert island, but that's still on this planet. I'm literally saying someone plucks you out of the earth, puts you on Mars, but Mars is fully habitable for human beings. Do you need to be moral in order to just live?
Other than what I have given, no.
Here's the thing, fam. Like with all these what if scenarios, it all comes down to a subjective basis anyway, which was the same line of questioning I was going down anyway, in terms of like, okay, if everything is subjective, how do you get to a universal concept, right?
Yeah, just let Brother Moore go through on the questioning if you can, Banksy, man.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. The way to get to a universal state is when you're in a social group. Now, when you say universal, again, do you mean all humanity, or in group and out group?
So there's schools of thought in theism, right, that would stipulate even if you're the only person on the planet, you're interconnected with anything that's alive on that planet, right? And so again, the interconnectedness is a basis for universality, right? So I'm trying to figure out, like, so if my man is talking about everything is subjective, that's a disconnected concept. That's not interconnected. So but he's saying he believes in an interconnected aspect. So I'm trying to see how he gets there. Right, because I hear people like Robin and like start off with the assumption of empathy and wanting to, and goodwill and whatnot, but that starts at the concept of being interconnected. That to me, that's still an aspect of certain schools of theism that they said that they reject. Right, so my man said he rejected that stuff, but said that he accepts the concept of being interconnected. I broke down how I accept it, right, via scientific principle, right, giving me the concepts, right. I'm trying to figure out how he gets there. Does that make sense?
That's actually interesting. Stops. Do you think that you're interconnected through some kind of quantum field that you need morality if you're alone on Mars?
When it's on the panel, I was having a great discussion with.
Well, but what I mean is that's the crux of it, isn't it? More is that if I'm alone on Mars and do I still have to have some kind of set of morals because I'm somehow under quantum entanglement and connected to someone on Earth?
1 second though, because if you're on Mars and a Mars puppy comes up to you and you slaughter it without raising it, you're pretty stupid, isn't it? And you're morally and ethically wrong.
Why?
Because it's a defenseless puppy for starters.
But
and
again, this is the only planet you're on.
Company. Yeah.
There are a million other puppies on Mars. I can kill 1,000 of them. I can torture them before I kill them.
You'd probably kill 1 million of them, but I'm just saying.
What I mean is do I need?
Wrong.
No, but do I need to be moral?
Even if there's no one to see you doing it, to me, it's still morally wrong, isn't it? Even
But
if
this
you
is what
believe
I'm
that there's
trying
no
to get
witness
to.
that can point you out.
But this is what I'm trying to get to: is that does morals